Midville got off the truck. Johnny, the logistics warehouse supervisor of the Federation camp, was already here in advance to meet them, instructing everyone to unload the compressed crystal cannon, which had been disguised on the outside, from the truck for assembly. He had also participated in borrowing the compressed crystal cannon to the Obsidian Corporation. He can't run away if something goes wrong. Quick, the work uniforms are over there. The maintenance engineers who stayed behind, hurry and change into them. Wait, the Central Federation inspection team will come to check. I'll notify you in advance, and when the time comes, you will immediately restore the compressed cannon to its original state. Don't worry, they don't understand. They won't inspect carefully. Also, I will instruct the nearby guards not to approach this warehouse, and you absolutely must not leave the warehouse area, understood? Johnny repeatedly instructed Fang Heng and his group of mechanical maintenance engineers. The attacks by aberrations will start soon. Be extra careful during the battle. If someone comes and asks, say that you are from the logistics department, performing routine maintenance tasks. Do you all understand? Lu Yanlong waved his hand to signal the company's mechanical maintenance workers to start working, nodding. Don't worry. We are all professionals. Midville said in a deep voice, we only have 3 hours. The compressed crystal cannon must be repaired within 3 hours. All right, don't let outsiders disturb us. Lu Yanlong nodded and continued, we only need 2 hours. I guarantee it will be as good as new. I hope you can do it. Midville still felt a little uneasy, but had to hurry back to oversee the guard duty at the outpost. After a few exchanges with Johnny, he left the Hayes Company team behind and rushed back to the outpost. Johnny was responsible for part of the logistics of the Federation camp, and he'd had a lot to deal with once the battle began. After repeatedly instructing the mechanics on various precautions, he hurriedly left, leaving only to ordinary maintenance workers. When the unrelated personnel left, Fang Heng and Lu Yanlong quickly exchanged glances, making a few hand signals hurriedly. I'll take care of things here. I have something to do. Okay. What Johnny was doing was not something to be known to outsiders, so there were only 2 maintenance workers in the warehouse. Following Fang Heng's signal, the Hayes Company's maintenance supervisor immediately pulled the 2 men over to inspect the compressed crystal cannon, diverting their attention. Fang Heng took this opportunity to quietly leave the warehouse. There were guards outside the warehouse, but they did not know that Fang Heng and his group were outsiders. Seeing Fang Heng in work uniform, there would be no questioning. With a swagger, Fang Heng left the warehouse under the watchful eyes of the Federation guards. Next, they needed to figure out how to obtain more energy beam weapon ammunition from within the Federation camp. Fang Heng had no confidence in the promises made by the Obsidian Guild. These people turn on you faster than flipping a page. They had to rely on themselves. Walking along the small path between the warehouses, Fang Heng soon disappeared into the shadows around the corner. Swoosh, a bat, taking advantage of the night and its bat form, flew to the top of a large container warehouse from behind the corner under the cover of darkness. The Federation was unaware that over 10 mechanics from the Hayes Company had infiltrated the camp. In fact, their security measures within the camp were meant to prevent infiltration by the Black Castle. Unexpectedly, Fang Heng managed to sneak in. Commander Josh was confident in the arrangements for tonight. According to the plan, as long as they successfully passed through 2 more nights safely, the spatial channel would expand to level 5 by then. The guard duty would be perfectly completed. As the night fell completely, outside the Federation camp, the players from the Black Castle were also making their final preparations. They anticipated that the Federation would complete the expansion of the 5th stage spatial channel tomorrow or the day after. Today was likely their last chance. They could not afford to miss it. The Black Castle planned to concentrate their attacks on the Federation in the later stages, targeting the elite aberrant creatures when they appeared. They would also launch an attack on the leaders weakened by their manipulation. Ideally, they would break through the Federation camp and completely destroy it. At the very least, they had to damage the teleportation channel to delay the Federation's progress in establishing it. Soon, as the aberrant creatures emerged from all directions with the sunset, they launched an attack on the outer perimeter of the Federation camp, targeting several watchtowers. Meanwhile, Fang Heng remained perched on top of a warehouse somewhere. Taking advantage of the darkness and his vampire bat form, he observed from the top of the warehouse for a long time. He had roughly figured out the layout of several large warehouses in the Federation camp. The armory with ammunition was located in some of the deepest warehouses. There were also Federation guards outside the warehouses. As the attacks by the aberrant creatures intensified around the camp's outskirts, there were continuous visits by small teams of soldiers to collect supplies. From over an hour of observation, Fang Heng deduced that the warehouse storing energy weapon ammunition should be among these three in front of him. Special weapons like high-energy beam weapons were highly volatile and required special explosive-proof warehouses for storage. Safety warnings were posted on all three large gates. The warehouse on the far left was the largest, but interestingly had not been entered for some time. The middle and right warehouses were often frequented. If there was a high flow of people, it would not be suitable for him to engage in any mischief inside. So Fang Heng focused on the warehouse to the far left. He needed to find a way to sneak in and confirm if high-energy beam weapon ammunition was stored inside. The challenge was that all the teams coming to collect supplies had supply extraction orders, which he didn't. Going down directly might lead to discovery. Another problem was that all the warehouses had no windows, making it impossible to sneak in. Fang Heng chose to wait for an opportunity. Yes. Thank you. I'm here to find them. The federal guard saw only Fang Heng and didn't suspect too much, so he stepped aside and let him pass. Fang Heng slowed his pace and walked into the warehouse. There were guards inside the federal supply warehouse as well. The mechanical repairmen who had entered the warehouse earlier were collecting supplies. When they noticed Fang Heng entering afterwards, they couldn't help but look at him a few more times. They were all wearing the same repairman attire, but it seemed like they had never seen this person before. Hey, what do you need? Fang Heng turned his head and looked at a middle-aged officer at a desk not far from the warehouse corner. It's Supervisor Johnny who sent me. I'm not in a hurry. I'll wait for them to finish first. Fang Heng stood aside and carefully observed his surroundings. Through blood perception, he keenly sensed that there were 3 guards in the warehouse. The federal repair team had important tasks at hand and didn't pay much attention to Fang Heng's identity. After collecting the necessary supplies on the list, they left carrying 2 boxes together. The middle-aged officer furrowed his brow. Officer Johnny's, are you sure? There are no energy conversion crystals here. Did I remember wrong? How about high-energy beam weapon ammunition? Yes, the middle-aged officer said with suspicion. What does a mechanical maintenance department member need high-energy weapon ammunition for? Found it. The list. The middle-aged officer watched as Fang Heng took out a paper from his pocket, gradually unfolding it in front of his eyes. It emitted a crimson aura. The blood-red color quickly spread and expanded before his eyes, enveloping him entirely. Click! Fang Heng appeared behind the middle-aged officer and lightly tapped his neck with a knife hand. The hallucination effects of the Hellfarama's compound eyes were still effective. The other 2 guards were also affected by the hallucination effects of the Hellfarama's compound eyes, standing motionless in place. Fang Heng quickly knocked all 3 of them unconscious, then took out a potent tranquilizer from his backpack and administered it to them, dragging them to a corner to hide. Run! Fang Heng began searching quickly inside the warehouse. The warehouse was large, filled with various ammunition supplies, as well as a variety of large equipment, such as desert tread vehicles, modern combat tanks, mobile generators, portable energy force fields, and more. Soon, Fang Heng found the high-energy beam weapon ammunition in a corner of the warehouse. There were over 1,000 boxes in total. Enough! If he took all of them, it would be sufficient for him to use for a while. The next step was to figure out how to take the ammunition crates from here. It would be difficult to forcefully take them out with a large number of federal soldiers outside. His zombie doppelganger was also very conspicuous, and using it recklessly might lead to his identity being discovered by the Federation. It was almost too late to dig an underground passage to escape now. So, Fang Heng lowered his head in thought for a moment, then suddenly raised it and looked up at the high ceiling. Got it! 5 minutes later, several magic arrays appeared around Fang Heng. Hiss! This! 3 lickers were resurrected one after another near Fang Heng. Click ... The lickers immediately climbed up the metal wall of the warehouse until they hung from the ceiling. Sizzle! Sizzle! Their claws scraped across the metal, emitting sharp sounds. In a moment, several lickers collectively drilled a small hole in the corner of the warehouse ceiling and then crawled out through it. Fang Heng transformed into a bat shape and flew out through the hole in the warehouse ceiling. Once outside, he remained in bat form and looked around from the top of the warehouse. This warehouse was relatively tall compared to several others nearby, offering a decent vantage point. Fang Heng looked towards the western area of the camp, rubbing his chin as he pondered before his thoughts became clearer. 5 minutes later, Fang Heng returned to the warehouse interior. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, a second group of over 10 lickers were resurrected consecutively, quickly forming a cocoon in place and then reverting to their normal zombie forms. Under Fang Heng's control, the zombie doppelgangers held wrenches and unsteadily walked towards the desert tread vehicle and the mobile generator ahead. Let the dismantling begin. A progress bar appeared above each doppelganger's head. Numerous game prompts started appearing on Fang Heng's retina. Prompt: Player zombie doppelganger normal form disassembled the desert tread vehicle and obtained alloy steel plates *2. Prompt: Player zombie doppelganger normal form disassembled the desert tread vehicle and obtained precision parts *4 rusted gears. With the assistance of the doppelgangers, the vehicle was quickly dismantled into a large number of steel plates, nails, precision parts, and other repair materials. The next step was reassembly. Fang Heng licked his lips lightly. Outside the warehouse, the two guards had no idea about what was happening inside, faithfully guarding the warehouse. As for Fang Heng, they subconsciously assumed he had already left with the previous group of repairmen and paid no attention to him. Everything seemed to be in order. 2 hours later, Medville had completed the mission of holding the No. 6 outpost and rushed back. When he returned to the warehouse, the 3 compressed crystal cannons had been successfully repaired. After personally confirming the repair, a large part of the weight hanging in Medville's heart was lifted. In the current situation, getting past the Central Federation's inspection would not be a problem. Without giving others more time to discuss, Logistics Supervisor Johnny arrived with a group of federal soldiers in haste. Elite-level aberrant creatures have begun appearing outside, and it has been confirmed that the Black Castle forces will likely launch an attack from the southern area of the camp tonight. We've just received an urgent order to deploy the compressed crystal cannons in the southern area, Johnny said, waving his hand. The 3 compressed crystal cannons are right here. Take them away, yes? Medville watched as the federal soldiers moved the 3 compressed crystal cannons and found no abnormalities, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, outside the camp perimeter, as the time gradually approached early morning, elite-level aberrations also began to join the battlefield. On the watchtower, federal players proficient in long-range sniper skills continued to repeat the same actions. Find a target, aim, pull the trigger. During a pause to switch magazines, a player on the watchtower suddenly caught something in the corner of their eye and turned to look towards the direction behind the camp. The team leader nearby, displeased, said, "Alex, focus." Alex furrowed his brow and said, "Captain, what about those warehouses over there?" Without looking back, the team leader pulled the trigger, hitting the elite monster's right eye precisely, and asked, "What about the warehouses?" The sky was dark, and with most people's attention focused on dealing with the creatures outside the camp, few noticed the direction within the federal area. Alex pointed to one of the many warehouses. Was that rooftop there before? Only then did the team leader look in the direction indicated by Alex's gaze. Indeed, as Alex said, there seemed to be a protrusion above one of the warehouses in the logistics area, looking somewhat out of place. It looked somewhat like an attic structure. Very strange. Was this attic-like thing there before? The memory seemed to be blank. Couldn't quite recall. Before the team leader could say something, an alert came over the radio. Alert! A large number of elite-level creatures are about to appear north of the camp. There are reports that Black Castle may be active tonight. All units, stay vigilant. The captain immediately shouted, "That's enough. Don't worry about that. Black Castle might act tonight. Focus on dealing with the enemy." Understood. Meanwhile, in the camp headquarters area, Camp Commander Josh was observing the situation from the 4 directions through monitoring cameras. A danger alert came from the south. Reliable intelligence suggested that Black Castle would strike from the southern area tonight. However, Josh was focusing on one of the monitoring cameras in the western direction with a serious expression. "Commander, we have detected a gathering of special creatures in the western area. Report the specifics." "Yes. We observed a large number of unknown creatures appearing at a hill in the western area. suspected to be special aberrant creatures. The situation is chaotic, and we cannot send anyone to observe and analyze at the moment. Due to the distance and darkness, the federal guards could only see a dense shadow on the hill in the distance. The photos taken were very blurry, almost indistinguishable. The Federation concluded that these were aberrant creatures never seen before. What was even stranger was that this group of creatures did not attack, but gathered and lingered on the hill. The aberrant creatures attacking the federal camp bypassed the hill. The more these creatures remained still, the more Commander Josh felt uneasy. Very peculiar. This situation had never been seen before. The timing and location of the appearance of the aberrant creature group were highly unusual. Tonight coincidentally was the time for Black Castle's action. There must be a connection. For safety, Josh hesitated for a moment before ordering some teams to reinforce the western area. Just as the Federation was vigilantly supporting the aberrant creatures on the hill in the west, Fang Heng at that moment was also looking towards the hill from the newly built attic in the warehouse. Almost there. Should be possible, Fang Heng murmured to himself. He was also somewhat uncertain. The creatures on the western hill were a mix of lickers and vine zombies. Since a few hours ago, Fang Heng had been controlling zombie clones in the unmanned warehouse. The attic structure on top of the warehouse was quickly built using the dismantled steel plates by the zombie clones under Fang Heng's control. On Fang Heng's side, more than 20 zombies were adjusting the newly built large mechanical contraption. A trebuchet. Fang Heng understood it clearly. Since it was difficult to dig a tunnel and escape from underground in time, just transport it from the sky. Just like burning the lake during the day. The stability of the high-energy beam weapon ammunition was relatively reliable. Unless in close proximity to an explosion, normal impacts wouldn't detonate it. As for the materials needed to build the trebuchet, there was no need to worry at all. It could be sourced from within the warehouse. For the zombie clones with advanced building skills, constructing a low-end trebuchet was a piece of cake. Soon, the trebuchet angle was adjusted. According to Fang Heng's calculations, the trebuchet would be able to throw crates of energy beam weapon ammunition directly to the small hill outside. However, this operation was quite dangerous, and there was a chance of being discovered. So, for safety, Fang Heng did not act immediately, and instead waited patiently for a while. Fang Heng transformed into a bat form and landed outside the attic window, observing the battle in the distance. A large number of elite-level half-mechanical aberrations appeared first in the south of the camp. Subsequently, more and more aberrant creatures began to appear, surging towards the federal camp from all four directions. Flame cannons released by the half-mechanical transformed aberrations were fired towards the outer walls of the base. In the rear, federal players intensified their efforts to intercept the aberrations' attacks. Due to the large number of aberrations suddenly emerging from the western hill, the Federation had most of their focus in that area. However, the aberrant creatures on the hill had remained still. In comparison, the north seemed somewhat dangerous. Josh was cautious in his approach, not daring to neglect the southern area. Until the Black Castle player team appeared from the south, Josh realized the situation was dire. Was it a diversion? In the southern area, about 20 players from Black Castle mingled among the mixed aberrant creatures, launching a direct attack. The first layer of defense on the south side of the camp was instantly breached. Fang Heng saw the chaos unfolding in the south and silently praised the move, immediately flying back to the attic from the skylight and beginning to control the zombie clones to operate the trebuchet. Ga ga ga. Adjusting the height and angle of the trebuchet, the metal spring was pressed to the limit. Take aim. Fire. Whoosh. The box entwined by vines flew out of the skylight of the attic. The Federation team was engaged in a fierce battle with the anti-federal forces, and no one noticed the black boxes flying out of the top of the warehouse, cutting through the night sky. Crate after crate of high-energy beam weapon ammunition was thrown towards the hill on the western outskirts. Bang! Bang bang! The accuracy of the trebuchet was quite average. Most of it landed in the group of aberrant creatures attempting to attack the federal camp. The good news was that the aberrant creatures showed no interest in the ammunition. No matter. Keep going. The zombie clones continue to move the boxes and operate the catapults to throw continuously. Then, they will control the zombie clones to collect scattered ammunition outside. Keep throwing. Fang Heng leaves the zombie clones in action, then jumps down from the attic to the first floor again. Next, they need to find a way to assist Black Castle. The cooperation between them and Black Castle during the day was very pleasant. Without the help of Black Castle, it wouldn't have been so easy to summon monsters or snatch energy weapon ammunition. So the best way to incite chaos is probably to set fire to the warehouse. Fang Heng quickly made up his mind. South of Federal Camp, the Black Castle team is mixed in with the mutant organisms, constantly applying pressure from a distance. Besides the players from Black Castle, there are also some allies invited by Black Castle. The federal forces are very strong, so most people dare not approach closely, using long-range skills for support. Fana observes the battlefield from a distance. At first glance, their attackers seem to have the upper hand. The outer periphery of the camp has been breached. However, Fana frowns. The federal resistance is strong, and there is no chaos in sight. They handle it with ease, particularly with the 3 compressed magic crystal cannons situated high up. This thing is extremely intimidating to players. No one wants to test the strength of the compressed magic crystal cannon with their own body. If the situation continues like this, their attack tonight is likely to end in failure. Fana, we've tried our best. It's time to control that guy. Okay. Fana nodded, looking serious. That guy refers to the leader-level mutant organism. This is their greatest reliance on this trip. Of course, the strength of the leader-level mutant organism is very high, and Black Castle cannot fully control it, only enrage it to attack the federal camp. It's not just Fana and her team attacking the federal camp. Fana nodded, ready to use her psychic abilities to enter the team communication channel. To avoid the leader accidentally harming others, the rest of the team needs to retreat first. Just as Fana was about to use her psychic abilities, she suddenly felt a violent tremor beneath her feet and a thunderous explosion in her ears. Boom! What? Including Fana, everyone in Black Castle looked toward the direction of the explosion. The central area of the federal camp exploded. Boom! Flames over 10 meters high soared from the central position of the federal camp. Fana froze. Immediately, a familiar face flashed through her mind. Fang Heng. Could it be him? She remembered Fang Heng mentioning that he would help them create chaos inside the camp, acting as an inside man. Several players from Black Castle who were with her also paused, and an elderly man solemnly said, Fana, there's chaos inside the federal camp now. This is our best chance. Fana nodded, her face tense. This was their best chance. Use the leader-level mutant organism directly. We won't retreat. Let's try to storm enduring the chaos. Acting simultaneously with the leader-level mutant organism is extremely risky. But this was their best chance. Follow me. Take advantage of the chaos and let's try to break in. With the explosion, the central area of the federal camp descended into chaos. Who would have thought that the tightly guarded warehouse would explode without a sound? Flames quickly engulfed the entire warehouse. What's more troublesome is that the flames were spreading rapidly towards several other warehouses. There were also flammable and explosive weapons and ammunition in the nearby warehouses. They must not let the fire spread. If the surrounding warehouses also caught fire, it would be disastrous. The federal troops in the logistics area immediately sprang into action to organize personnel to put out the fire. The federal soldiers guarding the perimeter of the camp were unaware of what was happening in the warehouse area, only seeing flames rising at the rear of the camp, causing them to feel uneasy and anxious. What's going on? Is the backyard on fire? Was the base infiltrated? Taking advantage of the unstable morale of the federal troops, the Black Castle team urged the leader mutant organism, the Serpent Dragon, to launch a strong attack on the federal camp. Meanwhile, inside the central headquarters of the federal camp, Commander Josh's face darkened. What's going on? How did it suddenly explode? What's happening? Report it. Where did the explosion occur? Reporting, sir. The explosion happened at Warehouse B17. We have already mobilized emergency personnel with firefighting equipment from Central Federal to support. The fire is under control, and based on current evaluation, we have the ability to completely extinguish the fire within 10 minutes. What caused the fire? It's not clear yet. Damn it. Josh pounded his fist on the table. There was no need to guess. It must be Black Castle. Their people have infiltrated their ranks. He had been extremely cautious, subjecting everyone entering the internal area of the camp to the highest scrutiny. Yet, Black Castle still managed to exploit a loophole. Control the fire, strengthen defense at the 4 perimeter entrances, and make sure to protect the space rupture device. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Josh remained calm, issuing orders step by step in an orderly manner. Black Castle. Good. But they can only go this far at most. With these despicable means, they can only manage so much under his watchful eyes, conducting sneaky actions under the table. Keep calm. The fire will soon be under control. Don't slack off at the 4 defense lines. The enemy will surely seize the opportunity to attack. Understood. Meanwhile, Feng Heng remained not far from the burning warehouse. He also realized the trouble the exploded warehouse caused for the federal camp. But it was just trouble. The warehouse stored reserve supplies, and even if it all burned, it wouldn't affect the overall situation. In less than half a minute, the federal troops and logistics personnel quickly arrived to extinguish the fire. More people continuously joined the firefighting efforts. The fire was soon under control. Taking advantage of the chaos, Feng Heng walked towards the central area of the camp where the teleportation portal was located. He was well aware of Black Castle's target this time. The teleportation portal. The teleportation portal is the core protected area of the entire camp. Since its establishment, the teleportation portal has always remained open. Even with the warehouse on fire and chaos in the rear area, the Federal still preserved a core team to guard it. Feng Heng, in bat form, perched above a large warehouse, carefully observing the situation near the teleportation portal not far below. Considering the convenience of teleportation, the Federal camp had the portal established in the square. It turns out there are supporting players entering the game from other worlds. A bit tricky, Feng Heng pondered. In the current situation, it is difficult to benefit from a frontal assault. Boom! Boom boom! Just as he was thinking, 2 consecutive loud explosions came from outside the camp. Feng Heng's heart moved, and he looked towards the southern area where the explosions were coming from. In the distance, a giant semi-mechanical aberration monster, resembling a small mountain in size, was slowly approaching the Federal camp with heavy footsteps. The monster's height almost paralleled the 6-meter-high watchtower established by the Federation. A leader-level creature guided by the Black Castle. Aberrant Serpent Dragon. Boom! Boom boom! 3 compressed mana crystal cannons, placed in the south of the camp, fired simultaneously. The mana crystal cannons struck the serpent dragon's body, creating large bloody holes. The serpent dragon paused in its tracks, then stepped back. The pain further agitated the serpent dragon. Feng Heng looked on in awe. The compressed mana crystal cannons were incredibly powerful. This was even after he intentionally had the repairman from Starfish Company weaken some of the cannons. The guards inside the camp quickly mobilized, and defense forces swiftly gathered towards the southern area. The players knew clearly that this was a crucial moment tonight. If they persisted, they would be able to defend the camp. Feng Heng once again turned his gaze to the teleportation channel and squinted. For him, now was the best time to act, but how to solve the teleportation channel issue? If forcing it doesn't work, then only through intelligence. Deceiving them? It's a bit difficult. There are too many people, and he probably couldn't do it alone. Or simply give up and stay to figure out how to cooperate with the Black Castle's actions. Suddenly, Feng Heng thought of something. Wait a minute. If he remembered correctly, it seems. Feng Heng lowered his head, opened the personal control interface, and pulled out the domain lord control interface that he hadn't used in a long time. In order to ease the hostile relations with the Federation, Feng Heng made a compromise and chose to accept Federation supervision, ceding several Blood Clan Doomsday worlds to the Federation. If he remembered correctly, the entrance on the other side of the teleportation channel in front of him was the 5th zone of the Blood Clan Doomsday. The 5th zone was given to the Western Federation by him. At that time, Feng Heng authorized the 5th zone of the Blood Clan Doomsday as a proxy domain lord to the Western Federation. However, the Federation did not know that the actual control authority of the domain lord was still in Feng Heng's hands. Feng Heng's actual operating authority was much greater than the proxy domain lord's. Naturally, closing the world teleportation channel was also within the realm of possibilities. Feng Heng tried to find it and quickly found the relevant operation in the densely packed options. Wasn't the problem solved then? It was effortless. Feng Heng chuckled sardonically, quickly edited a game tip, and then chose to temporarily close the teleportation channel for half an hour. Half an hour was enough time for him to complete several actions. After finishing the control in the domain options channel, Feng Heng looked down again. Click, click, click. The originally functioning spatial teleportation channel was blocked, and it instantly became distorted and unstable. Buzz. Then, the entire channel lost its function, and the spatial channel was completely closed. The players who had just come out of the channel looked bewildered. What's going on? What happened to the teleportation channel? Is it broken? Wasn't it working fine before? The core players guarding the teleportation channel immediately came over to check as the situation unfolded. Is it broken? Why did the channel stop working? Maybe something went wrong. The players discussed in confusion. Could it be that the teleportation channel overheated temporarily and stopped working? Similar situations have occurred before. Are you sure? It looks more like an issue with the energy source. Impurities caused blockage in the energy crystal transmission pipeline that requires cleaning. In the crowd, the team leader responsible for guarding the teleportation channel sweated profusely on his forehead. At such a critical moment, the teleportation channel was in trouble. He immediately shouted, "Quick! Call the mechanical maintenance team." Upon hearing that, Feng Heng immediately realized that his opportunity had come. He quickly flew down from the top of the warehouse into the shadows below. Landing, Feng Heng resumed his human form. Up. Feng Heng took out an advanced wrench from his backpack and jogged towards the teleportation device. Along the way, Feng Heng continued to put on a show, shouting non-stop. "I'm from the maintenance department. Excuse me. Please let me through to check the status of the spatial device, whether the channel's energy is sufficient. Are the indicator lights on? Has anyone approached the main facility of the mechanical channel before? Have the wires been tampered with?" The players were at a loss and confused, but seeing someone wearing the Federation maintenance uniform rushing over, they quickly made way, placing their hopes on the professional. Caught up in the urgency, the people didn't pay much attention to Feng Heng's face. Quickly, Feng Heng arrived at the stop teleportation channel's main teleportation device and skillfully opened the built-in mechanical panel cover below the device. Behind the cover were intricate circuits and wires. While pretending to inspect, a dark glow appeared in Feng Heng's hand, and he swiftly inserted a small detonator into the dense wires. Then, with a few deft movements, he carelessly stuffed more detonators deep into the wires. After pretending to inspect for half a minute, Feng Heng raised his head again, stood up, and looked puzzled. The team leader guarding the teleportation channel saw Feng Heng's awkward expression and immediately felt that something was amiss, asking, "How is it going?" "It's strange. I just carefully checked and didn't find any mechanical faults. Judging from my observations, it might be a problem at the other end of the channel, affected by spatial fluctuations. I quickly had to request Officer Johnny to come over." In the midst of the conversation, another group of maintenance personnel also quickly arrived upon receiving the news. Taking advantage of the chaos among the people, Feng Heng quickly hid in the crowd. In the central command room of the camp, Josh was fully commanding the team to deal with the aberration monster leader, Serpent Dragon, that emerged from the southern area. The Serpent Dragon was massive in size, its movement slightly slow, and its skill release required a long casting time. Moreover, its combat capabilities significantly decreased outside its swamp habitat. But Josh found it odd. How come the defense capabilities of the leader-level Serpent Dragon appearing today were so strong? The compressed mana crystal cannons were unable to fully restrain it. Fortunately, the Serpent Dragon's speed was very slow, giving them some time to adjust. At this point, a player hurried over and whispered a few words to Josh's ear. Josh's expression changed drastically upon hearing it, feeling a chill in his heart. The problem has been identified. The issue lies with the transmission channel at the end of the 5th zone of the Blood Clan Doomsday, where the channel is currently affected by spatial turbulence and cannot be used temporarily. It is estimated that it will take half an hour for the channel to be restored. Boom! Josh slammed his fist on the table once again. Black Fortress. How could this happen? The transmission channel has always been stable, and there has never been any damn spatial turbulence before. No need to ask, this accident must be the work of the Black Fortress. They must have used some special tool to disrupt the stability of the spatial channel. With the transmission channel unable to open, It means that further reinforcements cannot reach us, and even their escape route has been cut off. Stay calm. Josh took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down and think about how to resolve the current dilemma. The first priority is to stabilize the morale of the troops. With the strength they have in their current camp, they should be able to fend off both the Black Fortress and the mutated monster horde from outside. But they mustn't panic. Next is the fire in the logistics warehouse area. Without support from the Central Federal team at the other end of the channel, manpower to put out the fire is now inadequate. Josh said in a deep voice, "Mobilize all available personnel to assist in extinguishing the fire in the logistics warehouse area. We cannot let the fire spread." "Yes, understood." The soldier who received the command quickly ran out of the command post to issue instructions. As he opened the door, Josh heard a commotion from outside. "What now?" A soldier rushed into the room right after, looking solemn with cold sweat on his forehead. Josh felt an extremely ominous premonition upon seeing this. He stared intently at the soldier and said in a deep voice, "Speak." "Commander, there was a sudden violent explosion in the transmission channel just now. 12 maintenance personnel, including Commander Johnny, were seriously injured, and the spatial transmission channel was severely damaged." "What? Exploded? Why?" "The cause of the accident is still under investigation." Josh clenched his fists in anger. "Damn it! The Black Fortress! They must have tampered with the transmission channel. All the outer attacks so far have been a camouflage created by them. Even the leader-level creatures are involved. Everything is meant to distract their attention from the transmission channel." Josh cursed silently. He had already guessed that the Black Fortress would target the transmission channel, and he had made extensive preparations for it. But despite all precautions, they still couldn't prevent it. The Black Fortress succeeded. But turning back to think about it, how did the Black Fortress do it? What methods did they use to destroy the transmission channel in plain sight? Upon careful consideration, Josh's anger quickly subsided, replaced by cold sweat on his forehead and a sense of extreme unease. Something's not right. The Black Fortress wouldn't have that kind of power. The problem must lie within the Federal Western District, which had long been infiltrated. Josh raised his head and said in a deep voice, "Forget about the transmission channel. Immediately control the fire and inform the guard officers at all four entrances and exits of the camp that the Black Fortress has destroyed the camp's transmission channel. No one can evacuate. If the camp cannot be held, everyone will perish together." The soldier's expression stiffened, and he saluted. "Yes, understood." Outside the federal camp, the Black Fortress teams intensified their attacks on the camp. The mutant leader, the Snake Dragon, had been incensed and completely out of the Black Fortress's control. Using its massive body, the Snake Dragon curled up and attacked indiscriminately, posing a great threat to the Black Fortress team as well. Just as the situation on the battlefield was intense, something unexpected happened. The morale of the Federal Army suddenly soared, and the soldiers erupted with 200% combat power. Fana watched as the vanguard team advanced towards the camp, only to be fiercely repelled back. Forced to retreat with her team, Fana had to temporarily evade the enemy's onslaught. A Black Fortress companion, caught off guard, spat blood on the ground, and muttered, "Damn, what's wrong with the Federal troops? Did they take some kind of stimulant?" Fana also sensed the danger and activated her mind control skill to enter the team's mental communication channel. "Fana, the Federal troops are stronger than we anticipated, and our team has been severely damaged. Our team is also in a difficult situation, with combat capability reduced to 75%. Our people have been withdrawing one after another. Everyone, this is our closest opportunity to destroy the transmission channel. It's almost dawn in 20 minutes. 5 minutes from now, we will launch our final assault, breaking through the Federals' last line of defense. All right, let's give it one last try." "Understood." Fana took a deep breath. Some of her companions had already made sacrifices, and the team's combat capabilities were rapidly declining. However, giving up now was unacceptable. Abandoning their efforts would render everything they had done in vain, and finding a similar opportunity in the future would be even harder. Charging the Federal camp forcibly would inevitably come with significant sacrifices. Despite the high price they would pay, they had to try once more. Fana had already put her life on the line. They must launch one more attack. Fana's expression was serious, and she was about to issue orders to the team to prepare for a coordinated assault when a message came through the team's mental communication link. The speaker's tone was slightly strange and apprehensive. "Everyone, please wait for a moment. My people have just received news from inside the federal camp that the Federal Spatial Transmission Channel seems to have encountered trouble. It appears to have exploded. We are currently confirming the details. Please be patient and wait for 2 more minutes." What? Upon hearing this news, not only Fana, but also the others were surprised. Was the transmission channel really destroyed? The Black Fortress had planned to take action inside the federal camp, hoping to break through from within. However, due to a previous setback, the newly appointed Commander Josh had taken extremely strict defensive measures in the camp, making it difficult for ordinary players to infiltrate. The personnel guarding the transmission channel were all his trusted aides. After several failed attempts, the Black Fortress gave up. Who did this? It is still unclear. It seems to be someone on our side who took advantage of the Federal's attention being focused on the exit area to first start a fire in the Federal's logistics warehouse area and then destroy the transmission channel. Everyone, we have confirmed the information. The central channel of the Federal has been damaged and cannot be used temporarily. Who did this? It is still unclear, and the Federal is currently investigating internally. It has been confirmed that the transmission channel has been severely damaged. The Federation has no way to retreat. This is one of the reasons for their extremely tenacious resistance. The internal communication in the mine channel quieted for a few seconds, then someone said, "So, our mission is completed." It is completed. Retreat first. Do not engage in meaningless losses. We still have important things to do. Understood. Retreat. While the leader of the distortions, the Serpent Dragon, has not been killed, everyone should retreat in teams immediately. Preserve the current strength. We will figure out how to investigate the true situation after the transmission channel is damaged. Initially a bit confused, but after a simple communication, they had a clear direction of action and immediately exited the mind communication channel to prepare for retreat. Fana also exited the communication channel. She fell silent for a moment, then looked towards the direction where the flames were rising at the Federation Center. Is it done? Was it Fang Heng? Yes? It must be him. Fana could not think of a second answer besides Fang Heng. In the early morning, the distorted creatures attacking the Federation camp gradually retreated. The Federation achieved final victory. However, the mood in the command room was extremely heavy for Josh. It was a Pyrrhic victory. Most importantly, the space channel suffered severe damage in the explosion. Based on the preliminary repair report, it would take at least a day to repair the transmission channel to LV-4. Besides this, Josh couldn't help but shift his gaze to the monitor screen. The small hill in the southern area of the camp. The group of dark shadow monsters on the hill showed no intention of leaving. It was very strange. They had never joined the battle at all. What was the situation with these distorted creatures? At this moment, on the small hill, Fang Heng was also overlooking the Federation camp from afar. Taking advantage of the chaos in the Federation camp earlier, he used the bat form of the Blood Clan to leave from the sky. Since the distorted creatures attacking the Federation camp were all land creatures, the Federation's air defense was almost non-existent. Escaping was much easier than expected. Occasionally, zombie avatars passed by Fang Heng, dropping the high-energy beam weapon ammunition they had collected on the ground. Then, the zombie avatars staggered away again for the next round of collection. Hint: your zombie avatars search is complete. You receive high-energy beam weapon ammunition *22. Hint: your zombie avatars search is complete. The zombie avatars searched the battlefield, recollecting the ammunition scattered on the ground due to the shattered catapult boxes. Soon, the ammunition piled up into small hills around Fang Heng. Fang Heng withdrew his gaze and instructed the zombie avatars to pack the ammunition back into boxes, ready to be transported back to the lake area to join the battle. It had to be admitted that the Federation still had fighting strength. The warehouse was on fire, the transmission channel was destroyed, and they still had to deal with the distorted leader, Black Castle, and a large number of distorted creatures' attacks. Despite various unfavorable circumstances, the Federation managed to hold on. But Fang Heng had achieved his goal. He had already collected a considerable amount of energy beam weapon ammunition, sufficient for some time. With the ammunition in hand, and the lake area drained, the threat of the semi-mechanical distorted creatures to the zombie avatars had significantly decreased. It was time to level up. Fang Heng raised his spirits, leaving some of the zombie avatars to continue collecting the scattered high-energy beam weapon ammunition, carrying crates of ammunition back to the lake area with the fused tyrant body. Let's grind. Half an hour later, at the edge of the lake area. More accurately, the lake had been drained, leaving only a shallow layer. It could only be called a shallow area. In the center, an island stood alone, protected by a dim yellow energy barrier. Surrounding the island were densely packed semi-mechanical distorted giant crocodiles. Without the protection of the lake water, they were completely exposed within the range of the fused tyrant bodies. The fused tyrants lined up in front of Fang Heng, raising heavy energy beam weapons aimed forward. Shoo! Shoo shoo! The azure beams cut through the night sky. Boom! Boom boom boom! The beams struck the group of semi-mechanical distorted giant crocodiles, triggering a secondary explosive blast. The booming explosion shattered the night silence once again. Grinding. After 1 a.m., Fang Heng was in high spirits. This time, he made targeted monster spawning arrangements. In the past, the front line was filled with lick eaters. But this time, the front line was made up of numerous ordinary zombie avatars. Since the zombie avatars had no combat power, he didn't expect them to output anything. They were simply meat shields to draw fire. After reaching level 35, a large number of ordinary zombie avatars multiplied into a dense mass after 3 rounds. The half-mechanized creatures also responded to the attacks, immediately releasing beam cannons, engaging in a fierce battle alongside the fused tyrant bodies. Hint: your zombie avatar normal form is bitten, receiving 982 points of damage. Hint: your zombie avatar fused tyrant form causes 30 to 1,552 points of explosive damage to the area. Hint: your zombie avatar fused tyrant form kills the semi-mechanical distorted giant crocodile, finding a first-order mutation crystal *1. For a moment, Fang Heng's retinas were once again flooded with game prompts, page after page. Fang Heng naturally made a significant profit. The zombie avatars had high HP themselves, plus the significant HP boost from Fang Heng's royal-level Blood Clan bloodline. Previously, the distorted giant crocodiles could drag the zombie avatars underwater to deal with them, but now without the lake environment, the crocodiles' output was further reduced. Unless they were unlucky, zombie avatars with extremely low HP were directly killed by the attacks of the distorted creatures. With a built-in cooldown for the beam cannons, the distorted giant crocodiles would charge forward in large groups after releasing their skills, only to be stopped dead in their tracks by the thousands of zombie avatars forming a frontline blockade. Supported by an ample supply of ammunition by the fused tyrant bodies, all that was needed was a barrage into the densely packed monster area. The number of semi-mechanical distorted giant crocodiles plummeted rapidly. Fang Heng even had time to spare, controlling the extra zombie avatars to construct a Blood Clan altar on the side. Previously, while grinding, the blood of the distorted creatures would flow into the lake, wasting it. But with the lake drained, the blood could be reused. Wasting was a sin. Fang Heng extended his hand forward, trying to guide the blood to flow into the blood pool being constructed. The remaining zombie avatars began to move the bodies and collect the blood. Soon, everything was proceeding according to Fang Heng's plans. Grinding monsters, grinding crystals, and collecting blood simultaneously. Hannan's University's single dorm room. Fang Heng turned on the light, picked up the phone on the table, and scrolled through it. The phone was newly bought, and besides Tong Jia, there were not many contacts. There were several mass messages from the school inside, regarding the attack incident that happened at the exhibition hall 2 nights ago. The Central Federation has concluded its investigation on Hannan's University students, issuing a preliminary official report confirming that it was the work of anti-Federation forces, Black Castle. The investigation into this incident by the Federation is still ongoing. While Hannan's University is reassuring students, the main focus is to remind students that classes will resume today. Fang Heng looked at the information on his phone and thought of Tong Jia. The stimulant source fragments that can stimulate the original phagocytes to undergo zombie biological transformation were obtained from Tong Jia's research project. After several tests, Qiu Yao Kong has confirmed that the effects of the stimulant source will gradually weaken after multiple uses, eventually losing its effectiveness completely. As a result, the liquors in the original phagocyte state cannot be mass-produced. Qiu Yaokong is currently focusing on trying to replicate the stimulant source he obtained. From the intelligence currently in hand, the stimulant source is a polymer of several special substances, all originating from a high-order gaming world. Without the raw materials, it is probably not easy for Qiu Yaokong to replicate it. Feng Heng looked at Tong Jia's profile picture on his phone and stroked his chin. Perhaps he could start with Tong Jia to try to find more stimulant sources. However, Feng Heng still hasn't figured out a good way to get involved in Tong Jia's research. In terms of research, Feng Heng considers himself to have extremely limited talent. He'll have to think of a way. It's already late. Let's wait till tomorrow. Tomorrow, there will be a big gaming session. Feeling a bit tired, Feng Heng washed up and went to bed to rest. The next day, the sun shone through the curtains into the room. After waking up from a nap, Feng Heng stretched lazily. It's been a while since he relaxed and offed. The weariness from his body vanished. Let's check on the in-game zombies AFK situation. Let's continue grinding. After washing his face, Feng Heng hurried back into the game to grind. Woo! Returning to the lakeshore in the game, the resurrected zombie clones wailed as they crawled out from the surrounding land. Feng Heng surveyed the area. After a night's worth of effort, the zombie clones, which were previously in the western area of the federal camp, had collected all the scattered high-energy beam weapon ammunition and returned. After 6 hours of rotation bombing, the group of monsters in the lake had been entirely wiped out. Approximately 2/3 of refined blood had accumulated in the blood pool. The lake surface was covered with a layer of black crystal material. Feng Heng reached out. Large pieces of black mutation crystalline flew into his hand and merged into his handprint. Hint: the player received a first-order mutation crystal 36,279. Quite fruitful. A night of grinding had netted 36,279 first-order mutation crystals. Mainly because the mutant organisms had been wiped out, otherwise it could have been more. In addition to requiring first-order mutation crystals for upgrading, the zombie clones also needed to consume first-order mutation crystals to undergo the original phagocyte transformation. The demand was enormous. Unfortunately, grinding all night did not yield a single second-order mutation crystal. It seems the odds of regular organisms dropping second-order mutation crystals are 0. To level up, Feng Heng would have to focus on elite monsters. Feng Heng pondered, looking towards the yellow barrier that covered the nearby island. He had tested before. Attacking the barrier could trigger the Tomb Guardian's safety level. This would cause a large number of teleportation prism-distorted monsters to enter the battlefield. The Black Castle's people had yet to arrive, so it was just idle time. Why not continue grinding? With the defense barrier level increasing, maybe he could even grind some elite-level distorted creatures? After all, the lake had been cleared. Even elite-level distorted crocodiles could be dealt with easily. Grinding. The main goal this time is to level up. Let's try it again. Feng Heng made a prompt decision, controlling the zombie clones to stand in their designated positions and enter the battle preparation state. The back row fused tyrant raised its firearm again, aiming towards the distant yellow barrier. A blue beam burst from the muzzle. Boom! The beam struck the dark yellow barrier, causing a violent explosion, making the light screen tremble violently. Hint: your zombie clone fused tyrant body attack triggered an unknown barrier, initiating a high-level alert. Hint: the current Tomb Guardian level has increased to LVS6. Shortly, the scattered spatial prism appeared once again around the yellow light screen. A large number of distorted creatures joined the battlefield through spatial teleportation. This was perfect timing. Continue grinding. Feng Heng gestured, and the just-resurrected zombie clone group surged forward towards the front. The number of zombie clones dominated the front. Feng Heng used them to form a wall of bodies, restricting the movement of the newly generated distorted creatures. The semi-mechanical distorted creatures were very constrained. They could unleash fusion flames, causing significant damage to the zombie clones. However, this skill had a cooldown of 3 minutes. The rest of the time, they could only attack through biting and other means. Previously, they could drag the zombies into the water to devour them. But now, there was no water. Facing the row of sturdy zombies, the distorted creatures couldn't break through. Even with their movements restricted, they were crowded together, and they were hit by beam weapons continuously. Feng Heng observed the sky-high spatial prism, softly licking his lips. He hadn't spawned any elite monsters yet. Still, the efficiency could be increased. So let's continue. Grinding. Feng Heng extended his hand again and directed the fused tyrant to aim at the light screen. Boom! Boom! The concentrated beam energy pounded the yellow barrier once more. Hint: your zombie clone fused tyrant body attack triggered an unknown barrier, initiating a high-level alert. Hint: the current Tomb Guardian level has increased to LVA8. More and more dense prisms began to appear. The semi-mechanical distorted creature mobs landed and then aimed their energy beams at the zombie group. Still no elite monsters. Feng Heng murmured to himself. Not good. It seems like the barrier can't hold up anymore. Feng Heng quickly controlled the fused tyrant bodies to temporarily stop the attack. After several rounds of close-range high-energy beam weapons, there were several small cracks clearly visible on the yellow defense barrier. The barrier seemed to be on the verge of being shattered. How could this happen? Feng Heng had originally planned to continuously output attacks, but decided to first attempt to raise the level of the Tomb Guardian to leave 10 and see if he could summon an elite-level distorted monster. Who knew that it seemed like the defense shield was about to give in and be broken? Huh? Feng Heng observed and then raised an eyebrow. The cracks on the yellow light screen gradually disappeared. It's self-repairing. The light screen possesses self-healing ability. That makes it easier. Feng Heng breathed a sigh of relief, allowing the fused tyrant bodies to pause the attack on the light screen and first eliminate the group of distorted monster creatures that had just respawned, giving the defense screen enough time to recover. After 5 minutes, once the light screen had fully healed, Feng Heng controlled the fused tyrant bodies to attack again. Boom, boom, boom. This way, Feng Heng continuously increased the power, controlling the fused tyrant bodies to attack the barrier repeatedly until the defense barrier level raised to LV12. There! Feng Heng saw a dark red dimensional prism suddenly appearing in midair, feeling a slight excitement. This one was different from before. The dimensional prism was red. Moreover, it was noticeably larger. Gradually, a huge figure emerged from inside the prism. An elite half-mechanical distorted monster crocodile. It's finally summoned. Finally met you. Zoom, 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 zoom. Over 20 blue beams simultaneously shot towards the dimensional prism in midair that hadn't fully solidified. Boom, boom, boom. The beams exploded. The red prism withstood the explosion, covered in cracks, but not completely shattered. Crack, crack. The red dimensional prism was slowly regenerating. Feng Heng watched the prism in midair, contemplating. It seemed that the advanced biological dimensional prisms had some sort of protection against direct destruction. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 similar red dimensional prisms appeared around. Feng Heng quickly scanned the surroundings. With a LV12 defense level, within half a minute, 16 elite-level distorted monster crocodiles were summoned. Haha! Great! Feng Heng's spirits were lifted. Seeing these creatures made him feel a hope for leveling up. Not afraid of your arrival, afraid that you won't come. Just keep grinding. Feng Heng decisively stopped attacking the red prisms for dimensional jumps in midair, and instead controlled the fused tyrant bodies to target the elites on the ground, waiting for the elite half-mechanical distorted monster crocodiles to complete the jump. Hiss! The targeted elite crocodile completed the jump and fell from midair, followed by more than 30 beams of light weapons firing at once. Boom, 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 boom. The massive damage sent the elite crocodile flying backward from midair, crashing heavily onto the yellow light screen behind, making a dull thud sound. Just completing the teleportation, the elite crocodile was severely wounded by the fused tyrant body's light weapon attacks, completely dazed, struggling upon landing, perhaps attempting to escape or hide underground. As it wriggled through the pain, it realized something wasn't right. Where's the water? Why is it so shallow? The second round of light weapon attacks. The elite half-mechanical distorted monster crocodile had no chance to evade. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, after 3 rounds of attacks, the elite distorted monster crocodile was completely crushed without even launching a counterattack. Reminder: player zombie clone fused tyrant body defeated the elite half-mechanical distorted monster crocodile and obtained a second-order mutation crystal. Awesome! Game alerts appearing fueled Feng Heng's excitement once more. Obtained a second-order mutation crystal. With that, there was a way to obtain second-order mutation crystals. Leveling up to LV-36 was within reach. Fang Heng stared at the elites falling from the high-altitude red dimensional prisms nearby, his eyes slightly turning red. Keep grinding. And you guys, don't just stand around. Fang Heng looked at a group of idle, ordinary zombie clones nearby, commanding them to gather building materials, construct more blood altars, and transport monster bodies and blood nearby. Spawn more monsters, collect more crystals, store more blood. While Fang Heng was immersed in grinding monsters, the Fana team at Black Castle also reorganized and set off on a journey to find Fang Heng. Following the battle analysis the night before, Black Castle remained unclear about who had damaged the teleportation passages within the federal camp. It felt like an inexplicable victory. Nevertheless, they assessed the federal teleportation passages to be severely damaged. After several hours of emergency repairs, the federal camp had managed to restore the teleportation passage capability only to LV-1 just before dawn. It was estimated to be repaired to LV-4 by early the next morning. Who had tampered with the federal internal passages? The question lingered within Black Castle. Fana strongly suspected that Fang Heng might have been involved. However, other teams within Black Castle were uncertain about this conclusion. Despite recognizing Fang Heng's strength, based on their intelligence, they believed Fang Heng excelled more at controlling summoned creatures for battle. Such infiltrations and sabotage missions didn't seem to match his expertise. Too much speculation was unnecessary. All they needed was to find Fang Heng for answers. After resting for the night, the Fana team arrived at the obelisk teleportation point early the next morning to locate Fang Heng. Upon learning he wasn't there, they proceeded alongside Lu Yanlong to the lakeside to search. By the time they arrived at the lakeside, it was nearly noon. Then, from a distance, as they were about to reach the lake shore, they witnessed an astonishing scene on the main road leading to the lakeside that made them gasp in surprise. Spatial teleportation. Countless dimensional prisms were floating in the air. A large number of half-mechanical distorted monster crocodiles were continuously being transported through the dimensional prisms onto the battlefield. Among them, there were even red spatial dimensional prisms. Lu Yanlong, seeing this through the car window, was shocked, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. What's going on? Why is it suddenly this massive? The Fana team exchanged glances with each other, the storm in their hearts already raging. The color of the energy protective barrier had become so deep, clearly indicating a significant increase in defense level. As the vehicles gradually drove into the lakeside area, the entire front battlefield appeared before them. The fusion tyrant bodies were carrying heavy energy beam weapons at the lakeside, frantically firing by pressing the trigger. Countless zombies charged at the front lines, firmly locking down the distorted monster anomalies that had been introduced into the battlefield from the prism. So, it seems that Fang Heng initiated the attack on the defense barrier first. In addition to this, there were numerous towering altars lined up along the lakeside. Altars emitting a sinister bloody smell. Blood Clan altars. They almost occupied half of the lakeside area. Seeing this situation, Fana and the others dared not make any big moves for a while, feeling that Fang Heng was playing a big game, afraid of accidentally affecting Fang Heng's layout, and parked their off-road vehicle halfway. Fortunately, Fang Heng also noticed the arrival of the Black Castle team, waved at them from a distance, signaling everyone to come over. For safety reasons, everyone got out of the car and chose to walk for the last stretch of the journey. Fana nodded at Fang Heng, then shifted her gaze to the nearby crimson energy barrier, her eyes filled with doubt. Couldn't wait. Seeing that you all haven't arrived, I tried testing the strength of the barrier first. Give it a try. And it turned out like this? Moreover, it seemed like Fang Heng's summoned creatures were handling the situation with ease. Listening to Fang Heng's words, the Black Castle players behind Fana fell into collective silence once again. Seeing Fana not answering for a moment, Fang Heng also couldn't help but look at the red energy defense barrier not far away, asking, how strong can the highest level of defense barrier be? At this rate, will higher level creatures be spawned? Such as boss level? Fana was taken aback for a moment, glanced up and down at Fang Heng. She really wanted to know what Fang Heng's intention was in asking that. The limit of the barrier. They didn't know either. In general, shouldn't ordinary people try other ways to break the barrier in such a situation? After all, The Black Castle had encountered the ancestral defense barrier set up earlier than Fang Heng. Knowing that attacking the barrier rashly would cause the defense level to increase, the Black Castle did not choose to attack actively, but tried other ways to pause the barrier's operation. Even if players were confident in their own abilities and wanted to forcibly break the barrier, they would continuously attack the barrier or directly use their most powerful skills to completely break the barrier, right? How could it be like Fang Heng's approach? Fight for a while, then take a break. Give the barrier some time to self-heal. Fana felt as if they were testing the barrier to its limits. Fang Heng Lord, we are not clear about the barrier's maximum strength, and we do not recommend testing the barrier's limits. I understand. Fang Heng listened to what Fana said, feeling a bit regretful. It seemed that the Black Castle's understanding of the barrier was not sufficient. That meant he would have to personally test the limit of the defense barrier. Seeing Fang Heng's look of regret, Fana felt even more bewildered. She tried to keep calm and continued, "By the way, Fang Heng Lord, did you sneak into the federal camp last night?" "Yes," Fang Heng replied while distractedly controlling the fusion tyrant to focus fire on the elite aberrant crocodile. "I also set fire to their warehouse and destroyed their spatial portal, which should delay them for some time." It was indeed him. With the exact answer from Fang Heng, Fana was intrigued. She wanted to ask how Fang Heng managed it, but she held her tongue. That was Fang Heng's secret. The players following Fana looked serious too. Fana slightly bowed. "On behalf of the Black Castle, I thank you for your help, and regardless of the final outcome, we owe you one." Fang Heng didn't notice the change in Fana's expression, waved his hand casually. "It's not that serious, it was just cooperation, lending a hand. By the way, how is the situation on the federal side now?" After repairs, the Federal rebuilt the LV-1 spatial teleportation channel 3 hours ago, and it is expected to be restored to level LV-4 by tomorrow morning. Fang Heng lightly acknowledged. This meant that the time they bought last night was still limited. Fana became more worried about the trap team situation, nodding to a few members behind her, and then asked Fang Heng, "Fang Heng Lord, we have not been in contact with the trap team for over 4 days. The situation is very bad. We hope to act quickly." Okay. Fang Heng agreed, and then asked, "You temporarily disabled the energy defense barrier through special abilities, right? It won't damage the barrier, will it Fana and a few Black Castle players were a little stunned to hear Fang Heng expressing concern about the defense barrier. Did Fang Heng really worrying about the defense barrier getting damaged? Well, I mean, you just temporarily controlled the barrier to fail, and it will restore after you leave, right? Indeed. With our current abilities, we cannot make the barrier disappear directly. That's good. Fang Heng thought to himself that he could continue to rely on the defense barrier's power to level up monsters in the future. Everything else was secondary. Leveling up was the priority. The limit of the barrier had not been tested yet. What if boss-level creatures could be spawned? Fana blinked, staring at Fang Heng. She wondered if she had misheard him. "What did you say?" "Oh, nothing." Fang Heng waved his hand, continuing to control his zombie clones to deal with the remaining aberrant creatures. Fana, unsure of what Fang Heng was thinking, continued, "Fang Heng Lord, we need some time to set up a spatial wave interference device to shield the influence of the energy defense barrier. It is expected to be completed in 2 hours. What do you think?" "No problem. Get started as soon as possible. Run." After spending the entire morning and half of the afternoon grinding, I finally met the requirements to level up to 36. But I'm not in a rush to level up. Fang Heng thought for a moment and decided not to upgrade immediately. The team is about to break through the defensive barrier and enter the tomb area for exploration. It's important to leave some zombie clones as a precaution. After all, reaching level 37 will definitely require more high-level mutation crystals, which can't be obtained in a short amount of time. It will take 2 hours to set up the shielding device outside the castle. Taking advantage of this spare time, he can return to the zombie apocalypse. Yes, he should go back and see how the research by the Doodle team is progressing. The Doodle team has been working tirelessly on the zombie apocalypse. Since obtaining various mechanical fragments from the body of an elite semi-mechanical aberration, the team immediately began researching. Boss Fang, the half-mechanical biological remnants brought back by the zombies were severely damaged, making it quite difficult for us to analyze and study, Doodle explained to Fang Heng. The destabilizer we envisioned has been reluctantly created, but it is still just an experimental product, and its specific effects cannot be guaranteed. We still need more experimental data." As he spoke, Doodle instructed his researchers to hand a tray to Fang Heng. On the tray were 3 silver metal objects shaped like hand grenades. "Boss Fang, if possible, I hope to accompany you into that world this time. I need to collect close-range experimental data, which is essential for our future research." Fang Heng nodded and took a look at the metal objects on the tray. Hint: player completes the mission, research team's discovery. Hint: player obtains 3 semi-mechanical aberration mental transmission signal disruptors. Item: semi-mechanical aberration mental transmission signal disruptor. Description: a special signal wave disruptor made by the Doodle research team for semi-mechanical aberrant transformation organisms. Theoretically, it can affect semi-mechanical aberrant organisms within a 2000 range, causing them to enter a state of confusion. Since this item has not been tested, its effects are unknown. Effect: unknown. Hint: player triggers side mission, further research. Mission name: further research. Mission description: the Doodle team successfully developed the mental transmission signal disruptor, but the device is unstable. The specific effects need to be tested, and the Doodle team needs to observe the testing situation on site and develop the next research direction. Mission requirements: please lead the Doodle team into the unknown world area and try to test the mental transmission signal disruptor. Mission reward: possibility of triggering subsequent side missions. After reading the game hints, Fang Heng pondered for a moment. Currently, the aberrant crocodile on the west side of the federal camp has been cleared out. The danger is temporarily averted. Bringing the Doodle team over for research seems feasible. Moreover, the castle will find a way to break through the energy barrier surrounding the island. They need to explore the tomb. Bringing the Doodle research team over may help them discover something. After weighing the pros and cons, Fang Heng nodded and said, "All right, prepare to go to the unknown world. We need to streamline the team to no more than 8 people, and we will depart in half an hour." "Understood. I will make arrangements." Seeing Fang Heng agree, Doodle gestured to his team to prepare various research equipment and tools. Soon, Fang Heng led the Doodle team back into the unknown gaming world of the tomb. Hexastar Corporation had prepared vehicles in advance, and the group set off towards the lake area. Due to the long journey, Fang Heng and the Doodle research team arrived at the lake around 3 p.m. The Fana team had already prepared the barrier suspension device. From afar, as soon as they saw the red barrier, the Doodle team members picked up their cameras and started taking pictures excitedly. After getting off the vehicle and seeing the spatial wave disruptor placed by the lake, Doodle's eyes widened in surprise. His researchers were also captivated by it. Fana nodded at Fang Heng, who had just arrived. "Master Fang Heng, we are ready. You can activate the device anytime to enter the tomb area for exploration." Fang Heng looked up at the spatial disruptor set up on the lake shore. The device was about 3 meters tall, with a circular base at the bottom and an irregular top that gradually dispersed like a tree, looking quite strange. May my researchers take a look at your device? Please, the device is already in place. Please refrain from touching it randomly." With permission granted, the eager Doodle team immediately moved forward to observe and began questioning the Black Castle mechanical maintenance staff responsible for the setup. When everything was ready, Fana couldn't help but urge, "Master Fang Heng, it will be dark in 3 hours. I suggest we start as soon as possible." "All right, let's begin." A mechanical gaming professional from Black Castle stepped forward and gently pressed the button to activate the device. The spatial wave disruptor emitted a soft yellow light. Under the effect of the gentle yellow light, the red barrier covering the island gradually dissipated. Fana and her team exchanged glances and nodded. "Master Fang Heng, everything is ready." Additionally, each operation of the disruptor can pause the barrier for 3 to 5 hours. To prevent accidents, we will leave a group of people outside who will wait to support us. "Good." Fang Heng beckoned to Doodle beside him. "Let's go. Take a look at the tomb." "Coming." The Doodle team, while exchanging information with the Black Castle mechanics, walked back slowly, marveling at the surroundings. It was evident that Black Castle's research in alien technology far exceeded theirs. The zombie clones were the first to cross the barrier area, clearing the way ahead. The rest followed closely behind, landing on the small island and heading towards the central location of the tomb. In the center of the island was a wooden structure of a special building. It covered an area of about 10 square meters. The outer layer of the building stood 3 obelisks in a triangular shape. The tops of the obelisks were circular and still in operation. Seeing this, the Doodle team gestured for their researchers to take photos and document the scene excitedly. Meanwhile, Doodle walked up to one of the obelisks, carefully studying the patterns and inscriptions carved on it. Fang Heng also approached to observe. Fana stood beside Fang Heng. After thinking for a moment, Doodle added, "Based on the description, there should be an immortal guardian beneath the tomb. What exactly it is, we are not sure, but we need to be cautious." Fang Heng then looked towards Fana and asked, "How much do you know about the situation beneath the tomb?" Fana replied, "We know very little. Each team inside the Black Castle has specific tasks assigned, and our team is not clear on the specifics of the Hela mission. I can only share the information we know with everyone, hoping it will be helpful." Fang Heng nodded and gestured for Fana to continue. "As we mentioned earlier, we discovered this world while tracing clues related to the Hela mission." Fang Heng couldn't help but interrupt. The Hela mission line is also related to the alien clans. He had a feeling that the Hela mission could uncover more about this. However, he hadn't invested much energy in that direction, mainly due to lack of time and not finding a starting point. Indeed, you also personally participated in the main storyline related to the Hela virus. I assume you already have some understanding of the whole zombie apocalypse story. Have you delved into the Hela task line during her time at the Institute of Supernatural Abilities? Fang Heng furrowed his brow and shook his head. Although there were some plotlines related to the Institute of Supernatural Abilities during the main storyline, he hadn't delved deeply into that aspect. We found out that the Eternal Virus was formed from a mixture of Hela and a special virus entity. Hela herself is a new human with special psychic powers. Fana paused, then looked at Fang Heng and continued, "To be precise, Hela has some alien clan blood in her. The parasitic infection of the virus caused Hela to fully awaken her psychic abilities and undergo a tremendous increase in power under great mental stimulation." Fang Heng fell into contemplation. When he first entered the zombie apocalypse game world, he had been exploring the Hela main storyline, so he was quite familiar with it. Indeed, he hadn't delved deeply into Hela's psychic abilities at that time. Even if he had thought about it, given the technological level of the zombie apocalypse world back then, it would have been challenging to discover anything. And then, next, we investigated Hela's background and found that her maternal grandparents were once members of the Cosmic Space Patrol Bureau. Records indicate that a few years after Hela was born, there was an unknown extraterrestrial life form landing event on the planet, suspected to have scattered extraterrestrial objects all over the world. Hela's maternal grandparents were the immediate head researchers of that study at the time. We suspect that Hela came into contact with some form of radiation or mutation at that time. We found that subsequent individuals with special psychic abilities discovered around the world had more or less connections to that event. So, we shifted our focus to that special event. After some investigation, we discovered something else. Fang Heng inquired, "What?" November 12, 1271. Fana looked at Fang Heng. "Do you remember this time point?" Fang Heng thought for a moment, his pupils suddenly contracting, and he said in a deep voice, "Meteorite impact. The original virus was extracted from the fallen meteorite." Yes, so we conducted further investigations and found that the time of the extraterrestrial life form landing event was only 3 days apart from the meteorite impact. We analyzed various possibilities and are more inclined to believe that the zombie apocalypse virus and Hela's mutation are both related to the alien clans. Based on these clues, we investigated the alien clans, but we concluded that the alien clans are not our enemies, and the zombie apocalypse caused by Hela was just an accident. The team we are trapped with found clues about the clan's tomb, which led us to discover this world. Listening to Fana's explanation, Fang Heng couldn't help but stroke his chin. He felt like he was grasping some clues, but couldn't fully understand everything. It seemed like there was still some crucial piece missing. In any case, he decided to focus on finding the team Fana mentioned first, as that might lead to answers. "All right. Do you know how to open the entrance to the tomb?" "Yes, there is an entrance to the lower level within the outer structure of the tomb building. As for the main tomb entrance below, it requires a special key to open, which we do not have. Fana gestured towards the tomb building ahead. Fang Heng observed from the outside. The tomb building looked like an open pavilion with a large conical stone at its center. At first glance, the stone seemed to be the main part of the tomb, venerably worshipped. Fana entered the tomb building first and nodded towards the conical stone. 3 players familiar with psychic studies from the Black Castle approached, placing their hands together in front and forming a handprint. Gather! Swish! The conical stone responded, revealing faint purple patterns on its surface. Through the use of psychic skills, the stone slowly floated into the air and moved to the right, revealing a staircase leading downwards. Thud! The stone landed a few meters away after being moved in mid-air. Fang Heng saw a game prompt appear on his retina. Hint: player's current mission. Explore the tomb. Completion rate increased to 45%. Please continue to explore the tomb. Mission name: Explore the tomb. Mission difficulty: S. Mission description: after a period of research, DRIZZLE's research team believes that the unknown high-end world you are in is likely a resting place for alien clan warriors. After some exploration, you have found one of the tombs in this unknown world. Mission requirements: please continue to try to enter the depths of the tomb for exploration. DRIZZLE's team members gathered around to take photos and study the peculiar scene. Fang Heng asked, "What do you think?" Upon hearing that, the Dude team immediately followed behind the group. Fana and the others took the lead, and the group turned on their flashlights, entering the passage below the tomb through the descending stone steps. Fang Heng followed in the middle of the group, bringing along a group of lickers on the side. As they ventured deeper, the passage ahead quickly opened up. Painted mural patterns appeared on the stone bricks on either side of the passage. The Ed team became interested upon seeing the murals, taking out their cameras to take photos and carefully observe. The passage ahead was pitch black, and they couldn't see how long it was for now. Fang Heng wasn't in a rush. He signaled the team to slow down and leisurely observe the murals. The murals depicted a fierce and terrifying monster, incredibly large in size. The humans on the other side fighting against it all wore special masks. Huh! Fang Heng suddenly turned his head and glanced at the Black Castle players next to Fana. The style of the masks seemed similar to those worn by these players on their faces. Ed carefully examined the text on the wall and was the first to say, "Boss Fang, the mural describes the bravery of the clan. They were engaged in a battle against an evil creature and achieved ultimate victory. It is very likely that the buried warriors here are the heroes who sacrificed during the battle with the monster. Be cautious. Let's continue to look ahead." The group proceeded along the passage and soon left the tunnel area, entering a more spacious cave. Hiss! Fang Heng followed Fana into the cave, keenly sensing that there were several pairs of eyes watching him closely in the dark. What is that? Fang Heng immediately rotated his flashlight, shining it in the direction of the peeping eyes. Shoo! Far away on the rock wall, a dark-colored crawling creature swiftly flashed past the beam of the flashlight and rapidly disappeared into the crevice of the rock wall. Everyone saw the fleeting creature. What kind of creature was that? It was about a meter long, rapidly crawling along the rock wall. Their movements were too fast to even get a clear look at them. Fang Heng, this area is very similar to the entrance of the tomb where our previous team got trapped. What we just saw was a special creature called Void Lurkers, which have undergone special modifications by the clan and are under their control. In general, our psychic abilities can work against them, restraining them, but because there are too many Void Lurkers, we can't deal with them. Fana explained to Fang Heng as they slowly walked towards the rock wall ahead. The Void Lurkers possess a unique spatial movement ability. They can directly pass through the rock walls. We can't see them now, but once they attack, there will be thousands of them. Usually, they won't attack proactively, but if we attack the stone or entrance, it will provoke them. While speaking, Fana walked directly to the front of the rock wall, stopped, turned to Fang Heng, and said, "Fang Heng, we have arrived. This is the main entrance to the lower level of the tomb." Fang Heng looked behind Fana. There was a large door sculpted from blue stones on the rock wall. It bore unique patterns belonging to the alien clan. Over a dozen chains made of blue stone materials tightly wrapped around the iron door. The chains gave an odd feeling. At first glance, they seemed like an optical illusion. One was fake. Fang Heng nodded towards Dude behind him, and the latter excitedly led the team forward to inspect. From arriving on the island until now, the various discoveries along the way had greatly exhilarated the Dude team. It's the script of the clan. There are records of the clan on it. After observing the gate for a moment, Dude immediately made the discovery and exclaimed excitedly, "What does it say?" It probably says that brave warriors who died fighting are buried below. The warriors killed the monsters, but also were tainted by the blood of the monsters. They are forever buried here, and their memory will be forever engraved in the hearts of all races. No one is allowed to enter the tomb. Unauthorized entry will be wanted by the entire clan and the Interstellar Union Commission. Dude furrowed his brow and tried hard to translate. This is a decision made by the highest council of the clan, and no one can make any changes. Violators will face the most severe punishment. Feng Heng, feeling curious, asked, "What does it mean to be tainted by the blood of the monsters?" Dude rubbed his chin, hesitated for a moment, and said, "I'm not sure, but I feel it's more like a metaphorical description." Feng Heng then looked at Fana, who was standing beside him, and asked, "Do you have any clues?" "Sorry, this is also my first time hearing about this. We don't know much about the situation of the other tomb." Fana also noticed the prayers written on the gate and looked concerned. She then pointed to a triangular hole on the blue stone gate. "The key I mentioned to you earlier is missing now. We only found one key in the previous mission line, but it is not in our hands now." "What specific mission is it?" "Not clear. The mission is handled by another team. I know that the mission location is in the high-tier gaming world, very challenging, and the team spent years gradually finding clues to obtain the key. Hopefully, we can make some discoveries here." With that, Fana nodded to the Black Castle teammates behind her. The Black Castle players stepped forward to inspect the entrance of the stone gate and tried to activate the door using their psychic abilities. Feng Heng shrugged. Finding another tomb at this point was undoubtedly a significant discovery. Perhaps they could find a way to enter the tomb through here. While the Dude team and Black Castle members were scattered and searching, Feng Heng surveyed the surroundings. After upgrading to the prince level of the vampire bloodline, his perception of blood had greatly improved. He could feel the flowing blood in the darkness and even sense the monsters hiding in the dark staring at him clearly. Were they coming for him? Feng Heng couldn't help but ask, "Are the Void Lurkers very powerful?" Fana's expression was serious. Void Lurkers can be categorized as agile creatures belonging to the normal strength tier in high-tier games. They possess special abilities to move through rock walls, making them very challenging to deal with in the current cave environment. After the partial mechanical modification by the alien clan, they have become even more challenging to handle. An unremarkable stone door that appeared ordinary on the outside. Upon closer observation, it could be seen that a transparent barrier was attached to the stone gate. Manager Feng, there is a special spatial energy defense layer on both the stone wall and the gate. Even slight contact may trigger a defense alert. Dude quickly retreated and reported the current findings to Feng Heng. Also, we confirmed that the holes are a lock structure unique to the clan. Similar structures have been found on spaceships as well. Is there a way to break through? Dude looked serious and nodded, saying, "We will figure it out, but it will take time." Fana's heart sank as she listened. Unfortunately, they were running out of time. "Well, let me take a look," Feng Heng said as he approached the gate to test the thickness of the rock wall. If the wall was not thick, could they use the zombie doppelgangers to dig a passage through? Not digging from the front, but finding an entrance from the side to dig through. After all, he was familiar with digging tunnels. As Feng Heng was contemplating this, he took a few steps forward and suddenly furrowed his brows, halting his steps. "Feng Heng, what's wrong?" "Shh." Feng Heng looked serious, putting a finger to his lips, signaling for everyone to be quiet. The rustling sound started coming from all around. It seemed like something was quickly gathering towards them. Not good. Everyone immediately shone their flashlights towards the rocky walls around them. Pair after pair of crimson eyes appeared from the cracks in the walls. The bodies of the lurking void beasts gradually emerged from the uneven walls, more like they were drilling out of the rock walls. "It's the lurking void beasts." Fana looked at these monsters, her heart filled with uncertainty. What was going on? How could the lurking void beasts initiate an attack? They hadn't triggered the stone gate yet. "Retreat! Follow me!" Without thinking about this question, while the lurking void beasts were spatially moving slowly, Fana immediately signaled the team to protect Dude's research team for a retreat. There were researchers in the team, not suitable for direct combat. Immediately, under the leadership of the people from Haibu, Dudi's team ran along the original path to evade. Feng Heng did not join the retreat, but immediately controlled a group of lickers to face forward. It was just in time, testing the strength of the lurking void beasts. The cave was too narrow for the fusion of the tyrant body to be fully unfolded, so the lickers became the main force. Feng Heng chose to stay behind to collect information. The lurking void beasts were smaller than the lickers, with small heads and their body cavities taking up a large part of their bodies. They also crawled quickly along the rocks using their limbs. From the outside, they looked more like mutated crawling spiders. The lickers immediately pounced. The lurking void beasts showed no weakness, swinging their limbs with blade-like edges in retaliation. After a few short exchanges, the lickers found themselves at a disadvantage. The lurking void beasts had strong melee abilities, able to spew highly corrosive mucus from their mouths as their main form of attack over a short distance. The corrosive mucus had high corrosion damage and impact capability. Tip: your zombie doppelganger licker has been attacked by the semi-mechanized lurking void beast's venomous corrosive attack and has entered a state of deep poisoning and armor corrosion. Tip: your zombie doppelganger. After a brief skirmish, the group of lickers kept retreating. Despite the lurking void beasts having a significant advantage, the actual battle situations were manageable. It seemed that the energy consumption for the lurking void beasts' beam attacks was high, resulting in a very low attack frequency. Moreover, due to the powerful life recovery effect of the lickers, they managed to resist the lurking void beasts' attacks. Before Feng Heng could think about how to respond further, there were more continuous hissing sounds coming from all directions. Feng Heng looked around and realized that the lurking void beasts were gradually appearing from all directions of the large cave. They seemed to be everywhere. Damn it! There were so many of them. Fana's claim of thousands was not an exaggeration. Feng Heng thought to himself that this was bad. If they continued like this, they would be trapped. Quickly run! Sensing that something was wrong, Feng Heng immediately retreated towards the entrance of the rear passage. The lickers also followed, blocking in front of Feng Heng, gathering at the entrance of the cave. The number of lurking void beasts increased rapidly. There were at least 3,000 to 4,000. And it was not stopping. They were continuing to increase in number, constantly climbing out from the rock walls. Huh? What's this? Suddenly, there was a special change on the battlefield. A white silk-like substance was spit out from the mouth of one lurking void beast, firmly immobilizing a licker in place. The licker was controlled by the silk-like substance, being wrapped around by circles over and over again, in just a few seconds becoming a white cocoon. Tip: your zombie doppelganger modified licker is affected by the immobilization effect. Hiss! The white cocoon was quickly hoisted up in the blink of an eye. Feng Heng was stunned at the scene. What the heck? The lickers were unable to break free from this special immobilization effect and were even suspended mid-air. Moreover, the lickers had not been determined dead. They couldn't even attempt to regenerate. Even more troublesome was that the lurking void beasts inside the cave seemed to possess learning capabilities. They observed that this move by their counterparts could effectively restrain the lickers, so they began changing their combat tactics using silk-spitting attacks. At one point, the lickers blocking the passage were each entwined with silk threads, continuously being suspended in the air. Given that the number of lickers Feng Heng had brought into the cave was already low, seeing their numbers greatly reduced, he didn't dare linger any longer and immediately led the remaining licker group to retreat outside the tomb. Taking advantage of the time, but by Feng Heng and the lickers as they held off the attacks, Fana's team swiftly fled the tomb entrance with Duda and the others. They waited outside for a moment and soon saw Feng Heng emerging from the underground passage below. Feng Heng was somewhat surprised when he saw the group gathered outside the tomb. Why are they not leaving yet? The lurking void beasts prefer cave environments and generally do not leave their habitats. In the past, they wouldn't have chased us out from underground in the tomb. What's the situation? They had encountered the void ambush beasts several times before. These creatures usually only attack when the lower entrance of the tomb is under attack, and they never leave the cave range. The federal team even tried several times to lead them away from the cave entrance but failed. However, the void ambush beasts in this cave are unusually abnormal. They actually chased after them. Retreat! Fang Heng shouted, and the waiting lickers immediately rushed towards the void ambush beasts that sprinted out of the tomb entrance, cutting them off in midair. More lickers rushed from all directions, blocking the entrance to the tomb firmly with their bodies. Fana and her team quickly escorted the dude team to continue retreating. Something's not right. Fana observed the actions of the void ambush beasts while covering the team's retreat. She suddenly realized something extremely strange. The target of these void ambush beasts' attacks seemed to be Fang Heng. Fang Heng also sensed it. From the moment he entered the lower part of the tomb cave, he faintly felt the hostility coming from the darkness. This hostility obviously came from the void ambush beasts. When he tried to approach the entrance gate deep in the tomb, his hatred value erupted completely. Strange. Why do the void ambush beasts have such a great hatred for him? It doesn't make sense. Fang Heng slowly backed away, controlling more zombie clones to assist. The lickers blocking the entrance to the tomb with their bodies could not hold on for long. Whoosh! Boom! Boom! In a moment, the bodies of the lickers were instantly pierced by the scorching beams emitted from below the tomb entrance. The lickers were all blown away by the beams. In an instant, as if a black hole had opened up on the ground, a dense crowd of void ambush beasts crawled out from below. Nearby lickers and regular zombies also swarmed towards the void ambush beasts again, trying to stop them. Initially, relying on the bug-level recovery effect of the undead body, the zombie clones were barely able to resist. But soon, more and more zombie clones were wrapped in silken cocoons and dragged into the tomb. And the number of void ambush beasts kept increasing. A dark mass of void ambush beasts spread wildly across the ground from the hole opening, rapidly expanding in all directions. With the constant increase and decrease in numbers, the zombie clones suddenly showed signs of being unable to resist. Fang Heng also quickened his pace to leave the small island area and retreat. The void ambush beasts had no intention of stopping, chasing directly out of the small island. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, more than 20 blue beams penetrated the dense area of the battlefield. Boom! 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 Instantly, more than 20 violent explosions erupted in the center of the battlefield. The fusion violent emperors, wielding heavy energy beam weapons, quickly joined the battlefield and fiercely bombarded the dense crowd of void ambush beasts ahead. What? It had no effect at all? Fang Heng looked at the battlefield, his face showing a surprised expression. Large areas of beam weapons exploded, but a layer of white light appeared on the bodies of the void ambush beasts, blinking frequently. That peculiar light seemed to distort space, completely neutralizing the explosive damage. Realm Master Fang Heng, what you see is a unique technology of the alien clan, the remote spatial barrier technology, which automatically triggers after calculation and can absorb a lot of long-range damage. Fang Heng observed the situation while retreating, having already left the small island area and joined Fana and her group, who were already retreating at the lakeside. Fana stood beside Fang Heng, explaining and looking at him with curiosity. Do you carry any special items on you? Why are they constantly pursuing you? We have never encountered a situation like this before. Fang Heng thought it was unbelievable. Did he have any special items on him? Could it be that the few artifacts he carried with him were being targeted by the void ambush beasts? Mentally rolling his eyes, Fang Heng quickly checked the items in his backpack and turned back with a wry smile. I checked. There is nothing. I also want to know why they are targeting me. On the side, Lu Yanlong, who came to meet up, was also stunned. What's the situation? He was still a little confused about the situation. The Starfish Corporation didn't want to get too involved with the Black Castle, as they were only interested in exploiting the resources of this world. Therefore, Lu Yanlong had been sensible and hadn't joined Fang Heng's team in exploring the small island earlier, just staying in the lakeside area for support. After resting for a moment, he quickly saw the densely packed void ambush beasts pouring out of the small island, feeling a chilling sensation on his scalp. What's going on? Boss Fang, have you stirred up a hornet's nest? It's probably more serious than that. Fana shook her head, continuing to advise Fang Heng. Realm Master Fang Heng, the void ambush beasts have an extremely high hatred value towards you. It's very dangerous to stay here. I suggest continuing to retreat to a safe area. Yes, I understand. Wait for us to disperse and retreat, and I'll ask you to help escort the research team out while I draw them away and try to see if they have any weaknesses. Saying this, Fang Heng looked at Liu Yanlong again. You also retreat along with us, and we'll meet at the federal camp later. Realm Master Fang Heng, the void ambush beasts are very difficult to deal with. Please be extra careful. Fana waved her hand, signaling the Black Castle team to retreat immediately. Boss Fang, find a way to bring back some live samples. Our laboratory needs to research them. Dude shouted, being rushed away by Fana's team. Fang Heng retracted his gaze, once again looking at the vast expanse of void ambush beasts ahead. Their numbers had already exceeded the current number of zombie clones, and they were continuously overflowing from the two entrants below. If this continued, the number would soon surpass the zombie clones by several times. The ineffectiveness of the Fusion Violent Emperor's long-range attacks and the insufficient output of the liquors were becoming apparent problems. It was difficult to directly kill the void ambush beasts with just the zombie clones. Fang Heng quickly assessed the battlefield and simply controlled more than 10 Fusion Violent Emperors to drop their high-energy beam weapons, rushing into the dense crowd of void ambush beasts barehanded. Dealing with such a large group of creatures, the Fusion Violent Emperors, as usual, directly raised their huge fists and fiercely slammed them down into the dense area of void ambush beasts. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! No feeling. The fused tyrant's body was sprayed with dozens of mouthfuls of venom, but it had no effect. It raised its fist and smashed forward again. Boom! The hidden void beast was smashed out by a direct fist to the front, with flickering electric lights appearing on its body, and it fell heavily to the ground with a loud bang. Then, it struggled a few times on the ground, quickly rolled over, got up, and ran away along the tomb entrance. Still running? Annoying. Seeing this, Fang Heng couldn't help muttering a few words to himself, feeling that the situation was becoming more troublesome. The hidden void beast clearly still possessed remarkable intelligence and would choose to retreat when severely damaged. Hiss! Hiss hiss! Seeing that the venom attack was ineffective, the hidden void beast tried to spit out white silk from its mouth, attempting to use it against the fused tyrant's body. However, the fused tyrant's body wasn't having it. Unlike the liquors, its huge size made it difficult to be controlled by the silk. They quickly broke free from the entangling silk and punched forward again. For a while, the fused tyrant and the hidden void beasts went back and forth for several rounds, with neither side gaining any advantage. Indeed, high-level game monsters were difficult to deal with. Fang Heng observed the battle, rubbing his chin involuntarily. He had roughly assessed the strength of the hidden void beasts. Based on the information he had gathered so far, the hidden void beasts generally possess 3 extremely challenging special abilities. The ability to move through rock walls, a unique spatial ability. Long-distance advanced technological shield defense ability. Silk entanglement ability. Moreover, they also had intelligence and understood how to fight together. They were hard to deal with. Let's first check their pursuit and hatred range. Fang Heng pondered, controlling the zombie avatars to fight while retreating backward. Until retreating to the forest area by the lake, the hidden void beasts still showed no intention of giving up the chase. How strange. What has gotten into them? I haven't stolen anything from them, right? How can the hatred value increase so much? It seemed like the hidden void beast group also had a special tracking system, firmly locking onto him. To confirm the hidden void beast's hatred lock, Fang Heng simply tried to control the zombie avatars and separated them in different directions for retreat. Soon, most of the main forces of the hidden void beasts chased after him, while only a few scattered hidden void beasts followed the zombie group. Seeing this, Fang Heng directly transformed into a bat form to try flying up. As soon as he transformed into a bat form and took off, 30 or 40 scorching beams attacked him in the air. Fortunately, they were still far away, and the accuracy was not enough. Fang Heng quickly reverted from his bat form and landed back in his human form. Hey! Interesting, let's see how far you can chase. Fang Heng became interested, turned back towards the forest, found a motorcycle he had left earlier, and swiftly drove towards a distance. The hidden void distortion beasts were agile creatures with extremely fast movement speed, but Fang Heng's various attributes were not low. Driving the motorcycle forward, Fang Heng was not thinking of running away, but was intending to test the hidden void beast's maximum pursuit and hatred. The danger was minimal. If things escalated, he could simply exit the game. He wasn't afraid of any accidents. Swish! Swish swish! Behind him, the hidden void beasts firmly locked onto the hatred on Fang Heng's body, showing no signs of retreat, chasing him through a small forest area as they caught up to Fang Heng. Fang Heng spent over half an hour leading the hidden void beasts along the outskirts of a desert area, even seeing more hidden void beasts converging in front of him. He was shocked. Can hatred be this strong? Will there be such good luck? In fact, the higher the hatred a monster attracted, the more likely it would lead them into special terrains or ambush areas. It was actually very advantageous for the players. For example, like the distorted body crocodile he encountered earlier in the lake. If the crocodile had the same level of hatred as the hidden void beasts, Fang Heng would have long since wiped them out. However, this required the players to have the ability to protect themselves. Fortunately, Fang Heng had high agility attributes, and the zombie avatars could help delay time. Otherwise, an ordinary player might have been overwhelmed by the monster horde. Seeing that the enemies had been chasing him continuously for 5 or 6 kilometers, Fang Heng suddenly had an idea. He took out a human skin mask from his backpack. Let's see how far you can really chase. Fang Heng came up with a good idea, deciding to redirect his target towards the guard post on the outskirts of the federal camp. Yes, let's head towards outpost number 6. If he remembers correctly, the Black Obsidian Company still owed him a lot of energy beam weapon ammunition, right? In the morning, when he met Liu Yanlong, he inquired about the situation at the Black Obsidian Company. The other party did not deny it, but they seemed to be deliberately procrastinating over there. It would probably take some twists and turns to get the goods from the Black Obsidian Company. Since they were not cooperating well, they could only blame themselves for their misfortune. Outpost number 6. Like yesterday, the Black Obsidian Company continued to be responsible for guarding the outpost tonight. After the explosion attack on the federal camp's teleportation channel last night, Midville's unease reached its peak. In fact, he had not slept since yesterday. He was constantly thinking about the explosion in the warehouse and the destruction of the teleportation device. From the investigation of the attack last night, the federal government had already determined that it was an inside job and most likely carried out by a maintenance worker. Midville quickly realized a horrifying fact from various traces. The infiltrators within the federal camp, the Black Castle personnel, were very likely related to the Sea Star Company from yesterday, or even personally brought into the federal camp. Although he had about 70 to 80% suspicion and 90% certainty, Midville still dared not speak out about this fact. If he guessed wrong, causing a false alarm, he would face severe punishment from the federal government for violating regulations. If, unfortunately, he was right, and the explosion last night was indeed related to the Sea Star Company, it would be even worse. He would be directly responsible for the accident that happened last night. It would be even more disastrous. They were looking to blame someone everywhere, and Midville couldn't afford to volunteer as a scapegoat. Upon hearing the name of Starfish Company, Midville was filled with anger. Store the ammunition temporarily in the federal warehouse. Tell the people from Starfish Company that they will have to wait longer for the ammunition they want. This high-level weapon ammunition is strictly controlled by the Central Federation and requires approval and signatures from the higher-ups. The leader happens to be on vacation. We'll have to wait for him to come back and sign before we can proceed to the next step, he said. Roger that. Starfish Company. They still want goods. Midville's face showed disgust. Not only did Starfish Company bring him so much trouble and walk away without a care, but they also made him work hard to clean up after them. And they still have the nerve to request goods? Midville was furious but couldn't say anything. He had to find ways to cover his tracks. He needed to cut ties completely with Starfish Company. After receiving the orders, the subordinates hurriedly went out to arrange personnel for tonight's inventory. Just minutes after they left, someone rushed back in, reporting to the supervisor. Midville was trying to use the radio to communicate with the headquarters, but found the signal to be unstable. Annoyed, he hung up and asked, "What's the matter?" "It's the anomalies, sir." Suddenly, a large group of anomalies appeared within the monitoring range of the outpost. They are heading towards the outpost. Midville was stunned. What now? It's not even dark yet. Startled by the news, Midville jumped up from his chair and quickly went to the window to look outside. Through the window, he saw a dense black mass in the distance on the flat ground ahead. It was the anomalies. And there were a lot of them. Oh no! Immediately enter a first-level alert status. Prepare for battle. Notify the Western Federation immediately. We are under attack by a large group of anomalies. Requesting instructions. In an instant, the alarm rang throughout Outpost NOAA 6. It wasn't even dark yet. Theoretically, there were still over 2 hours left before the night's anomaly attack. Why were they suddenly on alert? Was the anomaly attack tonight advancing early? Outside the outpost, the company guard captain raised his binoculars and looked ahead. Puzzled, he saw a black spot in the distance. It was a player. He was driving a motorcycle towards the outpost. And about a kilometer behind the player, a large number of black anomalies monsters followed closely. The guards naturally thought Feng Heng was an unlucky player who got caught up in an anomaly attack. Being chased by so many anomaly monsters all the way here, how unlucky. Who could have guessed that all those anomaly monsters were specifically targeting Feng Heng? Not to mention ordinary players, even Feng Heng himself couldn't understand the situation. He was shocked. What started as a casual thought, testing the limits of the Void Lurkers and mentioning leading them to Outpost NOAA 6. But this group of Void Lurkers seemed to have gone mad, actually pursuing him all the way to Outpost NOAA 6. Such deep hatred. This was really troublesome now. Feng Heng had a very bad feeling. Even if he logged off now, these Void Lurkers probably wouldn't disperse easily, but instead gather at the point where he logged off, waiting for him. Feng Heng accelerated his motorcycle and quickly approached the entrance of the outpost. The guards at the gate immediately raised a megaphone and shouted towards the outside. "Halt! This is a federal outpost. Unauthorized personnel, please leave immediately." The guards saw a large group of anomalies rushing towards the outpost tower from behind and were nervously preparing for battle. They had no time to deal with a player and simply gestured for Feng Heng to leave. "Don't hinder us from dealing with the anomalies behind us. Leave quickly, or we will attack." Feng Heng shrugged, didn't say much, and revved up his motorcycle to bypass the outpost and head towards the deeper areas of the federal camp. After passing the outpost, Feng Heng quickly slowed down his motorcycle, gradually stopped, and turned back to inspect the situation at the outpost. The hatred of the Void Lurkers was still firmly locked on him, rushing towards the outpost. But the Black Obsidian Company players within the outpost were completely unaware of this. Boom, boom, boom. The Void Lurkers hadn't fully approached yet, and all the defense turrets inside the outpost activated. The dense cannons relentlessly fired into the mass of Void Lurkers ahead. Buzz, buzz. Upon sensing the remote attacks, the Void Lurkers emitted a barrier of twisting white light around them. The white light points flickered, absorbing the remote bullet attacks cleanly. The player guards within the outpost were all dumbfounded. What's going on? Ineffective? In the past, dense remote bombardments coupled with pre-prepared traps could hold off the anomaly monster group for over half an hour. But today, the remote attack was unexpectedly ineffective. What kind of monster were they facing? The players looked at the rapidly approaching a group of Void Lurkers with fearful eyes. The Void Lurkers rushed towards the outpost at a rapid pace, not giving the players more time to think. Activate the electromagnetic barrier. Quickly! Activate the electromagnetic barrier force field. Buzz! The tall, high-energy electromagnetic field barrier towers surrounding the outpost were fully activated to their limits. Faint purple electric currents flowed continuously on the 3-meter-high towers, producing crackling sounds. The invisible electromagnetic barrier wave spread rapidly outward. The first wave of Void Lurkers charging towards the outpost was immediately disturbed by the electromagnetic interference, slowing down their advance. The Void Lurkers were enveloped in a faint blue electric current, instantly entering a paralyzed state, losing control of their bodies, and rolling forward uncontrollably. Cannon fire! Boom, 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 boom. Intense bullets poured down on the paralyzed Void Lurkers, affected by the electromagnetic barrier. Under the powerful electromagnetic interference, the outer defense shields of the Void Lurkers mostly failed. Bang, bang, bang. Under the continuous barrage of bullets, the paralyzed Void Lurkers shattered one by one. Feng Heng observed from a short distance behind the outpost with a telescope and couldn't help but nod in approval. The Federation did have some tricks up their sleeves, especially with those peculiar buildings. They could create some kind of interference against the semi-mechanical entities, greatly weakening their outer spatial defense energy shields and even affecting the actions of the Void Lurkers, putting them into a paralyzed state. Strange. Since this type of architectural effect is so good, why couldn't they handle the void-lurking beasts inside the tomb area to the north? Could it be that this kind of architectural body needs to be placed in a special location? Feng Heng had some speculations in his mind. Void-lurking beasts are usually located inside caves and won't easily leave their habitat. It was only today that they encountered them, not knowing what madness led them to be lured out, giving the Federation a chance to eliminate them completely. With this in mind, Feng Heng withdrew his gaze and continued to start his motorcycle. Well, since the outpost had already helped him to deal with the pursuers, there was no need to stay here any longer. He decided to go to the Federation camp first. Calculating the time, Lu Yanlong should have already escorted the Duda research team back to the zombie doomsday world, and he should have gone to the Federation camp by now. He planned to ask Lu Yanlong about the situation regarding this special architectural body, to see if the Sea-Star Company could obtain it, or if it could be exchanged from the Federation. If he managed to get his hands on it, along with the zombie avatar and his own unique high hatred, maybe he could find a way to lure out the half-mechanical void-lurking beasts for a fight. With these thoughts, Feng Heng felt a bit more spirited, no longer paying attention to the outpost behind him, and headed towards the direction of the Federation. Feng Heng was a bit presumptuous this time. He subconsciously thought that the special electromagnetic architectural structure in the outpost could block the attacks of the void-lurking beasts. However, the reality was different. Inside the outpost, Midville, looking at the distorted beast group from the outside rushing towards them, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. What kind of monsters are these? The long-range shield of the void-lurking beast at the forefront was partially disturbed by the electromagnetic field, and even restricted from entering a paralyzed state due to the force field, and then under the concentrated shooting of the players in the outpost, they shattered one after another. However, the electromagnetic field effect was only effective in a small range close to the outpost. In the area in front of the outpost, more and denser void-lurking beasts were clearly approaching at an extremely fast speed. Their current output power was simply insufficient. The outpost could not possibly handle such a large group of half-mechanical monsters. This was not even the most critical issue. The most troublesome part was that the 3 high-energy electromagnetic field stimulating barrier towers inside the outpost were already fully loaded and running at full capacity. A single barrier tower could only deal with 100 or so half-mechanical beings at most. The effectiveness would decrease significantly as the numbers increased. Once it exceeded 3 to 4 times, with more void-lurking beasts entering the magnetic field network area, the entire defensive magnetic field energy would simply not be enough. By then, the defense electromagnetic field would even directly collapse and fail. Through the telescope, Midville saw a vast group of void-lurking beasts in front, so dense that the end couldn't be seen, and cold sweat continued to slide down from the sides of his face. He seemed to have already seen the upcoming outcome. The entire outpost was going to be completely overwhelmed by the attack of these monsters. There was no possibility of anyone surviving. Retreat! The group of half-mechanical distorted creatures was completely beyond the defensive range that the outpost could handle. The gap in strength between the enemies and them was too large. Midville had no intention to resist. He increased the power of the 3 high-energy electromagnetic field stimulating barrier towers to the maximum, overloaded them, significantly affecting the movement speed of the half-mechanical distorted creatures, and left a group of volunteers behind. The other players quickly evacuated with high-level supplies. No more thinking. Run decisively. After giving the order to retreat, Midville hurriedly left the outpost, boarded the off-road vehicle, ready to escape. The logistics supervisor hastily followed. "Sir, we still have a large amount of important supplies." Midville leaned out of the window on the passenger side of the off-road vehicle, shouting, "Forget about those supplies. Keep only the highest level supplies. Immediately organize the personnel to retreat. Make sure the safety of the company personnel is ensured. This is an order." The logistics supervisor's expression stiffened and gestured. "Understood, sir." The off-road vehicle quickly left the outpost from the back door, rushing towards the Federation camp like fleeing for life. Midville took a deep breath on the way and asked his assistant behind him, "Have you notified the Federation camp about the attack on the outpost? What's their feedback?" The assistant in the back seat replied, "The half-mechanical modified distorted creatures caused electromagnetic communication interference. Our long-distance communication was cut off. We had already offline informed the Federation that our outpost was under attack, and now we are trying to contact the federal camp offline. Midville frowned slightly, then leaned out of the car window again and looked back at the outpost. Behind him, trucks loaded with evacuees and valuable supplies arrived alongside the off-road vehicle, quickly evacuating from the outpost, forming a long line on the road. Midville's face looked even more grim. In the rear of the escaping convoy, the void-lurking beasts surrounded the entire outpost at a fast pace, devouring it swiftly. Then, the group of void-lurking beasts did not stay in place for long after clearing the outpost. After a brief rest, they continued chasing after him. Damn it! It's not over yet! These suddenly emerging distorted creatures were indeed not accidental. Their target was likely the Federation's main headquarters, the Black Castle. They must be controlled by the Black Castle. The people in the car showed a bit of pale expression. What to do? Can the Federation main headquarters withstand it? Indeed, the main headquarters had more high-energy electromagnetic field stimulating barrier towers and defensive capabilities several times that of the outpost. But after witnessing the strength of the void-lurking beasts with their own eyes, the players from the Obsidian Company had no confidence at all now. Not far away, on a small hill, looking through the telescope at the federal outpost that was devoured by the void-lurking beasts in an instant, the people from the Black Castle all showed a look of surprise. Fana lowered her telescope. After escorting the Duda team to evacuate, the Black Castle team also left the Monolith teleportation point, ready to control the distorted creatures to attack the federal camp at night. Unexpectedly, they saw such a scene when passing by Outpost 6. The outpost did not last for even 5 minutes under the attack of the void-lurking beasts. Not even the central team of the void-lurking beasts joined the battle. Just a small vanguard team annihilated the entire Outpost 6. What was even more terrifying was that after the clearing of Outpost 6, the group of void-lurking beasts did not stop, but directly set off towards the Federation's main base camp. Fana looked at the distant and surging group of void-lurking beasts, a terrifying thought rising in her mind. Could this also be part of Fang Heng's plan? Is his true target the Federation's main headquarters? Does he want to use the power of the void-lurking beasts to completely destroy the entire federal camp? Things happen too suddenly, and they don't know what to do next. So is Fang Heng planning to directly destroy the entire federal camp? Fang Heng didn't have any prior communication with them? What should they do? Should they go help out? Or should they stick to the original plan? Will it cause trouble for Fang Heng instead? Fana, we should go inform the other teams to be ready for action at any time. Don't act rashly. Let's go up and assess the situation first. Okay, understood. ... Federal camp. After a fierce battle last night, the camp received manpower and supply support from the Central Federal during the day, raising its defense level once again. Federal Commander Josh felt quite confident about the camp's defense strength on the surface. Even if the intensity of the distortion attacks last night doubled, he was confident they could hold it off. Now the fear was if the enemy played dirty, like raiding the camp straight away like last night. To that end, Josh reinforced the vigilance inside the camp to prevent any suspicious individuals from entering the internal camp area. The vigilance in the entire camp area had reached a strict level. All personnel underwent strict screening to ensure that no spies from the Black Fortress infiltrated. However, just over 10 minutes ago, the No. 6 outpost guarded by the Obsidian Guild suddenly reported a large group of distortions and was under attack by them. Josh felt something was off immediately after hearing the report. Did the distortion group's attack come earlier tonight? But why didn't other outposts face similar attacks? Was it just a coincidence? Before Josh could inquire further, upon receiving the message, he quickly got news of the fall of Outpost 6. In addition, a large number of high-intensity distortion creatures were heading towards the federal camp. Josh didn't dare to be careless, immediately ordering the entire camp to be on high alert, entering level 1 defense mode, ready to face the distortion monster group coming from the west of the camp. Not long ago, Fang Heng had just driven his motorcycle into the federal camp. At this time, the federal camp was not completely closed yet, and was still open to external players. Of course, non-federal individuals like Fang Heng were prohibited from entering the tightly guarded internal federal area, with their activities restricted to non-important external areas. In the prearranged federal mission briefing hall, Fang Heng found Lu Yanlong, who had arrived earlier. "Boss Fang, it's settled. Dude's research team has safely returned to the zombie apocalypse world." Seeing Fang Heng approaching, Lu Yanlong nodded at him, gestured for him to follow, and quickly said in a low voice, "The Black Fortress people have also left early. I didn't inquire much. It seems they are preparing to guide the distortion creatures to continue attacking the Federal tonight." "All right, it's troublesome." "It's nothing, Boss Fang. Everything okay on your end?" "It's resolved. Quite strange. The Void Prowlers bear extreme hatred towards me. I tried luring them to Outpost 6 just now, and the people from the Obsidian Guild over there managed to temporarily hold them off. It should give the Obsidian Guild a headache for a while." Recalling the scene he witnessed earlier, Lu Yanlong still had some lingering fear. He breathed a sigh of relief. "All good if it's settled." Fang Heng inquired, "By the way, do you know about the Federal Special Magnetic Field device? I saw one set up outside Outpost 6. Those special electromagnetic towers seem to be able to restrain the Void Prowlers." Heard of it. The high-energy electromagnetic field barrier tower. It's called something like that. That thing is one of the Federal's top-notch technologies, with extremely strong restraint capabilities against half-mechanical creatures. Very powerful. For this time to deal with the half-mechanical distortions, the Federal has brought in quite a few of them from the internal areas. Lu Yanlong was quite familiar with this mechanical stuff, introducing its pros and cons with relish. Impressive though it has flaws. First, high energy consumption. The generated energy force field consumes a lot of energy. Second, limited area of effect and insufficient range of influence. It's significantly effective against a small number of enemies, but once the target quantity increases, the effectiveness diminishes, and malfunctions are prone to happen. Fang Heng was taken aback, feeling that something was not quite right. "Hold on, are you saying that this device is not very effective against a large number of targets?" "Yes, specific effectiveness depends on the quantity of enemies and the level of semi-mechanical life forms. It's related to energy stimulation conversion. Once the energy force field is activated and affects the enemies, it consumes a large amount of energy. If the required energy supply falls short, the effect of the energy field activation will be greatly reduced." Lu Yanlong continued to explain, "Our company previously purchased these devices to counter such threats. After activating the magnetic field energy force field, it worked really well against a dozen or 20 mechanical bodies, directly immobilizing them. But it doesn't work well once their numbers increase, becoming ineffective once reaching a few hundred. Then the barrier tower just shuts down." Listening to Lu Yanlong, Fang Heng couldn't help but widen his eyes, his expression turning solemn for a moment. If he remembered correctly, the first batch affected by the high-energy electromagnetic field barrier towers outside the outpost were just a dozen Void Prowlers, right? So, Fang Heng realized he might have been too optimistic just now. Previously, seeing the outpost using the magnetic field energy force field to completely restrain the Void Prowlers, he misjudged the outpost's ability to withstand the onslaught of the creature horde. Now, hearing Lu Yanlong explain this way, it seemed things weren't as he thought. The number of Void Prowlers was huge. Not just hundreds. Fang Heng estimated that there would be tens of thousands at least, with just 3 high-energy electromagnetic field barrier towers outside the outpost. Perhaps it might not be enough to hold them back? All right, assuming they can't hold them back, will the remaining large group of Void Prowlers continue their targeted hatred ... and chase after him? This couldn't be true. Fang Heng couldn't help but glance in the direction west of the Federal camp. Could they still be chasing after him towards the main Federal camp? Seeing Fang Heng's strange expression, Lu Yanlong looked over in confusion, asking, "Boss Fang, what's wrong? Did you forget something?" Fang Heng raised his head. "It's nothing, just suddenly had a bad feeling." Lu Yanlong blinked, looking puzzled. Fang Heng waved his hand, deciding not to scare himself unnecessarily. A large number of distorted biological entities were detected rapidly approaching the western area of the camp, and they were expected to reach the outer perimeter of the western area of the camp within 10 minutes. All soldiers were instructed to enter a first-level alert state, and all non-federal personnel were allowed to proceed to the commission office to collect commission tasks. Those who refused to participate in the tasks were advised to immediately go to areas A, B, C, D of the camp and follow instructions to stay put. As the alarm sounded, the entire federal camp experienced a slight commotion, and Fang Heng could see a large number of fully armed federal guards gathering quickly outside the warehouse towards the western area to prepare for battle. What's going on? Lu Yanlong was a bit bewildered. Why was there a first-level alert suddenly? It wasn't even dark yet. The time for the distorted entity attack tonight hadn't arrived yet. Most troublesome of all, after the alarm was raised, the entire camp would be sealed off and entry or exit would be prohibited. They were trapped inside. Lu Yanlong was starting to feel strange, and when he turned his head, he saw Fang Heng already striding towards the Federal Commission office. Let's go. Let's check out the tasks first. After the camp entered a first-level alert status, all players inside the camp automatically received the camp guarding tasks issued by the Federation, and players could choose whether to accept them. They could either join the defense work at the camp or follow the instructions of the federal soldiers to gather at a designated location. Fang Heng arrived at the commission office, confirmed that there was a high-energy electromagnetic field excitation barrier tower inside the redemption items, and quickly checked it with Lu Yanlong. They then collectively received the guarding task in the name of the C-Star Company. Hint: players accepting player-issued tasks certified by the game. Defend the federal camp. Task type: player-issued. Task difficulty. Task description: a large number of distorted creatures are attacking the federal camp. Players are requested to assist the Federation in eliminating the distorted biological entities. Depending on the player's contribution in killing the distorted creatures and their strength, players will receive corresponding contribution points. Once the task is completed, players can obtain the corresponding game point certificate. Task requirement: assist the Federation in killing the distorted creatures attacking the camp. Task reward: points certificate. Additional note: game tasks only provide task point certificates. Please seek federal players for specific task rewards exchange. Fang Heng read the game prompt and nodded to Lu Yanlong. Let's go. Certified tasks by the system were considered a relatively fair type. In simple terms, the task was just about killing monsters. The more, the better. Undoubtedly, this type of task was a bit disadvantageous for support-oriented players, so players usually teamed up to receive tasks and then distributed rewards between teams after completing them. Fang Heng had just seen that exchanging for a high-energy electromagnetic field excitation barrier tower required a whopping 570W federal points. It was among the top-tier items offered by the Federation. Soon, Fang Heng and Lu Yanlong followed the guidance of the federal soldiers to the outer perimeter of the camp in the western area. The outermost region had towering watchtowers constructed by the Federation. The players who received the commission tasks were responsible for firing from the rear to earn rewards and points from the Federation. After all, close combat was too dangerous, and only a small number of players were willing to take the risk. Many teams opted for long-range shooting to earn as much as they could. Fang Heng and Mo Jiawei didn't stand out among the group of players. He was feeling a bit dizzy. Accepting the guarding task was merely a legitimate reason to continue observing the situation inside the federal camp. In fact, he hadn't figured out how to handle the current situation. Helping the Federation guard the camp to earn points? It didn't seem quite appropriate. Wasn't he planning to sabotage the federal camp and the teleportation portal? Why was he helping the Federation now? But not helping the Federation clean up would mean that the lurking Void Fiends had already set their sights on him with an unrelenting vengeance, showing no signs of letting go. It was even highly likely that even logging out wouldn't rid him of this damn hatred. Keeping them around wasn't a good idea either. He had to find a way to deal with them. Soon, just as Fang Heng was lost in his thoughts, a dense group of Void Fiends rushed towards the camp from the western area outside the camp. In the distance, a dark mass rose on the horizon. What's going on? Why did this group of distorted creatures that appeared in the distance look so familiar? Lu Yanlong was also pulled over by Fang Heng. He had been a bit puzzled earlier, but now he was shocked to see this scene. Void Fiends? Wasn't this the group that was chasing Boss Fang just now? Lu Yanlong couldn't help but turned to Fang Heng, his small eyes filled with great confusion. Boss Fang, didn't you say you had already dealt with the Void Fiends? Ahem. Fang Heng felt Lu Yanlong's gaze and gave him a meaningful look, clearing his throat before responding with a glance. I did, but not entirely. Asterisk asterisk bang. Bang bang bang, asterisk. Asterisk. In the meantime, on the watchtower, the Federation initiated the attack on the Void Fiends using energy beam weapons. The players also began to fire at the large group of distorted creatures in the distance. Hum, hum, hum. White defensive force field glows suddenly appeared on the half-mechanical distorted beasts, repeatedly nullifying long-range attacks. Seeing this, there was an immediate uproar among the players. Damn! What's going on? Long-range attacks are completely ineffective. What kind of monsters are these? Why are there no reactions at all? Once long-range attacks became ineffective, players who had accepted the commission task lost their means of earning points, and they started lamenting. Inside the Federal Command Center, intermittent video signals were received, and they were greatly amazed by the situation. Midvale of the Obsidian Guild didn't know what this thing that destroyed Outpost 6 was, but the Federation understood it clearly. Void Fiends. Theoretically, Void Fiends should only appear in the region below the tomb. Why were they here? And in such large numbers? Weren't they supposed to stay under the tomb? Black Castle. It had to be the Black Castle. Josh's heart sank, and cold sweat formed on his forehead unconsciously, feeling immense pressure. The Black Castle was now able to influence powerful creatures like Void Fiends. Remember, even elite players in advanced games didn't have good ways to deal with the Void Fiends below the tomb. Of course, environmental factors within the tomb and the number of Void Fiends were also crucial factors. Report. The defense force field is under attack, and the force field energy value has decreased by 6%. Report. The force field is currently recovering, with the current load at 62% and increasing continuously. Josh furrowed his brows and immediately ordered, "Activate the high-energy electromagnetic field barrier towers. Quickly! Establish the anti-mechanical force field network. Make sure to stop them, yes! The anti-mechanical force field network is the best way to deal with the semi-mechanical modified beings." Buzz! Almost simultaneously, all 100 high-energy electromagnetic field barrier towers within the Federal camp were operating at full capacity. Invisible magnetic field network spread out from above the barrier towers. The barrier towers in the Federal camp were not like the cheap ones in Outpost 6. They were advanced versions modified by the Central Federation, and great effort was made to transport them to support the camp. These were high-grade items that the Federation would not sell to the public. The 100 high-energy electromagnetic field barrier towers synchronized their release, forming a powerful force field that even created a faint purple layer of barrier current in the air. Outside the camp, the Void Lurkers rushing towards the Federal camp were immediately affected by the force field, bursting with sparks all over their bodies, instantly paralyzed. Fire! Federal teams once again used long-range firearms to attack. Bang! Bang bang! The densely packed bullets rained down on the paralyzed Void Lurkers. The outer space barriers of the Void Lurkers failed, and the bullets pierced through their skin and into their bodies. Blood splattered everywhere. Effective! The players breathed a sigh of relief. The special force field broke through the outer defense of the Void Lurkers, and they were back on their feet. Realizing there were more benefits to gain, the players also raised their weapons and aimed at the paralyzed mutated beings to launch attacks. Feng Heng also pulled out Dr. Dingmin's specially made long-range sniper rifle from his backpack. Aimed. Bang. Headshot. The armor-piercing sniper bullet sent the half-mechanical Void Lurker flying backward, exploding in mid-air with a second blast. Flesh and blood scattered everywhere. When using beam weapons, the Fusion Tyrant's body would also provide Feng Heng with weapon skill experience points. Therefore, Feng Heng's weapon skills were always full. Using firearms was natural for him. In addition, the player's perception attribute provided extra bonuses to aiming and critical hits, and the strength attribute gave a slight bonus to the final weapon damage. Combined with Dr. Dingmin's special sniper rifle, there was an additional killing effect against enemies with less than 30% health. So Feng Heng focused on targeting the low-health monsters. Headshot after headshot. The other players didn't have any objections to this. In the end, it was all about the kill contribution points, so there was no point in fighting over monsters. Plus, these semi-mechanical life forms didn't drop anything of value. Feng Heng soon entered a farming state, finding the low-health Void Lurkers, aiming and shooting. Bang! Headshot! Repeat! There were quite a few players with keen eyes among them, and seeing all the mutated beasts targeted by Feng Heng being headshot and killed without exception, they couldn't help but take a few more glances at Feng Heng. top-notch firearms player. Very strong, but not to an extreme degree, so after a few glances, the players all focused on farming monsters. Fang Heng consecutively headshot more than 30 void lurkers, taking the opportunity to reload his gun and survey the area, pondering. Even though he could take down void lurkers with one shot each, his farming efficiency was somewhat lacking. As more and more void lurkers poured into the outer perimeter of the federal camp, the high-energy electromagnetic field barrier towers had entered full load mode. The semi-mechanical void lurkers no longer directly entered a paralyzed state, as before, but only had greatly reduced movement speed. The defensive barrier had also recovered nearly a quarter. It was intermittent, depending on luck. Seeing more and more void lurkers approaching the defense point, a federal officer appeared from behind and loudly commanded the players, "You, split into two groups. Those willing to stay and participate in melee combat, stay. The rest, follow me immediately." The player teams were no strangers to facing hordes of mutant beasts attack, and after hearing the command, they quickly followed the officer towards the stairs to the upper right behind. Fang Heng, being new to this, didn't immediately understand what the Federation was trying to do. Lu Yanlong quickly pulled Fang Heng and followed the team upstairs, saying, "Boss Fang, let's go with them." Soon, there were only about 10 people left behind. Another team of about 20 federal troops arrived from inside the camp. Following the team, Fang Heng continued to retreat on the elevated iron corridor, watching the situation of the federal team below. Beep, 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 beep. A piercing alarm sounded from below. Looking down, they saw 3 metal alloy gates used to intercept the invasion of mutant monsters opening in the distance. A large number of void lurkers poured in through the open gates. The close combat federal soldiers and the player team left behind below had already gathered and were on full alert. The frontal brawl of the federal soldier team. Boom! As the entrance to the corridor opened 3 alloy gates, they quickly closed after just 1 minute. The over 100 void lurkers that had entered were now trapped inside the camp. Charge! The federal team leader shouted and led the team forward. The well-trained federal team cooperated with each other. Even in close combat, they displayed extremely strong combat capability, intercepting the void lurkers. Fang Heng raised his eyebrows at the sight. So that's it. He immediately understood the Federation's method of operation. In fact, Fang Heng had already noticed that the external structure of the Federation camp had been specially modified. They used the alloy metal gates to divide the area into large blocks. By luring enemies inside and then blocking and separating them one by one, they dealt with them in batches. The alloy metal gates were also equipped with high-voltage electricity to prevent the mutant beasts from climbing. This method was specially developed by the Federation to target the weakness of the mutant beasts not having flight ability. However, unfortunately, the Federation's plan and deployment were all well done, but they overlooked a critical point. Dealing with over 100 isolated and unsupported void lurkers has indeed gained the upper hand. However, it was extremely stressful for the players to see the alloy gate blocking the passage continuously emitting explosions, rapidly decreasing in durability within a short period. They needed to eliminate this batch of creatures before the alloy gate broke open. Otherwise, hurry up in the back. Stop dilly-dallying. Keep up. Let's change positions. Fang Heng lifted his head to see the federal soldiers ahead urging him to quicken his pace, no longer lingering for observation, and followed the group of players skilled in long-range ambush towards another ambush point to snipe. As soon as they left, the void lurkers below, who were attacking the alloy gate like mad, suddenly quieted down by half. The rate of decrease in durability of the metal gate slowed down. But the pressure on Fang Heng and the grid area that he followed to support suddenly multiplied. Initially, Lu Yanlong was a bit uncertain, not sure if it was Fang Heng's fault. After running several laps with Fang Heng, he was completely sure. This matter was definitely related to Fang Heng. Wherever Fang Heng ran, the void lurkers there behaved like mad, aggressively attacking that area. The Federal Central Command. Josh observed the situation in the Western War Zone through intermittent monitoring screens, directing the federal teams on site to disperse and systematically kill the invading void lurkers in the federal camp area. The pressure he was under was already significant, and he still had to figure out a way to delay the advancing pace of the void lurkers pouring towards the outpost from the outside. It had been only 5 minutes since formal engagement, and several entrance alloy gates on the western side had already suffered severe damage. These void lurkers were particularly strange, switching attack targets very randomly, sometimes focusing on one area, then rapidly moving elsewhere. Very unpredictable. Illogical in every sense. Not to mention the Federation. Even the Black Castle player team found it somewhat incomprehensible. Fauna and the Black Castle player team swiftly arrived after noticing the unusual movements of the void lurkers. They gathered near a forest edge close to the Federation, but didn't move further, carefully observing. Seeing the federal camp besieged by countless layers of void lurkers, they'd have felt incredibly perplexed. What had happened to these void lurkers? What kind of great stimulus had led them to suddenly go berserk? Luckily, they directed their frenzy towards the federal camp after going mad. The Black Castle players felt an inexplicable sense of luck. We've tried it. Just like the void lurkers under the tomb, psychic powers work on them, but require more energy to be consumed. In the team, a Black Castle player exceptionally knowledgeable in psychic studies tried a few times, and then set aside his mark. He looked towards the federal camp area ahead and continued, "The semi-mechanical void lurkers are not out of control." For some reason, they chose to attack the federal outpost. Another player frowned and whispered, could it be that the Federation discovered some special mission or item that triggered the void lurkers' hostility? Hearing this, everyone's heart sank. If that were the case, it might not bode well for the Black Castle team. Currently, we cannot confirm this, another team leader continued. What baffles me more is where did this group of void lurkers emerge from? People glanced at each other. In a moment of silence, Fauna said, "In my judgment, these void lurkers may be chasing after Fang Heng, the Realm Master." People turned their gaze towards Fauna, surprised expressions on their faces. Fang Heng? That Realm Master? Could he control so many void lurkers? People's initial reaction was disbelief. After all, the Black Castle had in-depth studies of psychic abilities. Even when they gathered together, they couldn't achieve what a single intermediate player had done. It seemed unbelievable. Not as everyone thinks. Just arrived here and didn't have a chance to communicate with everyone. We previously attempted to invade another tomb with Realm Master Fang Heng. Fauna quickly recounted the incident that happened in the coastal tomb area. The various Black Castle teams quietly discussed after listening. Why would the void lurkers harbor such a strong hatred towards a player? Indeed, very strange, and Fang Heng shouldn't possess psychic abilities. Does he have a special mission or item? Fauna shook her head. As far as I know, he doesn't. Let's not discuss this for now. What should we do next? The federal defense forces are visibly lacking, presenting a good opportunity for us. If we find a way to join the battlefield, we might be able to crush the federal camp at one go. A senior team leader pondered and suggested, I propose we stay put. We know little about the anomaly of the void lurkers, and we are unsure why they are behaving so crazily. We also have no clue about Realm Master Fang Heng's actions. Recklessly acting might affect his plans. Indeed, rushing in might be ridiculous if the void lurkers turn to attack us. Right, I agree. Let's wait and see. Patience is key. The Black Castle team members nodded in agreement. Fauna added, I also agree with waiting, but we can't do nothing. I suggest we apply some pressure, inform the Federation that we are watching from the shadows, maybe even catch Realm Master Fang Heng's attention. Good. It's a great plan. The Black Castle team unanimously agreed, aligning their marks in front of them. Meanwhile, inside the federal camp, Fang Heng followed a group of players skilled in long-range attacks to the 7th defense area. Before they could even shoot a few rounds, the alarm rang again. They were promptly led to the next area. One of the accompanying players couldn't help but complain as he ran. Today is so damn frustrating. Damn it, why do those distorted freaks all rush towards me wherever I go? I just want to peacefully grind some mobs. Is that too much to ask? Many players echoed his sentiments. They felt like they were having a stroke of bad luck. They had initially planned to earn some points by sniping from a distance. Little did they expect to be chased by monsters for half the journey. Wherever they arrived, the distorted monsters there went crazy. They were too busy running and didn't manage to earn any of the points they wanted. Li Yanlong swallowed nervously and glanced carefully at the alloy metal gate outside, which had begun to stir restlessly as a frenzy of lurking void creatures. He asked softly, Boss Fang, Are you sure one person can handle this? Don't worry about me, Fang replied. Just then, the alloy metal door below the upper passageway opened, and a large number of void creatures surged in like floodwaters bursting through a dam. In just a seconds, nearly 100 void creatures had rushed into the area, prompting the federal soldiers to quickly control the 3 alloy gates to seal them off temporarily from the outside void creatures. Glancing around, about 100 void creatures were trapped in this rectangular cage. The federal combat sequence soldier team rushed forward, followed by more than 10 players joining the fight. Fang Heng observed for a moment and then jumped down from the second-floor stairs, joining the player team to deal with the void creatures. As soon as he landed, the 2 nearest void creatures abandoned their original opponents and lunged towards Fang Heng. A federal player saw this and shouted as a warning, "Be careful!" With a swift motion, Fang Heng's alloy metal rod sliced through the air and struck the head of the oncoming void creature forcefully, sending it flying with a crackling spark of electricity. The players around him looked at Fang Heng with surprise. What a strong power attribute! To be able to send a half-mechanical entity flying with just a stick. Most close combat federal soldiers were trained professionally, with standardized equipment such as special electric knives and protective shields designed to cause additional damage to half-mechanical entities. Fang Heng, in contrast, was using a stick weapon barehanded, a rare sight among players. He was also fighting alone, without a supporting team behind him. Sensing Fang Heng within their attack range, the void creatures immediately targeted him and charged at him. Fang Heng, having observed the combat patterns of federal close combat teams, charged straight towards the void creature in front of him. In an instant, he had charged to the forefront, alone facing the enemy. Although there were over 30 close combat players, there were only 3 to 5 players truly at the forefront to absorb damage. Most of these meat shield players had damage reduction talents. The federal soldiers, seeing Fang Heng charge into the midst of the void creatures, were shocked. What is happening? Why is he alone in the midst of them? The void creatures then swarmed towards Fang Heng. Fang Heng swung his alloy metal rod quickly, hitting the void creatures one by one and sending them flying. Relying mainly on his skills to withstand the attacks, Fang Heng used his undying body skill, along with the additional life points from his Blood Prince lineage, to endure the attacks. At one point, nearly 100 void creatures were attacking Fang Heng in the center, causing his health to fluctuate. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the players quickly reacted by directing their healing team to support Fang Heng with positive effects and various recovery skills. Although they were initially shocked, they quickly recognized Fang Heng as an elite meat shield player trained by a large company, likely a high-level elite player from an advanced game world. The players were determined to eliminate the void creatures before breaking through the alloy metal gate. The players moved forward with renewed determination, understanding the difference in skill and stability between high-level elite players like Fang Heng and ordinary players. The void creatures seemed to be fixated on attacking Fang Heng, even amidst other assaults, making him their primary target. Boom! Boom boom! The metal gate in front of the area continuously emits explosions like a death knell, rapidly decreasing in durability. The players don't have time to think much and give their all to fight the monsters. Just as they had barely cleared out this batch of void-lurking beasts before they could catch their breath, the explosions from the metal gate behind them became more and more intense. In the blink of an eye, 2 metal gates had been breached in quick succession, and the durability of the last metal gate began to plummet rapidly. Alert! Durability is less than 1/3. Please evacuate immediately. The captain leading this federal team immediately waved his hands and shouted, "Open the gate. Follow me. We retreat one by one." The metal gate behind them rose. Fang Heng followed the federal team as they retreated towards the rear. Passing through more than 10 guarded gates, the team entered a temporary rest area for a brief break. During the break, players each found a place to sit down and replenish their supplies with potions. Captain Domer of the federal team walked over to Fang Heng and handed him a bottle of potion, saying, "Friend, you are very skilled. We were in a tough spot just now, thanks to you. Which company are you from? Interested in joining us in the Federation?" "Thank you. I am from the Starfish Company." Fang Heng nodded, took the potion and drank it. "I currently have no plans to join the Federation." Starfish Company. Fang Heng. Captain Domer muttered to himself softly. He seemed not to have heard of this name before. "Are you new here? Where is your team?" "Just you alone." Fang Heng smiled, scratched his head, and awkwardly said, "Yes, I just followed the team here today. Unexpectedly encountered this battle as soon as I arrived. Accidentally got separated from the team. I feel I can help, so I joined the fight. It's okay, just follow me. I will help you find your team after we repel these monsters." Domer patted Fang Heng's shoulder. The rest did not last long as a player hurried over and shouted, "Report! Captain Domer, a large number of aberrant beasts are attacking the B1223 alloy gate, and its durability is rapidly decreasing. Command Center requests our support. Due to severe interference with the Federal's internal radio system, communication between the Federal team and the Central Command Center sometimes had to be done manually." "Understood." The captain stood up, saluted the communication officer, then nodded towards Fang Heng. "We will proceed to the B1223 area for guard duty next. We need your assistance. After the mission is completed, I will report to provide you with extra points. Can you help?" Fang Heng did not hesitate and agreed readily. "Great. No problem." Domer nodded at Fang Heng's response, waved to signal the team behind. "Prepare. We continue the march." The team was on the move again, advancing quickly towards the right side of the camp. Fang Heng followed and fought back and forth in several areas with the team, killing the void-lurking beasts. With each battle he fought together with Fang Heng, the players felt more and more impressed by Fang Heng's formidable abilities. What kind of special defensive skills did he have to withstand the attacks of nearly 100 void-lurking beasts and come out unscathed? His terrifying resilience. Although the team completed the missions each time, unfortunately, after clearing out the void-lurking beasts, the guard alloy gates would be on the verge of collapse from the attacks. After 3 consecutive incidents, the Federation had not found any issue with Fang Heng, but an unexpected incident occurred. Boom! With a loud explosion, the alloy gate was broken open by the void-lurking beasts outside, allowing them to flood into the Federation's interior like a tide. Not good! Quick, retreat! The team had just cleared out a wave of void-lurking beasts, and the overall strength was not at its peak, so Domer quickly ordered a retreat. At the same time, the reserve team of the Federation immediately came to support from behind. Initially, a simple handover between the two teams could have completely contained the situation. However, an unexpected malfunction occurred. Caw! With a muffled sound, the alloy gate in the middle region got stuck halfway and remained suspended. It did not fall down. Disaster? A malfunction had occurred. The players' faces changed as they witnessed this. Another malfunction. The entire interior of the Federation camp was running on overloaded electrical systems, making breakdowns exceedingly common. The fact that there had been no incidents until now was already a stroke of luck. An ear-piercing alarm sounded through the speakers. Alert! Power failure in zones B19 to 3B1982. Maintenance personnel to proceed to repair point urgently. Alert! Additional personnel needed in zones B19 to 3B1982. The other 2 Federal teams that came to support rushed in. Unfortunately, they were too late. The void-lurking beasts broke through the open gap and forcefully entered the Federation camp area. Perhaps, if the malfunctioning alloy gate had occurred in another area, it would have been manageable. But Fang Heng was present. The void-lurking beast's target was Fang Heng. The tank players in the Federal team were unable to hold onto the aggression of the aberrant beasts. As the void-lurking beasts rushed out from the breach, they immediately pursued Fang Heng's team. In the eyes of the players, the void-lurking beasts were invading the Federation's territory. Panic ensued. However, Fang Heng remained calm. This was his chance. He had studied the internal map of the Federation and personally inspected it last night. He was familiar with the passageways and structure of the Federation's interior like the back of his hand. In this situation, their current position was not far from the central teleportation point in the Federation camp. Perhaps ... he could find a way to lead this group of void-lurking beasts to the Federation teleportation point. I will stop them. After a brief moment of consideration, Fang Heng made a quick decision in his mind, shouted, and then darted forward. A large number of void-lurking beasts sensed Fang Heng and rushed towards him at full speed. In the eyes of the Federation members, the void-lurking beasts were about to enter the Federation camp. But at this critical moment, Fang Heng stepped forward alone, using taunting skills to draw all the void-lurking beasts towards him. Many of the newly arrived federal soldiers were seeing Fang Heng for the first time and were amazed by his extraordinary strength, pulling hundreds of monsters single-handedly. Under the subtle guidance of him, the lurking beasts that intruded into the camp were slowly approaching the direction of the federal central transfer point. Damn it! It must be the Black Castle! Inside the Federal Central Command Room, upon learning that the lurking beasts were infiltrating towards the central transfer point, Josh clenched his fists tightly and couldn't help but curse out loud. Their target is the teleportation channel. And just now, he received news that a powerful leader-level aberrant lifeform appeared outside the eastern area of the camp. The aberrant lifeform did not attack, just stayed outside the attack range of the federal camp and watched. Even so, Josh dared not be careless. In order to prevent attacks from all sides, and with the situation inside the camp becoming increasingly dire, a group of people was forcibly dispatched to the east to stand guard. Unexpectedly, trouble arose just after a group of people went out. Immediately send reinforcements over. Absolutely cannot let them approach the teleportation channel. By any means necessary. Do you understand? Yes? On the other side, Fang Heng was still leading a large group of lurking beasts towards the central transfer channel of the camp. Along the way, there were constantly federal player squads joining in. Some were coming to help share the pressure with Fang Heng, others were trying to lead the lurking beasts away, but the effects were all very mediocre. Despite the federal soldiers using various means, all were ineffective. Fang Heng could attract the full hatred of the lurking beasts just by standing there. Some even tried to shout at Fang Heng, asking him to try to lead the lurking beasts away from the danger zone. However, the scene was extremely chaotic, and Fang Heng pretended not to know, pretending to be weak, consciously retreating step by step towards the direction of the rear Federal Central Transfer Channel. 8 minutes. It lasted for a full 8 minutes, and finally, Fang Heng led a large wave of lurking beasts to the area of the Central Transfer Channel in the camp. Under normal circumstances, non-federal external personnel would not be able to approach the internal area by half a step. But in the current situation, who cared about that? A large number of federal players who were ready at the entrance immediately joined the battle, rushing forward to face the lurking beasts together. They fought desperately to keep the lurking beasts out of the teleportation channel area. Fang Heng squinted his eyes. He knew that the monsters had been attracted almost enough, and it was time to find a way to escape. It's up to you now, give me a hand. Fang Heng silently prayed in his heart, and a silver hand grenade appeared in his hand. Item: half-mechanical aberrant mind transmission signal disturbance device. Effect: unknown. Bang! Fang Heng directly threw the silver grenade hard onto the ground. Boom! The disturbance device exploded upon impact. Dark purple electric light instantly spread outward, enveloping a large area around Fang Heng. It only lasted for a moment. Affected by the disturbance device, the circle of half-mechanically transformed creatures that had been besieging Fang Heng seemed paralyzed, with their movements frozen. Game tips flashed across Fang Heng's retina. Tip: player successfully used the half-mechanical aberrant mind transmission signal disturbance device. Under the device's effect, some half-mechanically modified creatures within the range will be paralyzed for 8 to 25 seconds. The paralysis will be broken when attacked. All right, at least an 8-second paralysis. Fang Heng inwardly exclaimed, seizing the opportunity to quickly extricate himself from the encirclement of lurking beasts and run towards the direction of the central transfer channel in the camp. The federal players were surprised to see the lurking beasts suddenly halt and were perplexed. Then they saw a figure emerge from the group of aberrant creatures. They've temporarily paralyzed. They'll recover soon. Be cautious. As the 8-second time frame came to an end, the lurking beasts gradually recovered from paralysis and re-entered combat mode, fighting fiercely alongside the federal soldiers. Taking advantage of the chaos, Fang Heng ran into the internal area of the federal camp, bypassed the transfer channel device guarded by numerous soldiers, ran to a more secluded spot, sat down heavily, and took big breaths. With continuous resistance to damage and attracting the beasts, as well as calculating angles, Fang Heng's physical exhaustion was significant. At this moment, most of the federal players' attention was focused on the lurking beasts. They had all witnessed Fang Heng bravely fighting off the creatures. It was normal for his stamina to be depleted after enduring the heavy focus of so many lurking beasts for so long. No one had any suspicions about Fang Heng. Soon, the lurking beasts all recovered from paralysis, and their hatred was still firmly fixed on Fang Heng, launching a ferocious attack towards his direction. The federal soldier teams were even more convinced that the lurking beast's target was the spatial teleportation device, gritting their teeth to intercept their path. Thomas found Fang Heng in the crowd, hurriedly walking towards him and asking, "Fang Heng, how are you? Are you okay?" "Not too good," Fang Heng responded, panting heavily. Thomas furrowed his brows and asked, "Can you continue to fight?" Fang Heng glanced at the battlefield in front of him, shook his head when his breathing had steadied, and said, "I'm afraid not. My talent ability has limitations. Persisting for 10 minutes is already my limit. I'm afraid I won't be able to continue fighting for a long time." There was a look of difficulty in Thomas's eyes, patting Fang Heng's shoulder. "It's okay. You've done exceptionally well. Rest assured. Leave the rest to us." Fang Heng nodded, watching Thomas hurriedly run away, seeing him head towards a clear area on the right side of the space transfer channel and discuss something with a group of federal officers. They appeared to be anxious. "The current level has been restored to LVR3. I estimate that with a few more hours of repair, it will be completely recovered." Whoosh! Whoosh! Fang Heng's peripheral vision caught sight of several red beams flashing past. Turning around, as the void-lurking beasts approached the central teleportation channel area, they directly used beam cannons for long-range attacks. Fang Heng sensed it. The target of the void-lurking beasts was him. However, he was hiding behind the teleportation channel, and combined with the lackluster accuracy of the void-lurking beasts, a large portion of their attacks hit the teleportation channel. Buzz! A shield barrier appeared outside the teleportation channel. Boom! Boom boom boom! Over a dozen beam cannons struck the outer barrier, causing continuous explosions. The defense barrier shook violently, and the overall durability decreased significantly. This scared the federal soldiers in the vicinity half to death. From the federal side's perspective, the void-lurking beasts were charging towards the central teleportation channel of the federal camp the whole way, and they even rarely used long-range beam weapons to hit the teleportation channel. Clearly, the target was undoubtedly the teleportation channel. Who knows why the void-lurking beast's hatred has always been focused on Fang Heng behind the teleportation channel. The commander had issued a strict order to protect the teleportation channel at all costs, no matter how much it takes. However, there were too many enemies. Although the malfunctioning gate had been repaired, but the remaining more than 6,000 void-lurking beasts couldn't be dealt with in a short time. With this situation, they simply could not protect the teleportation channel. As the void-lurking beast grew, steadily approached the teleportation channel under the interception of the federal soldiers' team. And with occasional long-range beam weapon attacks towards the central area, the energy value of the outer barrier of the teleportation channel steadily decreased. The players were on edge. Fang Heng watched the show on the side, feeling a bit conflicted. He both hoped the void-lurking beasts would quickly destroy the teleportation channel, buying more time for him and the Black Castle, and also hoped the Federation would lend a hand to quickly deal with the pursuers of the void-lurking beasts. While contemplating, Fang Heng sensed someone approaching him and couldn't help but look to the right. A middle-aged man in a federal high-ranking officer's uniform, surrounded by a group of federal soldiers, came before him. Domo followed behind the high-ranking officer. "Fang Heng, I am Federal Lieutenant Matterl." Matterl looked serious and stern on the outside, with a hint of urgency and unquestionability in his tone. "Your contributions in intercepting the aberrant beasts are evident to us, but now we need your assistance." Propping up his tired body, Fang Heng stood up. "Sir, it's not that I don't want to help, but my abilities are all ready." Matterl raised his hand to gesture and handed a bottle of potion to Fang Heng. "I know, this bottle of potion can help you." Fang Heng took the orange-red bottle from Matterl's hand, and the description of the potion's properties immediately appeared in his pupils. Hint: player obtains special potion, Evil Spirit's Blessing. Potion, Evil Spirit's Blessing. Explanation: after using the potion, the player restores all health points, mana points, resets all player skill cooldowns, except for a very small number of special skill requirements, and additionally increases spiritual intensity by 100%, lasts for 1 hour. Explanation: after using this potion, no enhancement potions can be used for 8 hours. The effect of this potion is impressive. Seeing the game prompt, Fang Heng's heart fluttered. Not only did his health and mana points all recover, but even the cooldown times were reset. For a moment, Feng Heng thought of his ultimate move, Eternal Moon. With the potion, he could even use the ultimate move twice in a row. The Federation actually had such good items. With the situation urgent, ManhwaRecap stared at Feng Heng and urged, "Feng Heng, time is running out. With this, can you continue to fight?" "Of course." Feng Heng's expression was serious as he tucked the potion into his backpack. He had no problems himself. His so-called poor condition and inability to hold out was just an excuse to watch from the sidelines. Since the Federation's sincerity was so significant, he would reluctantly lend a hand. Taking it more seriously, Feng Heng asked, "What should I do?" Do you see over there?" Feng Heng looked in the direction where ManhwaRecap pointed. Federal players had sprayed a rough circle on a piece of open ground to the right. "Use your skills to lure the void-lurking beasts into that circle." Feng Heng observed the 5 to 6 meters in diameter circle on the ground, frowning. "Just lead them over there." "Yes. Leave the rest to us. The alloy gate has been repaired, and now we just need to clear away these over 6,000 void-lurking beasts. We can then gain a moment to catch our breath." ManhwaRecap's speech sped up, continuing, "Feng Heng, I know this is difficult. We have considered various methods, but only you among us can do this. Bring the void-lurking beasts over, as many as possible, ideally all of them. Focus on the area of the ground circle. We have concentrated the energy device's electromagnetic field there, and at that time, we will overload and detonate the space channel, destroying them in one fell swoop. Boom. Boom boom." While talking, several scorching remote beam cannons hit the barrier outside the teleportation channel. The outer barrier of the teleportation channel shook violently under the attack. Nearby soldiers shouted, "Report, officer! The barrier's energy value is below the alert line. We need to find a way to stop them." ManhwaRecap's face darkened, urging, "Feng Heng, lure them over quickly. Start as soon as possible. We're running out of time." While the group spoke, the federal team in front retreated more than 30 meters under the pressure from the void-lurking beasts. They could only delay the void-lurking beasts from approaching the teleportation channel area, doing nothing more than buying some time. "All right." Feng Heng nodded heavily, turned around, and dashed towards the void-lurking beasts behind him, while tilting his head back as if pouring the potion into his mouth. His condition was excellent. He didn't need to drink the potion at all. This potent potion could be saved. It might come in handy in the future. The surrounding void-lurking beasts sensed Feng Heng entering their attack range and surged towards him as if energized, instantly overwhelming the federal players who were confronting the aberrant beast group. At this moment, Feng Heng had already been surrounded by densely packed hidden beasts in the void. His gaze was blocked the moment he charged into the pack of beasts. Feng Heng forcefully withstood the siege, continuously swinging the metallic alloy stick in his hand, relying on his strong perception to move step by step towards the circular mark on the right side of the central teleportation channel. 1 step, 2 steps. All players' gaze were firmly fixed on Feng Heng, their eyes showing admiration. Having personally experienced a fierce battle with the hidden beasts in the void, players were more aware of Feng Heng's resilience as a meat shield. A wave passed. Nearly 6,000 hidden beasts in the void. Feng Heng actually managed to withstand it, pulling the hate with extreme stability. The hidden beasts in the void followed Feng Heng step by step into the area predefined by the Federation. Meadle's eyes locked onto Feng Heng. As the hidden beasts were lured into the circle, the moment arrived. Meadle suddenly shouted, "Activate the electromagnetic flow." Several Federation soldiers on standby simultaneously pulled the switch. Hiss, hiss. 43 high-energy electromagnetic field barrier towers set up around the central area of the camp all started running at super high frequencies. Power adjusted to the maximum. Purple electric currents continuously flowed on the bodies of the towers, eventually condensing in the air into a purple lightning ball. Sizzle! Sizzle! The lightning ball emitted a continuous sizzling sound, rapidly darting towards the central position of the circle where Feng Heng stood. Suddenly, the purple lightning ball halted above Feng Heng's head. With a crack, the purple electric ball expanded rapidly in all directions, forming a huge purple electromagnetic web above. Under the influence of the electromagnetic network force field, blue electric currents made sizzling sounds as they covered large areas of the bodies of the hidden beasts in the void below. Bang! Bang, bang, bang. The hidden beasts in the void continuously exploded with crackling electric sparks. Without exception, all hidden beasts in the void manifested huge damage numbers above their heads and entered paralysis. Hint: players are affected by an unknown high-energy magnetic field force. Players are not classified as mechanically altered organisms. Players do not receive any damage. Hint: under the current state, some items in the player's inventory cannot be used. Boom! After floating above Fang Heng's head for a full 3 seconds, the purple electric ball exploded with a bang. All hidden beasts inside the circle were also affected by the explosion, sent flying in all directions. Fang Heng also felt a huge force rushing towards him, causing him to be flung away. Hint: player received 28,733 points of electromagnetic force field explosion damage. Player is affected by the knocked away effect. Hint: player suffered from the electric shock effect. At the same time, all 43 high-energy electromagnetic field barrier towers inside the Federation ran at ultra-high frequencies simultaneously flickered and dimmed. They were all completely destroyed due to the overload operation. The Federation paid a great price to protect the space channel. Quick! The hidden beasts that were scattered and flung away suffered massive damage. Most fell to the ground, having only half of their health left, and some even remained paralyzed for a while. Federation players immediately rushed forward, killing all paralyzed hidden beasts. Bang! During the process of being flung away, Fang Heng quickly adjusted himself and crashed heavily against the ground on his back. Immediately, 2 or 3 players surrounded him, casting healing spells on him. A soldier quickly checked Fang Heng's condition and reported loudly, "Commander, I've checked. Fang Heng is fine." With the support of the 2 players, Fang Heng stood up, panting heavily. The feeling of being pursued by thousands of hidden beasts in the void was really unpleasant. Looking up, apart from the remaining 2 to 3 dozen hidden beasts that were positioned farther away during the previous explosion, all the hidden beasts in the void were crippled and lost their fighting capabilities due to the electromagnetic burst. The Federation soldiers, experienced in countless battles, quickly completed the final round of harvesting under a significant advantage. Soon, with the last hidden beast falling, the entire camp once again fell silent, with only the thick panting of the players audible. Fang Heng looked towards the central spatial teleportation channel of the camp. The barriers outside the channel began absorbing energy to recharge and recover. As for the dozen or so high-energy electromagnetic field barrier towers built around the channel, they were completely destroyed and emitting wisps of smoke. Fang Heng couldn't help but ponder about the operation of the high-energy electromagnetic field barrier towers. Unconsciously, the sky had completely darkened. Domer came to Fang Heng's side, patting his shoulder and asking, "How are you, Fang Heng? Are you okay? Can you hold on?" Fang Heng waved him off and smiled bitterly. "I can't anymore. I'm completely out of fighting power now." He knew that there were too many eyes on him. If he procrastinated further, he might easily be discovered as suspicious. It was better to play it safe. Find a way to leave. Well, the threat posed by the hidden beasts invading the camp has already been dealt with 2/3. The remaining threats can be handled by us. I'll have someone take you back to the resting area. Okay, thanks. Without delay, Fang Heng was led by a soldier to the Federation's player resting area. When Fang Heng arrived at the resting area, he found it chaotic, unable to spot anyone related to Lu Yanlong. Fortunately, Lu Yanlong had set up informants here. Players from the Sea Star Company noticed Fang Heng and brought him to a corner at the edge of the resting area to meet with Lu Yanlong. Lu Yanlong breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Fang Heng return safely. He had been anxious ever since they parted ways. He was most worried that Fang Heng would leave with the Federation and expose his identity. "Boss Fang, we were looking for news about you everywhere. It's good that you're safe." "I'm fine, very well. By the way, I need your help with something." Whispering a few words to Lu Yanlong, Fang exchanged glances with him. Lu Yanlong nodded. "No problem, it's a small matter, leave it to me. This is the offline area provided by the Federation, just log off here, Boss Fang. Our people will watch over you 24/7. "Alright, thank you." Without lingering, Fang Heng nodded and took out a sleeping bag from his backpack. Logging off. Federation camp. After more than 2 hours of intense battle, the tens of thousands of hidden beasts that Fang Heng had drawn had been cleaned up by the Federation through various means. After resting in the dormitory for a while, Fang Heng quickly received a message from Starfish Company on his phone. "Boss Fang, everything is going smoothly. The Void Ambush beasts lost their target after you left, so the Federation shouldn't suspect anything." "That's good." Seeing the message, Fang Heng felt relieved. He had been a bit worried before, fearing that the Void Ambush beasts would continue to attack his offline position after he logged out. Now it seemed that his worries were unnecessary. It would probably take the Federation some time to deal with the remaining Void Ambush beasts. Perfect timing to head to class. He had been attending classes every day during this period, so missing today's felt a bit unusual. Fang Heng quickly checked his schedule, grabbed his space study textbook, and hurried to the teaching building. By the time Fang Heng arrived at the classroom, the lesson had already been going on for half an hour. The lecturer, Wei Ke, didn't mind Fang Heng's late arrival from the back door and continued teaching at his own pace. One good thing about adult colleges was that teachers never took attendance during classes. Learning was entirely self-driven. Fang Heng still sat at the back, quickly immersing himself in the learning process. Today's space study class happened to be about secondary space projection. Wei Ke's teaching style differed from Liu Yanlong's, focusing more on fundamental principles, research directions, and practical applications. In terms of explanation, Fang Heng believed that Wei Ke had a significant advantage. At this moment, Fang Heng finally understood how dangerous it was to move within secondary space projection. This realization made Fang Heng ponder. With continuous classes, his space study skills had been improving rapidly after strengthening his foundational knowledge. In addition to controlling the zombie avatar to gain experience in secondary space projection, his progress in space study skills far surpassed that of regular players. It had now reached intermediate level LVA 18. His space study talent had also rapidly reached 105, already at a genius level evaluation. He needed to stabilize and not rush. After reaching the master level in space study skills, he would consider entering the secondary space projection. At that point, he should be able to move within the secondary space projection. It wouldn't take long. Just a brief maintenance of a few seconds should be fine and increase his survival skills. Thinking about it, Fang Heng furrowed his brows. Speaking of which, if he could walk in the secondary space projection, could he directly pass through the large gate under the tomb? It didn't seem likely. The clan had advanced space jump technology, and theoretically, their deep research in space should have set up spatial defense barriers. However, once the spatial barrier was set up, the route to the secondary space projection would also be blocked. As he contemplated this, the lecturer Wei Ke closed his book. "Students, that's all for today's class. Oh, I have to space study research projects. One of them is related to the development and application prospects of secondary space projection. If any of you are interested, you can come find me to sign up after class." Research projects? Fang Heng looked surprised. What were those projects? Wei Ke probably noticed Fang Heng's confusion and explained with a smile, "Some new students might not know, participating in such research projects can greatly enhance your resume, which is very beneficial for finding jobs or promotions. Additionally, the school provides some financial assistance to the research project members. If done well, you could even become a teacher in the future. Of course, joining my research group would require some simple assessments." All right, class dismissed. After listening to Wei Ke's explanation, Fang Heng immediately understood. He wasn't very interested. Essentially, it was research projects in the real world related to space study. Participating in such projects usually required a lot of time and dedication, which Fang Heng didn't plan on investing. With his time, he preferred to study other academic subjects. Oh, research projects. As Fang Heng packed up his books, he suddenly thought of Tong Jia. Tong Jia's research projects, were they related to the special polymer that triggered the original Devour reaction? If he could join Tong Jia's research team. Thinking quickly, Fang Heng drafted a message and sent it to Tong Jia. Perhaps he could ask to intern in Tong Jia's lab under the guise of needing work experience. Maybe he could get some synthesized materials. After sending the message, Fang Heng waited at his seat for a while. Tong Jia didn't reply immediately. That's right, a class that lasted 2 hours would end close to dawn, and Tong Jia might already be asleep. Fang Heng shrugged, closed his phone, and was about to head to the next natural science class when suddenly his phone vibrated. Huh, is it from Tong Jia? Opening his phone, Fang Heng saw that the message wasn't from Tong Jia, but from a contact at Starfish Company. Boss Fang, there's something urgent online. If it's convenient for you, please log in as soon as possible. Thank you. Forget it. Let's handle the game world first. Fang Heng frowned, gave up on attending another natural science class, and hurried back to the dormitory to log back into the game. Back in the game world, Lu Yanlong had just finished communicating with the Federal Commission representative and was still feeling a bit bewildered. After Fang Heng logged out, the void ambush beasts that invaded the Federation returned to normal. The Federation quickly adopted a strategy to eliminate the remaining void ambush beasts through division tactics, clearing them promptly. Subsequently, the Central Federation contacted Starfish Company, agreeing to exchange a batch of high-energy electromagnetic field excitation barrier towers and planning to commence Starfish Company once the camp construction was completed, thanking them for their outstanding performance in protecting the Federation's campsite. Outstanding performance! What did Fang Heng do? Lu Yanlong found this situation strange and asked for more details. After a thorough discussion, Lu Yanlong learned that, at the critical moment, Fang Heng had helped the Federation by killing a large number of void ambush beasts, protecting the central transmission channel from destruction. Otherwise, the painstakingly rebuilt transmission channel would have been destroyed again. The Federation would have been in bigger trouble. After hearing all this, Lu Yanlong was completely dumbfounded. Initially, hearing that the central transmission channel was almost destroyed in this attack, he felt it was a bit regrettable. Just one step away. When he looked up, Lu Yanlong was walking towards him, waving his hand. After logging in, Fang Heng found an extra game score voucher in his backpack. Fang Heng flipped through the game log. Hint: player has completed the commission task, Defense of the Federal Camp. Hint: player has received a score voucher. Item: special score voucher minus to 118,723 points. Explanation: the score voucher provided by the game proves your outstanding performance in the task. Explanation: voucher number to 119,831. Players can redeem rewards from the Federation with this voucher. So many! Lu Yanlong was astonished when he saw Fang Heng's score vouchers. Previously, Starfish Company had received an additional 500,000 points from the Central Federation, and now with Fang Heng's to 110,000 points, they had a total of 700,000 points. Lu Yanlong looked at Fang Heng and thought, "Have you made such a great contribution to protecting the federal camp?" Fang Heng patted Lu Yanlong's shoulder. Let's go to the Commission Exchange Office." After experiencing an attack by the Void Ambush Beasts, the federal camp was busy with repair work, bustling with people coming and going. Fang Heng followed Lu Yanlong to the Commission Office. "Hello, your identity has been verified." The clerk at the Commission Office checked the Starfish Company data and remaining points, then asked, "The exchange permission for Starfish Company has been approved. You now have the permission to exchange for a high-energy electromagnetic field excitation barrier tower. Transporting the barrier tower here will take some time. Do you want to exchange it now?" "No need for that trouble." Lu Yanlong waved his hand. "Send the barrier tower to the mid-tier game world, Floating Dust. We have been cooperating with your Federation in that world for some time. We will be responsible for the subsequent material transport. We need it urgently." "All right, we will expedite the process for you." Within 3 hours, 7 high-energy electromagnetic field excitation barrier towers will be sent to the Floating Dust world. After that, please collect the goods yourself and don't forget to check them. "Thank you." Lu Yanlong completed the registration form, and while the clerk was registering, he explained softly to Fang Heng, "Fang Heng, using the Federation's transportation channel is too slow. Starfish Company also has its own teleportation channel, which is faster and won't raise suspicion from the Federation. I will use the Zombie Apocalypse teleportation channel to transport the barrier tower." "All right, you take care of this here. I have an urgent matter to attend to." "No problem. Leave it to me." "You go ahead, MM." Fang Heng nodded. Lu Yanlong needed to manage the transport of various goods between online and offline, and had to stay temporarily at the federal camp. As for him, Fang Heng looked up at the pitch-black night sky. He had no idea what was happening at Black Castle. Regardless, he had lost the mood to log off and attend the next session of the Natural Sciences course. He decided to stay online and first go back to the 2 Maria to check the situation. After brainstorming with Liu Yanlong about some details, Feng Heng set off to return. The federal camp had smoothly passed the crisis and reopened to the outside world. Feng Heng's departure did not attract much attention. However, at that moment, things were stirring at Black Castle. They had learned from certain channels the general situation within the Federation. The Federation had paid a significant price to defend against the Void Ambush beasts. Although the camp's teleportation channel had not suffered substantial damage, the repair work was interrupted, and it was expected to take more time to complete the LV-5 upgrade. For Black Castle, the most troublesome issue currently was not that. It had been a full 90 hours since they last received a message from the missing team. This meant that the team had likely encountered significant trouble. Players who had entered a high-level game world understood that sometimes death was not the worst news. After all, players had various special ways to be resurrected after death. At least there was still hope. What was truly terrifying was the complete silence and disappearance. The failed attack on the federal camp that evening had left them disheartened. In fact, they hadn't held much hope for the attack that evening in the first place. It was the appearance of the Void Ambush beasts that had turned their mood into a roller coaster ride. Let's bring Ojia over. She might discover something. We have no time left. Yes, that is the best solution for now. We will go and fetch Ojia. As for Feng Heng, Fana nodded. I will communicate with Feng Heng. Based on my interactions with him during this period, he is not a difficult person to talk to. Okay, everyone, get moving. It is estimated that the LV-5 teleportation channel will be completed in 24 hours. By then, the Federation will be connecting the teleportation channel to another high-level game world. Every minute before that is extremely precious to us. Make sure to rescue the leader within 24 hours. Understood. Fana's expression was serious. In fact, the whole story she had told Feng Heng was not deceptive. However, she consciously omitted one key detail while narrating. The team trapped inside was not led by an ordinary person. It was led by their leader from Black Castle, the heir personally chosen by the previous leader before their death, Sharon. This was why Black Castle was going to such lengths to rescue the trapped team. Feng Heng was unaware of the critical situation inside Black Castle. Returning to the lakeside area, Feng Heng descended from high altitude and returned to human form. Who's there? Two Black Castle players with masks on their faces noticed someone approaching and quickly came over to investigate, simultaneously issuing a warning. It's Master Feng Heng. The players approached and saw Feng Heng, dropping their guard and nodding respectfully. The special disruption tower that had breached the outer barrier of the island was still at the lakeside, and Black Castle had left two players behind to guard it before evacuating. Okay. Feng Heng nodded, asking, is the disruption tower doing fine? Due to the influence of the Void Ambush beasts before, the disruption tower sustained some damage, but it has been repaired. During the time you were away, no one has approached it. Good. Feng Heng once again gazed at the lonely island, shrouded in a dark red shield. He had been thinking the whole time since coming here. Was there a possibility that triggering the hatred of a large number of Void Ambush beasts last time was just an accident? The likelihood seemed slim. In any case, he had already brought out a large number of Void Ambush beasts from the tomb area. Would the remaining Void Ambush beasts in the tomb area decrease in number? Should he go back in and check? Try again. After a while, Feng Heng turned his head to look at the two Black Castle players and asked, can the disturbance device be activated now? Now. Do you want to go in alone? The two players gave Feng Heng a surprised look. Getting the right answer from Feng Heng's face, one of the players nodded and said, yes, please step back a few steps. Lord Feng Heng, we can now activate the disturbance tower for you. Let's begin. The two immediately began preparing to activate the disturbance tower. When Fana left, she made it clear that no matter what Feng Heng proposed, as long as it did not violate the bottom line of their Black Castle, everything would be done, as Feng Heng said. In that case, just follow the arrangement. 2 minutes later, the disturbance device started running again. A faint blue light appeared. The red barrier outside the island once again showed ripples as it gradually dissipated under the blue light. Feng Heng said, I'll go in and take a look be careful, and be ready to evacuate at any time." Hearing Fang Heng say this, the two Black Castle players immediately had a not-so-good premonition. Fang Heng turned around and entered the tomb area once again. It was the same as during the day. 3 obelisks stood in a triangular shape outside the tomb structure. In the center of the tomb was a dark hole. Fang Heng turned on his flashlight and slowly explored down the stone steps. Passing through a long corridor, he entered a cave. Click! In the extremely quiet cave, Fang Heng's footsteps became unusually clear. Fang Heng couldn't help but stop, squinting his eyes to scan the entire interior of the cave. He felt it. Pairs of eyes lurking in the cave were staring at him. It seemed like there were fewer than during the day. Maybe. Fang Heng couldn't be sure. He shifted his gaze back to the large gate deep inside the cave. Yes, that door with the locked stone chains carved on it. In the daytime, after trying to approach that door, a large number of void lurkers seemed to be greatly stimulated and burst out from the walls, chasing him desperately. They even chased him to the federal camp. Fang Heng cautiously observed the area around the entrance to the door. Apart from this gate, there were only cold rock walls on all sides. There was nothing else noteworthy. Thinking it over, Fang Heng walked towards a void lurker in hiding. Just as he approached a few steps, the void lurker immediately used its special spatial ability to disappear into the rock wall, completely vanishing from his perception. Unlike during the day, the void lurkers did not launch an attack on their own initiative. So, it's still because I triggered some special mechanism that it was stimulated. Fang Heng muttered to himself, feeling increasingly puzzled. But why didn't the others trigger such a special change when they touched the stone door? Why only him? Thinking about it, Fang Heng walked slowly towards the stone door again. He felt that with each step closer to the door, more and more void lurkers emerged from the rock walls in the darkness. Pairs of eyes were staring intently at him. Snap! Fang Heng took another step forward. Just as his foot lifted forward, the void lurkers in the entire cave were once again greatly stimulated. Spakes of white spatial light dots emerged from the rock walls. Damn it! Triggered again! Run! Fang Heng immediately retracted his leg that was halfway extended without looking back and ran towards the exit of the cave. The next moment, the first batch of void lurkers flowed out of the rock walls and rushed towards Fang Heng at high speed. As more and more void lurkers slowly emerged from the rocks, relying on their spatial abilities. Outside the island, two Black Castle players looked towards the direction of the island. Since Fang Heng entered, the two of them felt like their hearts were hanging in the air. A sense of foreboding. Before long, they saw Fang Heng running quickly out of the island. What they heard next was Fang Heng shouting, "Be careful! They're coming! Evacuate first! Them!" The two players felt a stir in their hearts. Could it be? Following that, they saw a large group of void lurker monsters chasing behind Fang Heng. Run! The two Black Castle players turned and ran. This time, Fang Heng was smart. He had prepared a group of lickers to block the entrance, and after leaving the island area, he quickly switched to the vampire mode, flying directly towards the sky. Swoosh! Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! The void lurkers immediately used long-range beam weapons from behind to try to shoot Fang Heng down from the air. However, the effect was not good. Under the bat form, Fang Heng was very small in size and could more easily dodge beam attacks. Also, the distance was too far, so the accuracy of the void lurkers' attacks was not good. After leaving the range of the beam attacks, Fang Heng flew towards the sky, leading the void lurkers in another direction away from the disturbance tower, trying to distract them. The void lurkers had no interest in the disturbance tower and were full of hatred as they chased Fang Heng. After flying in the sky for over 10 minutes, Fang Heng gradually descended and observed the situation behind him. Sure enough, his speculation was likely correct. The number of void lurkers inside the cave had been restricted in some way. This time was different from during the day. About a quarter fewer void lurkers were provoked. Of course, Fang Heng already had a plan for dealing with this wave of void lurkers. What else could he do? He couldn't handle them alone. Plus, these void lurkers wouldn't drop any loot when killed. Just hand them over to the Federation. Let someone else take the blame. Fang Heng remained calm, maintaining his bat form, accelerating towards the direction of the federal camp. Federal camp. Commander Josh had just gathered the leaders of the various teams to complete the debriefing of the battle today. The battle against the Void Lurkers had been a huge drain on both energy and physical strength. Josh watched as the team leaders left the meeting room one by one, sat down, and rubbed his temples. He felt a deep exhaustion, but he still persevered. He assumed that tonight's attack by the Void Lurkers should be Black Castle's last trump card. They held on. Just wait for another 24 hours when the second gateway to the advanced game world opens, with at least 50 high-level elite players joining the game. With their combat power added, his mission could be deemed successful. Another 24 hours. Hold on. Josh forced himself to rally, arranged the personnel for rest and duty for the night, got up and left the meeting room to inspect the warehouse situation in the camp again. Just as he walked out of the room, he collided head-on with a hastily arriving federal player. The empty lurking beast? Hasn't one wave just ended? Another one is coming now. Josh could barely maintain his composure, and the two assistants standing next to Josh suddenly felt a sense of blackout in front of their eyes. Another wave. Could they handle it? Josh said in a deep voice, "Issue the order. The camp is now on high alert. All standby personnel stop resting immediately and get online." At this moment, Lu Yanlong was still inside the federal camp, coordinating the transfer of goods. He caught a glimpse of a figure behind him and looked back alertly. Seeing that it was Fang Heng, Lu Yanlong relaxed. "Boss Fang, you're back." "Yes, just went back for a round and came here to lay low." "Huh, lay low? What does that mean?" Lu Yanlong showed a hint of confusion in his eyes and didn't quite understand for a moment. Fang Heng casually replied, then looked at the task information released by the Federal Commission and asked, "How is the barrier tower? Is the Federation causing any trouble for us?" "No. This time it went through the Central Federation's channels smoothly." Lu Yanlong was about to ask Fang Heng about laying low when the loudspeaker in the camp sounded the alarm again. "Alert! Camp is now on high alert. Warning! A large number of distorted creatures are rapidly approaching the western area of the camp. Expected to arrive at the outer perimeter in 10 minutes. All soldiers, prepare for level." "What's going on?" "Alarm! High alert mode. This alarm seems a bit familiar." Lu Yanlong was taken aback as he listened to the piercing alarm and couldn't help but turn his head to look at Fang Heng. "Boss Fang, could this alarm be?" "Shh." Fang Heng gestured quietly and motioned towards the commission's entrance. Captain Domo, who had cooperated with them before, passed by with his soldiers, waved at Fang Heng, signaling their team to go ahead, and then approached them alone. "Fang Heng, how's the recovery going? Are you okay?" "Not bad." "That's good. Just got the news. Another batch of empty lurking beasts is attacking the camp. This time the scale is not as large as the previous one, but you also know the camp just suffered a great threat. Many facilities are not fully repaired, and the defense capability has greatly decreased." Domo quickly briefed on the current situation and immediately invited Fang Heng. "I heard that people from Starfish Company are here looking for you. Our team is short-handed. Would you consider joining us? Just like last time, we are willing to offer additional points." Protecting the federal camp? Upon hearing this, Fang Heng was moved. It doesn't sound bad. Originally, he was planning to log off first, attend a class, and then see how things were when he came back. But after Domo's words, joining the federal team to earn some points sounded quite appealing. Domo's team belonged to the Central Federation. Their credit was much better than the Western Federation. Besides, he needed more points. Whether to purchase the high-energy electromagnetic field-inducing barrier tower or the mutant crystal aggregation device that he was swindled by the Federation before, he might get Domo's help to retrieve it. "Okay, I'll go with you guys." With that, Fang Heng nodded at Lu Yanlong. Lu Yanlong watched Fang Heng hurriedly leave with Domo, his mouth slightly agape, lost in thought. Soon, as the vengeful hatred of the empty lurking beasts chased after Fang Heng into the outskirts of the federal camp, the entire Federation once again entered a state of battle. After the previous battle, players logged off in succession, some even just crawled into bed to sleep. But they received an urgent report and were urged to get online hastily to prepare for battle. The team morale was greatly affected. Fang Heng mingled in Domo's team and once again fought monsters, creating space for his teammates to deal damage. This time, The entire federal team clearly had more experience in dealing with the void aberrations. Despite the constant challenges, they all defused them under the clever command of Commander Josh. It went back and forth for nearly 2 hours. The invading empty lurking beasts were wiped out by the team once again. The already damaged federal camp suffered another blow. Commander Josh immediately issued a commission offering double rewards, urgently recruiting external mechanical engineering player to help repair the damaged alloy metal defense facilities within the camp. After the camp was attacked twice tonight, Josh had a very bad premonition. The attack by the empty lurking beasts might have a third wave, or even a fourth. Additionally, due to the continuous attacks by them, construction progress of the LV-5 upgrade was delayed. Lu Yanlong stayed in the camp's resting area without leaving. As the chaos outside subsided, he quickly went out to look for Fang Heng's return. Soon, he saw Fang Heng and Domo returning together, chatting amiably. "So there's still this happening? Fang Heng, rest assured, I will inquire on your behalf. Generally, the Federation will block suspicious goods, and I will report to the commander and put pressure on the Western Federation commander. Thank you for your concern. We need the mutant crystal aggregation device for the upgrade. Being detained indefinitely is not an option." "No problem. I will make sure to report this issue to the higher-ups." After a round of monster battles, coupled with the additional points compensation promised by Domo, Fang Heng earned over 200,000 federal commission points again this time. Fang Heng and Lu Yanlong quickly discussed and decided that Lu Yanlong, on behalf of the Starfish Company, would continue exchanging the earn points for the high-energy electromagnetic field-inducing barrier tower. Meanwhile, Fang Heng would return once again to the Lakeside Tomb area. This time, when Fang Heng returned to the Lakeside area, Fana and over 20 Black Castle players were already waiting. Transforming from his bat form back to human form, Fang Heng approached them puzzled by the large gathering, all waiting for me. "Is there a special discovery?" Fana and the team exchanged glances. In reality, they were more curious about Fang Heng's plans. So, Fana and the group fell silent again. No wonder earlier, halfway through the journey, the offline team mentioned that the federal camp had just been lively not long ago, indicating that they had encountered a major problem again. It turned out to be the handiwork of Fang Heng. Fana organized her thoughts, took a step forward, and explained, "Fang Heng, currently, we have lost contact with the trap team for over 90 hours. The situation is very critical." Indeed it's not very good," Fang Heng shrugged, having done his best. "There weren't any particularly good ways to respond at the moment. We tried hard to persuade a hermit and brought her here in the hope that she could help us open the entrance inside the lower tomb." Fang Heng's eyes lit up upon hearing this. The Black Castle had actually found a hermit, and a living one at that. After studying the hermit's text for half a day, the dude team had only deciphered bits and pieces. Why go through such trouble if they could find a surviving hermit? Fana stepped back, indicating a young girl protected by layers of players at the back. Fang Heng looked at the girl. It was his first time seeing a hermit. Hermits and humans shared at least 90% similarity in appearance. The most obvious difference was that hermit's hair was white and their skin was paler. The hermit girl had been hiding by a player's side in Black Castle, looking cautiously at Fang Heng. Her name is Ojia, a hermit left outside, separated from her people since childhood. We received a mission to find her family, and the tasks we are engaging in are related to her. However, her ability to open the gate is not guaranteed, Fana explained to Fang Heng. If the situation were not so dire, we would not have risked bringing her here. Fang Heng curiously observed Ojia for a moment and asked, "I heard that hermits have white eyes." He had heard from Dude that apart from the difference in hair color, the hermits, like humans, had white pupils occupying their entire eyes. This was said to be related to their innate psychic abilities. If a hermit's eye color changed, it meant a change in their abilities. Yes, hermits have white pupils. Because they are too eye-catching, we have disguised her by wearing colored contacts. Besides, the hermits have weak bodies and are not suited to survive in the vast world. Here, all their attributes and abilities will be reduced. Also, when the hermits are emotionally agitated, the blue blood vessels under their skin will appear. Fana briefly introduced Ojia's situation and continued, "Fang Heng, I heard you recently explored the tomb again." "Yes." Fang Heng nodded, shifting his gaze to an isolated island not far away, saying, I tried going into the tomb again, just like before. When I approached the gate deep inside, the void-lurking beasts would trigger an attack on me. As Fang Heng was speaking, the hermit girl, Ojia, tugged at the sleeve of a Black Castle player nearby. The player, Santos, nodded, forming a hand seal in front of him and closing his eyes. Fana whispered to Fang Heng, Santos is a player directly involved in Ojia's mission and has extremely powerful psychic abilities. I forgot to mention, hermits communicate with each other through psychic communication, using a language mode that we cannot understand. Currently, in the entire Black Castle, only Santos can simulate using psychic communication skills to communicate with Ojia. After a moment of psychic communication, Santos opened his eyes again, turned to Fang Heng, and there was a hint of strangeness in his eyes. Fang Heng was skeptical and asked, "What did she say? Is it related to me?" "Yes, Fang Heng. Ojia told me she sensed something on you that made her very uncomfortable." Fang Heng furrowed his brows upon hearing that. Something on him. That made her uncomfortable. It couldn't be the demon seed, could it? Did demons and hermits have some connection? Upon hearing this, the other Black Castle players also showed puzzled expressions and looked at Fang Heng with more doubt in their eyes. Ojia is also not sure what exactly it is. She was adopted by her grandmother since childhood, and she learned much about the hermits from her grandmother. After her grandmother's death, she never encountered any of her people again. Santos shook his head while speaking. After all, Ojia is a hermit. She has a strong sense of connection with her kind. Her sense about you is probably not wrong. Fana asked, "Is it possible that the lurking beasts below the tomb are also sensing something on Fang Heng, and thus launching attacks against him?" The group looked at each other, unable to provide an answer. "Well, let's not waste time on this now. How about we go back down to explore the area below the tomb?" "Okay." After discussing, they once again activated the interference tower to open the passage barrier outside the isolated island. Led by Fana, Fang Heng followed at the back of the team and once again entered for exploration beneath the tomb. As they were about to enter the cave, Ojia stopped again, holding Santos' clothes next to her. Santos signaled the team to stop again. He used his psychic powers to communicate with Ojia once more, then looked up and said, "Fang Heng, Ojia hopes that you can temporarily stay at the entrance of the cave. She feels that something on you will provoke the guardians even more." Fang Heng opened his mouth. So there really was something on him? And it indeed affected the lurking beasts? What could it be? Could it be the demon seed? Fang Heng's expression turned more serious, nodded, and stayed outside as requested, saying, "All right, I understand. I'll wait outside for now." The Black Castle team entered the interior of the cave. Ojia had been carefully following Santos all along. It was only then that she walked out from the team and stood in front of the closed gate entrance of the rock wall. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Ojia raised her hand forward. Her white hair floated gently in mid-air due to her psychic power. Blue veins appeared on her pale face. After a moment, Ojia stopped. The communication this time clearly took longer. When Santos opened his eyes again, he said, "Oka believes that deep in the tomb lies only the bodies of the clan's warriors. She agrees to help us force open the entrance gate, but doing so will provoke the guardians of the tomb. She needs to continue casting spells for at least 10 minutes, during which we need to ensure her safety and not interrupt her. Resist the many void stalkers in the cave for 10 minutes? That's too difficult." The group fell into silence once again at his words. They couldn't do it with their current abilities. Fang Heng stood at the entrance of the cave. This place allowed him to see the scenes inside the cave clearly. Even the conversation of Fana and her group was heard distinctly. Hearing this, he couldn't help but stroke his chin and suggest, "Maybe I have a solution." Everyone turned their gaze to Fang Heng at the entrance of the cave. "The Void Stalkers hold a high grudge against me. Maybe I can try to lure them out and deal with them," Fang Heng said, thinking through the plan. He continued, "I just tried it. The second batch of Void Stalkers I lured out was significantly reduced in number. In theory, pulling them multiple times, the number of Void Stalkers will greatly decrease. When the number of Void Stalkers is below a certain level, that's when we break open the stone door." The players of Black Castle looked at each other. Wipe out all the monsters by force. Is there really such a way? But thinking carefully, it seemed to be the only method they could use. Fang Heng shrugged. The risk is actually not that great. We can try. Even if we fail, it doesn't matter. Hearing Fang Heng's words, everyone nodded. That's the right way to think. It's better than wasting time waiting here. Fana looked worried and looked towards Fang Heng, asking, Lord Fang Heng, are you sure you can do it? Isn't it too dangerous? It's fine, not dangerous, Fang Heng said sincerely, waving his hand. Besides, even if something happens, the Federation will help out. In the federal camp, Lu Yanlong had been staying at the Federal Commission all along. Can't believe it, Boss Fang Heng indeed has some tricks. After separating from Fang Heng, federal staff found the Starfish Company and had them deal with the temporary seizure of the mutation crystal aggregation device. Lu Yanlong was filling out forms when suddenly, the harsh alarm sounded again in the commission hall. Alert! The current camp is on level 1 high alert. Large numbers of aberrant creatures are rapidly approaching the western area of the camp. Estimated to arrive at the outer periphery of the camp's west area within 10 minutes. Please all soldiers enter level 1. What the heck? They're coming again. Did Boss Fang bring another group over? Lu Yanlong, hearing the alarm ring out again, quickly followed the tumultuous players back to the rest area. Along the way, he saw Fang Heng heading towards the battle preparation area with Domer. The two men exchanged a quick glance. Lu Yanlong was speechless, thinking Boss Fang is quite the businessman. Running back and forth like this. Are you busy taking advantage of both sides? Inside the central command room, Commander Josh was on high alert. He had foreseen the third wave of attacks by the Void Stalkers. The entire federal camp had been on standby for some time. Fortunately, the Void Stalkers attacked wave by wave. If they all rushed over at once, they would never be able to defend. The camp must remain orderly. There couldn't be further disagreements with the Central Federation. This was also why Josh quickly resolved the outstanding issues with the Starfish Company when he learned about them. The good news was that from the current situation, the number of Void Stalkers in the third wave was fewer than the previous two waves. After a night of turmoil, by the next morning, the Federation had endured 7 waves of attacks by the Void Stalkers. The federal soldiers were constantly on high alert. They spent the entire night fighting off wave after wave of incoming Void Stalkers. The camp hadn't rested at all. They thought they could finally rest when morning came. But to their surprise, the attacks continued even after daybreak with the 6th and 7th waves. Everyone was tired. The soldiers sat on the ground casually, some even laid down. The physical fatigue made them lose interest even in talking. Domer's eyes were bloodshot as he looked at Fang Heng, who was preparing to leave, waving to him, leaving. Fang Heng. Yeah, the company has some matters, so I have to leave for a bit. If I run into trouble, I'll come back. After each round of battle, Fang Heng would leave with the Starfish Company for a short time. Domer had gotten used to it. But every time, Fang Heng would return in time before the next wave of Void Stalker attacks. Domer almost wanted to advise Fang Heng to stop pushing so hard, as the next wave would likely arrive soon. But before he could say anything, he felt it was a bit pessimistic. After a night of continuous fighting, the team was nearing its limits. No one knew when this tough time would end. Their combat strength had greatly diminished. Morale had also plummeted. So, saying it aloud, wouldn't morale continue to decline? Domer changed his statement, right, okay? After leaving the camp, Fang Heng transformed into his bat form once again and swiftly flew towards the lakeside area. When he was about to reach the lakeshore, he noticed a convoy of trucks below heading towards the lakeside as well. Huh? Why are there other teams going there too? Fang Heng had a sense of foreboding and flew down towards the convoy. It turned out to be Lu Yanlong leading a team to transport the high-energy electromagnetic field excitation barrier tower. Fang Heng landed near the front off-road vehicle. Lu Yanlong quickly explained the situation. Our people will start assembling after arriving at the lakeside area, and the subsequent points will remain untouched as you instructed. Great! With the high-energy electromagnetic field excitation barrier tower, they would also be able to utilize the tower to consume some of the void-lurking beasts. After all, they had been luring creatures all night, and with each wave of creatures dwindling, it would be a waste of time to keep going back and forth to the federal camp. It would be best if they could handle it themselves. Soon, the truck team successfully arrived at the lakeside area. Fana and a team of over 20 people had been waiting on the side all along. In fact, Foresight's pull strategy was something they couldn't assist with at all. They could only watch from the side. It was the kind of job that only Fang Heng could handle by himself. "Boss Fang, I'll take the team to assemble the barrier tower." Due to the sensitive nature of his identity, Lu Yanlong didn't want to get too involved in the matters of Black Castle. He nodded to Fang Heng, signaling the Sea Star Company team to start moving supplies and prepare to set up the high-energy electromagnetic field excitation barrier tower on the edge of the lake. Domain Lord Fang. Fana approached Fang Heng with a group of players and asked, "The number of void-lurking beasts has been greatly reduced. If you need any help, please let us know." I was just thinking of discussing with you all." After a brief calculation in his mind, Fang Heng raised his head and asked about how many void-lurking beasts were there in the last wave. Another Black Castle player behind Fana stepped forward and answered, "I observed that there were about 5,800 void-lurking beasts in the last wave, and based on the previous decline. This time, it is estimated that the number of void-lurking beasts would be in the range of 4,000 to 4,300. Fang Heng stroked his chin. "Even if it's 4,500. With the high-energy electromagnetic field excitation barrier tower in place, along with the mental control ability of the Black Castle team, they should be able to handle it, right? The number of void-lurking beasts has already been significantly reduced, and they no longer pose a threat to the federal camp. Continuing back and forth is a bit of a waste of time. If we collaborate to personally take care of them, do you have confidence?" As Fang Heng spoke, the Black Castle players were taken aback. "Deal with them directly. Is he that confident? Keep in mind, there are over 4,000 void-lurking beasts." Fana frowned. Psionics has strong control capabilities over these types of life forms. With the current capabilities of our team, handling 1,000 void-lurking beasts simultaneously is already at the limit, and it will take a long time. The risk factor is extremely high. Hearing this, Fang Heng quickly calculated in his mind. Even if the Black Castle players could handle 1,000 void-lurking beasts, not to mention destroying them, engaging with 1,000 void-lurking beasts was still feasible. The high-energy electromagnetic field excitation barrier tower was capable of dealing with 500. Combining the numbers, it made 3,500. He could manage the remaining 1,000 void-lurking beasts on his own. That should be sufficient. Fang Heng raised his head and said, "Well, that should be about enough. We have the energy tower, and both me and the zombie avatar can assist on the side." Wait, why is that just about enough? Fana and her Black Castle team behind her also couldn't quite understand, all looking at Fang Heng with a puzzled expression. Ojia was also curiously examining Fang Heng. One Black Castle player felt a bit uneasy and couldn't help but speak up. "Domain Lord Fang, it's okay. I have a plan. You all can prepare first. Even if the plan fails, I can handle them and bring them to the federal handling. No problem." Hearing this, everyone felt somewhat reassured. With Fang Heng's abilities, even if something went wrong during the plan's execution, he could mitigate it. It seemed completely manageable. So, they decided to give it a try. "All right." Fana nodded immediately, signaling her teammates to get ready for battle. Following Fang Heng's instructions at the moment was the way to go. Half an hour later, 12 high-energy electromagnetic field excitation barrier towers were successfully set up at the edge of the lake. They were powered directly through existing cosmic crystals. "Boss Fang, it's done. We can start anytime." Lu Yanlong made an okay gesture towards Fang Heng. The zombie avatar was also ready for action, gathering around the entrance to the Solitary Island Cemetery. Fana's team followed behind the barrier towers in a more distant position. With everything confirmed, Fana also nodded at Fang Heng as a signal. "Domain Lord Fang, we are also prepared. Action!" The Black Castle players watched as Fang Heng entered the central underground tomb entrance of the Solitary Island alone, completely disappearing from their line of sight. Unconsciously, they couldn't help but worrying about Fang Heng. If it were anyone else, they definitely wouldn't go along with this madness. But Fang Heng was different. He had the ability to bring tens of thousands of void-lurking beasts back to the federal camp multiple times. He must also have the capability to handle the current situation. Just 5 minutes after entering the passage, Fang Heng swiftly emerged from the underground cave entrance again. He was rapidly coming towards the direction of the high-energy electromagnetic field excitation barrier towers. Hiss! 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 Seconds later, A dense swarm of void-lurking beasts poured out from the underground cave entrance behind Fang Heng. The fusion tyrant, lickers, and vine zombies waiting outside the entrance rushed forward. As predicted by Fang Heng, a small fraction of void-lurking beasts were entangled by the zombie legion he controlled, while more continued to chase after him. Their hatred firmly locked onto him. Behind the barrier tower, players watched as a large group of void-lurking beasts charged towards them, feeling the immense pressure heading toward them for the first time. Lu Yanlong raised his hand and shouted, "Activate the barrier!" The barrier tower instantly activated at maximum power, spreading an invisible barrier around its surroundings. The first wave of void-lurking beasts that stepped into the barrier area immediately felt its effects, becoming paralyzed and losing their ability to move. Boom, boom, boom. Seizing this opportunity, the fusion tyrant directed its artillery towards the paralyzed void-lurking beasts and bombarded them wildly. Soon, as more void-lurking beasts entered the barrier force field, the load on the barrier tower surged. The paralysis effect disappeared, leaving only the slowing effect in place. Fana and the Black Castle player team began to concentrate on a mark in front of them. Gather! Almost instantly, the lurking void sneak beasts that swarmed from behind completely surrounded Fang Heng. Countless sharp claws tore open wounds on Fang Heng's body. There were even attempts to use the skill of web entanglement to wrap up Fang Heng. Hint: player affected by the skill, web entanglement. Player under the effect of web entanglement. Hint: player's strength and constitution attributes successfully judged. Player breaks free from web entanglement. Fang Heng continued to swing his metal staff, quickly breaking free from the web entanglement. Not far away, the players from Black Castle and the Sea Star Company maintenance personnel were shocked to see this scene. How is this possible? One person standing their ground directly, even trying to wrap up Fang Heng in a web. Ojia's eyes also showed a surprised expression. Even so many Tomb Guardians couldn't kill that human being? Seeing Fang Heng so brave, everyone at Black Castle focused all their efforts on output. However, although the psychic skills were extremely effective, they were all single target attack skills and also required skill casting time. With such a large quantity of monsters, they couldn't handle them all at once. After waiting in place for nearly 20 seconds, Fang Heng saw his health quickly drop to a quarter, so he quickly accelerated, rushed out from the group of void sneak beasts surrounding him, and ran towards the right side area. The void sneak beasts immediately chased after him. The players fell into silence once again. He actually escaped easily. And he managed to pull all the void sneak beasts away? Everyone, hurry up and recover. The Black Castle players immediately closed their eyes and meditated to regain their lost mental energy. Lu Yanlong was also taken aback and shouted to the rear maintenance players, "Quickly check the status of the barrier towers. Hurry! You only have 3 minutes. Understood." Soon, after 3 minutes, Fang Heng led the void sneak beasts around the small island and once again arrived at the area covered by the high-energy electromagnetic field of the barrier tower not far from the Black Castle players. As before, the void sneak beast at the forefront was immediately paralyzed by the magnetic field force. Boom! Boom boom boom! The fusion tyrant body once again utilized the high-energy beam weapon for a round of simultaneous attacks. The Fana Black Castle team released psychic skills from the rear to reduce the number of void sneak beasts. Finally, Fang Heng once again stayed with a group of void sneak beasts within the force field of the barrier tower for 20 seconds and then pulled them away. Only a small number of void sneak beasts were left entangled in place by the zombie doppelgangers. This cycle repeated itself. Up to now, the Black Castle players finally understood Fang Heng's combat plan. Is there still this kind of operation? This was a tactic they never imagined. Thinking carefully, it seemed that only Fang Heng could achieve this kind of monster grinding mode. After all, the most difficult part of the entire monster grinding process was the player pulling the monsters. Besides needing to firmly hold the hate of the void sneak beasts, the player also needed to have extremely powerful damage absorption abilities. In the face of attacks from a large number of void sneak beasts, they had to stay alive. Fang Heng was the only one who met both these requirements. After running around the tower for more than 20 laps, gradually decreasing the number of void sneak beasts to around 1,000, Fang Heng simply stood inside the electromagnetic barrier field and did not move. The fusion tyrant body and the Black Castle players behind him continued to output their attacks. Soon, with the last Void Sneak Beast bursting under the bombardment of the Fusion Tyrant body, the entire batch of over 4,000 Void Sneak Beasts was completely wiped out. After the consumption, the Black Castle players began to drink healing potions in place for a rest. Lu Yanlong also instructed the company maintenance staff to stop the activation of the barrier towers and conduct a comprehensive maintenance check on the equipment. Luckily, only one barrier tower had a minor issue throughout the entire monster grinding process, and it was quickly repaired during Fang Heng's monster pulling laps. Lu Yanlong found this job to be quite easy. After all, he hadn't put in much effort throughout the process, only needing to watch the operation of the barrier towers. Fang Heng actually didn't exert much effort either. Wasn't it just being hit? Previously, in the federal camp, he had to carefully position himself while evading hits. Now it was even easier. He didn't need to dodge at all. Just stand there, get hit for 20 seconds, then run around the deserted island and get hit again. He even had time to control over 20 zombie doppelgangers to enter the secondary space projection, gaining some experience points for the spatial science skill. The only pity was that the level of the Void Sneak Beasts was not low, but it seemed that because of the game's special settings, the Void Sneak Beasts never dropped any items or equipment after being killed. Fang Heng found this quite strange too. After a brief rest of more than 10 minutes and confirming that all the barrier towers had been checked without any problems, Fang Heng looked up again at the Black Castle players. They were the ones who had run out of energy the most. It was they who were the main damage dealers. Fana happened to look towards Fang Heng. She was also a bit worried about Fang Heng's condition. The plan had been executed perfectly. Fana felt that Fang Heng was the one under the most pressure. Supreme Master Fang Heng, are you alright? There is no problem for the time being. Fang Heng nodded and said, what about you? Can you continue? Shall we proceed? Although the Black Castle players had consumed a lot of their resources, hearing Fang Heng's determined attitude, they all nodded in agreement. Supreme Master Fang Heng, don't worry about us. As long as you're okay, we can continue at any time. Good. Fang Heng's spirit was lifted. If Black Castle was also fine, then the action plan could be considered a success. Then let's continue. Fana had underestimated Fang Heng's endurance. Starting from just after 10 in the morning, the entire team continued grinding monsters until nightfall. They even had to eat lunch and dinner hastily during the transitional time between each round of monster grinding. As the sky grew darker, the number of Void Sneak Beasts in the last batch lured out was reduced to less than 300. The Black Castle players finally had a chance to catch their breath and rest for an hour to recuperate. When Fana saw that everyone had rested enough, she came to Fang Heng's side with a group of people. Supreme Master Fang Heng, we are all ready now that our condition has been restored. Good. Let's go down together and take a look. Fang Heng gestured for Lu Yanlong and several Black Castle players to stay behind. Once again, everyone activated the barrier towers and entered the interior of the deserted island. The player team once again entered the lower area through the entrance of the tomb. Walking through a long corridor, they arrived once again at the underground cavern. Fana nodded and gestured to everyone. The players of Black Castle immediately dispersed, keeping watch around them and securely protecting Ojia in the center. Ojia took 2 steps forward, facing the large gate ahead with her hands in front of her, making a hand gesture similar to the one used by the players of Black Castle when using psychic skills. Hiss! Fine blue veins gradually appeared on Ojia's originally pale face. The players remained on high alert, ready for any danger. Fang Heng also sensed the slowly gathering Void Lurkers around them. Hiss! The first Void Lurker launched an attack, suddenly flying out from the shadows on the right and pouncing towards Fang Heng's location. Bang! While still in midair, the Void Lurker exploded with a bang, falling to the ground. The psychic skills were effective. The players of Black Castle had noticed the restless Void Lurkers on the rock walls and preemptively attacked. Subsequently, sparse white spots emerged from cracks in the surrounding rock walls. Void Lurkers. Not many. Compared to their first time here, the number of Void Lurkers had greatly decreased. The players of Black Castle quickly concentrated their marks in front of them before the Void Lurkers fully revealed their forms and launched a direct attack. Bang! Bang bang! Void Lurkers exploded one after another in the cave. Fang Heng pondered. Psychic attacks were invisible, unstoppable, and even potentially fatal. It seemed quite powerful. Should he take the opportunity to learn it too? After all, you can never have too many skills. In the midst of his contemplation, Feng Heng noticed a game prompt reappearing on his retina. Hint: player triggered current side mission. Protect Ojia. Mission name: Protect Ojia. Mission difficulty: SS. Mission description: Ojia is attempting to open the main gate inside the tomb. During the opening process, Ojia might come under attack from the tomb guardians. Mission requirements: players are required to protect Ojia until the main gate is opened. Mission reward: special mission: explore additional completion of the tomb. Feng Heng stood in place, on high alert. Clearly, the players of Black Castle had also received the game prompt. An SS level mission difficulty. Extremely difficult. They must be on edge and careful. From the moment the game prompt appeared, the players could see a long progress bar floating above Ojia's head. At the current rate, it would probably take more than 10 minutes to complete the progress bar. Players inadvertently glanced at Feng Heng. Although Ojia was the one attempting to break open the main gate of the tomb, the game prompt was about protecting Ojia. Quite strange. The attacks of the Void Lurkers were still firmly targeted at Feng Heng, showing an intense level of animosity. Of course, for the players of Black Castle, this was excellent news. Despite facing thousands of Void Lurkers at once, Feng Heng appeared unperturbed. In the cave, there were only 200 to 300 Void Lurkers. It was like scratching an itch for him. With Feng Heng present, Ojia's situation became extremely safe. Feng Heng stood aside, holding an alloy metal rod. Dealing with over 200 Void Lurkers was a piece of cake for the players of Black Castle. Feng Heng didn't need to take action, he just stood by quietly waiting. 1/3 of the progress bar above Ojia's head quickly completed with a light click sound, indicating a stone-carved chain on the entrance of the tomb door had broken. Feng Heng raised his eyebrows, keenly sensing a strong blood wave coming from the right side of the rock wall. "Everyone, be careful," Feng Heng warned as he immediately aimed his flashlight at the direction of the sensation. Seeing this, Fana also turned her gaze towards the direction where Feng Heng's flashlight was pointing. A faint red light point emerged from the rock wall. It was a light point generated by spatial forces. A player whispered upon seeing it, "It's an elite-level creature. Everyone, be careful." In an instant, an elite-level Void Lurker emerged from the spatial rock wall. It was not larger than a normal Void Lurker, rather a bit smaller, with several protruding spikes on its forehead. All players immediately became alert. Obviously, this sudden appearance of an elite monster was related to the mission. "Protect Ojia," Fana said as she took 2 steps towards Ojia, positioning herself between Ojia and the elite monster. Suddenly, at a speed much faster than ordinary creatures, the elite Void Lurker emerged from within the rock wall. In the blink of an eye, it had already attacked out of the rock wall. Then, it charged directly towards Feng Heng. Oh! The target was Feng Heng too. Fana, who was on guard, was momentarily stunned upon witnessing this. Feng Heng was also taken aback. Could his animosity be that high? However, the players were relieved. It was just one elite creature. The Domain Lord Feng Heng was not afraid at all. After witnessing Feng Heng's abilities, the players felt reassured. The mocking skill of Domain Lord Feng Heng. One word to describe it: steady. Feng Heng had no intention of taking the brunt of the attack. When the elite creature charged directly at him, he swung his metal rod, fiercely smashing it towards the elite creature, who, with a breaking sound, the metal rod cut through the air, then heavily struck the frontal area of the elite creature. Bang! With a loud bang, the elite Void Lurker was sent flying back from where it came. Elite-level Void Lurkers possessed agility, strength, and defense attributes superior to normal Void Lurkers. Despite this, they seemed to have no other means to fight back. Was it simply going to be knocked back by a rod? Seeing the attack was effective, Feng Heng gave a disdainful snort and lifted his metal rod again, pursuing the elite creature that had been knocked back. In the mid-air, the elite Void Lurker sprayed several streams of green venom from its mouth. Due to the closeness of the attack, Feng Heng had no time to dodge, so he aimed to strike back without hesitation, swinging the metal rod forward again. Bang! The alloy metal rod struck the Void Lurker once more, creating a depression on its body, before hammering it in another direction. Meanwhile, Feng Heng was affected by the venom spray, involuntarily being pushed back a few steps. The venom corroded and dissolved a black hole at the center of his chest position. Hint: player affected by venom spray skill effect. This hit is a critical hit, receiving 15,233 points of damage. Player experiencing a knockback effect. Player enters severe poison negative effect. The wound quickly self-healed in a blink. Hint: player's undying body skill effect activates. Player's severe poison effect is cleared. Feng Heng's mind stirred. Previously, they only knew that Feng Heng was very strong in enduring beatings, but they didn't expect that he was also very strong in fighting back. The players in Castle Black had been trying to help Feng Heng deal with the elite Void Stalkers. However, the elite monsters moved too quickly, and their psychic skills needed time to guide, so they couldn't catch up in time. Before the players could act, Feng Heng had already completely taken control of the situation and was chasing after the elite Void Stalker. Feng Heng kept landing hits and wanted to continue attacking, but suddenly he discovered that after the elite Void Stalker slammed into a rock wall, a faint red light emerged from its body, and then it directly merged into the rugged rock wall. The Void Stalker's special ability. Feng Heng furrowed his brow. Beside him, Fana reminded in a low voice, "Realm Lord Feng Heng, be careful, it's the Void Stalker's special ability. They can hide in part of the space and launch ambushes." "Okay, I understand," Feng Heng replied, observing his surroundings. In previous battles, ordinary Void Stalkers had also shown similar abilities. However, the process of ordinary Void Stalkers using their skills was slow, taking more than 10 seconds to completely merge into the rock wall. Whereas the elite monsters completed the entire process in less than half a second. "Found it! Over there!" Feng Heng narrowed his eyes and looked to his right. Prince-level bloodline ability of the vampires. Blood Sense. The sensing skill worked wonders at this moment. Although the elite Void Stalker had already melded into the rock wall, once it attempted to leave, its blood flow would reveal its position in advance. Impossible to hide. Feng Heng immediately rushed to the rock wall where the elite Void Stalker was about to emerge, raised his hand, and swung the alloy metal rod in his hand. Whoosh! At the moment when the Void Stalker was just emerging, the metal rod struck it directly in the face. Bang! A headshot. The elite Void Stalker was sent flying out of the rock wall by Feng Heng. The players present were stunned watching this scene. Feng Heng could actually predict the position where the elite Void Stalker would appear in advance. It felt like the Void Stalker deliberately emerged from that spot to face Feng Heng. With just one attack, Feng Heng had found the rhythm of attack, relying on the blood sensibility of the vampire bloodline to lock onto the target in advance. Then he caught up and delivered a fatal blow. More and more skillful. Behind them, the players from Castle Black were dealing with the ordinary Void Stalkers and were distracted watching Feng Heng chase after the elite Void Stalker, as if playing a game of whack-a-mole, once again falling into silence. It seemed that Feng Heng alone completely dominated the elite monster. Didn't they need their help at all? Bang! After being continuously beaten more than 20 times, the elite Void Stalker seemed to realize that this approach was completely ineffective against Feng Heng. It suddenly lunged out of the rock wall and engaged in direct combat. Engaging head-on, the Void Stalker was even less of a match for Feng Heng. Plus, the players from Castle Black used their psychic skills to interfere on the side. In a moment, the elite monster's health was completely depleted. Tip: player kills Void Stalker Elite. Player finds second evolution crystal *1 surprise. Finally, a second evolution crystal appeared. Unfortunately, it was only second tier. Feng Heng carefully read the game tip and felt a little disappointed. After all, outside, hunting elite semi-mechanical mutant crocodiles could yield second tier crystals. Plus, it was pollution-free and could be left offline idling. Feng Heng glanced at the remains of the elite monster, controlled a few zombie spawn to come over, packed up the entire elite monster's remains, and prepared to take them back to Dude's team for research. After the elite Void Stalker was eliminated, there were no second or third elite monsters spawning. Soon, the countdown above Ogia's head ended. Caw. The last stone locks on the entrance gate of the tomb behind cracked one after the other, emitting to crisp sounds. Tip: player complete side quest, protect Ogia. Tip: player's current mission completion rate increases, player's mission final evaluation slightly improves. Tip: Player's current mission. Exploration of the tomb completion rate increased to 85%. Tip. Player can choose to continue exploring. Done. Just like that. When did an SS level mission become so easy? The players from Castle Black were a bit incredulous, feeling that the mission was too easy and didn't quite match the SS level rating. They looked at each other as if to confirm. Fana understood very well. The ease of completing the mission was all thanks to Fang Heng. Without Fang Heng's participation in the mission, they would have first faced a large number of densely appearing Void Stalkers inside the cavern, including an elite-level Void Stalker. The mission difficulty clearly deserved its SS rating. In fact, the difficulty rating of the game's missions fluctuated. For example, during the first week of the launch of the new server in the zombie apocalypse scenario, exploring a city occupied by zombies could be rated as SSS level, but a month later, the same mission would most likely drop to SS or lower. Fana felt that the mission difficulty was not an issue. The group didn't dwell too much on this issue and gathered around, coming to Ojia's side. The blue veins on Ojia's face gradually disappeared, and his pale complexion returned. Santos and Ojia communicated for a moment, then nodded to the others, saying, "Everyone, the entrance to the inner depths of the tomb has been opened. We can now enter the tomb and explore inside. We need to be extra careful, as we are not sure if the clan has set traps inside the tomb." Got it, Fang Heng nodded, controlling a few lickers and zombie spawns to come forward. As in the past when playing games, the task of exploring was left to the summoned creatures. The zombie spawn shakily walked up and pushed open the heavy stone door. The door led to a long corridor behind it. The corridor extended straight ahead for about 50 meters. At the end was another stone chamber. The chamber was not locked, and there was not even a door. From here, one could vaguely see part of what was inside the main gate. "Let's go closer and take a look," Fang Heng said, controlling the zombie spawn to enter the corridor and lead the way. The others followed the zombie spawn into the corridor, with Fang Heng in the middle of the group. The crowd turned their heads toward Sims. Sims majors in spatial studies and minors in psychology. With a serious expression, he looked at the crowd and explained, "Everyone, don't continue forward. There's a spatial trap ahead." A spatial trap. Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat as he controlled the zombie clone to stop, then glanced at the entrance of the stone room, asking, "Is it a triggered spatial trap?" Sims gave Fang Heng a slightly surprised look, seemingly amazed that Fang Heng also understood spatial studies. He nodded and said, "I cannot confirm that, but it seems likely." Fang Heng took a few steps forward and tried to observe closely. A spatial trap. A trap that can only be set up after mastering advanced level spatial studies. Traps come in various forms. Judging from the intensity of the current spatial fluctuations, it is very likely to be a large-scale spatial trap. As for the triggering mechanism, it is not yet determined. Once triggered, the trap will cause spatial collapse, engulfing everything in the collapsed space. Players proficient in spatial studies have a chance of survival. Other players will most likely perish. Fang Heng pondered for a moment and asked, "Can you disarm it?" "I need to observe further," Sims replied. Fang Heng thought of Lu Yanlong and said, "I have a friend outside who is also knowledgeable in spatial studies. Should I ask him to come and take a look?" Sims nodded. Of course, having one more person to help would definitely be better. Shortly after, Lu Yanlong, under the guidance of a Black Castle player, entered the cave passage. He crouched down to examine for a moment, his face showing seriousness, and murmured to himself, "How is it? Can you handle it?" Fang Heng walked up to Lu Yanlong and asked quietly. Lu Yanlong thought for a moment and said, "Mr. Fang, what you found is a special spatial trap triggered by a mechanism. Once triggered, the entire space will collapse completely. The triggering source is inside the cave." Fang Heng asked, "Is there a way to solve it?" "There is, but it will take a lot of time." Lu Yanlong stood up, shaking his head. "I want to go inside the space to confirm the specific situation of the spatial trap." Fang Heng frowned. "Is it very dangerous?" "Once triggered, the trap is indeed very dangerous, but as long as we don't trigger the mechanism, it should be fine." Lu Yanlong looked inside the passage and continued, "Mr. Fang, as you may have noticed, once we master spatial studies, our perception of space becomes more sensitive. As long as we determine the trigger point of the trap in advance and avoid touching it, we'll be safe." Sims also nodded in agreement. Indeed, As long as the trap is not triggered, safety can be ensured. We can go in and take a look, while others should stay here for safety. Lu Yanlong continued, I have a special scroll on me, and with just 3 people, even if the spatial collapse is triggered, I am confident in leading everyone out. With Lu Yanlong's assurance, Fang Heng felt more relieved. The group quickly discussed and decided, all right, the 3 of us will go in to investigate first. After the discussion, Fang Heng and the other 2 entered the stone room for exploration. The rest of the people stayed outside the area where spatial collapse might occur, waiting in place. The 3 lined up, with Lu Yanlong leading the way into the room. Fang Heng followed at the end of the team. After entering the stone room, Fang Heng realized that the central hall of the tomb was very spacious. Due to the coverage of the 2 stone pillars at the entrance, the actual interior space was much larger than it appeared from the outside. There were not many decorations on the walls of the hall, with a large stone coffin made of special jade placed in the center. Behind the stone coffin were 7 nearly 2-meter-tall alloy metal stands. The shapes of the stands looked somewhat strange, giving Fang Heng an uncomfortable feeling at first glance, like a piece of art lacking aesthetics. Dark purple prism crystals were scattered on both sides of the stands, appearing to float around the stands. Lu Yanlong stopped and focused on the stands and the dark purple prism crystals, his expression becoming more serious. Fang Heng couldn't help but also look at the stands. He faintly sensed spatial force fluctuations around the dark purple prisms floating near the stands. Mr. Fang, take a look at that. Lu Yanlong was also drawn to the stands, pointing towards them and saying, I believe this is the core device for controlling the outer void lurking beasts for spatial teleportation. Oh! Fang Heng's heart stirred, and he took a few more glances at the strange-looking device. Meanwhile, Sims, who had entered the hall with Fang Heng and Lu Yanlong, was observing the core device from a distance. That's right. Our Black Castle team investigated it. The main device for the tribe's external spatial teleportation is this metal stand. The specific principle is unclear, but those special purple spatial prism crystals around it can continuously absorb spatial energy and release positioning information. The void-lurking beasts can teleport from another world through this positioning. Lu Yanlong added, teleportation and sending positions consume a small part of the device's energy. In theory, the purple prism crystals can operate in an infinite energy loop by absorbing the spatial energy completely. However, perhaps even the designer did not anticipate that Mr. Fang would continuously exhaust the energy of the prism crystals to send out positioning information, causing its energy supply to be depleted, leading to insufficient energy supply. Fang Heng also approached, wanting to observe the metal stand up close. As he took a few steps closer, his brow furrowed suddenly. There was a skeleton left beside the coffin. The skeleton had been hidden from view by the coffin earlier. Fang Heng couldn't help but bend down to examine the skeleton. The skeleton had been there for a long time, completely turned into bones, and its clothing had already decayed. Judging from the appearance of the skeleton, it seemed to be human. It could also possibly be from the tribe. Did the skeleton have something in its hand? Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat, about to squat down and inspect carefully when several lines of game prompts suddenly appeared simultaneously on Fang Heng and the 2 remaining people's retinas in the hall. Prompt: Player has completed the side quest. Explore the tomb. Prompt: Main quest not triggered. Player can choose one reward option below. Prompt: Due to the completion of the quest by the player team, player Fang Heng's contribution is determined to be the highest, so Fang Heng can choose the reward and decide the reward distribution. Option 1. Obtain main quest guidance information. This reward can still be obtained through other means. Option 2. Obtain 1 main tomb key. This reward can still be obtained through other means. Option 3. Obtain 10,000 main god points. Option 4. Receive a random B+ to a level skill book. Zims couldn't help but whisper softly, Master Fang Heng, the key to the main tomb. The place where our team is trapped is the main tomb. We need this key, Fang Heng made a soft sound of agreement and didn't rush to make a decision. Instead, he lowered his head to carefully observe the hints and options provided by the task. Based on the usual routine of games, entering the depths of the tomb would allow them to obtain a reward. In this unknown gaming world, there were many other smaller tombs. Theoretically, by clearing the other smaller tombs first, they could still choose a reward later. Fang Heng licked his lips, feeling a strong urge to clear all the tombs in this world. But not now. The most important thing at the moment was to rescue the trap team in Black Castle. They could focus on the rewards later. With that in mind, Feng Hang chose to exchange for the key to the main tomb. Feng Hang crouched down and retrieved a metal key with a triangular tip from the corpse. While Feng Hang was inspecting the key, Lu Yanlong and Zims caught up. Seeing Feng Hang obtaining the key, a look of excitement appeared in Zims' eyes. Their guess was correct. They had indeed found a way to enter the main tomb in the depths of the tomb. With the key in hand, they could now figure out a way to rescue the trap team. Feng Hang examined the key and then looked back at the alloy metal rack in front of them. The dark purple crystalline shapes hovering around the metal rack were still rotating slowly, continuously releasing spatial energy fluctuations. Feng Hang asked, "Is it dangerous?" Lu Yanlong carefully observed the surroundings of the hall and replied, "I just used my sensing ability to check it, and I'm sure the center of the spatial trap collapse is the stone coffin. As long as we don't approach the stone coffin, the trap won't be triggered." Feng Hang then followed suit and observed the stone coffin. As Lu Yanlong had said, the spatial fluctuations on the stone coffin were clearly abnormal. Zims, concerned about the safety of Black Castle, suggested, "Master Feng Hang, we have obtained the key. It's too dangerous here. It's recommended to leave immediately." After some thought, Feng Hang tossed the key to Zims. "You take the key and leave first. We will stay and observe a bit more." Zims felt a rush of relief and quickly caught the key, fearing it might fall to the ground. "Thank you, Master Feng Hang. Please be careful. I will leave first." Zims was surprised by how easily Feng Hang handed over the key, hesitated for a moment, and then checked the key in his hand before hastily leaving. Feng Hang and Li Yanlong watched Zims leave the hall and then walked to the side of the alloy metal frame to observe. Feng Hang was very interested in the dark purple crystalline shape floating beside the metal frame. "Do you know what this thing is?" "Yes, it's a special transition crystal made by the alien clan using spatial technology. It possesses powerful spatial properties and can continuously absorb spatial energy from its surroundings, converting it into the necessary energy for the transition device to operate." Feng Hang continued to observe the slowly rotating purple crystal. "You mentioned the collapsing point of the spatial trap is at the stone coffin, so this thing isn't dangerous?" "Well, theoretically, the transition crystal is a very stable crystal." Lu Yanlong paused for a moment and then looked at Feng Hang, feeling somewhat uncertain. He cleared his throat and added, "As long as Mr. Feng doesn't tamper with it. After all, something safe in the hands of some people might become unsafe." Feng Hang asked, "Can we take it with us?" "It's very difficult, almost impossible. Despite its appearance, this crystal has complex spatial properties. It weighs several tens of tons at least, and is extremely fragile, making transportation very difficult. I'm not sure how the clan moves or divides them." "Several tens of tons? So heavy." "It looked so light as it floated in the air." Feng Hang scrutinized the spatial crystal, feeling surprised. He approached and placed his hand on the purple crystal, trying to access item-related game hints. The game hints quickly appeared on his retinas. Player discovers special item. Spatial crystal modified entity. Item. Spatial crystal modified entity level. Unidentified description. A special spatial crystal modified after transformation. A common spatial crystal is a very stable carrier of spatial energy, and after modification by some higher life forms, it becomes more suitable for storing spatial energy and exhibits certain special abilities. Description. This spatial crystal contains some unknown information. Detections indicate that the player has mastered mysticism, spatial studies, and sealing techniques. Detections indicate that there are space attribute forces that can be absorbed within the current spatial crystal unknown modification entity. According to the player's skills, the player can choose to absorb, infuse, click to view details. Feng Hang was initially interested in the properties of the spatial crystal, but upon seeing the following options, his pupils suddenly contracted, prompting him to check the details immediately. He thought to himself how beneficial it was that he could absorb the spatial energy from the crystal and convert it into spatial energy experience points, as he was somewhat dissatisfied with his progress in spatial studies. After all, using the zombie avatar to enter secondary space projections to level up skills consumed a significant amount of his energy, and overdoing it would lead to a headache. Although directly absorbing the spatial crystal's power came with troublesome negative effects, with the deduction of life limit equal to the absorbed experience points. There was a minimal chance of triggering a space storm death, and the life limit reduction effect would last for 24 hours. Players of Black Castle were instantly uplifted when they heard this great news. It was decided that it was too risky to stay and wait for the main tomb key. So after a brief discussion, the group split up to take action separately. Some escorted the key and Ojia to leave first, planning to inform the team of the next steps once offline. Fana and a few other Black Castle players stayed behind to wait, while the remainder supported Fang Heng. Just as the group had split into two teams for separate actions, Fana noticed the zombie doppelgangers beside her starting to move, slowly making their way toward the inner chamber. Fana couldn't help but look towards the depths of the chamber, feeling puzzled. According to Sim's description, there was nothing particularly noteworthy inside the chamber aside from the sarcophagus. The sarcophagus definitely contained a spatial trap. Triggering it recklessly would lead to a spatial collapse. Since they had already found the key, why hadn't Fang Heng emerged yet? What did he plan to do? Was there more to discover? Inside the chamber, a doppelganger zombie stumbled in from the door and, upon reaching a metal bracket, extended its pale hand to lightly press on the purple crystal. Buzz! A faint ripple immediately appeared on the crystal. A game prompt appeared on Fang Heng's retina. Hint: player's zombie doppelganger absorbs unknown spatial power and undergoes transformation. Player gains plus 1912 spatial knowledge experience points. Zombie doppelganger's maximum health decreases by 1912. With the appearance of the game prompt, a continuous stream of red damage numbers began to appear above the doppelganger's head. All right. Fang Heng's heart stirred. Unknown attribute damage to maximum health. Likely fatal. But no problem. His zombie doppelgangers were numerous, and their health was sturdy. Roughly speaking, one Vine zombie doppelganger could yield 80,000 experience points. 10 would be 800,000, 100 would be 8 million. Crucially, Fang Heng didn't feel a twinge of heartache in sacrificing hundreds of doppelgangers. As long as they didn't die out, just keep sacrificing them. Sacrifice. Since the spatial crystal couldn't be moved, leaving it there was a waste. Shortly, a large number of doppelgangers surged into the chamber through the passageway. The doppelgangers congregated around the purple crystal and began absorbing its energy fiercely. Bang! One of the doppelgangers' health dropped to a negative value, followed by a faint white spatial fluctuation whirlpool appearing suddenly on its shoulder. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The whirlpool spun rapidly, and in just half a second, it engulfed the doppelganger and made it completely disappear. Seeing this somewhat eerie situation, Fang Heng furrowed his eyebrows and quickly checked the related information in the game prompts. Hint: player's zombie doppelganger vine form absorbs unknown spatial power and undergoes transformation. Player gains plus 4,980 spatial knowledge experience points. Doppelganger's maximum health decreases by 4,980. Doppelganger's health falls below zero, dragged into spatial storm. Hint: player's zombie doppelganger vine form is deceased, will resurrect in 5 hours and 21 minutes. Very well. Confirmed. Even if the zombie doppelgangers were sucked dry and caught in the spatial storm, they could still be revived. So, go ahead and draw boldly. Fang Heng immediately cast aside his concerns, stood aside, and controlled the doppelgangers to rapidly absorb spatial knowledge experience points. Compared to the previous skill grind using the secondary spatial projection channel, this absorption mode was extremely easy. Completely effortless. He could even casually AFK on the side. Lu Yanlong stood quietly nearby, watching Fang Heng operate. Although he didn't understand, he was greatly impressed. Bang! Over 10 minutes later, the first purple spatial crystal was completely drained and shattered on the spot. Fang Heng glanced at the game prompt. Hint: player's current skill, intermediate spatial studies skill level raised to LVA8. He estimated that one spatial crystal could provide over 3 million skill experience points. A lot. At this efficiency, absorbing all the crystals would almost completely fill the intermediate spatial studies skill experience. And, in this unknown world, there were more tombs. More crystals in the tombs. If he found the advancement method for the advanced spatial studies and absorbed them all, Fang Heng's mind raced with excitement. It seemed like he was going to grind something else this time. It's quite a grind. The upgrade method for the advanced spatial studies wasn't clear. It would likely involve as much struggle as the past upgrade to advanced undead studies. Mr. Fang, what were you just saying? Lu Yanlong didn't catch Fang Heng's muttering and blinked in confusion beside him. Nothing major. It's all good, Fang Heng said, stepping back. They would focus on clearing the crystals first and deal with the upgrade later. With most doppelgangers crowded together and unable to absorb crystal energy effectively, it would probably take some time to absorb them all. Seizing the moment when the doppelgangers were engrossed in absorbing crystal energy, Fang Heng redirected his attention back to the sarcophagus placed in the center of the hall. Have you found anything on the sarcophagus? Nothing. Lu Yanlong had already examined the sarcophagus and shook his head when asked. The trigger point for the spatial collapse is inside the sarcophagus. It's confirmed that the trap is related to the sarcophagus, and I don't think whoever set up the trap wants us to touch the sarcophagus. Fang Heng looked at the sarcophagus. What could be inside the sarcophagus? Sometimes people have a rebellious mentality. The more one is told not to touch something, the more one wants to touch it. Unfortunately, the game hadn't provided any prompts or triggered tasks yet. So, as long as we easily touch it, there's a possibility of triggering a spatial collapse. Not necessarily. Lu Yanlong shrugged and continued. In my assessment, the probability of triggering the spatial trap through touching or moving the coffin lid is not high. Fang Heng raised an eyebrow and asked, should I give it a try? Lu Yanlong chuckled helplessly. Mr. Fang, are you really sure about trying? The risk is really high, and I don't recommend it. If things go south, you'll be able to escort me out, right? I have the ability, but it will come at a great cost, Fang Heng hesitated for a moment, then nodded. All right, let's give it a shot. He had a strong premonition that there must be something good hidden inside the sarcophagus. All right then. Lu Yanlong took a deep breath, rubbed his wrist, and pulled out a scroll of spatial magic from his backpack. Mr. Fang, we can begin. I'll be watching behind you. Once a spatial collapse is triggered, I'll immediately activate the scroll to use spatial magic to take you out with me. Hiss, hiss. The heavy stone coffin rubbed against each other, making hissing sounds. As the lid of the stone coffin moved aside, Fang Heng gradually saw the scene inside the coffin clearly, and couldn't help but squint his eyes. There was a thin transparent spatial barrier inside the coffin. Below the spatial barrier lay the remains of an extraterrestrial being from the clan. Perhaps due to the spatial barrier isolating it from the external environment, the body inside the stone coffin was exceptionally well preserved. It appeared to show no signs of decay, almost as if it were peacefully sleeping. Fang Heng lifted the entire coffin lid and placed it on the ground. Lu Yanlong carefully swallowed his saliva and peered into the coffin. The body of the clan member? If one had to describe it, this corpse was very fresh. It seemed the clan had a special way of preserving bodies. Spatial storage could better prevent the body from being destroyed by bacteria. Fang Heng stared at the body, pondering for clues. There were still no game prompts or mission triggers. Something was not right. Fang Heng placed his hand under his lips, looking at the body, lost in thought. They had followed the mission all the way to this point, discovered the clan member's body beside the stone coffin, and even received rewards from the body. But what came next? Was there no follow-up mission? Was there nothing special inside the entire tomb? Did the clan go through all this effort just to protect the tomb? It all felt very strange. Based on his experience of playing games in the past, if he were to design a game, he would never place the final reward next to the clan member's body outside the coffin, but rather inside the coffin. Perhaps with a few traps for players to navigate. But the current corpse in front of him seemed fine. So where was the problem? Was it with the body? Should he take it back for research? Or was something still hidden beneath the body? Fang Heng pondered whether to take the body back for research when suddenly, Lu Yanlong's expression changed slightly. Master Fang. Lu Yanlong called out softly, with a hint of tension in his voice. What is it? His eyes moved. Fang Heng's heart fluttered as he quickly looked at the body's eyes. The corpse's eyes were initially shut tightly. But suddenly, the corpse's eyelids twitched slightly. The next moment, the corpse's eyes shot open. Fang Heng's mind raced. This was completely different from the clan members he had seen before. The clan members had white pupils, but the corpse's eyes were filled with red blood vessels. Resurrected. Fang Heng watched the movements of the body intently. Had it really not died in the first place? Bang! The clan member's body suddenly stood up, but fiercely hit against the outer spatial barrier with a loud thud. Boom! The thin film barrier shattered under the impact. In the next instant, Lu Yanlong's face turned pale as he crushed the scroll in his hand and shouted, "Master Fang, retreat!" Suddenly, a white light overflowed from the magical scroll in Lu Yanlong's hand, nearly enclosing Fang Heng and himself within it. At the same time, Fang Heng felt an incredibly strong spatial force burst around him instantly. He continued to stare at the revived extraterrestrial clan member. As the collapsed space caused intense spatial fluctuations, the resurrected extraterrestrial reached out towards him as if to attack. In the split second before the spatial force enveloped him, Fang Heng's pupils constricted, and he swiftly slashed forward with his dagger. Fang Heng was astonished to find that the extraterrestrial's body was extremely dry and fragile, as if there was no moisture in it at all. With a dry crack, the dagger cut off a small section of the extraterrestrial's finger, which then rapidly decayed in the air. It seemed to dehydrate within a short period, losing all signs of life. Almost instinctively, Fang Heng reached out to grab it. The next moment, Fang Heng was enveloped in a vast white world. At the same time, in the passage, Fana and several players waiting for support felt the spatial fluctuations coming from the stone chamber. Fana's face immediately changed as she shouted, "Retreat!" The team of players recognized the danger and quickly retreated backwards. Boom! In the next moment, the space began to collapse before their eyes, as if crumbling soil, disintegrating before them. Shortly after, a vast white space crevice covered the collapsed space, emitting strands of chaotic spatial flows. Undoubtedly, this was the aftermath of the collapse of the spatial channel. Standing at the entrance of the passage, the group gazed at the white space crevice left behind by the collapsed space, once again falling into silence. Space had the ability to self-heal, and similar fissures would slowly close within a few days. By then, the collapsed space would return to its original state. However, everything sucked into the collapsed space would be completely destroyed. Fana withdrew her gaze from the spatial crevice and said, "It looks like they've run into some trouble. But with Mr. Lu present, Master Fang should not be in any danger of life. Let's go outside to see what's going on." Meanwhile, outside the tomb, Fang Heng and Lu Yanlong appeared above the lake using a random spatial escape scroll. Bang bang! The two of them fell into the water one after another. The lake was less than half a meter deep. Fang Heng soon stood up from the water. His tightly clenched hands opened, revealing a segment of a decayed and dried-up finger. A game prompt appeared. Hint: player has obtained an unknown corrupted remains. Item: unknown corrupted remains. Explanation: the corrupted remains seem to have been obtained from a humanoid life form of some kind. Explanation: the player does not have the relevant skills to obtain more information. Fang Heng placed the finger in his backpack, contemplating the scenes he had just witnessed. So, the extraterrestrial clan member placed inside the stone coffin had not died. Why? Lu Yanlong stood up from the shallow water, walked over to Fang Heng, and breathed heavily with lingering fear. "Master Fang, let's not do such dangerous things in the future." Being a master in spatial studies, most others would have fallen into the spatial collapse trap already. Fang Heng responded lightly, and then asked, "Did you see what was in the coffin clearly? Any thoughts?" Lu Yanlong smiled bitterly in his heart, knowing that Fang Heng probably didn't take his words seriously. "I didn't see it clearly. My attention was focused on the spatial fluctuations at that time. But that clan member didn't die, right? Well, it's all right. Go ahead and speak boldly. I feel that this spatial trap seems to be targeting the internal rather than the external." Fang Heng raised his eyebrows, feeling like something was being touched upon, and asked, "What do you mean by targeting the internal? Please explain in detail." How do I say this? It's a strange feeling. Assuming the spatial trap is meant for outsiders, the setting by the trap's creator seems a bit crude and too easily discoverable given the creator's abilities. The designer could have hidden the spatial trap better, more discreetly. I always feel like the trap's creator is deliberately warning us. Lu Yanlong pondered and said, "Yes, I think the trap is not designed for us." After Lu Yanlong said so, Fang Heng also had the same feeling. Not designed for us? Then for whom? After hesitating for a moment, Lu Yanlong said, "Maybe, for the clan inside the coffin?" Fang Heng's heart stirred. Indeed. What Lu Yanlong said made a lot of sense. Upon careful consideration, the entire spatial trap collapsed completely after the revival of the alien clan. If it was simply designed to prevent outsiders from invading, the trap's creator could have done a better job to make it more lethal and discreet. But in reality, the spatial trap was triggered by the rupture of the internal spatial layer. It's more like it was meant to prevent the clan inside the coffin from escaping. Master Fang Heng. While contemplating, Fang Heng heard someone calling his name and looked towards the direction of a nearby solitary island. Fana led the Black Castle team, swiftly evacuating from below the tomb after the spatial trap erupted, and upon seeing Fang Heng, they gathered around him. Master Fang Heng, are you all right? Yes, I'm fine. As the group assembled, Fang Heng roughly recounted the situation they encountered in the tomb hall and asked for Fana and the others' opinions. Fana and several members of her team exchanged glances, all wearing puzzled expressions. They had limited exposure to the mainline clan, and hearing about it left them with many questions and no leads. Master Fang Heng, for safety reasons, we have already escorted Okya and the main tomb key out in advance. We will try to inquire about the discoveries in the tomb from Okya. Perhaps she has some insights. Fana said, nodding. Moreover, we've obtained the key to unlock the main tomb, and our team is considering using the key to enter the main tomb and make contact with the trap team. Fang Heng nodded and asked, is there anything I can help with? The elite federal players guarding around the main tomb are all high-level players in the game, and each player's strength is formidable. We would be deeply grateful if you are willing to help us, but please consider the risks as we may not be able to guarantee your safety during the operation. Since interacting with Fang Heng, Fana had noticed his various abilities. She had many thoughts about getting him involved, but considering the significant risks, she hesitated. After all, the guardians around the main tomb were high-ranking game elites, and Fang Heng also couldn't reveal his identity easily. In fact, even Black Castle itself lacked confidence in breaking through the federal blockade to enter the tomb. All right, I'll come along. Fang Heng decided to join them. They had come this far and couldn't end it here. Moreover, he had a strong intuition. Perhaps the various doubts found in the tomb before could all be answered in the main tomb. There were also the trapped Black Castle team members. Everything started with this team. Fang Heng wanted to know the special connection between this unknown world and Helheim. Finding the trap team could provide all the answers. Fang Heng asked, when are you planning to take action? Fana nodded and replied solemnly, we need to act before the federal team establishes the LV-5 teleportation channel. We are already in contact with various teams and trusted partners, and we will act before dawn. Once the specific time is set, we will inform you immediately. Okay, I'll go back for now and stay in touch. After a brief discussion, the group quickly dispersed. Lu Yanlong naturally did not want to interfere too much and waved to Fang Heng before leaving with the Sea Star team. Fang Heng glanced back at the tomb entrance. It was a shame. There was still some residual spatial energy left in the purple spatial prism inside the tomb. The prism and the zombie duplicates had already vanished into the collapsing space. However, there were gains. Besides his intermediate spatial studies leveling up to LV-12, he also obtained a small piece of the clan's remains. He decided to go back and hand over the remains to the Duda team for further research. Perhaps they would find something valuable. About 30 kilometers north of the federal camp in the northern region, there was a large inverted pyramid-shaped tomb. Outside the tomb, a team of elite federal players had set up a temporary camp and stood guard day and night on the outer side of the entrance. Over the past few days, they had encountered various probing, attacking, infiltrating, and assassination attempts against the tomb entrance from the Black Castle and various unknown teams, totaling at least 20 times. Each time, the federal players discovered and thwarted them in advance. In addition, the federal team had tried many methods to open the main tomb entrance, but to no avail. However, in the recent 2 days, the federal team noticed the Black Castle's movements towards the tomb entrance suddenly stopped. They had passed 3 days peacefully. As for the interior of the tomb entrance, it had been very quiet all along. The player team trapped inside had shown no intention of breaking out. By the campfire, the players gathered together. One of the players, who was relatively thin and small, disdainfully tossed a peanut into his mouth, looking displeased. Those idiots at the camp said they could build a teleportation channel 3 days ago, and now there's not a ghost in sight, making us waste time here. Another player glanced cautiously at the tomb entrance behind them and said, "It's been quiet for so long. Could there be another exit inside the tomb, and the Black Castle people have already left?" "It's possible, Captain. If that's the case, wouldn't all our efforts be in vain?" A professional survey organization has conducted a survey and found that after entering the intermediate stage of the game, players' average daily offline time is less than 6 hours. In the advanced stage of the game, the average offline time is even less than 3 hours. In order to deal with emergencies in the game, players will stay in the game even when sleeping. Sometimes, with the help of potions, it is common to go without sleeping or logging off for several days. About a kilometer away from the campfire, a team of 10 led by Fana quietly observed the situation of the tents with binoculars. "We have 4 hours left until dawn." Fana put down the binoculars and glanced at the time. "In 10 minutes, we will launch an attack on the federal team at the entrance of the tomb. At that time, we will try to open the entrance passage of the tomb and seize the opportunity to explore the interior of the tomb." Fang Heng nodded and also turned his gaze to the distant giant inverted pyramid building. It looks like a brick and stone structure on the outside. Circular pillars rise around the periphery of the pyramid as the support below the building. The federal team has completely broken through the outer protective shield of the tomb these days, but they have not found a way to break through the entrance to the tomb. In addition to us, there are 18 teams participating in this operation, including our Black Castle members and a few teams who have been commissioned to cooperate with us and can be trusted. Based on our current information, the interior of the tomb is a large maze filled with dangers and very complex situations, so if you have the opportunity to enter the tomb, please remain highly vigilant. This is the mask of our Black Castle, and those wearing masks are also allies. Fang Heng took the mask thrown by Fana and held it in his hand, considering it carefully before putting it on his face. "Master Fang Heng, please extend your hand. I need to leave a special mental imprint on you." Hearing this, Fang Heng extended his hand. Fana lightly touched Fang Heng's wrist. A faint blue light appeared at the point where she touched his wrist. "I have left a special mental imprint of Black Castle on your wrist, which will last for 3 days. If you encounter a trap team inside the tomb and cannot confirm each other's identities, just bring the imprints close to each other. The appearance of a blue light reaction indicates that they are allies. In addition, the imprint is also a kind of signal marker. Only players from our Black Castle know how to activate the marker. Different combinations of imprints represent different meanings. You only need to remember the 3 simplest imprints: red for attack, blue for retreat, and yellow for wait." Fang Heng watched as the blue light gradually dimmed on his arm and nodded, saying, "Okay. 2 more minutes, wait a little longer, we will act soon." In Fang Heng's view, this operation of the Black Castle team was completely unplanned, relying solely on brute force. Fang Heng could understand. Time was too tight, and the enemies were all elite players in the advanced stage of the game. It wouldn't work to spend time pondering over things, might as well just go in head first. "They're here." Fang Heng raised an eyebrow at Fana's words and looked towards the right side where Fana's gaze was focused. Bang! Bang bang bang! Heavy footsteps came from the dense forest on the right side. Under the cover of night, a monster with a huge figure on the right side showed itself from the woods and charged towards the campsite. Giant distorted aquatic rhino. A leader-level creature. The Black Castle team was not completely unprepared either. In order to increase the chances of success in the operation, the Black Castle team emptied their pockets and forcibly influenced a leader's distorted aquatic rhino to attack the federal team. Just as the aquatic rhino leader left the forest, the players around the campfire by the tents instantly sensed the approaching danger. Several people who were resting inside the tents also came out one after another. In a short moment, all the elite players from the federal team were in position. Arnost quickly surveyed the surroundings before finally focusing on the leader-level water rhino. "Careful, it's a leader-level distorted creature. It won't appear out of thin air. There must be people from the Black Castle behind it." A player in the team condensed a spell in front of him, with his eyes glowing dimly. He quickly scanned the surroundings and said in a deep voice, "Indeed, they are here, and there are many of them, at least 60. So many." Arnost's heart skipped a beat, alert. In the dozens of attacks they had received before, the Black Castle had always been probing, with very few people, and often they would strike and retreat. This time it seems they are going all out. Did something go wrong on the federal campsite? Or were they pushed to the edge? The newcomers are not good. Let's take care of the leader first. Understood. Arnost and the team were all players from the same advanced game world, mainly divided into two teams, very familiar with each other in the game, and extremely in sync. Immediately, they split into three small teams, each preparing for battle from different angles. Before the distorted aquatic rhino leader could approach, colorful elemental spells were cast towards it. The control system's frost effects and lightning paralysis slowed down the rushing speed of the aquatic rhino leader. A player responsible for reconnaissance in the team said solemnly, "Be careful. They are here. On the left." In the left area, several huge boulders over 3 meters high rolled towards the team from a distance. Players immediately cast elemental attack spells towards the boulders. Boom! Boom boom! The boulder was hit by the mage's attack spells and exploded. A figure emerged from the rubble. Mudrock Giant. Several Mudrock Giants emerged from the boulders. At the same time, several players emerged from the ground where the rocks exploded. Without entangling with the federal players, the team of players directly rushed towards the entrance of the tomb ahead. Stop them! Another team of players quickly moved forward to intercept. On the right side of the battlefield, another team took advantage of the cover of night to rush forward. They also headed towards the center of the tomb at the same time. At some point, a small area of white frost appeared on the right side of the battlefield. The frost gathered and lingered, shrouding both sides in mist, so they couldn't see clearly. Fang Heng did not immediately join the battle, choosing to hide and observe secretly from behind the battlefield. Watching the situation before him, Fang Heng couldn't help but marvel. Wow! Is this how players in the advanced game world fight? The special effects are quite impressive. Fang Heng couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Although he thought that the players in the advanced game world were showing off their skills with fancy moves. Arnold discovered an anomaly and tried to block it, but was stopped by two teams of players suddenly emerging from the right side. Trouble! Arnold frowned. He found that among the enemies, there were also players from higher-level game worlds. Not many, but extremely tricky. In the game, those who can do well in higher-level games definitely have a few life-saving items on them, and if the power gap is not extremely large, in most cases, they can only push back, rarely achieving a successful kill. And this time, the players from Black Castle came out in full force, occupying a great numerical advantage. It's not that they can't be defeated, but it's impossible to quickly block all of them at once. Fang Heng was still observing from the back. He knew very well that his damage output was not high, and it was hard to achieve a fatal blow other than with his ultimate move. Furthermore, with the sudden increase in enemy strength, the success rate would be even lower. Instead of rushing in as a background player now, it would be better to wait and look for an opportunity. Fana and her group quickly arrived at the entrance of the tomb, a huge pyramid-shaped building in the shape of an inverted triangle. At the bottom was a 5-meter square. In front, there was a door identical to the one seen in the previous tomb. Fana quickly took out the triangular main tomb key from her backpack. Focusing her mind, she infused psychic power into the key to activate it. Ka-ka-ka, boom, boom boom. Under the influence of the key's power, the sealing chain on the central door of the tomb shook violently before breaking apart. Boom! Until all the chains were completely broken, the door automatically opened backwards, revealing a passage leading deep inside. Success! The door opened. Fana's expression changed as she saw this. Several players by her side immediately sprang towards the passage. Stop them! Arnold saw that the Black Castle player team was indeed capable of breaking through the door, and he was greatly surprised, shouting, "Absolutely do not let them enter the tomb!" Boom! Boom boom! Instantly, several straight cliffs rose from the ground in front of the tomb entrance, forcefully blocking Fana and her group's progress. At the same time, from behind, 5 or 6 Federation players forcefully broke free from the entanglement and rushed towards the tomb entrance to intercept Fana and her group. Breakthrough! A player from the Black Castle team stepped forward, muscles bulging in his right arm. At the same time, more than 10 enhancement spells condensed on him. He raised his fist and fiercely punched towards the front. Bang! The fist struck the hard cliff. Ka-ka-ka! The cliff instantly cracked with fine lines in front of everyone. Boom! The cliff shattered. But with this delay, Federation players from behind also caught up, obstructing the players from entering the passage. Fana felt anxious. Although the tomb entrance had opened, the Federal elite team was extremely challenging. They were being held back. Helplessly, she could only reluctantly turn back to deal with the Federal pursuers. Fang Heng observed the situation of the battle and suddenly felt uneasy. The Federation players were fewer in number, but each one was extremely strong. After the initial chaos, they had gradually taken control of the situation and gained the upper hand. It's no wonder all the players from the Federation side were elites in higher-level games, and the overall strength of Fana's team players was slightly lower. They had to act quickly. Delaying further would only make it harder. Seizing the opportunity in the midst of chaos, Fang Heng quickly moved closer to the front. Try it out. Strive for a chance. Fang Heng felt that the chances were not great, but at this moment, they could only try forcefully. If the Federal team completely controlled the situation, they wouldn't have any chances later. Suddenly, Fang Heng immediately dashed out from the shadows, flying towards the entrance of the tomb. Fana's team was already entangled with a few Federal players, clearly unable to break free. However, the entrance area of the tomb was small. It was difficult to get around. What to do? Whatever, just go for it. Try using the Death or a Breath Jade Pendant. Fang Heng was just trying his luck. Regardless of the outcome, he felt that he had nothing to lose. But Fang Heng didn't expect that as soon as he approached from a distance, a strange feeling surged in his heart. Something was wrong. Fang Heng's pupils suddenly contracted. This familiar feeling, not good. It's the void-lurking beasts. Fang Heng immediately sensed that a large number of void-lurking beasts were surging in the outer rock walls of the inverted pyramid, and they had already targeted him. What's the meaning of this? So there are void-lurking beasts here too. Wait, hasn't the defensive facility been shut down after the tomb entrance opened? How come there are still void-lurking beasts? Is the hatred that deep? Fang Heng was a bit speechless for a moment. Wait a minute, in this situation, maybe they can be used to their advantage? As soon as this thought came to mind, Fang Heng immediately made a decision, his eyes instantly becoming determined. Regardless of the consequences, go for it. Since it seemed impossible to take on the Black Castle team head-on with their current state, let's try to muddle through. It would be best if they could get through, but if not, he could call out another wave of void-lurking beasts and give the Federation camp a big surprise. Once again, Fang Heng accelerated towards the entrance of the tomb passage. It was almost similar to the situation he encountered in another cave deep inside a tomb before. With the sense of Fang Heng's approach, a dense array of light dots suddenly appeared on the rock wall. A large number of void-lurking beasts overflowed from the rock wall. The void-lurking beasts targeted Fang Heng and pounced towards him. The first to face them were the Federal player team and the Black Castle team, who were currently fighting at the cave entrance. Except for Fana and a few core members of the Black Castle who knew Fang Heng's true identity, and about 10 more people who knew that there was such a strong player who could attract the hatred of the void-lurking beasts. The rest of the players had never seen Fang Heng before. Seeing so many void-lurking beasts suddenly appearing, they naturally thought that they were coming for them. The emergence of the void-lurking beasts brought great psychological pressure to the players. Under this pressure, the players immediately made a decision. Run away. Fight back. Anyway, the entrance area of the tomb is just this small. I bet I can charge in. As long as Fana is not stupid, she will definitely help me close the entrance gate, and the number of lurking void beasts can also be limited. He was sure Fana was not stupid. So just charge in. In the crowd, Fang Heng surged against the flow, heading straight towards the surging dark brown sea of beasts. The players were all astonished by the scene before them, whether they were players from the Black Castle or the Federation. What's going on? Who is that person? So brave. Fang Heng became the only one going against the crowd. The Federation players felt something was off, wanting to stop Fang Heng, but before they could act, a large number of lurking void beasts pounced towards Fang Heng. In an instant, a large number of void beasts gathered around Fang Heng, even surrounding him entirely. Naturally, Fang Heng's forward charge was temporarily suppressed. Surrounded by the densely packed lurking void beasts, everyone saw a huge mass of monster flesh quickly forming around Fang Heng. The Federation players were stunned. What's this situation? Being surrounded by so many lurking void beasts, they naturally had no plan to advance. Even they couldn't handle this situation, keeping their distance. The players from the Black Castle also found it absurd. What's the meaning of this? Just a moment ago they were so imposing. Is this it? They even thought their teammate was joking. With the hate of the lurking void beasts all focused on Fang Heng, the pressure on the players of the Black Castle and the Federation was suddenly reduced, and both sides hesitated, looking at each other, then resumed fighting. Just as the Black Castle and the Federation re-entered the battle, in the next moment, everyone suddenly saw a silver-white light radiating from the spots surrounded by layers of lurking void beasts. Buzz! The dazzling light made all the players feel a jolt. Turning their heads, influenced by the light, the lurking void beasts seemed to have suffered a tremendous blow and were being flung out. A large number of lurking void beasts were directly disabled. Almost everyone's attention was focused on the area where the silver light appeared. A figure emerged from the encirclement of countless lurking void beasts, swiftly approaching the gate of the tomb. The large patches of void beasts around him were already in a paralyzed state. They couldn't resist the player's advance at all. There were still many lurking void beasts rushing towards him, attempting to block him. However, the number of pursuing void beasts was too small and couldn't stop him at all. The figure quickly disappeared into the tomb passage gate. Did he make it in? Is he from the Black Castle side? Things happened too quickly, and both sides were a bit dazed. While there were still a large number of lurking void beasts in a paralyzed state, several players immediately flew towards the entrance of the tomb. The federal leader, Arna, saw the situation worsening and couldn't help but shout, "Damn it! What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and go after them!" Both sides immediately realized the situation and continued to fight. Their attacks became more intense. Fana watched as the figure was the first to enter the tomb. She was sure that person was Fang Heng. There couldn't be anyone else. Besides him, who else had the ability to attract the hate of so many lurking void beasts? Fana saw a large number of lurking void beasts chasing after Fang Heng into the tomb, and immediately activated her psychic skill again, using the key to close the tomb entrance passage. Click, click, click. The entrance to the tomb slowly began to close under the influence of her power. Hurry! They're closing the gate. Stop them! In such a crisis situation, the federal team immediately changed tactics, with several players directly flying towards the inside of the tomb, while the remaining players dashed towards Fana in an attempt to obstruct her from closing the tomb passage. Unfortunately, the key did not require continuous use to close the door. Just as the door was about to close, the void beasts in a paralyzed state started to wake up. In the chaos, several federal players chased after Fang Heng into the tomb, and a few players from the Black Castle also took advantage of the situation to enter the tomb. Boom! The entrance to the tomb closed again, blocking several federal players who were arriving. Fana saw the situation was turning unfavorable. She quickly dodged the attacks coming at her, retreated from the tomb entrance area, and then unleashed a psychic shock. The marks on the players' wrists in the battlefield emitted blue lights, indicating they were retreating. All players received the information and immediately stopped engaging with the federal players, scattering and quickly retreating while covering each other. The federal players suddenly felt played. Clearly, the overall strength of the Black Castle players was not as good as theirs, yet they managed to succeed. Angered by this, they tried to chase after the Black Castle players. Seeing the Black Castle players attempting to flee, Arnost frowned and loudly shouted for everyone to stop. The federal team immediately stopped the pursuit and quickly retreated back to regroup behind Arnost. Arnost's face darkened. He saw it clearly. The Black Castle team's retreat was orderly and dispersed, showing they had planned their escape route in advance. Forcing a pursuit wouldn't lead to good results and might even end up with their forces being picked off one by one. Thinking this, Arnos turned his gaze back to the pyramid tomb entrance. With the key no longer functioning, the entrance gate closed once more. It seemed that getting into the tomb passage was no longer possible. Arnost quickly counted the number of people in his team. There were a total of 28 people. In the chaos, 8 of them had entered the tomb for exploration. That was a small group. Arnost quickly pondered and then raised his head to ask, how many people from the Black Castle entered before? I was monitoring the whole time. There were 3 in total. 3 people. Arnost lightly stroked his chin. Strengthen our defenses and report this attack incident to the higher-level team. Understood. Inside the tomb, Fang Heng was running forward along the passage. The psychic transmission signal disruption device developed by the Duda team was really useful. Once activated, all lurking void beasts within range would be paralyzed. Without it, there was no way they could have gotten into the tomb. For this mission, two disruption devices had already been used up, and when this was over, he would have to discuss with Fana about getting compensated. Fang Heng was running forward while his mind raced with various thoughts. Upon entering the tomb area, he quickly realized that Fana's intelligence was accurate. The main tomb was like a giant maze. The elite players in high-level games really have some skills. Fang Heng pondered silently in his heart, a hint of hostility appearing in his expression. Since he couldn't shake him off, he needed to find a way to completely take him down. Swiftly, rushing forward, Fang Heng suddenly stopped in his tracks, then swiftly turned back, while at the same time, the metal staff in his hand swiftly swept forward. Behind him, a federal player who had followed Fang Heng like a shadow showed a look of surprise, seemingly amazed by Fang Heng's agile speed, quickly dodging backward. Fang Heng stood still, staring at the approaching person. Chris took a few steps back and quickly stabilized his stance, maintaining a 5-meter distance from Fang Heng, nodding lightly. Chris, member of the Federal Advanced Operations Team. Chris stared at Fang Heng, quickly analyzing Fang Heng's various combat abilities. His expertise lay in shadow manipulation. Initially, he obtained a special ability unrelated to academics in the mid-level game, which was greatly enhanced in the high-level game world. Coupled with special talents, he could achieve effects greater than the sum of their parts. Chris had always been considered a one-in-a-million talent, specially trained by the Federation, specializing in infiltration, assassination, and one-on-one combat. You are not from Black Castle. It's not too late to stop now. You know the Federation's policy. As long as you are willing to accept Federation supervision, we can give you a chance. Chris used his usual rhetoric. Black Castle is an anti-Federation force. You are different from them. You still have the ability to turn back. Don't dig yourself deeper. Fang Heng also stood in place, staring at Chris intently. This was his first time engaging in direct combat with a player from the high-level game world. Perfect. Use him as a reference point. Test what level his own abilities had reached. See where he stood compared to players from the high-level game world. Since you are unwilling to speak, I'll take it as a refusal. Chris also assessed Fang Heng, seeing no reaction from him, becoming even more alert. Judging from their previous chase, he determined that Fang Heng was a player extremely skilled in close combat. Suddenly, Chris raised his hand and launched an attack. Several dark beams flashed through the air. The dark beams were extremely fast. Fang Heng only felt something brushing past his cheek, cutting several wounds on it. Hint: you have received damage from an unknown player. Your health points decreased by 100, lacking relevant skills, unable to identify the skill attribute, and unable to resist the skill. Hint: due to your perception being higher than 200, you noticed an unknown imprint left by the skill. The unknown skill attribute inflicts full damage, along with an unknown imprint effect. The attack speed was extremely fast, making it difficult to dodge. It seems like the damage is a bit lacking. Fang Heng became wary and stood still, with his blood-red eyes fixed on Chris. Skilled blood guidance. Chris, being stared at by Fang Heng, was momentarily stunned. What's going on? He realized that the blood in his body was becoming restless uncontrollably. This person in front of him. Suddenly, Chris quickly lunged forward, his right hand striking out again. Hiss! His hiss! Mysterious dark needles approached Fang Heng menacingly. Fang Heng tried to evade by twisting his body, but was still grazed by some of the dark needles. Meanwhile, the blood control skill he was guiding also failed. It seemed ineffective. The blood guidance skill attached to the Vampire Prince's bloodline was quite average. It was easily interrupted by the opponent. Trying a different approach, Fang Heng quickly leapt backward, as his body seemed to be pulled by some special force, splitting into two identical figures in front of Chris. A special skill attached to the Vampire King's coffin. Blood Shadow Clone. Just as Chris had recovered from the blood guidance state, before he could catch his breath, he saw Fang Heng splitting into two in front of him, furrowing his brow. It seemed that his opponent was a player skilled in close combat, possessing some kind of strange ability to manipulate his blood. It seemed like vampire abilities. Apart from these, he could summon clones. Chris easily distinguished between Fang Heng's real body and the clone. After all, the clone held a staff made of blood shadow. Suddenly, the blood shadow clone swung the blood shadow staff, swiftly approaching Chris. Suddenly, the staff left a trail of blood red shadows in the air. Obviously, the power of the blood shadow staff conjured by the clone was not as strong as the alloy metal staff in Fang Heng's main hand. Relying on his agile body movements, Chris evaded the attacks consecutively. It didn't take long for Chris to feel the pressure. A clone with 100% capabilities. One-on-one was already very troublesome, now facing two adversaries. Should he directly crush the clone or target the main body? Chris was trying to gather more information when suddenly he paused, feeling a rush in his blood. Not good. That familiar feeling returned. Chris felt his blood flowing rapidly in his body. Damn it! That guy! Chris turned sharply, firmly eyeing Fang Heng, forcefully raising his hand. Suddenly, Chris's entire right hand transformed into a mass of shadows in an instant. The fine black shadow needles burst out from the shadow mass in his hand, swiftly attacking Fang Heng. The speed of the needles was extremely fast, crossing dozens of meters between them in an instant. Fang Heng didn't have time to dodge. Hiss! His hiss! Fang Heng felt a piercing pain where the mysterious needles struck. Instantly, dozens of game prompts flew across his retina. Hint: you have received damage from an unknown player. Your health points decreased by 100. Unable to resist this skill. You noticed an unknown imprint left by the skill. Fortunately, the damage was limited. The pain quickly subsided. After losing thousands of health points, his health swiftly recovered. Fang Heng glanced at the game prompts, muttering to himself quietly, "This won't do." The blood control skill required continuous casting and could be easily interrupted. The blood shadow clone he summoned couldn't use most spell skills, didn't even have a suitable weapon, with limited utility. Using the clone to deal with Chris wasn't very effective, and a sudden itch for skills. Not long ago, just absorbed the spatial energy of the purple space prism, his spatial studies level has been brushed up to intermediate LV 19. According to Lu Yanlong, theoretically, only those at the master level of spatial studies can safely use secondary spatial projection skills 100%. But he was different. His spatial talent is high. His talent has already reached the evaluation of genius in the game. He can definitely give it a try. Fang Heng focused on controlling his avatar. Chris was now at a loss, completely unaware that Fang Heng was using him as an experiment. Dealing with a blood shadow avatar was already very troublesome. The close combat entanglement of the blood shadow made him extremely uncomfortable, and on top of that, Fang Heng standing behind the blood shadow could use a very mysterious power to influence his blood circulation. He had to constantly distract and interrupt the opponent's skill guidance. The originally 10-fold strength could only exert 5 or 6-fold. This was rarely so difficult in previous battles. Chris gritted his teeth and persisted, patiently looking for Fang Heng's flaw. Suddenly, Chris raised his eyebrows. What? Chris was surprised to find that after the avatar took 2 steps back, it quickly dissipated in front of him. Did the avatar's skill duration end? Chris felt a movement in his heart. Just as he was wondering, the next moment, Chris's pupils suddenly contracted. A spatial fluctuation appeared suddenly to his right. Not good. Chris immediately felt something was wrong. A figure emerged from the void fluctuation. At the same time, a blood shadow long staff appeared. The avatar didn't disappear, but merged into space. It turned out to be a spatial skill. Chris was greatly surprised. His breathing became rapid. Disaster? He realized it was too late to react at this moment. Boom! Caught off guard, Chris had to endure this setback, being smashed by the blood shadow's long staff that came out of the void, slamming him into the wall behind him with a thud. Fang Heng watched Chris flying out to the side, frowned. The attack strength of the blood shadow avatar was indeed not very good. If it were his own alloy metal staff, it would have at least created a large pit in the wall with one strike. Chris bit his teeth and twisted his body, avoiding the next staff attack from the Blood Shadow avatar that followed him, marveling at the strong power attribute. A single blow took almost 1/5 of his health. And this was under the premise of reducing damage with the Shadow Protection skill. Suddenly, Chris noticed the Blood Shadow avatar once again dissolving into space. It's coming again! The first time was indeed unexpected, but with some preparation this time, would it succeed again? Chris felt underestimated, furrowed his brows, used all his perception to try to anticipate the Blood Shadow's attack direction. However, before he could make a judgment, his blood began to flow faster throughout his body. That feeling of restlessness and nausea surged back. Damn it! Here it comes again! Chris turned abruptly to look at Fang Heng. It was him again! Under the negative effects of accelerated blood flow, he couldn't concentrate on perceiving the upcoming Blood Shadow avatar. Chris gritted his teeth, forcibly used the long-range Shadow Stab skill again to interrupt Fang Heng's spellcasting. However, as soon as the skill was cast, he keenly felt a subtle ripple in the space beside him. Disaster? Chris had already realized that the Blood Shadow avatar was about to appear, but he had no time or energy to counter it. Woo! The Blood Shadow avatar materialized from the void, and the Blood Shadow's stick made another heavy impact on Chris's abdomen, sending him flying back and slamming heavily into the wall behind him again. After 2 consecutive attacks, Chris lost more than 1/3 of his health, quickly struggling to get up from the ground. Drinking a health potion, preparing to counterattack, but the boiling sensation of blood in his body resurfaced, and the Blood Shadow avatar in front of him slowly dissipated into space again. Endless! Chris felt that he was being toyed with again and again, feeling extremely annoyed and frustrated as he couldn't find a way to counter it. Chris suddenly raised his eyebrows. This time seems different. The avatar that was gradually dissolving into space began to tremble uncontrollably. Boom! The Blood Shadow avatar exploded in front of Chris. Chris was stunned, realizing that the boiling and restless feeling in his blood also disappeared. What's going on? Did it explode? Was the skill out of control? Or was it intentional? A trap! Chris dared not move carelessly, staring at Fang Heng not far away with a wary look in his eyes. Who exactly is he? Controlling blood like a bloodkin, and also adding special spatial movement abilities. More troublesome was the fact that his strength and agility attributes were not lacking at all. From the feedback of the attacks just now, it seemed like his physique attributes were also very high, as if he was completely unaffected by the skills. Damn it! Chris realized that his opponent seemed to have no weaknesses at all. Fang Heng stood still, looking at the exploding Blood Shadow avatar. A hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. He shook his head helplessly. After using the secondary spatial projection skill 3 times in a row, he still encountered a failure, causing the avatar to completely shatter. Fang Heng muttered to himself with a voice only he could hear. Pity. It seems it will take some time before I can fully control the secondary spatial projection skill. If Lu Yanlong were here, he would definitely advise Fang Heng to abandon the suicidal idea. What the hell? Even he couldn't continuously use the secondary spatial projection skill and move quickly within the projection. Fang Heng wanted to make spatial projection movement a regular skill. He must be crazy. He absolutely must be crazy. Using the skill continuously would cause fluctuations in the secondary spatial projection. As the number of skill uses increased within a short period of time, the success rate would decrease significantly. This was simply seeking death. Fang Heng hadn't learned this chapter in the real-world class yet, so he didn't know about this. After some thought, he realized that he hadn't fully mastered this move. He decided to switch to another tactic. With a flick of his wrist, a black book appeared in Fang Heng's hand. Let's try this. Necromancy. Chris looked at the Book of the Dead that appeared in Fang Heng's hand with extreme surprise. He, a practitioner of necromancy. To encounter a necromancer here? First, he summoned an avatar for close combat, then demonstrated some blood control abilities, showed off some spatial manipulation skills. And now, he pulled out necromancy. Chris didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest, his expression extremely serious. Originally thought that chasing down a player would be a piece of cake, but unexpectedly, the person in front of me is too strange, using all sorts of methods that keep coming, making it hard to guard against. He now regrets coming after him alone. Suddenly, a dark light appeared on the Book of the Dead. Boom! Boom boom! Two huge skeletal walls simultaneously protruded from the ground. Chris felt the skeletal walls were strange and quickly dodged backward. Fang Heng quickly placed both hands in front of him, forming a hand seal. Chris looked at Fang Heng's actions, his pupils shrinking suddenly, feeling an extremely bad premonition. Necromancer's imprisonment spell. Is he really a player specializing in necromancy summoning? Before Chris could think further, two magic arrays, one on the left and one on the right, appeared next to him out of thin air. The magic arrays swiftly circled around. Accompanied by a chilling icy breath, two undead skeletal boss figures emerged from the swirling magic arrays. Suddenly, as the undead skeletal bosses appeared, two pale blue blade lights swept forward, carrying a terrifying freezing breath. Chris narrowly avoided the cold blade attack. Necromancer's imprisonment spell. And it can summon leader-level undead creatures? Who is this guy after all? Chris looked at Fang Heng in shock, with several thoughts flashing through his mind. He now deeply regrets chasing after him alone. The freezing breath made his body stiffen. Just as he landed, his face suddenly changed again. Here it comes again! Chris felt his blood boiling and flowing faster. The accelerated flow of blood within his body, combined with the icy waves emitted by the skeletal bosses, made him extremely uncomfortable. Clenching his teeth, Chris's right hand quickly darted forward and transformed into a dark shadow. Suddenly, fine needles shot out again from the dark shadow, targeting Fang Heng. Chris lifted his head, pupils shrinking suddenly. Not good. The undead skeletal leader seemed to have anticipated his move ahead of time, blocking the attack route of the dark shadow's sneak attack with his body. Hiss! Hiss! The sneak attack of the dark shadow needles all landed on the undead skeletal leader, piercing several fine wounds on his body. However, for a leader-level creature with thick HP, this kind of damage was like scratching an itch. Trouble! Chris inwardly cursed. His skills were not suitable for dealing with leader-level creatures to begin with. He excelled in one-on-one player battles, utilizing agile movements and the ambush ability of Shadow's sneak attacks to threaten opponents, and finally finding a way to use a finishing move for a fatal blow to end the entire fight. But this guy in front of him keeps pulling out all sorts of tricks. Fang Heng coldly stared at Chris, a hint of disdain appearing at the corner of his mouth. This guy had already tried the same move in front of him for times. Was he being too arrogant, thinking he's dumb? Under Fang Heng's control of blood awakening skills, the rapid boiling of blood in Chris's body became increasingly uncomfortable. He still had to deal with the attacks of two undead skeletal leaders. This is bad. He must fight desperately. One last attempt. If it doesn't work, he'll retreat. Chris's mind was clear, knowing that if he continued to be entangled like this, his combat capability would only weaken. Suddenly, Chris's body swiftly lowered, then directly melted into his shadow under his feet. Huh! Fang Heng stood in the distance, gazing at Chris's figure, suddenly seeing him merge into the ground shadow, and couldn't help but let out a soft sound of surprise. What a powerful skill, being able to merge into the ground shadow to evade attacks. Suddenly, the black shadow attached to the ground quickly darted forward. It passed through the bodies of the two icy skeletal leaders at an extremely fast speed from below, directly flying towards Fang Heng. Phew! As the black shadow was about to reach Fang Heng, Chris solidified once again, leaping out from the shadow. A dagger swiftly reached forward in his hand, slashing through the air with a dark light. Clack! Bang! The blood-colored barrier that opened around Fang Heng burst with a bang. The dagger continued forward, and with all his strength, Chris stabbed it into Fang Heng's shoulder. Clack! A faint sound. Chris maintained his stabbing motion, staring at Fang Heng with eyes filled with disbelief. What the hell? It didn't work. His finishing move didn't affect him at all. The enemy has no weaknesses at all. Attack, agility, spells, summoning, even terrifying defensive abilities. At this moment, Chris was already sure that he had no means to deal with Fang Heng, swiftly retracting his dagger and once again diving into the shadows at the fastest speed, fleeing towards the outside. Fang Heng still stood in place, watching Chris quickly escape. The game notification on his retina slowly faded away. Notification: You have been affected by an unknown player's finishing move effect. The imprint on your body detonates. You receive 128,267 points of damage. You don't possess related skills. You have received the full damage from the skill. You are in a state of imprisonment lasting 5.1 seconds. How troublesome! Fang Heng muttered to himself. Elite players in the advanced game. Are they also skillful? By the time he regained his ability to move from the state of imprisonment, Chris had already left his attack range, turning into a black shadow on the ground and swiftly escaping from sight. Fang Heng now believed. Elite players in high-level games all have remarkable survival abilities. Even though he had suppressed the opponent throughout the entire battle, he still managed to escape in the end. Unless he used a big move to forcefully keep him here. Forget it. There was no need to waste a big move on this small fry. Thinking this, Fang Heng reversed the summoning of the two icy skeletal leaders and once again surveyed the entire maze. The team from the Black Castle should be trapped in the tomb area. So where should he start looking next? Having been chased all the way before, he noticed a few spatial barriers along the way. At that time, he was in a hurry and didn't carefully check the spatial barriers, just hastily changed direction to escape. Now, thinking calmly, could the spatial barriers be there to protect the correct path? Fang Heng was not sure if his thoughts were correct. Regardless, instead of running around aimlessly searching for the trapped team, it might be better to try a method and see what happens. According to the information provided by the Black Castle team earlier, the team went towards the central part of the tomb before losing contact. So why not try starting from the center? Considering the layout of the tomb, would there be something special at the central tomb? With that in mind, Fang Heng relied on his perception and attempted to take steps towards the central tomb. He groped his way forward. The crowd fell silent for a moment. Their combined combat strength was below that of the Federal Elite Team. If it weren't for Fang Heng's provocation of the void-lurking beasts causing chaos in the battle, this ambush would have ended in failure. Fortunately, with the help of Fang Heng, two companions successfully entered the tomb for exploration amidst the chaos, and nearly 10 people from the Federal team pursued them inside the passage. Those sent into the tomb are players skilled in stealth and concealment. Evading pursuit from the Federal team should not be a problem. Let's wait. They will contact us once they are safe. For now, we need to find the leader as soon as possible. Furthermore, continuous pressure should be exerted on the Federal camp, preventing them from easily completing the construction of the teleportation channel. Fang Heng was unaware of the events transpiring outside, wandering in the labyrinth at that moment. Soon, he sensed a spatial barrier ahead of the passage. A transparent spatial barrier stood before him like a thick wall, completely blocking his path. Fang Heng tried to touch and knock on the barrier. It was a wall created using spatial power, thick enough that he couldn't break it with his current strength. Without a doubt, it was an obstacle set by the clan. As Fang Heng contemplated, a game prompt appeared again. Hint: player triggers quest, Secrets of the Tomb. Quest name: Secrets of the Tomb. Quest description: in your pursuit of exploring the secrets of the tomb, you have entered the main tomb established by the clan. Continue exploring the main tomb to obtain more clues. Quest requirements: explore the maze area of the tomb until completion reaches 100%. Quest reward: next stage quest. Current exploration progress, 20%. Hint: player triggers side quest, tomb layout map. Quest name: tomb layout map. Quest description: to protect the main tomb, the clan has set up layers of protective mechanisms. In addition to the maze that can disorientate, the tomb guardians will also pose great trouble. Be cautious of the attacks of the tomb guardians. Additionally, there may be some secret passages in the tomb. You may be able to find these passages through certain means. Quest requirements: killing tomb guardians can obtain fragments of the tomb layout map. Collect all fragments to obtain the layout map of the tomb maze and receive additional main quest completion and rewards increase. Quest reward: tomb maze layout map, additional main quest rewards, and completion. Fang Heng quickly glanced at the two suddenly emerged quest prompts. Before he could understand what the tomb layout map was, he heard heavy footsteps approaching from behind. Fang Heng slowly turned to look behind him. In the distance of the passage behind him, a tall mechanical being appeared. A complete mechanical entity. Its upper body was a cylindrical shape connected to a chassis with 4 legs below. Its head could rotate 360 degrees. The mechanical guardian aimed its sensing device at Fang Heng. Beep beep beep. Seemingly confirming Fang Heng as an intruder, the mechanical guardian sounded a warning signal and swiftly chased after him. Due to special modifications, the mechanical guardian moved extremely fast in the passage. It was troublesome. Seeing this, Fang Heng quickly concentrated his hands in front of him, forming a gesture. Unite! Hiss! Hiss! Several black chains shot out swiftly from the Book of the Dead in front of him. The chains directly moved towards the mechanical guardian. Bang! Bang bang bang! Fang Heng intended to control the soul chains to restrain the mechanical entity, but the soul chains were forcefully repelled by the entity. Click click click! As the mechanical being rapidly closed in on Fang Heng, over a dozen black holes appeared on its cylindrical body. The holes aligned towards Fang Heng, glowing with a faint orange-red light. Damn! Fang Heng cursed. He retracted the Book of the Dead and swiftly dodged to the right side of the maze corridor. The next moment, the beam cannons fired at him in unison. Boom! Boom boom boom! Fang Heng managed to dodge the attack, feeling the shockwave from the corner as he ran forward. Trouble! Without his undead avatar revived, his current output was insufficient to deal with the metallic monster. After all, alloy mechanical creatures had high damage reduction against ordinary physical attacks. It wasn't worthwhile to waste energy. He needed to run. However, the Tomb Guardian mechanical entity seemed to have been specifically designed for the maze. Its four agile mechanical legs swiftly caught up in the passage. Fang Heng ran forward for a short distance, but found he couldn't escape. Stopping abruptly, Fang Heng turned around. Upgrade! A gentle white light enveloped Fang Heng, and quick game prompts refreshed on his retina. Hint: player level upgrade to LV 36. Due to player talent skill, player gains an additional 1089 undead avatars. Hint: current undead avatar quantity 6,533. Hint: player level 37 upgrade requirement 10W first order mutation crystals, 500 second order mutation crystals. Fang Heng quickly assessed the upgrade requirements. It was manageable. Reaching level 37 only required a specific amount of mutation crystals without a higher order requirement. He could grind for it. Swiftly, numerous white magic arrays appeared around Fang Heng on the corridor floor. Accompanied by the howls of the undead, a large number of undead avatars emerged from the magic arrays. While the passage itself was not narrow, estimated at about 5 to 6 meters, it was now congested with over 1,000 undead avatars, completely filling the interior of the passage. The newly acquired undead avatars rushed towards the mechanical guardian. In an instant, the undead avatars surrounded the mechanical entity, rendering it immobile in the center. The cannons on the mechanical being converged light. Once more, preparing to use the beam weapons. However, the undead avatars were fearless. Without any hesitation, they directly rushed towards the dark gun ports with their bodies. Boom! Boom boom boom! Hint: player zombie avatar, normal form, inflicts 140 for damage on unknown mechanical entity. Damage is reduced by 75% due to alloy mechanical skill effect. Hint: player zombie avatar normal form receives 48,913 penetration damage, 29,471 explosion damage, knockback effect, limb dismemberment effect. Hint: player zombie avatar normal form against unknown mechanical entity. Fang Heng shook his head somewhat helplessly as he looked at the large mechanical entity surrounded by zombie avatars that prevented it from moving. Patience. He didn't have a better solution. Skeleton undead could be avoided if possible, considering their large size, which made it difficult for them to perform in this environment, not to mention their limited number and inability to revive. It would be a pity if one was killed. Alright. Previously, when he entered the main tomb, there was a game prompt. Back then, due to being pursued by federal players, he only glanced at it hastily. It mentioned that most electromagnetic communications and flight effects were blocked within the main tomb, making some offline items and spatial teleportation tools unusable. Fang Heng opened the game log and flipped back a few hundred pages, finding the relevant hints. So he wasn't using conventional methods, nor relying on items like sleeping bags to switch between online and offline. Did this mean he could still go offline? Now was a good time to find out. Thinking this, Fong Heng took a few steps back, disengaged from combat, closed his eyes on the spot. Shoo! A swirling magic array appeared beneath Fong Heng's feet. Dry skeletal hands extended from the magic array, gradually reaching out along Fong Heng's body, swiftly enveloping him, slowly pulling him into the magic array until he disappeared completely. When Fong Heng opened his eyes again, he found himself successfully back offline. Great! This way, he had a channel to communicate with the outside world. He could try to contact the Black Castle player team. Fong Heng didn't rush back online. He sent a message to Mo Jiawei on his phone first, then returned to his desk and pulled out a textbook on spatial studies regarding the spatial barrier encountered in the tomb earlier. During break time, he had roughly skimmed through the textbook, casually flipping through it, gaining a general understanding of the content. Although he didn't understand most of it, it didn't matter. He remembered the chapter discussing the spatial barrier. Fong Heng sat back at the desk, opened the book again, and turned to the chapter on spatial barriers, reading it carefully. The spatial barrier from the spatial studies and other academic-released barrier spells differed somewhat. Using spatial study capabilities, the caster could manipulate space in a unique way to create a barrier effect. The principle was somewhat akin to stacking a soil barrier in place, continuously stacking mud barriers within a limited space. As the density of the mud increased, so did its defensive abilities. Unlike other barriers, the spatial barrier required minimal energy to maintain once completed. If the barrier came under external attack, the energy wouldn't be further consumed. Either the external force would breach the barrier's limit and break it, or the barrier would remain intact. The stacking spatial barrier didn't have durability or residual energy. In addition, since the spatial barrier was intangible, one could see through it to the situation behind. There were various methods to break the barrier. The simplest was direct forceful attack to breach it. Fong Heng stroked his chin and continued turning the pages. There it was. If a player possessed advanced spatial study abilities, they could employ a more clever method, using spatial power to slowly flatten the stacked space. Fong Heng carefully examined it. The operation described in the book was akin to slowly dismantling a stacked mud wall piece by piece using spatial study power. It required a long time, but was stable. Fong Heng contemplated and turned the pages further, swiftly closing the book. Understood. The other decryption methods were too tedious for now. Since he had multiple zombie avatars, taking time to grind slowly was the way to go. This safe method suited him better. However, one thing struck Fong Heng as peculiar. In fact, space possessed an automatic restoration feature, albeit requiring a long time for this process. Therefore, something within the channel must continuously supply energy to sustain the spatial barrier status. Despite the spatial barrier within the tomb theoretically existing for a long time, it was still effective. What was supplying them with energy? Was it possible that, Fong Heng pondered, involuntarily recalling the peculiar metallic frames and dark purple spatial prisms seen in another tomb before? If those were there, that would be fantastic. His spatial study skill wasn't full yet, a perfect opportunity to level up to intermediate full level. The time was almost up. It was time to go back and check. With that in mind, Fong Heng walked to the bed, closed his eyes once again, and returned to the game world. Hint: player successfully kills 2 mechanical Guardian Type 7 Elite. Player discovers second tier mutation crystal. Player finds 2 map fragments *5. Fong Heng returned to the game world once again, with game prompts flashing swiftly before his eyes. Raising his head, Fong Heng glanced at the shattered remnants of mechanical parts on the ground. Although the zombie avatars had low output, they managed to wear down the elite guard creatures relying on their HP advantage and numerical superiority. Very well done. This was also related to the characteristics of mechanical beings. Most of them didn't have the self-recovery abilities seen in ordinary creatures. Once their appearance was worn down, that was it, unless they were made of extremely costly advanced machinery, possessed special self-repairing metals, or loaded with higher-level auto-repair programs. Otherwise, they couldn't recover HP on their own. With numerous zombie avatars attacking, even though their attack power was low, when combined, it was enough to slowly wear down elite monsters. Apart from being time-consuming, it wasn't too bad. Fong Heng raised his hand towards the front. The remaining second-tier mutation crystal and 5 pieces of 2 map fragments on the ground flew into his palm. Hint: player acquires second-tier mutation crystal *1, 2 map fragments *5. Feng Heng picked up one of the 2 map fragments, holding it in hand for a closer look. The 2 map fragments were very small pieces of paper, each with a tiny numbered label on the back. 188 pieces of fragments, and they must not be repeated. The difficulty of collecting has significantly increased. Oh well, let's take it step by step. At the moment, it seems that completing the task of collecting fragments is not impossible. Feng Heng consoled himself in this way, but he still felt a bit itchy in his heart, feeling uncomfortable and wanting to complete the task. Taking a deep breath, Feng Heng temporarily suppressed this thought, turned back along the path he had chased before, and searched for the spatial barrier. After some time, Feng Heng returned to the location of the spatial barrier he had encountered earlier. Good. The barrier was still there. Feng Heng looked around, walked to the spatial barrier, placed his hand on it, activated spatial energy according to the method he had just found in the book. A faint white light appeared where Feng Heng's palm touched the spatial barrier. Feng Heng could feel that the spatial barrier was slowly being dissipated, but the dissipation speed was very slow. The zombie avatars also followed Feng Heng to the spatial barrier, raising their hands to use spatial skills to dissolve the spatial barrier. With the assistance of the zombie avatars, the efficiency of dissolving the barrier suddenly increased by dozens of times. In this way, the speed was finally sufficient to make some progress. Feng Heng estimated in his mind that it would take about an hour to completely dissolve the spatial barrier. He hesitated a bit. Should he leave some zombie avatars behind to weaken the barrier and lead another batch of zombie avatars along another path to explore? Suddenly, Feng Heng heard a dense hissing sound coming from the corner of the rear passage. Hiss, hiss. That was. Feng Heng keenly noticed the movement, turned his head to look back. A large wave of mechanical creatures surged from the corner of the rear passage. Mechanical guards. Unlike the large elite mechanical guard encountered before, this time the mechanical guard was very small in size, only about half a meter tall, crawling rapidly on the ground with its agilate mechanical limbs. It looked very much like a small spider. And there were a lot of them. The mechanical creatures group chased after him directly. Feng Heng frowned, immediately controlled the zombie avatar to stagger towards them. Originally, more than 1,000 zombie avatars blocked most of the rear passage. Once they started moving, the entire passage was filled with zombie avatars. Hiss! The small spider-like mechanical creatures clashed with the zombie horde, and they immediately engaged in battle. The mechanical devices swung their sharp limbs constantly, easily cutting open huge wounds on the zombies, and shooting beam weapons from the top of their heads, continuously releasing beam cannon attacks on the zombie avatars. The zombie avatars could only use the most simple attacks. Scratch! Feng Heng observed the movements and attack patterns of the mechanical spiders for a moment and felt relieved. Fortunately, the attack patterns of the mechanical creatures were relatively simple. The mechanical spiders could not walk along the walls or ceilings, so they were blocked by the zombie avatars on the ground. And maybe due to limited energy, they used their beam weapons very infrequently. The zombie avatars barely withstood the attacks of the mechanical spiders with their flesh and blood bodies. Feng Heng contemplated and slowly retreated towards the spatial barrier behind him. The ordinary zombie avatars had relatively low output capabilities. It was difficult for them to deal with this group of mechanical spiders in a short time with just their attacks. Feng Heng took out a sniper rifle from his backpack. He aimed at a critically wounded unit. Bang! The bullet hit the head of the small spider accurately. Severely injured, the whole mechanical spider exploded. Hint: player dealt 39,201 critical damage to the Tomb Guardian Mechanical Spider 3. Player discovered a first-order mutation crystal. Creatures in this tomb can actually drop mutation crystals. This was good news. Feng Heng calmly retreated to the side of the spatial barrier behind him, using the sniper rifle to reduce the number of small spider bodies. There were about 200 to 300 of these sudden spider mechanical creatures. The zombie avatars blocked the entrance of the entire passage with their bodies, and they couldn't rush in. By slowly grinding with the zombie avatars, it was estimated that they could be dealt with in 1 or 2 hours. However, Feng Heng was more concerned about something. Like the void-lurking beasts outside, it seemed that the hatred of the spider horde was also focused on him. Was it just a coincidence? Thinking about this, Feng Heng put down his sniper rifle and once again logged out of the game. At the same time, at the main entrance of the tomb. In the chaos of the tomb entrance earlier, dozens of Federal players followed the Black Castle players into the tomb, with some of them trying to intercept the Black Castle players. Unfortunately, they all failed. In the subsequent exploration process, the players each encountered their own troubles. Every player was an elite in the high-level game. They might not necessarily be able to perfectly resolve the crisis, but escape was not a problem. Soon, the players realized that they seemed to be trapped in a maze. So they retraced their steps towards the tomb entrance, looking for teammates to regroup. After regrouping, they tried several times to open the entrance to the passage, but each attempt ended in failure. It was not until Chris rushed back and informed them that they had just encountered a very difficult opponent. The players were somewhat surprised. In one-on-one combat, Chris was among the top 3 in the entire team. Everyone remembered Chris's formidable opponent. After all, there were plenty of formidable players. Better be cautious. Currently, they had a bigger problem. How could they get out? How could they contact the outside world? After some discussion, they decided to stay put for the moment. Wait a little longer, hoping that someone outside would be able to open the portal door. Feng Heng went offline, set an alarm clock, and took a nap for an hour and a half. When he woke up and logged in again, the mechanical spiders had been mostly cleared out by the zombie avatars, leaving a pile of damaged mechanical parts behind in the passage. Feng Heng raised his hand, and the mutation crystals that had fallen on the ground, as well as the fragments of the tomb map, were absorbed into his palm. Hint: during the player's offline process, the player's zombie avatar killed the Tomb Guardian Mechanical Spider 3*174. The player obtained 55 first-order mutation crystals, and the player obtained 41 fragments of the tomb map. Hint: player's current progress in synthesizing the tomb map, 38/188. Feng Heng turned back towards the spatial barrier direction once again. Sure, there really is one. Not far ahead in the passage, there is a strange metal support standing upright. Dark purple spatial prisms float around the metal support. It looks like the previous guess was correct. Feng Heng tried to take 2 more steps forward. Once again, ahead was blocked by a thick spatial barrier, causing trouble. Feng Heng had to stop again and carefully sense the situation. Within the short passage of less than 100 meters towards the spatial prisms ahead, there were unexpectedly 5 spatial barriers. Trouble. I didn't expect the spatial barriers to be so dense. It would take a long time to completely dissolve them. Slowly, let's try to dissolve them first. Feng Heng didn't have a better way, so he controlled the zombie avatars to continue approaching and slowly erase the barriers using spatial manipulation. According to the current efficiency, it would take about an hour and a half for 1 barrier, 7 to 8 hours for 5 barriers to completely dissolve. When will this end? While Feng Heng was thinking to himself, the game prompt started flashing on the retina. Tip: player zombie avatar, normal form, attacked by Graveyard Guardian Mechanical Spider 3 type. Entered a bleeding, tearing state, taking 2,918 points of damage. Pursuers are here again. From somewhere behind the passage, a large group of mechanical spiders came chasing towards him from the intersection, rushing towards his location, but were blocked by Feng Heng's zombie avatars in the passage. Helpless. Both ends were now blocked. Unable to escape. Feng Heng sighed inwardly, completely giving up the idea of going elsewhere, and could only take the old tactic, leaving the zombie avatars behind to continue auto-grinding while he logged off alone. This way, Feng Heng logged in every half an hour to check the situation. After a disjointed hour, he finally broke through 1 spatial barrier again. More. Watching as a wave of mechanical spider bodies that had just been wiped out reappeared, Feng Heng fell silent. This time, he didn't bother to struggle anymore, simply leaving the zombie avatars in place to autogrind and directly logging off. He figured out that the mechanical spider bodies probably had something to do with him. As long as he was online, the refresh rate of the mechanical spiders would increase significantly. So, it was better to log off directly, allowing the zombie avatars to peacefully break through the spatial barriers. The efficiency would be higher. The next morning, Feng Heng woke up to the alarm clock, got up from bed, stretched, and walked to the window, pulling back the curtains of his single dormitory room. Sunlight streamed in through the window. No matter what happened last night, the the sun still rises during the day. After washing his face and quickly logging into the game to collect resources and check the zombie avatar status, Fang Heng logged off again. The situation seemed okay. The zombie avatars were still auto-grinding methodically to spatial barriers were broken, with 2 remaining. He obtained over 200 first-order mutation crystals, and the progress of collecting 2 map fragments had increased to 69 188ths. Calculating the time, it would take another 3 hours for the zombie avatars to completely break through the spatial barriers. No hurry! Once the spatial barriers were broken, he could absorb spatial energy from the purple spatial prisms to enhance the spatial studies skill level. With the skill level raised, the speed of dissolving spatial barriers would also increase. He could foresee that his speed in breaking through the barriers would get faster. It was a bit regrettable that once the spatial studies reached the high intermediate level, it couldn't be improved further relying solely on the all-knowing eye. If only there was a way to break through to the advanced level. Fang Heng shook his head, dismissing this unrealistic idea. Advancing in academic skills from intermediate to advanced levels becomes very difficult. When he cultivated the high intermediate level in necromancy, he had put in a great deal of effort. Currently trapped in the tomb, considering advancing in spatial studies was far from achievable. During this period, Fang Heng had gained a lot of knowledge related to spatial studies, breaking away from being a newbie. After reaching the high intermediate level in all talents, each advancement became a bottleneck. Lu Yanlong's talent in spatial studies was already very high, and when he advanced to the high tier, it took him almost half a year, and advancing to the master tier took a full year. The school teacher Wei Ke was only at the peak of the high intermediate level of spatial studies. Of course, Wei Ke's main focus was on academic research and teaching, which was one of the reasons he had not advanced to the next level. This difficulty in advancing levels could be seen. Fang Heng didn't hold much hope, so he decided to attend a class for 3 hours, considering going to the cafeteria, being a bit curious about the food there. He recalled that Tong Jia had introduced it to him before. It was said that the cafeteria at the school provided a buffet included in the tuition fee. Fang Heng soon arrived at the cafeteria and looked around. It was indeed decent with a variety of food options, worth the tuition fee. Fang Heng ordered a bowl of spicy sauce noodles, and as he was eating, his phone rang. It was from Mo Jiawei. "Old Mo, did you contact the Black Castle? How's the situation?" "Contacted them, and came to you right away." It seemed that the people from the Black Castle still didn't know that Fang Heng had the ability to bypass the game restrictions and log on and off directly. They believed he was still stuck in the tomb. Therefore, Mo Jiawei contacted the Black Castle and got some feedback from them. First, it was about the resurrection of the corpses they had seen in the small tomb earlier. According to Jia, she also didn't understand why the clan corpses found in the coffin suddenly revived, which clearly contradicted the records on the stone tablet. According to the descriptions on the stone tablet and the external obituary, those buried here were all deceased. There were no black technologies within the clan that could revive the dead. This is strange. Fang Heng muttered to himself, recounting roughly what he had seen after entering the main tomb, telling Mo Jiawei, asking him to find out if the people from the Black Castle had any easy way to solve the spatial barriers. According to Fang Heng's estimation, if he continued to sneak into the depths of the tomb step by step, it would take about half a month. Unfortunately, reaching the high intermediate level in spatial studies was the limit. Therefore, Heibao suggested that we should find the advance route of the previous trapped team, which should be safe. Even if the spatial barrier has some automatic recovery ability, the time is too short, and the recovery of the spatial barrier is very weak and can easily be broken through. As long as we find their advance route, we can save a lot of trouble. Fang Heng listened to Mo Jiawei's words, first feeling astonished. The trap team from Heibao is so strong. They were actually able to forcibly break through the spatial barrier all the way. However, soon Fang Heng showed a bitter smile. Put it simply, searching in such a large spatial labyrinth, how could it be that easy? Furthermore, he would also have to endure the pursuit of a large number of tomb guards. It is very easy to be trapped and killed on the way. Listening to Fang Heng's description, Mo Jiawei also felt a bit tricky, so he nodded, indicating he would communicate with the players from Heibao again to see if there was a better way. Right. Before hanging up the phone, Fang Heng thought of something else and added, also ask if Heibao has a way to quickly break through higher level spatial studies, Something like skill books would be best. Okay, Mo Jiawei immediately agreed. Fang Heng hung up the phone. He casually asked, not holding out much hope, What if they really could find a high-level spatial study skill book, directly break through the high-level spatial study, and then rely on the zombie avatar to quickly break through the spatial barrier? After almost finishing the spicy noodles, Fang Heng closed his phone, grabbed his textbooks, and ran off to class. The daytime class was on elemental studies. Starting from the beginning, the entire elemental studies course was already approaching the middle stage. It was quite difficult to understand from the middle stage. Fang Heng himself had never studied elemental studies, so he could only listen casually. Compared to spatial studies, elemental studies were much more popular. There were many students coming to study, so the class was held in a large classroom. Fang Heng arrived quite late. Fortunately, there were plenty of seats available at the back. Just as Fang Heng found a seat and sat down, his phone received a message reminder. It was from Tong Jia. Sorry, I have been staying up all night these days for experiments and just saw your message. My research direction does not quite match what you are studying in spatial studies. If you would like to come for an internship, you can visit my lab, but I can't guarantee that you will definitely be able to stay. Fang Heng was intrigued and immediately replied via text, I am interested. What time would be convenient for you? These few days in the lab are quite busy with experiments, so let's do it during these days. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Any day is fine, but give me a call before you come. No problem. I will come over at that time. Fang Heng quickly sent the reply, put down his phone, and continued to quietly listen to the class. While Fang Heng was peacefully attending his class, He Bao was in a state of tension and busyness. After last night's battle, all teams from He Bao had safely evacuated from the tomb area and returned to the gathering point to plan for the next action against the federal camp. The core team was more concerned about the situation inside the tomb. A core player closed the telepathic channel and nodded to everyone. We have successfully established communication with them, and we have agreed to communicate every half an hour. Except for Fang Heng, there were 2 other players who had entered the tomb during the previous chaos. Both of them encountered pursuit by federal players after entering the tomb. They did not confront the federal high-level elite players head-on like Fang Heng did, and it took a great deal of effort for them to escape from the hands of the elite players. Yes, the infiltrators we sent all have special disguise capabilities and have successfully evaded the federal pursuit, exploring the maze and searching for the route the leader took before. In addition, there are special mechanical guards in the tomb that are difficult to deal with. They also need to avoid the surveillance patrols of the mechanical guards at regular intervals, making the search efficiency very low. Hearing this, everyone nodded in understanding. The previously trapped team had mentioned that there was a spatial barrier inside the passage. The telepathic abilities of He Bao players did not have an advantage in dealing with this barrier. Fortunately, spatial defense was not invincible. The trap team forcibly broke through the spatial barrier and opened a passage leading to the center of the tomb. So as long as they found the previously broken route, they could follow it all the way. However, even so, it was extremely time-consuming. After all, the maze was too large, and finding the right route was not easy. They also had to evade the surveillance of the tomb guards. As they were speaking, Fana suddenly came online, sounding somewhat urgent. Everyone, we have successfully contacted Fang Heng, the Boundary Master. The people present all had a sudden change in their expressions. They were all core figures within He Bao and knew about Fang Heng's presence. Thanks to Fang Heng, they were able to obtain the main entrance key to the tomb. They had also noticed Fang Heng during the fierce battle outside the tomb. They were extremely lucky for Fang Heng's presence, which provided them with the opportunity to enter the tomb. However, Fang Heng entering the tomb was not within their pre-planned arrangements, so they did not equip Fang Heng with external communication devices. They did not expect Fang Heng to have the capability to communicate with the outside world while inside the tomb. Is he okay? Yes, Fang Heng, the Boundary Master, has already shaken off the federal pursuers. According to Fang Heng's own account, he has also encountered a spatial barrier within the maze and is currently trying to break it. However, his progress is a bit slow. The people present were once again surprised by this news. He actually had the ability to break through spatial barriers, and very quickly at that. Fana paused for a moment, her expression becoming more serious, and continued. In addition, Fang Heng, the Boundary Master, has also encountered a large number of spider mechanical guards. He communicated with us, asking if we have any other methods to quickly break the spatial barrier, as well as any methods to quickly advance in high-level spatial studies, preferably something like skill books that can be used directly. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere among the crowd became silent. Several people looked at each other. It was quite coincidental. About 3 years ago, a team from Heibao completed an extremely difficult special mission and obtained an advanced spatial study notebook. The notebook had a powerful effect. Players only needed to fulfill the spatial study experience requirements to directly advance to the master level of spatial studies. What was most important was that this book was also tradable. With its trading attribute, its value soared instantly. However, at the same time, the difficulty of the mission can be imagined. And a high difficulty mission means high-level rewards. So, it is difficult to say whether the hidden effect of the curse is positive or negative. In any case, the curse effect not only does not reduce the value of the book, but makes it even more sought after. However, most players in Heibao Castle specialize in psychology, have limited learning abilities in spatial studies, and in recent years, the focus of the Heibao team has been on the main storyline of Hela. Therefore, this special book on spatial studies is temporarily stored. In fact, many forces know that Heibao Castle has a spatial notebook, and many people have ideas about this book. Is it just a coincidence? Does Fang Heng really need an advanced spatial skills book? It makes people doubt. Did Fang Heng already know about this book? So did he want this book from the beginning? After a moment of silence, one of them asked, "Is the information reliable?" "It's Mr. Mo's message, absolutely reliable." "So what do you all think?" Everyone looked at each other. From what I know about Fang Heng's character as the Realm Lord, he probably doesn't know about this skills book. If he knows we have it, he will most likely directly ask for it. Fana looked around at everyone, nodded, and said, "We have come this far today, successfully entering the tomb, and the Realm Lord Fang Heng has helped us a lot. I don't think we need to worry. Since we don't currently need the notebook, we can just give it to him." Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Indeed, we owe a lot to Fang Heng this time. After this is over, we will need to provide corresponding value as compensation. This advanced skills book should be enough. Yes, I agree. Since the Realm Lord Fang Heng is trustworthy, there is no need to worry too much. We will have more cooperation in the future. However, we must remind the Realm Lord Fang Heng in advance about the curse on the book to avoid unnecessary trouble. Another player smiled bitterly and said, "We at Heibao Castle have always acted with a clear conscience. The Realm Lord Fang Heng has helped us a lot, and I don't object to giving him the book. But have you all forgotten one thing? The Realm Lord Fang Heng is still trapped in the main tomb. How can we trade the book with him?" Hearing this, everyone also felt helpless. In fact, this was also something they found strange before. Clearly, people are still trapped in the tomb, yet asking for something? It seems suspicious. Fana nodded and said, "Everyone, the Realm Lord Fang Heng has his special abilities, so we don't need to think too much about it. Leave this matter to me. I will communicate with Mr. Mo." Good. Fang Heng hadn't even finished a section of his elemental studies class, and messages kept coming on his phone. How could messages come so quickly? Fang Heng saw Mo Jiawei's feedback message and couldn't help but feel moved. Heibao actually has a special book on spatial studies. And this spatial skills book has extremely powerful effects. As long as the experience points are full, you can directly upgrade from novice to master. What great news! Fang Heng felt like he had hit the jackpot. It is certain that this skills book can save him a lot of time. He immediately lost interest in continuing the class, quietly left through the back door of the classroom, and immediately called Mo Jiawei. "Hello, old Mo. How is that book doing?" On the other end of the phone, Mo Jiawei roughly told Fang Heng the information feedback from Heibao. "Boss Fang, Heibao is very generous and willing to hand over the book to us, but there is still a tricky problem at the moment." "What's the problem?" "Well, the book is somewhat incomplete, and Heibao believes that this skills book also involves a very troublesome curse. Once you come into direct contact with the book, you will be cursed. In addition, Heibao believes that the curse is related to a high-level gaming world, likely involving an SSS-level mission. And once the player binds the book, they will be influenced by a special power on their mind." Mo Jiawei was very serious, reminding, "Fang, Haibao warns us to be very careful. Fang Heng frowned. A curse. And it is related to a high-level gaming world. Just thinking about the high-intensity negative effects curse of the high-level gaming world gives him a headache. With so many troubles already on his plate, now he might be getting involved in an SSS-level task from a high-level gaming world. This is really troublesome. Fang Heng muttered quietly. He didn't want to get involved in more trouble, but, oh well, one step at a time. After all, he already has a seed of evil in him. With more debts, he's not worried. Let's take the item first. Look at it and decide later. I understand. When can we get our hands on the skills book? It's already arranged. Lao Hei can get the item out of the game, and it will be delivered to you in an hour. However, Mo Jiawei hesitated and asked in a low voice, Fang Heng, can we really trust Lao Hei completely? Can we really rest assured handing over the advanced book to him? Mo Jiawei was a bit hesitant. He knew a little bit about Lao Hei and didn't fully trust him. Give it to him. Fang Heng didn't hesitate much. Currently, he and Lao Hei are in a deep cooperation, even lending Lao Hei the spatial transfer channel within the zombie apocalypse world for frequent use. The value of the advanced skills book is indeed very high, but he believes Lao Hei knows how to make the right decisions. Okay, I understand, Mo Jiawei reminded again. Because of the curse, the skills book is sealed in a special wooden box. Fang Heng, please be extra careful. After hanging up the phone, Fang Heng returned to the classroom to continue his studies. However, this time, Fang Heng found it difficult to truly immerse himself in the study of elemental studies. His thoughts wandered. The upgrade book on spatial studies is definitely a good thing. Coupled with the large amount of spatial prisms to absorb experience inside the maze of the tomb, it is possible to raise the spatial studies to master level all at once. But a special curse, could it lead to more trouble? An hour later, when the class ended, Fang Heng returned to the dormitory and found a package outside the door. Has it arrived? Lao Hai's actions are indeed fast. Fang Heng felt a stir in his heart, immediately picked up the package, opened the dormitory door, returned to his room, locked the door, pulled the curtains, and carefully unwrapped the outer packaging of the package. Inside the package was a purple wooden box. The box was not large, just a square cube of about half a meter. Fang Heng reached out and touched the wooden box. A cool touch came from the wooden box. Mo Jiawei had reminded him that the box was a special item found by the Haibao team, used to isolate the curse of the internal skills book. A faint white light flashed as, suddenly, in the main tomb passage, a magic array appeared swiftly floating in the air. Fang Heng slowly materialized from within the magic array. Opening his eyes again, he saw that the spatial barrier standing in the front passage had only the thinnest layer remaining. The zombie clones were still gathered in front of the spatial barrier, tirelessly using their spatial abilities to erode the barrier. In the rear, a small group of mechanical spiders were still entangled with the zombie clones. Fang Heng extended his hand to the back. A thin layer of crystal and fragments of a tomb map flew into his palm from the ground. Hint: when the player goes offline, the player's zombie clones can kill the tomb guard mechanical spiders type 3. Asterisk 174. The player will receive tier 1 mutant crystal asterisk 125, and the player will receive 2 map fragments asterisk 91. Hint: the player's current progress in synthesizing the tomb map 101-188. The harvest was pretty average. The number of tier 1 mutant crystals needed to level up to 37 was in the tens of thousands, so acquiring just over 100 wasn't a big deal. As for the 2 map fragments, they may yield duplicates, so as the game progresses, completing the tasks becomes slower. Fang Heng took a few steps back and took out a wooden box from his teleportation backpack. A game tip appeared. Hint: player found an item, Master Caval's sealed box. Item: Master Caval's sealed box. Description: a box custom made by the Master Craftsman Caval, capable of sealing most items with special effects, such as curses. Requirement: the item to be sealed must be smaller than 0.3 asterisk 0.3 asterisk 0.3 in size. Some special items can be stored in the sealed box and placed in the backpack. Not bad. Black Castle really does honest business. They even gave him a sealed box for free. Thinking this, Fang Heng pressed his hand on the box, held his breath, and gently pushed open the lid of the box. Suddenly, As the box opened, a faint dark yellow light burst from it. After a brief shimmer, the light quickly dissipated. Feng Heng squinted his eyes and looked at the bottom of the box. A beautifully packaged booklet lay quietly there. The booklet was thin, with only about 30 to 50 pages. The cover of the book was inscribed with unknown symbols and words. The outer layer of the booklet seemed to be shrouded in a shadow, giving off an eerie feeling. Feng Heng squinted his eyes and muttered to himself, "Curse." At this stage, what's there to hesitate about? If it's a curse, then so be it. Without overthinking, Feng Heng made up his mind and suddenly reached out his hand to touch the book. Suddenly, Feng Heng's pupils contracted. Before he could stop it, a dark yellow force surged into his body through his fingertips. Hint: player contaminated. Just as his palm touched the book, the game hint that was rapidly refreshing on the retina was completely covered by a bright red color in front of his eyes. Along with the yellow force flowing into his body, a silent fury rose in Feng Heng's heart. The inflamed anger made him feel an urge to destroy everything completely. The yellow aura swiftly spread throughout his body, rushing into his consciousness. Suddenly, the gray cursed aura that had been lurking in Feng Heng's consciousness sensed the intrusion and swiftly launched an attack. The yellow aura, as if encountering a natural enemy, quickly dissipated under the attack of the cursed aura. Feng Heng instantly sobered up from the state of anger. Ahead still lay a sea of red flames. It was an illusion. Through the flickering flames in front of him, Feng Heng clearly saw a pair of eyes. Those eyes were fixedly staring at him. "It's you." A deep voice sounded in Feng Heng's ears as he gazed back at the eyes in the illusion. The voice seemed to come from those eyes, continuing with its deep and thick tone. "How come you are here? And why are you so weak? What has happened to you?" The eyes in the flames suddenly retreated a few meters, continuing to burst into mad laughter. "Ha ha! I see it now. I understand. Little brother, you came to find me, didn't you? Very good. It seems you can't stand that fool anymore. Let's cooperate to get rid of that guy together. That despicable fool will be completely engulfed by the flames. He will forever sink in the fires of hellish anger. I swear I will make him endure 1,000-fold pain. I swear." Suddenly, the fiery eyes rapidly approached Feng Heng, almost reaching his face. "Come to me, little brother. Let's work together to eliminate that fool." Roar! The burning flames completely engulfed everything in front of Feng Heng. In an instant, he felt his strength drained away, half kneeling on the ground, panting heavily, supporting himself against the wall on his right, sweat streaming down his cheeks. The illusion gradually faded, and he could see the game hints on his retina once again. Hint: detection of player having higher level contamination, immunity to this contamination effect. Hint: detection of player having some related tasks. Hint: task integration in progress. Player triggered task. Flames of anger task name. Flames of anger. Current stage task difficulty. A task description. You have come into contact with a book contaminated by anger seed, facing anger directly in the illusion. Anger seems willing to cooperate with you in some way. Task requirements. Please find the disciples of Flames of Anger to trigger the next stage of the task. Current stage task reward. None. Feng Heng looked at the game hints on his retina for a long time, before finally recovering from the state of complete exhaustion. The power of the contamination was stronger than he had imagined. Even in the illusion, the power of anger could almost suffocate him. So, Feng Heng carefully recalled everything he saw and felt in the illusion. Since he already had a higher level contamination from jealousy, the contamination from anger had no effect. Good news! The curse hidden in the book was related to the contamination by the anger seed. The contamination did not take effect. He got a skill book on spatial studies for free. Bad news! The contamination effect of jealousy on him was greater than the hidden anger contamination in the skill book. With anger's power already being so strong, just one illusion was enough to render him combat incapable. How strong would jealousy have to be? Feng Heng smiled bitterly, feeling that he had gotten himself into a big trouble, and he stood up, leaning against the wall by his hand. Reflecting on the dialogue he heard in the illusion, it seemed like anger had also been tricked by jealousy. Another task related to the anger seed had been added to him. Fortunately, the task had no time limit. Perhaps he could make use of it when dealing with jealousy in the future. Feng Heng pondered to himself. Combining what he saw in the illusion just now, he could probably guess the general idea of things. In any case, he already had contamination on him, so it didn't matter. As for the bait left by anger, he disregarded it. Fang Heng reached out and lightly touched the book. The game prompt appeared again. Prompt: player has discovered a special item. Segnate Kaida's Spatial Studies Synopsis. Item: Segnate Kaida's Spatial Studies Synopsis Unknown Power. Level Res S. Description: records the understanding and consciousness of spatial studies by the Master of Space Studies, Segnate Kaida. Before binding is completed, the book can be traded. Description: this item is attached with some unknown power. Contact with this item may be influenced by unknown power. Description: effective when placed in the backpack. Player's spatial study skill experience will advance to the next level after reaching maximum level. Can advance to master level spatial studies. This effect will bind automatically after activation. Description: this item will be automatically destroyed upon player's death. Fang Heng carefully read the skill upgrade book explanation. The book had not been bound yet. It needed to be automatically bound after completing one skill upgrade. Good thing. Fang Heng was satisfied and stored the book in his backpack. With this, coupled with the dark purple spatial prisms in the tomb maze, reaching the master level spatial studies was within reach. Fang Heng felt a bit more anticipation in his heart, then walked to the front spatial barrier and pressed his hand against it. The spatial barrier had already disintegrated by more than half. Just a little more. Fang Heng flipped his wrist, and a metal alloy rod appeared in his palm. The metal rod swung fiercely and smashed towards the front spatial barrier. Bang! The spatial barrier received a huge impact and shattered instantly. Though not visible, Fang Heng could clearly sense the spatial fluctuations around him. Very good. The metal frame was right in front of him. Fang Heng took strides towards the metal frame behind the barrier. Different from the metal frames encountered in the tomb before, the one in the main tomb was significantly taller. 12 spatial prisms floated around the metal frame. Absorb them all. Fang Heng's expression was excited. He waved his hand, and the zombie minions behind him once again rushed up and began absorbing the floating spatial prisms. Prompt: player zombie minions tendril form absorb unknown spatial power and convert it. Player gains spatial study experience plus 3,321. Zombie minions maximum health reduced by 3,321. Fang Heng's eyes were bombarded with absorbed information again. With the advanced skill book in hand now, he wasn't afraid to waste any more energy. At this absorption rate, advancing to master level spatial studies was no problem. Excited, Fang Heng just stood there, waiting for the zombie minions to finish absorbing. Prompt: player zombie minions tendril form have died. They will resurrect in 5 hours and 21 minutes. Bang! As the spatial power inside the dark purple spatial prisms continued to be absorbed and converted into spatial study experience, some zombie minions triggered fatal negative effects or had their health depleted to negative and directly died from spatial fluctuations. But it didn't matter. Fang Heng adjusted the zombie minions' experience absorption rate to the maximum. Bang! Soon, the first prism was absorbed and shattered. Bang bang! Then followed by the second and third. In less than half an hour, all the floating spatial prisms around the frame were absorbed and shattered, leaving only a bare metal frame. At the same time, the spatial barriers in the area around Fang Heng disappeared instantly. The metal frame and the 12 spatial prisms were an integral central device, capable of providing energy to the spatial barriers in a small area of the maze. Judging by the scale of the tomb, there must be many similar centrals in the tomb. Fang Heng looked at the game prompt again. His intermediate spatial study level had reached LV 24. Getting closer. The final level upgrade would be completed soon. Keep going. Fang Heng clenched his fist lightly, controlled the zombie minions to explore ahead, and slowly moved towards the front. As for finding the core team of the Black Castle, no rush. Just exploring further into the maze, they would eventually be found. Soon, after walking for less than 10 minutes, Fang Heng was once again blocked by a spatial barrier in front. This time, Fang Heng carefully observed through the 7 spatial barriers ahead, seeing the metal frame and spatial prisms standing on the passage floor. As expected, his speculation was correct. Fang Heng nodded silently, commanding the zombie minions to try using spatial power to disintegrate the spatial barrier slowly. After absorbing a large amount of experience, the intermediate spatial study skill had increased by 5 levels, and the disintegration speed of the barrier had also slightly increased. Very good. Fang Heng nodded silently in his heart. After absorbing another wave of prism energy, advancing to advanced spatial studies should be smooth, and the barrier could be dissolved even faster. The most troublesome issue now was the pursuers behind him. Even though he had just completely destroyed a small control center of the metal frame, mechanical spider pursuers were relentlessly chasing him. However, the passage behind was already firmly blocked by the zombie minions. Fang Heng realized that as long as he remained online, the respawn rate of the mechanical spider pursuers would increase several times. Once the numbers accumulated, the zombie minions might not be able to hold them off. It was troublesome. Forget it. Better log off. Having pondered, Fang Heng issued the zombie minions the command to go AFK, roughly estimating it would take about 3 more hours for the zombie minions to disintegrate the spatial barrier. Almost there, he could come back after finishing a lesson. The Black Castle. The core player team learned about Fang Heng's latest exploration progress in the tomb from their subordinates. During this time, the 2 black players who had infiltrated the tomb had been wandering around in the maze. They spent most of their time dodging the pursuit of the tomb's mechanical guardians and had not found the passage left by the previously stranded team. The problem wasn't just that. According to reliable information obtained from the federal camp, the LV-5 teleportation channel was about to be completed. The second high-level game world channel was about to be connected, and preparations to transport the special barrier-destroying device from the federal camp had already begun. It's Fang Heng. Everyone present knows Fang Heng's identity and, naturally, also understands Fang Heng's special ability, controlling zombies. Serendipity. That player has found Fang Heng's location. Great, the 2 of them can meet up. One person said, "Tell Ji Mingbo to stop first, don't move randomly, try to wait in place." Fana nodded and said, "I will try to contact the main lord of Fang Heng. We need his help." Fang Heng doesn't have a locator on him, so he couldn't find the trap team, while the players entering the tomb of the Black Fortress all have one. The 2 of them can cooperate. If the 2 of them can successfully meet up, the chances of finding the trap team will undoubtedly greatly increase. At this moment, Fang Heng is still in class. Naturally, it's a course in school. Starting from the middle part, Fang Heng feels a bit stumbling. He is trying to understand a formula written on the blackboard by the teacher when he receives a message from Mo Jiawei on his phone. Huh? They actually found the companion from the Black Fortress. Fang Heng saw the message, thought for a moment, grabbed his textbook, and left the classroom through the back door cautiously. 10 minutes later, Fang Heng returned to the dorm and logged back in. Reminder: during the player's logout process, player zombie avatars killed the Tomb Guardian Mech Spider 3*188. Player obtained a first-order mutation crystal *73. Player obtained 2 map fragments *75. Reminder: current composition progress of the player's tomb map 146/188. Some of the space barriers blocking the way have been partially disintegrated by the zombies, leaving only the last 2. It is expected to be resolved soon. Fang Heng turned back and walked towards the rear of the corridor, preparing to meet the players from the Black Fortress. Soon, Fang Heng passed through the crowded zombie horde blocking the passage and arrived at the front of the passage. A group of spider mechanical guards that respawned were still entangled with the zombie avatars in combat. However, now that the previously deceased feeders had been resurrected, the efficiency of spawning monsters had greatly increased. Ji Mingbo is an elite player of the Black Fortress. In terms of strength alone, he is not among the top players of the Black Fortress. However, he possesses special stealth talents and skills that are particularly suitable for stealth operations, so he is one of the task executors for sneaking into the tomb. Looking at the zombie horde in front that was fighting against the tomb's mechanical devices, Ji Mingbo also felt strange. So are these zombies controlled by friendly forces behind? Ji Mingbo followed the offline team's orders to stay put and had been waiting for more than half an hour. Suddenly, he saw that a path had opened up in the crowded zombie horde ahead. Mechanical spiders immediately rushed towards the passage, only to be tightly entangled by the feeders pouncing from all sides. Ji Mingbo cautiously concealed his figure, hiding his breath through special stealth means and blending his body with the surroundings. He had escaped many crises by relying on this innate skill. It's always good to be cautious. Ji Mingbo carefully observed the player who emerged from the zombie horde in the passage ahead. The person had a black fortress mask on his face. He should be one of his own. Suddenly, Ji Mingbo felt a move in his heart when he saw the player quickly scanning the surroundings and then looking directly at him. He had been discovered. Ji Mingbo's heart skipped a beat. Their gazes met in the air. He was sure that the other person had seen him. Who was that person? His stealth skills had no effect in front of the other party and were directly exposed. Not even able to hold out for half a minute. Realizing that his stealth was compromised, Ji Mingbo no longer attempted to conceal himself and cautiously passed through the combat area with mechanical spiders and zombies in a forward motion. Until he arrived in front of Fang Heng, Ji Mingbo revealed his figure. "Hello, I am Black Fortress member Ji Mingbo. The leader asked me to come here and wait to meet with you." Fang Heng had already learned Ji Mingbo's name in advance and nodded upon hearing it, gesturing towards the spiritual mark left by Fana on his right arm. "Hello, everyone calls me Boss Fang." Ji Mingbo also raised his hand to gesture on the back of his hand. Both imprints simultaneously emitted a faint blue light. After confirming their identities, Fang Heng couldn't help but nod in approval. Very impressive stealth skill. He admired Ji Mingbo's special stealth ability a lot. To be able to evade the perception of mechanical creatures while in stealth and come directly in front of him. In fact, it was not until the person was within 5 meters that Fang Heng could sense someone's presence through his own perception ability. Before that, Fang Heng had detected Ji Mingbo's location through his blood perception ability to confirm the existence of something there. Beyond 5 meters, nothing could be discerned visually or perceptively. Ji Mingbo smiled upon hearing Fang Heng's comment. He wasn't sure if Fang Heng was genuinely praising him. After all, his stealth techniques had not lasted longer than a second under Fang Heng's scrutiny. "Boss Fang is too kind." Ji Mingbo carefully examined the zombies beside Fang Heng and asked, "Are these all your summoned creatures?" "Yes, it's quite dangerous here. Follow me for now, and we'll talk slowly." "Okay." Using his special hidden ability to suppress his presence, Ji Mingbo cautiously followed Fang Heng as they continued forward. Behind them, the entire corridor was once again surrounded and blocked by the zombies, preventing further attacks from the mechanical spiders. This damn sense of security! Ji Mingbo marveled. His static stealth state could be maintained for a long time, but not for long in a moving state. With that in mind, he quickened his pace to keep up with Fang Heng. Soon, Ji Mingbo arrived at the space barrier with Fang Heng. He saw a large number of zombies gathered in front of the spatial barrier, couldn't help but be puzzled, and asked, "Boss Fang, are they?" Fang Heng explained simply, "It's a special ability, as you can see, that can help disintegrate the space barrier, but it takes some time." Ji Mingbo was even more surprised to hear this. Using summoned creatures to break open a space barrier. Unheard of. He had learned from the Black Fortress team that Fang Boss possessed the ability to open spatial channels, and coming over this time was also to confirm this ability. Witnessing it firsthand, Ji Mingbo looked at Fang Heng with newfound admiration. Ji Mingbo continued, "Boss Fang, originally the plan was for me and a few other teammates to be responsible for infiltrating the tomb to find the trapped team and meet up with them. However, we encountered some problems with the plan, and in the end, only one other teammate and I successfully entered the tomb. This is our communicator crystal. It can avoid the special magnetic field interference inside the tomb and communicate with the outside world." Ji Mingbo took out a light blue ball, the size of a golf ball, from his backpack. "It's this, but activating the communicator requires the use of telepathy skills and will deplete the crystal's internal energy. Additionally, this energy cannot be replenished within the tomb, so under normal circumstances, we agreed to contact the outside team every half hour." Fang Heng glanced at the crystal ball in Ji Mingbo's hand. The ball was held by Ji Mingbo and emitted a faint blue light continuously. This thing requires telepathy skills to activate. No wonder Fana didn't give one to herself earlier. Of course, besides this point, Fana didn't anticipate that in the end, only 3 people would enter the tomb. One of them turned out to be Fang Heng. Furthermore, this crystal can also guide us to the location of the trapped team. Fang Heng's interest was piqued. It can do that too. Is the location determination accurate? Yes, it is accurate. The trap team also carries similar communication devices with them. We locate them based on the communicator signal. As long as they have the communicator, we can pinpoint their location. Ji Mingbo explained, spreading the crystal ball flat on his hand and closing his eyes slightly. Under the influence of a special telepathic power, the crystal ball floated in midair. Subsequently, the crystal slowly floated towards the direction slightly to the right of the space barrier in front. When Ji Mingbo suddenly opened his eyes, he reached out and grabbed the suspended crystal in midair and returned it to the player's backpack. The trap team is in that direction. Fang Heng nodded. Similar to my initial assessment, that direction leads to the central area of the tomb. Fana also told me that the trap team is in the center of the tomb. Boss Fang, the team has already communicated with me previously. Moving forward, I will follow your lead and fully cooperate with you to locate the trap team. In just 5 minutes of meeting, Ji Mingbo was already impressed by Fang Heng. He had some doubts about the leader's arrangements before, wondering how he could be so obedient to an outsider. Now that he had witnessed Fang Heng's abilities, he had no more complaints. You're welcome. There's no need to talk about leading or not. The cooperation between me and Black Castle has always been pleasant, and our goals are the same. Let's find the trap team as soon as possible together. With that said, Fang Heng waved his hand and walked towards the spatial channel, a metal stick appearing in his hand. Whoosh! The metal stick made a sound cutting through the air as it struck the space barrier fiercely. Bang! A significant portion of the weakened barrier shattered. Ji Mingbo looked at Fang Heng's actions and couldn't help but swallow nervously. He shattered a space barrier with just one strike. What kind of operation was this? Thank you, Boss Fang, for your understanding. Behind them, the zombie avatar surged forward again, starting to weaken the next space barrier. With an outsider present, Fang Heng didn't log off, but instead watched the zombie avatars work on the side, overseeing their progress. Since the feeder eater had already completed its resurrection, the efficiency of the mechanical spiders in clearing the passage had greatly increased. There wouldn't be any danger for now. Ji Mingbo couldn't help but feel a bit at a loss as he couldn't help much at the moment. Looking around, he couldn't help but ask, Boss Fang, is there anything I can assist with? Not at the moment. Fang Heng shrugged and then asked, by the way, do you know about the situation with the Federation? Yes, I have some understanding. There are reports saying that the Federation will complete the LV-5 teleportation channel expansion before nightfall, and our time is running out. Speaking of this, Ji Mingbo couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Boss Fang, I will communicate with the Black Castle team in 5 minutes. Is there anything you need me to convey? Nope. Fang Heng shrugged and then remembered something, saying, oh, please thank them on my behalf. That skill book they gave me is really good, and it has been very helpful in improving my efficiency. Got it. Ji Mingbo had no knowledge about the cursed space theory books. When the half-hour mark arrived, he immediately used the crystal to communicate with the offline team. The core Black Castle team had been waiting for Ji Mingbo's message. Upon hearing that Fang Heng had already confirmed receiving the space skill book, they were somewhat surprised. Really? He got the book already? And managed to break the curse too? Regardless of its authenticity, getting the confirmation from Ji Mingbo that Fang Heng had the ability to break open the spatial channel somewhat reassured the Black Castle team. Now the issue was efficiency. Could Fang Heng find the trap team as soon as possible? The core team instructed Ji Mingbo to continue following Fang Heng's orders and assist him in locating the trap team. Of course, if any problems arose, they would follow Fang Heng's arrangements. The communication time provided by the crystal was very short, and soon, Ji Mingbo closed the communicator. Fang Heng caught sight of Ji Mingbo's actions and couldn't help but ask, how is it going? Well, Boss Fang, the situation outside is currently under control. Moving forward, I will fully cooperate with your actions. However, Ji Mingbo cast a worried look towards the barrier ahead, hesitating. The spatial barriers in the maze were too dense. From the crystal's perception, they were still far from the center of the tomb. Based on the current speed of breaking the spatial barriers observed by him, it would take at least 2 days to reach the central area of the tomb. It might be a bit too late. Ji Mingbo reiterated the team's concerns and suggested, Boss Fang, we have learned that the Federation has arranged a high-level game situation with a spatial channel. It's estimated that by tomorrow morning, the high-level game team will arrive at the periphery of the tomb. At that time, we will be in a very passive situation. Time is running out, so I wanted to ask for your opinion. Should we change the action plan and search for the route left behind by the trap team earlier? No need. Fang Heng waved his hand, interrupting. The maze here is vast, making it difficult to find the route left by the team. And if they haven't destroyed the core devices along the way, the spatial barriers are likely to partially restore. Doing so would likely waste more time. Ji Mingbo furrowed his brows. Bang! The spatial barrier shattered again in front of them. Fang Heng shook his slightly numb hands, put the metal rod back into his backpack, and continued, "Our efficiency is enough now. Tell Fana during the next communication that I am confident we will find the trap team before dawn today." Ji Mingbo's pupils contracted. Confident? Can he really do it? Just as he was wondering, Ji Mingbo saw a large number of zombies pouring forward through the broken spatial channel. The zombies gathered around a peculiar metal rack in the center, then extended their hands to touch the purple crystalline substance floating next to the rack. What is that? It looks like a spatial prism. Ji Mingbo furrowed his brows in deep thought, curiously observing the actions of the zombies. Game prompts appeared on Fang Heng's retinas once again. Prompt: player zombie doppelganger vine form absorbs unknown spatial power and undergoes transformation. Player gains spatial studies experience plus 17,231. Zombie doppelganger's maximum health reduced by 17,231. Fang Heng stared intently at the progress bar for spatial studies skills, watching it slowly increase step by step until reaching the maximum level. Prompt: player's current spatial studies skill has been upgraded to the intermediate full level. Prompt: detected special item in player's backpack. Segnate Kaida's spatial studies overview. Prompt: the item is effective. Player's current intermediate spatial studies skill is eliminated. Player mastered advanced spatial studies level 1. Prompt: the item Segnate Kaida's spatial studies overview is currently bound in the player's backpack, unable to trade. Success. Skill has been upgraded. After advancing to advanced spatial studies, the speed at which zombie doppelganger dissolves the spatial barrier can be even faster. At this rate, reaching the center of the maze before dawn is just a conservative estimate. They definitely could arrive earlier. Fang Heng quickly discovered that after advancing to advanced spatial studies, not only did the dissolution speed of the spatial channels improve, but even the speed at which zombie doppelganger absorbed the purple spatial prism energy was also increasing. Bang, bang, bang. In less than 5 minutes of absorption, the 12 spatial prisms floating around the metal rack exploded one after another. The entire small central control device also lost its effect, and the spatial barriers around the area simultaneously failed. Fang Heng glanced back at Ji Mingbo. Ji Mingbo saw the surrounding spatial barriers disappear and opened his mouth in surprise. He had no idea how Fang Heng had done it. Recognizing the look Fang gave him, he pointed towards the front passage, saying, "It should be in that direction." "Okay, let's go." Fang Heng continued to guide the zombie doppelganger to clear the way ahead. Following Ji Mingbo's directions, the two walked along the front passage for a long way. Soon, they encountered an invisible spatial barrier, blocking the way ahead. The zombie doppelgangers once again gathered and began dissolving the barrier's strength just like before. After advancing to the advanced spatial studies, the zombie doppelganger's speed at dissolving the spatial barrier had approximately doubled compared to before. Shortly after the spatial barrier was partially dissolved, Fang Heng approached and struck the barrier fatally with the metal rod. Bang! The spatial barrier shattered once again in front of them. This time, Ji Mingbo also noticed, looking at Fang Heng in astonishment. Was Manager Fang and the zombies breaking through the spatial barrier faster? Strange. How are they doing this? Ji Mingbo was puzzled. He continued to communicate with the offline team every half hour. The entire offline Black Castle Core team was monitoring Fang Heng's exploration progress in the maze. As time passed, the offline player teams began to realize that Fang Heng's speed of progress in the maze was increasing rapidly. From initially advancing 50 meters every half hour to now advancing 500 meters in the same time frame. The speed was continuously accelerating. Ji Mingbo felt a surge of excitement. Faster! If they continued with this efficiency, they would definitely reach the center of the tomb before dawn and find the trap team. Night fell. Inside the main tomb passage, as each dark purple spatial prism shattered in front of them, Mingbo's tension grew. Based on the guidance from the sensing crystal, they were very close to the trapped team at the center of the main tomb. Fang Heng looked in a certain direction, stepped forward towards the right corner. Mingbo watched Fang Heng's method of advancing, slightly puzzled, then quickly followed, asking, "Manager Fang, shouldn't the correct direction be that way?" "Well, yes, I know," Fang Heng nodded. This time, after the zombie doppelgangers completed absorbing the spatial prism energy, Fang Heng did not rush towards the center of the tomb, but changed direction towards the right side. Mingbo asked curiously, "Manager Fang, what is this?" "Not in a hurry," Fang Heng explained. "Apart from providing energy for the spatial barriers, the central spatial device we just saw can also supply other forms of energy, like the teleportation positioning of mechanical organisms. We still have time, and for safety's sake, I want to dismantle a few more before entering the center of the tomb." Mingbo was momentarily speechless. He was starting to not understand. Was this really necessary? Fang Heng thought so. While absorbing spatial prism energy, he noticed that there were numerous central devices throughout the tomb passage. Suppose all the devices in the spatial channel were activated simultaneously. The resulting spatial energy fluctuation would be terrifying. What if there were some huge spatial traps at the center of the tomb, just like the ones they encountered in the smaller tomb before? For safety's sake, it was best to dismantle them. If time allowed, it would be best to dismantle all of them. Of course, there was one more crucial reason. Tomb blueprint fragments. Mingbo didn't know the other two reasons for Fang Heng's actions. He just felt that Mr. Fang was being overly cautious. What time is it now? Things are urgent, and he's still thinking about the future. Do they have that luxury? Perhaps the big shots think differently from him. Mingbo felt that his own perspective hadn't reached a high enough level to understand Fang Heng's actions. However, he remained faithfully executing the instructions given by the castle in the dark, cooperating with Fang Heng throughout. So they changed direction again, continuing to explore towards the right, accelerating to break through the spatial barriers along the way. Soon, Mingbo contacted the offline team every half an hour. The offline team was a bit puzzled when they learned that Fang Heng had changed direction to clear the surrounding spatial installations. The situation was favorable. They were close to finding the trapped team. So why did he suddenly stop? After a moment of silence, a player spoke up. "Fang Heng, the Lord of the Realm, must have his reasons for doing this. We are not in the tomb and cannot judge, so it's normal. Since we trust him, we support him unconditionally." The group quickly reached a consensus. "But we must remind Lord Fang Heng that the federal team will arrive soon, so he should be prepared in advance." Fang Heng was unaware that a group of people outside were watching him. With such a good opportunity, of course, he needed to speed up. Starting from the outer area, close to the main tomb's central position, he began circling around, gradually tightening towards the central position. While clearing the spatial installations, the zombie avatars also accelerated their absorption of spatial energy. Until 3 hours later, a game notification appeared on Fang Heng's retina. Notification: player's current spatial learning ability has been upgraded to advanced full level. Notification: a special item, Segnate Kaida's spatial learning overview, is detected in the player's backpack. Notification: the item has taken effect, the player's high-level spatial learning ability has been eliminated, and the player has mastered the master-level spatial learning LV1. Notification: the item Segnate Kaida's spatial learning in the player's backpack has been destroyed. Fang Heng couldn't help but close his eyes. With the upgrade in level, he felt a special energy entering his consciousness, and his sensitivity to the surrounding space reached unparalleled heights. Unexpectedly, he became the first to advance to the master level in academics, and it happened to be spatial learning. Opening his eyes again, Fang Heng quickly checked the skill attributes panel. Skill: Master Level Spatial Learning LV1. Type: Academic Skill. Level: LV1. Description: Basic Perception plus 120, Physique plus 50, Spatial Perception plus 1200. With each level increase, an additional 10 Perception and 5 Physique are obtained. Description: You have a deeper perception of space, can use space power to a limited extent, and are qualified to teach disciples, becoming a master revered by all. However, this title does not necessarily reflect your actual strength. Description: Spatial learning is a necessary prerequisite skill for various spatial spells. This skill can be upgraded to a maximum of LV 30. Ji Mingbo stood nearby watching Fang Heng. He faintly felt that something strange had changed about Fang Heng. But upon closer examination, it seemed like an illusion. There was no difference. Fang Heng observed the skill description. After advancing to the mastery level of spatial learning, the experience required for each level significantly increased. However, the zombie avatars, which absorb experience from spatial prisms, did not show any growth in experience. Notification: the player can no longer obtain more skill experience from spatial prisms. Please find other methods to gain skill experience. Looking at the game notification, Fang Heng furrowed his brows. He had been planning to stay longer in the maze and try to level up the master level spatial learning to level 30. Unfortunately, the game had blocked this bug. As for the last two missing pieces of the two map fragments, they still hadn't appeared. Forget it. Since it was like this, there was no need to continue grinding. Fang Heng closed his eyes again and sensed a strong feeling that he could easily enter the secondary space projection and stay there for a long time without moving, due to his current state. Ji Mingbo, seeing Fang Heng standing still without moving or saying a word, felt a bit strange. Carefully taking a few steps forward, he stood by Fang Heng's side and asked, "Mr. Fang, are you okay? Did you discover something?" "No, I'm fine," Fang Heng replied after opening his eyes. Nodding, "I suddenly had a realization. Step back a bit and wait for me." "Okay." Ji Mingbo nodded in response and took several steps back to give Fang Heng some space. Fang Heng attempted to merge into the secondary space projection. To the astonishment of Ji Mingbo, he saw Fang Heng gradually becoming faint and blending into the surrounding space, as if melting, until he completely disappeared. A special ability of spatial learning. Ji Mingbo immediately recognized it. Meanwhile, Fang Heng had completely entered the secondary space projection. It felt like he had entered an alternative underwater world. He could observe the outside world through the water's surface. Inside the water-based secondary space projection, there were waves of spatial energy flowing like tides towards him, as if he were a person drowning in the tide. A beginner in spatial learning would be easily swept away by the slightest wave of the tide and drown. But possessing the master-level spatial learning, he was like a master of water, able to follow the tide, or even linger longer in the space projection using the tide's power. He could even sense the changes and fluctuations of the tide and leave before the next violent wave arrived. Of course, staying in the water would continue to drain his energy and mental strength. As long as he didn't encounter a violent tidal wave by bad luck or expend effort unnecessarily moving in the secondary projection space, he could support himself in space for at least half an hour or more. With a firm effort, Fang Heng leapt out of the secondary space projection. At the same time, Ji Mingbo saw tiny light points appearing around the space without any source. Fang Heng stepped out of the spatial light points. However, Fang Heng still kept his eyes tightly closed at this moment. Carefully swallowing, Ji Mingbo tried to call out softly, "Mr. Fang? Mr. Fang, are you feeling okay?" Slowly opening his eyes, Fang Heng comprehended the feeling of being inside the space projection and nodded in response, "Yes, I'm fine." Upon hearing Ji Ming's words, Fan immediately felt energized. He had been waiting for this moment. "Good. Mr. Fang, I will inform the team right away." The central area of the Labyrinth Master Tomb. The exits of various labyrinth passages. A grand hall stood here. Over a dozen players trapped in the Black Fortress gathered at the entrance of the grand hall, sitting in a circle on the ground. All players were dressed in black attire and wore identical masks. Occasionally, a group of spider mechanical bodies emerged from the labyrinth passage exits and rushed towards the group. However, as soon as the mechanical bodies approached within 100 meters of the group, they were influenced by a certain special force and slowly floated uncontrollably in midair before bursting one after another. The team had maintained this state here for 4 days and 5 nights. Suddenly, everyone sensed something and opened their eyes simultaneously, looking towards an exit of the maze on the right side. At the entrance of the gate, 2 figures walked out from the passage side by side. Suddenly, one player, who was sitting on the ground, stood up abruptly and disappeared instantly from his seat. When he reappeared, he had already blocked the path of the 2 people at the passage entrance. Following Fan Heng all the way, Ji Mingbo broke through the spatial defense barrier of the passage and saw that they were about to reach the central area of the maze. Before he could see clearly what was ahead, he suddenly saw a figure appear in front of him, causing his heart to skip a beat. Recognizing the person, Ji Mingbo quickly clasped his hands together in greeting. Ji Mingbo has met Mr. Sun. Sun Yuxili nodded and then looked at Fan Heng beside Ji Mingbo. Ji Mingbo introduced, "This is Mr. Fang. We can successfully reach here with his assistance. Thank you for your hard work." Sun Yuxi's voice was hoarse as he looked at Fan Heng and then said to Ji Mingbo, "You come with me. Leave him here for now." Ji Mingbo cast an apologetic look at Fan Heng. Fan Heng nodded in understanding, took a step back, and controlled over a dozen zombie avatars that followed him to step back together. Fana had communicated with Fan Heng before. The trap team was unaware of his situation, so the agreed-upon transaction would only be completed after the trap team was rescued. Fan Heng found the cooperation with the Black Fortress enjoyable and readily agreed to this arrangement. "It's okay, Mr. Sun. Bring him over. This is not how we treat guests." Fan Heng heard a cold voice speaking and turned around to look. The woman speaking wore a mask, making her facial features unclear, but she seemed slender. There were over 10 Black Fortress players present, and she was the only one with a different mask. It had a silver border. Sun Yuxili nodded to Fan Heng, raised his hand, and said, "Sorry, please follow me." Fan Heng and Ji Mingbo immediately followed Sun Yuxi into the central hall of the tomb entrance and looked at the people sitting around on the ground. Everyone wore masks, hiding their faces. However, it seemed like the slender woman sitting in the center was the leader of this team. The others showed great respect towards her. "I am Sharon. Thank you for your help, coming here at great risk. The Black Fortress will remember this friendship." Sharon nodded towards Fan Heng and then looked at Ji Mingbo, asking, "Is everything all right outside?" The Federation is expanding the teleportation channel within the camp and expects to complete it by dawn. Tomorrow morning, the Federation's follow-up support team will arrive, and the leader hopes we can leave here tonight. Ji Mingbo quickly recounted the outside situation briefly and respectfully handed over a mind-transmitting crystal to Sharon. Sharon took the mind crystal, placed it in her hand, closed her eyes slightly, and tried to communicate with the outside world. After a moment, Sharon opened her eyes again. Everything is ready outside. The Federation is still unaware of our true goal. We still have time." Sharon put away the crystal and looked at Ji Mingbo, asking, "You still have the item with you, right?" "Yes." Ji Mingbo didn't dare to be careless. He carefully took out a glass container from his backpack and handed it over to Sharon once more, looking serious. What was in the container? Why was he being so careful? Fan Heng's curiosity was piqued as he glanced at what Ji Mingbo was holding in his hand. Taking a closer look, Fan Heng's heart also unexpectedly stirred. This thing was a special polymer that could trigger the original devouring body reaction. The glass container actually contained a large piece of polymer fragments. Fan Heng stared intently at the fragment. It was much larger than the piece he had obtained from the exhibition hall earlier. He remembered that during the attack on the exhibition hall, the Black Fortress team used explosives to shatter the entire polymer. Obviously, besides him, there were other people in the Black Fortress who also seized the polymer amid the chaos. Sharon held the polymer in her hand, examined it for a moment, and nodded, saying, "Good, everyone has worked hard. I believe everything we have sacrificed is worth it. Let's begin." Upon hearing this, everyone got up and followed Sharon to the rear hall. Fan Heng didn't know what they were going to do, but he sensed that the Black Fortress had been concealing some things from him. From the moment he saw the trap team, Fan Heng had a feeling. The Black Fortress seemed in no rush to escape from the tomb. So what were they planning to do? Fan Heng was curious and quickened his pace to catch up. Following the group into the rear hall, Fan Heng quickly surveyed the surroundings. The layout of the entire hall was very simple. In the empty hall, a stone coffin was placed in the center of the room. His gaze shifted to the stone coffin, and Fan Heng's heart couldn't help but pound fiercely once again. A stone coffin! He had seen a similar stone coffin in another tomb before. And here, he saw another one. Fan Heng stared fixedly at the stone coffin. Due to his advancement in spatial studies to the master level, his perception of space had increased several times compared to before. There were spatial traps surrounding and inside the stone coffin, all targeting the interior. Fan Heng noticed the Black Fortress group heading towards the stone coffin and couldn't help but quietly warn, "Be careful, everyone. There are spatial traps around the stone coffin." Fan Heng felt extremely curious in his heart. He lightly agreed and followed Ji Mingbo as they stepped back together until they reached the wall, near the deeper part of the Great Hall. Sharon walked to the front of the stone coffin and nodded at everyone. All the players with masks on their faces stood around the stone coffin, their gazes once again focused on it. Sharon slowly took off the black crystal pendant on her chest and raised it high in front. Shoo! A dazzling light radiated from the black crystal pendant. The pendant broke free from Sharon's hand and slowly moved forward, hovering above the stone coffin. At the same time, a large magic formation hidden beneath the entire floor under the coffin began to rotate slowly, gradually emitting white light. For a moment, the black light emitted by the pendant and the white light released by the large magic formation on the ground reflected each other. Fan Heng squinted his eyes. It was then that he realized the entire floor of the hall was covered with a special large magic formation. With the power of the black crystal pendant, the ground magic formation was activated. Under the influence of the powerful spatial binding force, all spatial forces within the range covered by the magic formation would be completely disabled. The spatial trap wouldn't explode either. What a powerful magic formation! Fan Heng secretly praised in his heart, and his gaze also focused on the magic formation, the magic patterns within it spinning rapidly in his right eye's iris. Obviously, he had never seen such a magic formation before, and with his current abilities, he couldn't identify and replicate it. But Fan Heng could tell that the large magic formation on the ground had clearly been set up not long ago. So had Black Castle been waiting all along? Waiting for someone outside the tomb to bring them the special polymer that would trigger their original Devourer reaction? Several questions arose in Fan Heng's mind. He didn't know the answers, so he continued to watch, waiting for an explanation. When the magic formation took effect, Sharon slowly reached out her hand in a gesture of pushing against nothing. Click, click, click. The lid of the stone coffin was influenced by an unknown force and slowly moved forward in the direction Sharon was pushing until the entire lid was lifted off. Bang! The lid slammed heavily on the ground. Fan Heng's attention was also drawn to the interior of the coffin. What exactly was inside the coffin? Sharon seemed to have seen something inside the coffin as a light blue glow appeared in front of her. Under the influence of the light, a corpse lying flat rose from the coffin, gradually floating in mid-air. Fan Heng stared intently at the corpse. It was almost similar to the corpse he had seen in another small tomb's coffin. It was called a corpse, but just from its appearance, it was impossible to determine if it was a living body. This time, did it seem like it didn't revive? Shoo! On the side, the jar containing the special polymer was also enveloped in a faint blue light, floating in mid-air and slowly drifting above the position of the corpse. Sharon's left hand, which was originally extended forward, gently clenched into a fist. Bang! The bottle containing the polymer shards burst in the air. Including the bottle itself, the polymer contained within it was also blasted into fine powder together. The fine powder fell onto the corpse. Fan Heng's pupils suddenly contracted. What? He clearly saw the corpse being stimulated by the powder, causing it to convulse uncontrollably. Resurrected. The body revived again. Apart from Sharon, the other players standing around the coffin all formed hand seals in front of them. Gather. In the next moment, the large magic formation at their feet rotated rapidly again, emanating a blue light. The fine blue lines on the magic formation flowed rapidly and then moved towards the floating corpse, spreading until they reached its body. Soon, the convulsing body was sealed by the blue stripes, but it was still shaking uncontrollably. Sharon took another half step forward, reaching out her hand as if to touch the forehead of the corpse. Click, click, click. Under the influence of an unknown force, tiny wounds and tendrils appeared on the forehead of the corpse. It seemed like something was slowly trying to emerge from its forehead. What was it? Fan Heng stared fixedly at the corpse's forehead. Puff! With a light sound, a black object flew out of the corpse's forehead. It looked like some kind of special metal. What exactly was it? Bang! Just then, there was an explosion. Suddenly, an anomaly occurred. The three players from Black Castle who were controlling the magic formation unexpectedly attacked their teammates beside them at close range. Bang, bang, bang. The players who were ambushed from close range lost control immediately, their shields bursting open as they were knocked uncontrollably backward. What? Fang Hang's pupils contracted suddenly. In the next moment, the magical formation at the bottom of the hall lost control. The magic formation on the ground of the hall fluctuated between bright and dim, causing the entire space to tremble violently. Shoo! Before the crowd could react, one of the Black Castle players who initiated the ambush took the opportunity to fly up and forcibly snatch the metal shard suspended in midair, then flew back to stand next to the remaining two accomplices who were also part of the ambush. Meanwhile, the levitating corpse lost control of its power and fell to the ground near the coffin. What just happened? With half of the players losing control of the magic formation, the remaining players immediately sensed that the spatial trap was about to be triggered and began to forcibly stabilize the magic formation. Anku, what are you doing? Everything happened too quickly. When the group came back to their senses, they immediately looked angrily at the player who had taken the metal shard among the three. Sharon was affected by the backlash, her face turning pale, still trying to maintain stability by controlling the black crystal pendant. However, the black crystal pendant floating above the stone coffin was already shaking violently. Sharon looked up at the three people who had betrayed the team in front of her, her face cold, and asked, "Why?" "Because it's not suitable." Anku stared at Sharon, shaking his head. "Sharon, you're too soft-hearted. Have you ever considered that since you took over the team, more than half of your companions have sacrificed their lives because of you? Black Castle will not thrive under your leadership. If we continue like this, being annihilated by the Federation is just a matter of time. Don't you understand? We are an anti-Federation organization, already branded with the mark of guilt. I have reminded you more than once to put away your kindness." The other two traitors each took off the masks on their faces. "All right, stop wasting time with them. The Federation will naturally keep its promises. Quickly get rid of him. We'll go back and report." Caw, caw, caw. A few of them were about to make their move when they heard the sound of cracking coming from beside the stone coffin. The corpse that was originally out of control on the ground started convulsing violently. Countless small red tentacles gradually spread out from the surface of the corpse, rapidly enveloping the entire body. After being wrapped up by the red tentacles, the corpse quickly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, it condensed in front of everyone into a massive red worm. What? Bang! The next moment, intense spatial fluctuations emanated from the stone coffin. Fang Hang's pupils constricted. He immediately felt a huge impact force hitting him head-on, followed by being forcefully slammed backwards by the force of the spatial fluctuations and crashing into the wall behind him. The players around the stone coffin who were affected by the backlash were also sent flying out by the force of the spatial fluctuations. Fang Hang struggled to get up from the ground, raised his head, and saw only Charlene standing in front of the stone coffin, protected by a dark aura, unharmed by the fluctuations. Suddenly, Fang Hang raised his eyebrows, feeling a sense of impending danger. Not good. A strong sense of crisis surged in his heart. It was a very familiar feeling. He was being targeted by hatred. And it was a massive, concentrated hatred. Suddenly, the next instant, tiny white spatial light points appeared from all sides of the Great Hall's walls. The familiar void ambush beasts quickly penetrated through the walls. A game prompt appeared on Fang Hang and the many players' retinas in the hall. Prompt: player triggered a special trap. The current environment has triggered a special alert. Please evacuate promptly. Prompt: due to some spatial devices being damaged in the environment, the detonation time of the spatial trap has been increased by an additional 20 seconds. Prompt: players, please evacuate the collapsing space area promptly. Oh no! The spell array controlling the spatial trap had completely failed, and there were suddenly so many void ambush beasts emerging. Fang Hang immediately sensed the danger. The three rebellious Black Fort members, upon seeing a large number of void ambush beasts suddenly emerging from all sides, their faces slightly changed. What's going on? Void ambush beasts are appearing to retreat. Seeing the situation taking a turn for the worse, the three players immediately flew towards the exit of the hall. Charlene furrowed her eyebrows, hesitated for a moment, then turned her head to look at Fang Hang, not far away. Their eyes met briefly in mid-air. This is unbelievable. Feng Heng wanted to curse in his heart. After coming all this way, not knowing anything, why did he end up being the unlucky one in the end? In just a few seconds, a large number of void ambush beasts rapidly overflowed from the wall spaces. Feng Heng was certain that these void ambush beasts were targeting him without a doubt. The next moment, the swarms of void ambush beasts overflowing from the walls around him rushed towards him. "You go help them. I'll distract these bugs," Feng Heng shouted, then turned around and ran towards the rear. Ji Mingbo, who had been standing beside Feng Heng, hadn't quite understood what Feng Heng meant by that, but saw Feng Heng hurriedly retreating the moment later. Looking closely, he noticed a large number of void ambush beasts pouring out from the walls and quickly chasing after Feng Heng. Oh! Ji Mingbo suddenly remembered a similar scene he had seen outside the tomb not long ago, and it dawned on him. So, these void ambush beasts were targeting Boss Feng? Charlene noticed the large group of void ambush beasts following Feng Heng. He left the hall, raised her eyebrows, and once again gathered her hands in front of her. Condense! The black crystal pendant floated once again above the central stone coffin. The tumultuous space collapsing around her was suppressed, and the collapsing speed eased. Charlene's face looked grave as she threw a scroll in front of her, her gestures switching. Release! Boom! The scroll shattered in midair. Caw, caw, caw. Immediately, a spatial crack quickly formed, appearing in the place where the scroll shattered. The other injured Black Fort members also gathered around Charlene at this point. Charlene, there's no need to say anything. The magic array has gone out of control, and the intelligent core has fallen into the hands of the Federation. This time, we have failed. I can only temporarily suppress the collapse of the space. Soon, the spatial trap will detonate. I will escort you to leave first. The group glanced at each other, hesitated for a moment, then said, "But what about you? Don't worry about me. We know the tomb better than you. I am confident in leaving from here." Seeing the hesitation of the group, Charlene coldly ordered, "Hurry up. This is an order, yes." The Black Fort group, heavily injured from the backfire of controlling the magic array, heard Charlene's words and bit the bullet, jumping into the space crack portal in midair to evacuate. Soon, everyone had retreated, leaving only Charlene alone in the entire hall. Once again, Charlene raised her hand towards the empty space. Bang! The space crack channel burst open in the air, sending out a wave that knocked away the approaching void ambush beasts. Charlene looked around. More dense void ambush beasts were rushing towards her. However, as they approached her, they were repelled by an invisible force. And the mutated red worm, which was still in a distorted state, remained on the ground. It had also become the target of the void ambush beast's attack. The red worm seemed to still be in its growth stage, displaying frantic writhing, but lacking effective resistance. However, this action was very limited. The countless void ambush beasts attached to the red worm and began devouring it frantically. Charlene turned her gaze away from the red worm, closed her eyes to sense for a moment, then stepped forward quickly to chase after Feng Heng's position. Outside the hall, Feng Heng had just run a short distance before being caught up by a large number of pursuing void ambush beasts, slowing his pace. There are too many. This is really unbelievable. A large number of void ambush beasts kept pouring out continuously from the labyrinth walls through the passage, and Feng Heng suddenly felt surrounded with no possibility of escape. But this force cannot be suppressed for too long. He doesn't have much time left. What should he do? Use the ultimate move. Can the ultimate move hold up? Feng Heng is also unsure whether relying on the Eternal Moon through the ultimate move can withstand the powerful and widespread negative effects of spatial collapse. He ponders that in any case, he must give it a try. After all, it's a matter of life or death. Let's go all out. Of course, not now, but when the spatial collapse is about to burst open. Feng Heng is fully sensing the spatial fluctuations, preparing to find the opportunity to release the ultimate move when he suddenly hears a cold female voice calling from behind, "Feng Heng, come this way." Feng Heng's pupils contract abruptly, and he forcefully swings the metallic stick in his hand to fend off the lurking beasts in front of him, then looks towards the crack on the right that has opened. It turns out to be Sharon. What surprises him even more is that there seems to be an invisible force field around Sharon. No lurking beasts can get within a meter of her. All lurking beasts leaping towards her are repelled by a powerful force. Field power. For some reason, the word pops into Fang Heng's mind. Follow me. Sharon strides quickly to Fang Heng's side, grabs his right hand, and leads him back towards the direction of the Grand Hall. Fang Heng easily steps into Sharon's field power, freeing himself from the entanglement of the lurking beasts, and is subconsciously pulled forward by Sharon. Wait a minute. How come they are heading towards the center of the spatial collapse instead? Is he not afraid of death? No. Fang Heng is certain that Sharon has temporarily suppressed the spatial collapse using a special method. Sharon is more aware of the impending crisis of the spatial collapse than he is. Fang Heng asks in a low voice, "Where are we going?" "Follow me. I have a way." In a hurry, Fang Heng remains silent, quickly keeping pace with Sharon's steps. The two of them return to the stone coffin at the fastest speed. Intense lurking beasts along the way are chasing after them, but all of them are effortlessly repelled outwards by the invisible force field surrounding Sharon. Fang Heng notices the writhing red worms on the ground that have been continuously struggling, and his eyelids twitch involuntarily. In just a short moment, the red worms have swollen to a size of 5 meters. The dense lurking beasts have surrounded him and are continuously gnawing at the worms. Sharon arrives in front of the stone coffin, still holding onto Fang Heng's wrist with her right hand, and she picks up a black crystal pendant floating above the stone coffin. Whoosh! Fang Heng's pupils contract suddenly. The next moment, he feels a special spatial force pulling him. The force comes from the left hand wrist held by Sharon. Boom! Fang Heng faintly hears a roar coming from the external spatial collapse. Then, everything goes black. Suddenly, in the pitch-black space, Fang Heng senses flashes of light passing by, unable to see anything clearly, but feeling himself navigating through the chaotic spatial streams. It's a spatial transmission channel. Fang Heng's heart skips a beat. In the next instant, a dazzling white light blooms in front of him once again. This white light instantly blinds him. Soon, the light dissipates, and Fang Heng sees his surroundings clearly once more. Where is this? Fang Heng murmurs to himself, surveying the surroundings. He realizes that he has completely left the tomb hall where he was before. He is in a study. No, this is not a study. It's a specially open space. Fang Heng is very confident in his spatial awareness ability. He turns his head abruptly and looks at Sharon, who is tightly holding his hand. The pendant, yes. It should be the special space opened by the black crystal pendant. Fang Heng quickly makes a judgment, then surveys the surrounding space again. The study is about 100 square meters in size, 4 walls and a door. However, Fang Heng is certain that the study is just a facade, an illusion. Behind the walls and the door lies the chaotic spatial streams. He remembers reading about it in his advanced spatial studies books. After achieving the advanced demigod level in spatial studies, practitioners can open similar special spaces through certain methods. This kind of space possesses extremely high stability, but what it can contain is uncertain. The black crystal pendant in Sharon's hand probably has a limited number of uses. Fang Heng looks at Sharon once again. Sharon also looks back at him. As their eyes meet, Fang Heng suddenly realizes that Sharon is still holding his hand, and her grip is tightening. Of course, this pressure has no effect on Fang Heng, whose physique exceeds 300. Fang Heng doesn't understand Sharon's intentions and looks at her with a puzzled expression, saying, "Thank you. I'm sorry." A hint of weariness flickers in Sharon's eyes, and she answers in a very low voice, "Huh? What did you say?" Fang Heng didn't catch what Sharon said clearly and was about to say something when he suddenly feels a huge surge of power emanating from Sharon. What the heck? Fang Heng's heart races, sensing danger. He immediately exerts force to free his hand from Sharon's grip and quickly moves backwards to create a safe distance from her. Unfortunately, behind him is a wall. Fang Heng's strong spatial awareness at the master level confirms that behind the wall lies spatial chaos. The entire area is just over 100 square meters of space, and he has no way to escape. Fang Heng closely watches every move Sharon makes, his senses on high alert. Sharon bows her head, her shoulders trembling occasionally. Then, the entire right side of her body rapidly swells and transforms at an alarming speed. What? That power! Fang Heng's pupils constrict. It's so familiar. Whoosh! The shoulder on Sharon's right suddenly twists and sprouts a sharp, barbed spike made of condensed meat whiskers, swiftly thrusting towards Fang Heng's location. Quickly, Fang Heng anticipates the attack and swiftly dodges to the right. However, the meat whisker abruptly changes direction in mid-air, sweeping fiercely to the right and once again coming at Fang Heng. Boom! The meat whisker is covered in sharp thorn-like protrusions, leaving a bloody gash on Fang Heng's skin. It then forcefully slams Fang Heng against the wall on the right. Dong! Notification: player receives damage minus 21,982 from an unknown player. Player is affected by a special toxin effect. Notification: judging. Notification: player is affected by a similar toxin effect. Effect weakened. Player receives minus 1,283 points of toxin damage. The spatial trap has been triggered, and it is a greatly extensive spatial collapse trap. In this state, even if he hides in the secondary spatial projection, he will still be affected by the spatial collapse. The only way now is to escape. Escape from the range of spatial collapse. But unfortunately, he can't do it. A large area at the center of the tomb is engulfed in the collapsing range. He is surrounded tightly by a large number of void-lurking beasts. Where can he evacuate under these circumstances? It turns out to be a dark attribute attack. Fang Heng quickly glanced at the game hints, feeling greatly surprised. He is well aware that Charlene is currently in some sort of uncontrollable state, and her frenzied attacks are not intentional. Although he has high HP, relying solely on HP to resist seems unwise. Each time he struck, it weakens his resistance to dark attributes, causing the damage from each subsequent attack to rapidly increase. How long can he hold on? Fang Heng's mind suddenly stirs. Yes, that move, Faint spots of light appear around Fang Heng, his figure swiftly fading away, gradually merging into the void in a bizarre manner. Secondary spatial projection. In just half a second, Fang Heng manages to hide within the spatial projection before the next wave of attacks from the flesh tendrils arrives, observing the outside world through the water-like membrane of the spatial film. Fortunately, Charlene's frenzied state means her flesh tendrils' attacks cannot break through the space. The tentacles spilling from her continue to bombard everything around her. Even the speed and density of the attacks are constantly increasing. Luckily, he managed to hide quickly. Fang Heng is amazed. Upon careful observation, Fang Heng realizes that the walls of this spatial structure have been specially reinforced to withstand Charlene's powerful flesh thorns. Based on this judgment, it is highly likely that this space was prepared by Charlene for her own frenzied state. Fang Heng contemplates quietly, waiting for his HP to quickly recover thanks to the effect of the undead status. Soon, his HP is back to full, and the weakened state of his dark attribute resistance disappears. Fang Heng once again observes Charlene's status through the spatial membrane. This strange situation seems familiar in a sense. He once saw a very similar scene on another person. The Bloodline Duke, Bellamy. Fang Heng remembers very clearly that Bellamy had a similar loss of control on her. After integrating with the hero organization, Bellamy's inability to control the hero organization led to her backlash. The way she looked when she was affected by the backlash was very similar to Charlene's current status. Of course, Charlene in her current frenzied state is more aggressive than Bellamy, with the intensity of her flesh tendrils attacks significantly increased by several levels, and even adding a dark attribute attack effect. So, could it be that Charlene also has a similar situation on her, due to the mutation caused by the Hero virus? It's highly likely. The Black Castle's research on the zombie apocalypse world is no less than his own. Fang Heng deliberates. This is troublesome. When Bellamy lost control in the past, it often lasted for 2 to 3 hours and was very difficult to suppress. Generally, when a loss of control occurs, they temporarily seal her with the power of the Bloodline King's coffin. Considering Charlene's current situation, it doesn't look good. Judging by the worst-case scenario, her loss of control may last for more than 10 hours. Fang Heng mutters to himself about the trouble. He has no way to stay inside the secondary spatial projection for more than 10 hours. After some consideration, Fang Heng tries to leave the spatial projection. There's no other choice. He has to bear with it outside for a while. Swoosh! Swoosh! Fang Heng exits from the secondary spatial projection, immediately gulping down a bottle of health recovery potion. Just as he finished drinking it, 3 flesh tendrils immediately rolled towards him. Dodge! Who? The spiked tendrils swish past Fang Heng's cheek. He forcefully tries to find gaps to dodge under the frenzy of the tendrils' attacks. However, the attack is too dense, and it is impossible to completely avoid them. The second tendril sweeps harshly across his right arm. The thorns on the flesh tendrils leave a deep blooded mark on Fang Heng's right arm. The area where the flesh tendril struck him feels hot and painful as rows of game prompts quickly appear. Hint: player has taken damage from an unknown player minus 19,743. Player has taken minus 1,283 poison damage. Player's dark attribute resistance reduced. Fang Heng is helpless. Escaping in this place is extremely limited. He can't get out at all. He can only forcefully dodge attacks in this extremely confined space. When unable to dodge, he must endure the attacks. In order to endure longer under Charlene's madness, Fang Heng chooses to reduce the time spent in the secondary spatial projection each time, thus lengthening the total time spent there. He will hide in the secondary spatial projection each time his HP is almost depleted from Charlene's attacks until the negative statuses are cleared, then rush outside to endure Charlene's new round of beatings. Fang Heng is very familiar with the state of the Hera organization's loss of control. In this state, actively attacking the uncontrollable person will only lead to more frenzied counterattacks. It's better to just endure the beatings. After enduring for 5 minutes and seeing his HP drop to 1/3, Fang Heng quickly retreats back into the stimulating spatial projection. Taking advantage of the break, Fang Heng distracts himself by looking at the current game task prompts. The exploration of the tomb task has already been completed. In fact, when the corpse in the stone coffin mutated earlier, he had already received a game prompt about the task, but given the critical situation at the time, he hadn't had time to look closely. Flipping through the previous task logs, Fang Heng quickly finds the relevant information. Hint: player has discovered the main tomb corpse. Current task: explore the main tomb completion rate increased to 80%. Hint: player has determined task completion. Player can choose one of the following rewards, or choose to continue to increase task completion to obtain more rewards. Task reward option 1. Random skill book be a grade. Task reward option 2. Main god points 20,000. Task reward option 3. Choose one basic academic skill advancement book. Academic skill advancement book. Fang Heng's eyes light up. However, upon closer inspection, he feels somewhat disappointed. It's a pity that it's just a basic skill book, not very useful. The second option, 20,000 main god points, are also somewhat limited, insufficient for the numerous zombie avatars he's currently preparing for fixed evolution and modifications in the thousands. As for the random skill book, low-level skill books have a high chance of being of little use. Closing the game log, Fang Heng decides. The task completion rate is currently only 80%, still having room for improvement. Besides, the game does not mandate the submission of the task. Maybe later he will make some more discoveries, maybe finding a way to increase the game rewards further. According to the usual game plots, it's highly probable that completion rate could be pushed above 100%. By then, the rewards might experience a significant increase. Outside. Soon, more than 10 companions appeared one after another from the spatial cracks. It wasn't until the end that Ji Mingbo helped a severely injured Black Castle player out of the crack. Boom! The central crack in space instantly sealed shut, disappearing completely from everyone's sight. What's going on? Are you guys injured? Realizing that almost everyone who escaped from the spatial cracks was severely wounded, everyone couldn't help but become nervous. It's Anku. A wounded core player answered in a deep voice. He and 2 other companions betrayed the Black Castle. Together, they snatched the stabilizer core from the corpses. Upon hearing this, everyone's hearts sank, their faces turned pale, and anger boiled within them. There's a traitor! They spent several years tracking down this world, finally making progress towards finding the stabilizer core, only to be betrayed by a traitor. No wonder all their actions were anticipated by the Federation on the way here. Damn it! Everything was in vain. What about the leader? Didn't she evacuate with you guys? When the space began to collapse, the leader used a special item to open a spatial crack and led us to escape first. Once again, silence fell upon the group. The situation was dire. Not only had they lost the stabilizer core, But now they couldn't even be sure of the leader's safety. The Black Castle had never faced such a huge setback since its establishment. At this moment, Ji Mingbo looked around and asked softly, "Have any of you seen Boss Fang? Wasn't he supposed to come out with us?" The situation in the main hall was chaotic before. Ji Mingbo was busy waking up the injured Black Castle members who were unconscious and didn't pay attention to Fang Hang's whereabouts, unsure if Fang Hang had evacuated with them from the spatial crack. Now that they were temporarily out of trouble, Ji Mingbo looked around. Not finding Fang Hang among the crowd, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. A terrifying spatial collapse was about to occur in the tomb. Leader Charlin was knowledgeable in spatial studies and powerful enough to ensure safety in such a crisis. But what about Fang Hang? Fang Hang also understood spatial studies. However, that was a spatial trap. Ordinary spatial studies wouldn't be much help. Boss Fang. Hearing Ji Mingbo's words, the group quickly exchanged glances. Was Fang Hang, the domain master, also trapped in the tomb? Throughout their cooperation, the core team considered working with Fang Hang the most correct choice during the entire operation. Their first reaction was that Fang Hang must also have the capability to survive in the collapsing space. Fana, try to log off to contact Boss Fang first. Okay, another player said. Let's leave this place first. Spatial fluctuations will expose our location. Let's find a place to recover first. Inside the space opened by special powers, Fang Hang was in a secondary spatial projection state, cautiously observing the frantic Charlin in the outside world. 5 hours had passed since she fell into madness. Fang Hang had endured intermittent attacks for nearly 5 hours. In the secondary spatial projection state, he couldn't exit the game, as leaving the secondary spatial projection would immediately subject him to Charlin's attacks in her uncontrollable state. Entering combat mode and remaining unable to leave the game. Helplessly, Fang Hang could only enter and exit the secondary spatial projection, waiting for Charlin to recover slowly. As Charlin's attack speed gradually slowed down, Fang Hang's tense nerves gradually relaxed. It seemed like she was close to recovery. The distorted right half of Charlin's body slowly began to heal, her confused eyes gradually regaining clarity. Her consciousness slowly recovered. Looking around, Charlin gradually regained her previous spirited gaze, scanning the surroundings. Regarding her memories from the previous madness, Charlin could only vaguely recall a few unclear images. She couldn't judge what had happened during her loss of control. Glancing at the game time, a hint of worrying flashed across her face. The time spent in the uncontrollable state had already exceeded 5 hours. If this continued, she would soon be permanently distorted, completely losing her mind. Suddenly, remembering that she had pulled another person into the special space before the spatial trap erupted, Charlin's heart sank. Looking around, she found no trace of Fang Hang. Could he be dead? Regret flashed in Charlin's eyes. In her distorted state, she had lost her mind and her strength had greatly diminished. However, for relatively weak mid-tier players in the world, she was still a nightmare. Charlin's eyes of slight regret quickly returned to indifference. Due to the previous distortion, her clothes were already tattered. She wrinkled her brow, took out a new set of clothes from her backpack, shed her rotten garments, and prepared to change. Suddenly, Charlin felt something and became alert, looking towards the right. Fang Hang emerged from the secondary spatial projection. He looked miserable, his clothes filled with slash marks and bloodstains covered his body. The two locked eyes. Fang Hang felt a bit embarrassed. Hiding in the secondary spatial projection, he watched as Charlin regained her senses, about to change clothes. Afraid of seeing something he shouldn't, he quickly ran out. Watching Fang Hang's sudden appearance, Charlin's hand trembled slightly as she was changing clothing, a hint of blush appearing on her face. Fortunately, she wore a mask. Not knowing anything, as if nothing happened. Charlin silently persuaded herself, but her trembling hand betrayed the turmoil in her heart. So, you're still here. About what just happened, I apologize. Charlin quickly calmed down, her tone indifferent, nodding at Fang Hang as an apology, pretending not to mind at all, continuing to change clothes. She feigned a completely unreserved demeanor. Ahem. Fang Hang also pretended to observe the surroundings, turned his head to avoid Charlin's gaze, trying to ease the awkwardness. I understand. Thank you. If it wasn't for you leading me in here for shelter, I might have been caught in the spatial collapse too. Charlene put on a new black robe and took out another new one from her backpack. Do you want this? Thank you. Feng Heng took the clothing that Charlene had thrown to him and quickly changed his top. Their eyes met in mid-air again, falling into an awkward silence once more. They almost spoke simultaneously. I've heard Wu Siying and her sister, as well as Tang Mingyu, talking about you. I know you have a certain understanding of the background of the zombie apocalypse world, so we don't need to delve too much into the background stories. Feng Heng felt a jolt in his heart. He knew Wu Siying and her sister. Both of them were affiliated with the Black Castle organization. He had brief encounters or collaborations with both of them. But Tang Mingyu? Was she also related to the Black Castle? Wait, you mean Tang Mingyu? No, Tang Mingyu is not part of our Black Castle. She is one of our partners. Seeing Feng Heng's puzzled expression, Xiaolin nodded and said, I want to tell you that, due to the relations with the Federation, our Black Castle can only operate in the shadows. Our identities are special, making it inconvenient to directly obtain the position of a domain master. So we once assisted Tang Mingyu in obtaining the domain master status. As an exchange condition, Tang Mingyu also helps us with things within her capabilities. She holds you in high regard, which is one of the reasons we invited you to collaborate this time. Feng Heng's mind stirred. No wonder when he first encountered the Black Castle, they were so confident in helping him obtain the domain master status. It turned out the Black Castle had already helped Tang Mingyu complete a task. The Black Castle's exploration of the zombie apocalypse world was indeed profound. Suddenly changing the topic, Xiaolin asked, Feng Heng, before starting all the explanations, I want to ask you a question. What do you think is the limit of power? Limit? Feng Heng looked puzzled. Obviously, he had never considered this question before. If he had to answer forcibly, perhaps maxing out all his academic skills, and then overwhelming the opponent with strong attributes. We believe that the unity of space, spirit, and body is the ultimate form of power, Xiaolin answered her own question. The power of the Eri clan represents a high-intensity spiritual power, while the infection of the Hera virus in the body represents an equally peak physical power. And space is the foundation of everything. Initially, I only focused on studying spirituality, but as my research in spirituality deepened over time, I came to understand the importance of physical power and spatial awareness. I asked my teachers, and in the end, through my own insights, I came to a conclusion. Space, body, spirit, only when these three merge can we reach the other shore. Seeing Feng Heng's confusion, Xiaolin continued, as you can see, Hera is a manifestation highly fused with both spiritual and physical powers. Feng Heng furrowed his brow, pondering. The fusion of the two, Hera can unleash a terrifying power, Xiaolin said calmly, slowly walking to Feng Heng's side. I had hit a bottleneck in exploring spiritual power, so I attempted to integrate physical power and found the Hera virus in the body. Now looking back, I realize I was too eager. I thought I had found a way to suppress the Hera organization, thinking that the suppression of spiritual power was enough to deal with the backlash hazards of the Hera organization. Unfortunately, I was very wrong. After fusing with the Hera organization, my power underwent a qualitative transformation, but I still would suffer from backlash from physical power. Following that, in order to merge this power, I found my way here. As Feng Heng listened to Xiaolin's story, his curiosity grew even more. Setting aside whether the viewpoint on the limit of power was correct or not, he at least agreed with one thing Xiaolin said: the intensity of Hera was indeed terrifying. The power of merging mind and body even created the zombie apocalypse, resurrecting long-dead bodies buried deep in the ground with the virus. Such power had already surpassed the limits of ordinary viral infection capabilities. The Black Castle wanted to obtain this potent power. Clearly, they had not fully succeeded. Feng Heng asked, so what did you discover? Are the things we encountered in the tomb related to Hera's zombie apocalypse? Yes, the meteor virus comes from a special group of life forms in a certain galaxy. Let's call these life forms insects for now. The insects themselves did not lack abilities. By chance, their world was invaded by outsiders. With the help of the invaders' power, they were able to spread across various worlds. The insect race possessed a highly unique ability, fusion evolution. Once the insects entered a new world, they could quickly coexist and merge with local life forms, quickly adapt to the current environment, and undergo adaptive evolution. I think it's best to start from the beginning. The rapid expansion of the insect race caused great turmoil in an already chaotic world. High-fused life forms emerged, and generally low-level worlds had no resistance and were quickly destroyed and consumed. Mid-level worlds also struggled to resist the infestation of insects, often being completely devoured, merged, destroyed, or even enslaved after resisting for a few years. Even more terrifying, the entire insect race continuously iterates through consumption, and the strength of their entire race increases at a frightening rate. Shaolin continued. Since ancient times, the Eri clan had always considered themselves the protectors of the world and the creators of the rules. They felt threatened by the barbaric expansion of the insects. In an accident, the Eri clan encountered a mishap during a research mission, and the spacecraft malfunctioned, forcibly stopping the shuttle process mid-flight, causing them to appear in the zombie apocalypse world, followed by an explosion. The spacecraft the Eri clan was on exploded first, carrying a special rare substance called the Mind Crystal Core, as well as a special fossilized form of the primitive insect virus. The detonation of the Mind Crystal Core caused a small portion of the human population within the zombie apocalypse world to mutate, acquiring unique mental abilities akin to those of the alien Eri clan. After the virus fossil was incinerated in the air due to the high temperatures, the surviving humans in the world mistook it for a special meteorite. After that incident, Hera gained both mental abilities and the virus abilities of the insects. Under massive mental stimulation, the two successfully merged, accidentally resulting in a tremendously powerful mutation ability. That's what you witnessed as the zombie apocalypse. After Shaolin finished recounting the entire story, Fang Heng fell into silence for a while. Shaolin's story could be considered as the prelude to the zombie apocalypse world. Tip: player share special realm mainline mission with you of Flesh or Mind. Mission name: Flesh a Mind. Mission description: in the vast world, there are two special forces. One is focused on physical strength as the direction of evolution, constantly mutating rapidly to achieve the theoretically strongest physical form. This race, called Alien Vorms, is rapidly rampaging throughout the galaxy. The other force wields mental power as weapons. The veteran empire that has established interstellar order is aiming at this race, proclaiming the power of the mind and the order of the world. Strangely, both of these races have disappeared for a long time. Mission description: as a realm master, you realize that your world has been drawn into this ancient war. Even though these two races have been gone for a long time, you deeply feel a sense of crisis. For both the kindred and the extraterrestrial alien Vorms, your existence is insignificant. Optional Mission Guideline 1. Obtain clues to find the lost kindred. Optional Mission Guideline 2. Find a way to acquire the power of the alien Vorms. Fang Heng looked at the game prompt and fell into a moment of hesitation. He did not immediately make a choice, but raised his head and asked, "So you follow the instructions of the mission to come here?" Exploring this unknown world's mission line is something our Black Castle has been trying to uncover on our own, and it does not belong to the main line part. In the process of pursuing the mission, we discovered that, before the entire disappearance of the kindred, they had experienced a fierce war. The cause of the war cannot be judged, and with whom they fought is also unknown. It's very strange. We found some clues from the river of history. The kindred disappeared completely after that battle, and since then, the activity of the alien Vorms has greatly decreased, with only a tiny fraction of traces of alien worm activity reported. Therefore, we believe that the battle might be related to the alien Vorms. Helplessly, we continued to investigate the entire race's movements before the disappearance of the kindred and unexpectedly discovered the secret of the entire world. This is a tomb world left by the kindred and the alien Vorms at the beginning of their formal battle. The kindred built a large number of tombs here to commemorate the warriors who died in the war. They also serve another purpose. With a puzzled look, Fang Heng asked, "What is it?" "To prevent the spread of the virus. There is a passage in the prayer outside the tomb that says the brave warriors of the kindred killed the evil alien Vorms, sacrificing their lives. Their bodies were tainted with evil blood and cursed by evil." Sharon continued to explain, being cursed by evil means that some of the kindred were infected by the alien Vorms during the battle and died later due to the viral mutation. The kindred realized that even in death, the virus inside the corpses remained active, so they chose to forcibly seal them in the tombs. At this moment, Fang Heng finally understood. So that's it. The various doubts he had encountered before finally had answers. No wonder he felt something was amiss when he saw the spatial traps earlier. The traps were aimed at the corpses of the kindred infected by the alien worms. Thinking of the scenes that had occurred after entering this world, Fang Heng suddenly realized, I understand now. So the Void Shadow Stalkers harbor extreme hatred towards me because I carry the Hela virus in my body. Sharon shifted her gaze to Fang Heng and nodded gently. Yes, very likely. By completing the mainline mission, you have gained part of the Hela virus's power. Your body possesses some modified alien worm genes, thus triggering the Tomb Guardian's hatred towards you. I'm the same. My body has fused with the Hela organization, and the same goes for the corpse we found in the stone coffin. The corpses also have alien worm virus inside. We both will receive the highest treatment from the Tomb Guardians. Fang Heng inquired further. So, what about the metal disc in the corpse earlier? What is that? The metal disc is a special technology developed by the kindred, the Avira chip. The chip is loaded inside the metal, and we saw it in a document left by the kindred. The chip can suppress the corpse's mutation. Speaking up to this point, a look of regret appeared in Sharon's eyes. In order to find the Avira chip, we have come all the way here, hoping to use the chip's power to suppress the mutation of the Hela organization inside my body. Unfortunately, our team spent a great deal of effort to find the entrance to this tomb world. Afterwards, as you might have guessed, a traitor appeared within our black castle, and our whereabouts were leaked, thus we were trapped in the tomb. Of course, with our abilities, leaving the tomb was not a problem, but once we left, the tomb and this hidden world would fall into the hands of the Federation. It would be nearly impossible to regain possession of the Avira chip. Reluctantly, we chose to continue staying in the tomb, awaiting external support, waiting to find a special aggregate that could activate the kindred's remains and help us obtain the Avira chip. Fang Heng finally understood the whole process of the matter. As Sharon finished speaking, she sighed softly. What a pity. Just a little bit more. Sharon quickly adjusted her mentality and raised her head to continue. Fang Heng, our crisis is not over yet. There are still a large number of elite Federation teams gathering outside. Due to the spatial collapses outside, we cannot leave directly. We can only try to escape after the spatial collapse slowly recovers. Fang Heng nodded thoughtfully and asked, the Avira chip was taken by the traitor from your black castle. Now, we might not be able to escape and hand it over to the Federation. Can't we think of a way to recover it? It's too late. Chris is well prepared, and with their speed, they might have evacuated the internal passage by now. We are now trapped here and cannot catch up, and external teams cannot launch another attack on the tomb. Fang Heng also understood this rationale and suggested, by the way, I have seen corpses in other small tombs before. Do they not have the Avira chips inside their bodies? Shalin had accepted the failure and adjusted her mindset. She comforted Fang Heng back, saying, it's okay. Finding the mole in the Black Fort organization can help put this matter to rest. Fang Heng made a soft sound and glanced at Shalin. He thought to himself that her mindset was surprisingly good. He wouldn't be able to accept it if it were him. This loss was significant. After this spatial collapse, we need to wait at least 12 hours for the external collapse space to recover to a level where we can leave safely. As a precaution, we should wait 18 hours before leaving from here. I am more worried about the situation of the external team now. A shade of worrying flashed across Shalin's face. She said, the collapse space is in a state of breakdown, blocking psychic abilities. We cannot contact the outside world. Based on the current situation, the passage will take at least half a month to fully recover through self-healing. During my absence, the Federation team is likely to take action against the core team of the Black Fort outside. I am worried that losing contact with us might lead to a misjudgment on their part. Fang Heng was astonished upon hearing this and raised his voice slightly. Wait, what did you say? Half a month? Are we going to be trapped here for half a month? Yes, Shalin responded somewhat coldly. Half a month is actually a more optimistic scenario. The actual situation may be worse. Fang Heng opened his mouth in frustration. Being trapped here for half a month. How was that possible? He was planning to reach level 40 within a month. Calculating the time, it had been a week since he received the mission, and he had only reached level 36 now. There were still 4 levels left. Originally, leveling up for levels in 3 weeks was a safe plan. If he couldn't level up within this half-month of being trapped here, it would definitely affect his subsequent missions. No way. He had to find a way to get out quickly. Xiaolin did not know Fang Heng's thoughts. She continued, in the worst-case scenario, the Federation may also realize that we are trapped in the passage. Considering extreme situations, they have the ability to discern our unknown status, thus they might choose to intercept us on the outskirts of the tomb. Really? Can they do that? Fang Heng was surprised, wondering how he had suddenly become like a lamb to the slaughter. Xiaolin shook her head. She didn't know if the Federation could do that. Fang Heng couldn't sit still. No, he had to figure out a way to leave here quickly. Hastily, he said, so we need to quickly establish contact with the external core team of the Black Fort. They should have the ability to expedite the self-recovery speed of the collapsed space, right? While Xiaolin was pondering, she looked up at Fang Heng with a furrowed brow. Indeed, theoretically that's the case, but in reality, it's very difficult. It's unlikely that the people outside can help us, but at least we can ascertain their movements. Okay, Fang Heng nodded. I'll go communicate offline. You? Xiaolin looked at Fang Heng, showing confusion. Yes, I have a special ability to connect with the outside world. Fang Heng felt helpless and sighed inwardly. If it weren't for being pushed to this point, he wouldn't want to reveal his special ability in front of others. Xiaolin had saved him once and shared the main mission, earning a part of his trust. This is my secret. I hope you can keep it confidential. Xiaolin stared at Fang Heng, nodding seriously. Okay, I will. The next moment, Fang Heng closed his eyes. Whoosh! Whoosh! Xiaolin raised an eyebrow in surprise. She astonishingly observed that as Fang Heng closed his eyes, a rapidly swirling magic array appeared under his feet. Dots of white light overflowed from the magic array. Under the cover of the light, Fang Heng gradually disappeared before her eyes. Spatial power. Not ordinary spatial power. A subspecies. Fang Heng was actually a subspecies? Xiaolin watched Fang Heng use the means of a subspecies to go offline, her eyes showing amazement. This was inconceivable. What she witnessed surpassed Xiaolin's limited understanding. Subspecies could not undertake the majority of game tasks. They couldn't even become domain masters. Besides, she had just shared the special main mission with Fang Heng. So Fang Heng was definitely not a subspecies. Then what was going on with him? Why could he go offline in this manner? Watching Fang Heng vanish before her eyes, Xiaolin stood in place, her eyes revealing a pensive expression. Whoosh! On the other side, Fang Heng quickly reappeared in the dormitory in the real world. He picked up his phone from the bedside and immediately called Mo Jiawei to communicate. Meanwhile, the Black Fort was also pinning its last hope on Fang Heng, incessantly trying to contact him. They were surprised when they managed to reach him, overjoyed upon confirming the leader's safety. The core team of the Black Fort could finally calm down, knowing that their leader was still trapped in the spatial collapse. The entire organization was mobilized to assist the leader in escaping. After waiting in the dormitory for a moment and communicating with Mo Jiawei over the phone, Fang Heng lay down on the bed and decided not to return to the game. Trapped in the game, thankfully able to continue activities outside the game. Fang Heng felt the days had returned to their previous peace, studying with books in class like an ordinary student. The daily life outside the game was far less thrilling than inside the game. No one disturbed him the entire morning. It wasn't until after 2 in the afternoon that Fang Heng was still in class when he received a message from Mo Jiawei on his phone. Black Castle provides a special type of stone, as well as a special mechanical device, both of which can accelerate the self-recovery speed of the collapsing space around them. Mo Jiawei continued to send messages. The mechanical device that stabilizes the space is still being figured out by Black Castle, but the special stones have already been sent over through Lao Hai's channels. They should arrive soon. Okay, got it. Fang Heng quickly replied to the message, put his phone down, and continued to focus on class. It wasn't until nightfall, estimating that the 18 hours mentioned by Xiaolin were almost up, that he finally returned to the dormitory. There were several large boxes placed at the door of the dormitory room. They were heavy. Fang Heng tried lifting one, moving them into the room one by one. Opening the boxes, he found several stones with white veins. Could these things really accelerate the self-recovery of the surrounding space? Fang Heng examined the stones closely, then began packing them into his backpack before returning to the game. Inside the game's special space, Shalyn focused with closed eyes. The backlash from guiding the magic array and falling into a frenzy had greatly damaged her body. It would take some time to fully heal the injuries. Suddenly, Shalyn realized something, opened her eyes, and looked ahead. The magic array swiftly spun on the ground, and stars began to form in the condensed space. Fang Heng stepped out of the magic array, nodded at Shalyn, then took out a stone from his backpack. A game prompt appeared. Item: Fading White Marble. Description: a special stone found in outer space, having experienced thousands of years in the rapidly flowing space, allowing the stone to accelerate the self-recovery of surrounding spaces while suppressing certain space skills or rendering them unusable. Shalyn glanced at the stone in Fang Heng's hand and nodded. It's been 20 hours since the space collapse. The central space in the main tomb has partially recovered. Let's go outside and see the situation, but be careful. Fang Heng placed the stone back in his regular backpack, looking serious. Okay. Shalyn took Fang Heng's wrist, lightly touched the black crystal pendant on her chest with her left hand. Before Fang Heng could say anything, a dazzling white light burst before them. When he opened his eyes again, Fang Heng found himself back in the tomb's main hall. He and Shalyn stood on a circular platform roughly 10 meters in radius. Only the ground and ceiling had partially restored from the space collapse. Outside the 10-meter platform was still in a collapsed state, resembling a starry sky. Fang Heng could clearly see faint streams of spatial energy rapidly flowing outside. The collapsed space formed a beautiful scene. However, he knew that once he entered the outer space, he would likely be permanently lost. Observing carefully, he saw the space around slowly healing. The circular platform on the ground was expanding outward at a slow pace. The self-recovery speed of the space was too slow. Fang Heng furrowed his brows. Shalyn's estimate seemed optimistic. It probably would take more than half a month for the collapsed space to completely heal itself. As he was about to take out the special stones from his backpack, his eyebrows suddenly furrowed, and his gaze quickly swept across the ground and ceiling. What the heck? More of them! Shalyn also sensed something amiss and frowned. Stars reappeared on the ground and ceiling, revealing the lurking creatures of the void. Fang Heng was a bit speechless, looking at Shalyn beside him, and somewhat helplessly said, "Can't even completely kill them in the collapsed space." The lurking void creatures hide in concealed spaces, having been modified by the ancients. They can cross over from another region through spatial jumps, which are unaffected by the space collapse, Shalyn calmly explained, slowly raising her hand. An invisible force pushed forward, sending the newly emerging void creatures back into the spatial maelstrom behind them. The once beautiful space now looked menacing, drawing in the creatures and swallowing them into darkness. Fang Heng glanced at Shalyn. He had long noticed her exceptional strength, even while managing the suppression of the Hela organization within her. How could a player at such a high level be so powerful? What move was that? Mental force field, Shalyn explained softly. I'll protect you, and you set up the stones. Understood. Fang Heng immediately began arranging the stones. Although it was more like taking the stones out of the teleport backpack and placing them on the ground. As for the exact effects of the white marble, it was hard for him to say. However, Fang Heng was now witnessing Shalyn's incredible power. By standing within the range of Shalyn's mental force field, all incoming void creatures were effortlessly repelled, including their energy beam attacks, which couldn't breach Shalyn's defense. Currently, shadow lurkers constantly emerge from the ceiling and ground, and even under their feet, shadow lurkers will appear continuously. You have to find a safe area for yourself. Fang Heng quickly set up a small, simple alchemical magic array on the ground, using the alchemical magic array to block a small part of the space, preventing shadow lurkers from appearing in a small area through teleportation. Sharon looked surprised at Fang Heng, then withdrew her gaze and continued to maintain a force field to protect the two of them. Despite being just a small magic array, it involves spatial theory and is very complex to set up, taking Fang Heng a full 20 minutes to design and set up. Run! Fang Heng wiped the sweat off his forehead, placed his hands on the magic array, and infused it with mental power. The magic array spun rapidly. A beam of light appeared. The power of spatial fluctuations rapidly spread to an area of about 3 meters around, even enveloping the ceiling. As a result, the area affected by the magic array's light no longer continued to spawn shadow lurkers. Phew! Fang Heng breathed a sigh of relief, stood up again, and walked to Sharon's side. Sharon looked at Fang Heng with a puzzled look. For intermediate-level players in the game world, it's quite good to be able to do this. However, she felt it was unnecessary. Sharon couldn't help but ask, "What do you want to do by setting up this magic array here?" "To level up." Fang Heng shrugged, sighing helplessly in his heart. Joking. It looked like he would be trapped here for over half a month. How could he waste time like this for nothing? He knew that the creatures spawned inside the main tomb could also spawn mutation crystals. This naturally includes shadow lurkers. Even if it's just a mosquito leg, it's still meat. Moreover, what if elite-level creatures spawn later? That's a tier to mutation crystal. Since he was stuck here and couldn't leave, he couldn't afford to waste time. He had to keep leveling up. Every little bit counts. Fang Heng sighed inwardly as he continued to explain, "I received a special mission that requires me to level up quickly within a certain time frame." Sharon understood, nodded in response, and reached out towards the direction where over 20 shadow lurkers were advancing towards them, controlled by her mental power, being slowly pulled into the air by an invisible force. Bang bang! The shadow lurkers, controlled by mental power, exploded one after another. Fang Heng raised an eyebrow, glancing at Sharon beside him. Massacre! And it was a group massacre. Fana and her group had to kill the shadow lurkers individually, and their efficiency was quite low in comparison. Sharon, on the other hand, could achieve mass group killings and with terrifying efficiency. Sharon noticed Fang Heng's gaze and said calmly, "It's okay. I can help you with some monster clearing since we're stuck here." Fang Heng was overjoyed. "Thank you so much. You've helped me a lot." Previously, in the special space created by the Black Pendant, Fang Heng's zombie avatar had automatically respawned twice. Since the study room of around 100 square meters was too crowded, Fang Heng simply transported all of them into the secondary space projection to commit suicide. The zombie avatars haven't had a chance to resurrect yet. It was convenient to have Sharon's help during this awkward period. Seeing large numbers of shadow lurkers exploding under Sharon's control, Fang Heng became alert. Just the power Sharon had demonstrated so far was enough to impress anyone. Compared to the federal player Chris he had encountered before, who was an elite player in the high-level game world, the gap in strength between them was huge when compared to Sharon. It seemed that players' strength in high-level games was divided into many layers. Sharon belonged to a more powerful group. Over 2 hours later, Fang Heng noticed that Sharon's speed in killing monsters suddenly dropped significantly. Her body swayed, and her knees weakened. Fang Heng immediately reached out to support her, not letting her fall. Fang Heng felt that Sharon's body was as cold as ice. "Are you okay?" "Minor issue. While controlling the alchemical magic array earlier, I suffered some backlash and haven't fully recovered yet. In addition, long-term use of mental power caused some fluctuations in my integrating tissues." With Fang Heng's support, Sharon stood up straight again and continued, "It's a good thing, but I need some time to recover. Let me take you back to the special space first." "Can you manage it alone?" Sharon looked puzzled at Fang Heng, understanding the meaning in his eyes, and asked, "Are you thinking of staying alone?" "Yes." "All right, I can handle it alone." For some reason, Sharon didn't want the person in front of her to see her in a weak state, realizing that the next round of backlash was about to arrive. She didn't say more and immediately pressed her hand on the black pendant around her neck. In the next instant, Sharon was enveloped in a dark color and disappeared on the spot. Fang Heng looked in the direction where Sharon had disappeared. Was the terrifying efficiency in killing monsters just now the power that Sharon had displayed in her injured state? Terrifying! The strength of Black Fortress was unfathomable. Fang Heng thought to himself and pulled out the alloy metal staff from his backpack again. It was still 2.5 hours until the first batch of zombie avatars revived. He had to endure this period. So, let's fight hand to hand. Swish! Blood Shadow Avatar. Fang Heng split his figure into two in place, one left and one right, both racing towards the advancing shadow lurkers ahead. Most of the hall space was in a state of spatial collapse, and the speed at which the shadow lurkers spilled out was not actually fast. The numbers were also far from terrifying. With Fang Heng's current health, there was no risk at all. But the efficiency of clearing monsters was just too slow. Fang Heng swung the alloy metal staff to push away a shadow lurker attacking him, and quickly formed a handprint in front of him. Unite! Swish! Four huge magic arrays appeared around Fang Heng at the same time, fast rotating. Mixed with a severe frost, four undead skeleton heads emerged from the magic arrays. Swish! Swish! The dagger flashed. A layer of frost instantly covered the shadow lurkers in front. With four undead skeletal heads joining the battle, the efficiency of clearing monsters instantly improved by a large margin. Since the area restored in the hall was still too small, the undead skeletal heads couldn't fully display their abilities. Summoning 4 was already the limit. Come on! Fang Heng quickly surveyed the battle platform area and raised the metal staff again to face the enemies. Upon seeing the game prompt, Fang Heng's heart stirred. Along with the densely packed zombie resurrection prompts flashing on his retina, a dense magic circle appeared beneath his feet. Zombie clones continued to emerge from the magic circle, joining the battle ahead. Watching the zombie clones join the battlefield, Fang Heng immediately reversed the injured undead skeletal remains and summoned them back, while also retreating to the central alchemy magic circle area, switching to a sniper rifle and changing his fighting mode. The zombie clones quickly gathered around in a big circle to protect the center. While the zombie clones fought the lurking beasts on the outskirts and in the void, he took shots from the back. Efficiency remained intact. The speed of the zombies' deaths was also manageable. Fang Heng glanced at the time. Damn, it's already past midnight. Might as well not log off tonight. Let's keep at it. Several hours later, Shanlin, who was in a special space, also opened her eyes. After a period of suppression, the restless Hela organization within her gradually recovered. It's been so long. I wonder how he's doing, Shanlin murmured to herself. She was a bit worried about Fang Heng. She had thought that this recuperation wouldn't take too long, but due to the backlash, the Hela organization was particularly restless. With a large number of lurking beasts in the outside world and a long time gap, Fang Heng might run into trouble. Thinking this, Shanlin stood up, placed her hand on her pendant, and left the space. Returning once again to the main mausoleum hall, Shanlin's eyes lit up. What she saw exceeded her expectations. A circle of zombies continuously attacked the lurking beasts coming from all directions outside the circle. Shanlin had seen zombies before, but this was the first time she noticed their terrifying self-healing capabilities. They could actually suppress the lurking beasts. The special ability of recruiting zombies, along with this powerful self-healing flesh. Was it obtained from the Hela main world? Shanlin muttered to herself, shifting her gaze to Fang Heng, standing in the center of the circle. Hey, you finally showed up. I was worried about you. Are you okay? Fang Heng had been waiting for Shanlin for a while, thinking she might have encountered trouble in the special space. He had no way to do anything about it. Upon seeing Shanlin finally appear, Fang Heng breathed a sigh of relief. Well, it took a bit longer than expected. Sorry for making you worrying. No problem. By the way, I plan to log off for a while. There's something I need your help with. Sure. Without specific questioning about the matter, Shanlin agreed to help without hesitation. What is it? Do you want me to continue grinding monsters for you? Haha, it would be best if you could help grind monsters, but I'm a bit concerned about your current condition. Fang Heng chuckled awkwardly, having found a powerful monster to grind on. Actually, grinding monsters doesn't have to be such a bother. I just need you to appear here every hour. After 8 consecutive hours, Fang Heng was also a bit tired. Considering that the lurking beasts were triggered by detecting the Hela virus organism on oneself, once he left the space, the lurking beasts might stop spawning. So, he had to ask Shanlin for help. Shanlin's body integrated with the Hela cellular virus, also having the effect of attracting hatred. With Shanlin's intelligence, upon hearing Fang Heng's words, she quickly understood the significance of this operation. She glanced at the continuously emerging lurking beasts around her and nodded slightly. Are you leaving now? Logging off to rest for a while and also check the news outside. Shanlin responded concisely, all right, leave it to me here. Thank you. Fang Heng thanked her again, then closed his eyes and a magic circle appeared beneath his feet once again. Logging off from where he stood. Let's continue tomorrow. In the game, with Shanlin's help, the zombie clones could continue to grind on their own. It was barely a waste of time. He only needed to log in a few times a day to observe. After logging off, Fang Heng noticed that it was already daylight outside. Hurriedly grabbing breakfast at the cafeteria, he rushed to his classes. During the day, Fang Heng studied various subjects within the Hain School. The days passed quite fulfilling. The feedback from the Black Castle was very diligent, but the promised stable spatial device had not been implemented yet. This thing was not easy to handle, and the Black Castle was finding it a bit challenging. So, he spent the entire day like this until the following afternoon. After finishing an elemental study course, Fang Heng still felt dazed. Originally, he didn't quite understand elemental studies. After the lesson, he was even more confused. Thinking of changing his mindset, he planned to go to Tong Jia's research lab during this time. The polymer that could stimulate the original devouring body was a valuable resource. Besides being able to further evolve the original devouring body zombie clones, this material was also related to the subsequent main Hela missions. Sooner or later, he would have to find a way to get his hands on it. Being trapped in the game without being able to leave, he had the time to think of a solution. Fang Heng messaged Tong Jia, inquiring about her availability and if he could visit the research project team. Soon, Tong Jia sent a location address. I'm tied up with project approvals and can't leave. Come to the project team first. Look for senior student Tan Guangbin. I already told him about you. He will take care of you. After receiving the message, Fang Heng headed to the school's research lab area. The Hain School was very extensive, with 2/3 of its area being research labs. Following the location, Fang Heng found Building 3 and took the elevator to the 5th floor. C28 Special Research Group. Fang Heng walked along the corridor on the 5th floor, looking at the door signs one by one to find his way. This should be it. Fang Heng stopped in front of a laboratory door, tried knocking, but there was no response. Since the door wasn't locked, Fang Heng pushed it open slightly and saw a researcher with messy hair and tired eyes coming towards him. The researcher, wearing glasses, looked him over with a sleepy expression. Fang Heng nodded. I'm here to see senior student Tan Guangbin. That's me. Are you Fang Heng? Yes, it's me. Fang Heng observed the layout of the room behind Tan Guangbin. It was a very messy office, and he even saw an unfinished instant noodle cup on a table. It seemed a bit challenging to find the polymer formula here. Fang Heng took the form and quickly glanced at the registration form. It contained some basic information. Fang Heng quickly filled it out with a pen and handed it back. Senior, I've finished filling it out. So fast? Tan Guangbin was still looking at his phone, but when he heard Fang Heng's words, he adjusted his glasses and took the form from Fang Heng to carefully inspect it. Major in Spatial Studies. Also proficient in Natural Studies, Mysticism, Sealing Studies, Alchemy. Tan Guangbin looked up at Fang Heng, trying to confirm if this junior was joking. How could one person study 5 subjects at the same time? And claim to be proficient in all of them? The academic information you provided. Are you sure there are no mistakes? Fang Heng nodded repeatedly. To avoid trouble, he had also omitted necromancy and divine studies. Tan Guangbin furrowed his brow. Indeed, maybe most people have a different definition of proficient. If it were anyone else, Tan Guangbin might have just made up an excuse to dismiss them. After all, this person was introduced by team leader Tong Jia. Tan Guangbin looked at the form, considering what miscellaneous tasks in the lab he could assign to this junior. After all, internships don't require high expectations. Tan Guangbin thought for a moment before saying, Junior, to be honest, our research group doesn't need the ability in spatial studies. Mysticism is a generalized ability that can't be directly used, but natural studies and alchemy could be helpful. If you don't mind me asking, what is your level in natural studies? Outside of games, asking about someone's skill level can sometimes be seen as offensive. Fang Heng candidly replied, I just advanced to the intermediate level of natural studies. What did you say? Intermediate level in natural studies? Tan Guangbin's eyes lit up, and he stood up from his chair, staring intently at Fang Heng with a mix of surprise and disbelief. With the ability to master intermediate natural studies, why wouldn't he stay in the game to enjoy it and come out to work in a research institute instead? This kid wouldn't be playing a joke, right? After all, players who have mastered intermediate academic skills account for less than 1% of the population and are highly sought after by major gaming guilds. For research players outside of the game, mastering intermediate academic skills is even rarer. Before Fang Heng could respond, Tan Guangbin lightly tapped Fang Heng's shoulder. Follow me, We'll conduct a simple ability test. Tan Guangbin was somewhat expectant. This expectation came from Tong Jia. That was a recommendation from group leader. Who knows, maybe there might be a miracle. Tan Guangbin led Fang Heng out of the office and straight to the advanced research building in the neighboring building. Fang Heng followed behind Tan Guangbin, observing carefully along the way. The strictness of the security guards in the advanced research lab exceeded his expectations. A team of federal soldiers could be seen at the entrance of the park. Tan Guangbin verified his identity card at the park entrance, while Fang Heng was only allowed to enter after filling out an application form. Entering a research building within the park along with others, they took the elevator to the 5th floor. Most areas were equipped with surveillance cameras. Fang Heng remained silent, cautiously observing the surroundings. Ding! They reached the 5th floor. The elevator opened in front of them. "Junior, we're here," Tan Guangbin said as he exited the elevator first, leading Fang Heng into a large research room facing the elevator entrance. This is a simulated ecological botanical garden built within the research institute. The entrance to the research room was a large hall. As Fang Heng stepped into the research hall, before Tan Guangbin could explain, he expertly picked up a lab coat hanging on the side, put it on, made a round in the adjacent disinfection passage, and stood at the end waiting for Tan Guangbin. Tan Guangbin nodded repeatedly as he watched Fang Heng's skilled movements, raising his evaluation of Fang Heng by a few notches. "You're so skilled. Where did you intern before?" "Yeah, that's right." Fang Heng fell silent for a moment, thinking of the zombie apocalypse research lab under Qiu Yao Kang's control, and sighed quietly in his heart. Throughout the journey, Fang Heng carefully observed his surroundings. Besides the requirement for identity verification when entering and exiting the research building, there were federal soldiers stationed in the elevator and outside a few research rooms. As they entered the research room, there were no surveillance cameras. "Senior, what's the deal with the federal soldiers we saw on the way here?" "Well, don't be nervous. You may have heard that our school has some federal affiliations, and many research projects are in collaboration with the federal government. We've had several incidents involving anti-federal forces in the past, so for security reasons, the Federation has stationed soldiers for guard duty. Federal personnel also frequent the research building," Tan Guangbin explained, patting Fang Heng's shoulder. "Don't worry, they won't affect us. And besides, our research project is only rated C, so it's not that strict. There shouldn't be any issues. Oh, by the way, remember, you're not allowed to take anything out of the research room. Everything here is connected to the federal network, and triggering an alarm could cause trouble." "Okay," Fang Heng made a mental note. After wearing all the equipment, Tan Guangbin led Fang Heng to the central control hall into the indoor simulated botanical garden area. "Junior, this garden was allocated for our project group's use. Only our project group will be utilizing this space, and there are controls for temperature and humidity in the control hall. Normally, we don't make adjustments." As they entered the garden, Tan Guangbin explained as they walked towards the central area. They approached a large tree about 3 meters tall. "Take a look, this plant is the copperwood tree, brought from the game and cultivated using special methods. The fruits it bears after flowering are essential research materials, so we need a researcher proficient in natural studies to carry out specific cultivation operations. During this time, the special plant material cultivation project in the project was a huge bother. Charlene's research team only had one beginner natural sciences researcher, and they had even borrowed him from another research project team with great effort. He was still holding on to some expectations. Fang Heng took 2 steps forward, stood in front of the ancient bronze tree, held his breath, concentrated, and sensed for a moment. The natural power inside the entire artificial botanical garden was very abundant. It was related to other plants planted in the garden area. These plants could release more natural energy. It wouldn't be bad to level up here, Fang Heng thought, slowly gathering the surrounding natural power, focusing it on his fingertips, and then gently touching the tree trunk. The natural power slowly poured into the ancient bronze tree after being gathered. Hiss, hiss. The big tree immediately reacted. The tree branches that were close to Fang Heng's fingers were stimulated and quickly extended outward. Tan Guangbin, who was beside him, was surprised, watching closely at the ancient bronze tree. Wow! The effect is so good. A true expert. Extraordinary. At a glance, he could see the difference. It was completely different from the one who spent a lot of money to hire a mediocre person in the project team. Under the activation of natural power, the branches slowly grew, and soon, a tiny flower bud began to form above the branches. Feng Heng furrowed his brows slightly. Strange. Clearly, there was still a lot of natural power around, continuously flowing into the ancient bronze tree, yet the flower bud on the tree couldn't continue blooming. Where could the problem be? While Feng Heng was puzzled, Tan Guangbin next to him was quick on the draw. He swiftly took out a bottle filled with blue liquid from his backpack and poured it on the roots of the ancient bronze tree. Hiss, hiss. The liquid splattered on the roots and made a hissing sound, then it was quickly absorbed by the tree roots. Feng Heng raised an eyebrow. Huh, there's a reaction. He realized that the branches began to absorb natural energy faster after being stimulated by the potion. In a short moment, the flower bud of the ancient bronze tree gradually blossomed before their eyes. Tan Guangbin watched as the flower bud began to bloom, excitedly, his eyes wide open. So powerful! In just under 3 minutes, under Feng Heng's natural manipulation, the ancient bronze tree completed its growth, and the flower bud had started to bloom. Feng Heng sensed that the surrounding natural energy was almost depleted, so he also released his hand. Today, this is as far as he could go. Impressive, Junior. You're amazing. Tan Guangbin turned to Feng Heng, staring at him with enthusiasm. Couldn't help but praise, admiration evident in his eyes. You're really great. You can definitely help our project team a lot. Feng Heng also breathed a sigh of relief, asking, does this mean I passed the assessment? Of course, you are now a member of our research team. Do you have your student ID with you? I'll take you to fill out the application. Tan Guangbin was in a great mood, hooked his arm around Feng Heng's shoulder, much more enthusiastic than before. Chatting and laughing, he led Feng Heng out of the botanical research lab. Last time, the reinforcement Tong Jia invited took half a month to make a plant bloom. But this younger student was able to do it in just 1 day. To compare is to improve. In the past, due to the scarcity of raw materials, when conducting experiments, they would scrimp and save on materials. With Feng Heng joining, things could be much better in the future, and the efficiency of the entire team's research would greatly improve. Junior, rest assured, the application form is just a formality. It will be done quickly. We will add you on WeChat for easy communication later. Tan Guangbin and Feng Heng took off their lab coats for disinfection, preparing to leave the botanical garden. However, Feng Heng's phone, which he carried with him, suddenly rang. It was Mo Jiawei. Feng Heng glanced at the caller ID, then gestured to Tan Guangbin. Sorry, I need to take this call. It's important. It's okay, Junior. We are very casual here. Tan Guangbin was now very pleased with Feng Heng, waved his hand. Go ahead, I'll wait for you. I'll make a call to ask my senior brother how to help you complete the process quickly. Feng Heng nodded, walked to a corner, made sure there were no surveillance cameras around, then answered the call. Hello, it's me. Feng Heng, can you talk? Yes, go ahead. Heibao contacted me. The spatial stabilizer has been obtained, but the device is too large to transport in one piece. Therefore, Heibao disassembled the device into several parts, and we will need to install it ourselves. The installation configuration diagram and the disassembled stabilizer have been sent to you through Hai's channels and should arrive soon. Also, the stabilizer requires a significant amount of energy to operate, which could be a bit troublesome. Mo Jiawei paused and added, also, there are developments on the Federation side. The Federation has new moves? Yes, the Federation base has completed the expansion of a gateway, and some high-level gamers have already arrived at the Tomb World. It is expected that tonight, they will be able to safely penetrate the outer perimeter of the tomb. It's uncertain if they have the ability to quickly unravel the collapsed space. Your situation might be a bit dangerous. Heibao learned that the Federation will conduct further investigations on the Tomb World, eliminate remnants of Heibao's forces, and clear all teleportation points in the world. If Heibao does not evacuate immediately, subsequent evacuations will be very difficult. The team is consulting with Shalin whether to completely evacuate. Feng Heng furrowed his brows. He realized that Shalin held a high position within Heibao. Many decisions were made directly by Shalin. Okay, I understand. I will go back soon to inform Shalin, Feng Heng replied. Good. Oh, wait, there's one more thing. Mo Jiawei stopped Fang Heng from ending the call, and in a lowered voice, said, "Hey Bao noticed you were at N school a few days ago. I informed Fana, and we have arranged a substitute for you in the school to cover your tracks. Be cautious if you encounter Hey Bao's people at school. Understood?" The excuse of substitute had been mentioned by Mo Jiawei a long time ago. Hey Bao would not be suspicious. After all, in their eyes, Fang Heng, as a realm leader, often played tricky games in the gaming world, so using a substitute was entirely reasonable. Fang Heng hung up the phone, then turned back to find Tan Guangbin, thinking of an excuse to quickly return to the game. Tan Guangbin saw Fang Heng rush back after the call, looking eager, couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong, Junior? Is there an urgent matter?" "Yes, a little bit." "No problem. How about this? Let me keep a copy of your student ID first. I will process the paperwork for you, and when it's done, I'll contact you." "Okay." Fang Heng was caught by the dormitory administrator right after entering the dormitory building. The older man used a strange look at Fang Heng and said, "Fang Heng, what's in your package? How did you manage to bring so much stuff to school? Did you send it to the wrong place?" The administrator was deeply impressed by this new student. He had booked the most expensive dorm room, and on the first day, he had used a small cart to bring a large pile of books back. Today, he had received over 20 large boxes of deliveries. The school dormitory originally provided students with a ground floor room specifically for temporarily storing packages. His deliveries alone had filled up the storage room to the brim. "I'm sorry, it's something requested by the Research Institute. The address might have been wrong." Fang Heng knew that most likely the old man had directly dismantled the stabilizer after receiving it and sent it to the school, and he smiled bitterly, apologizing repeatedly. He promised to move the items soon and even offered to pay for renting the space. "You don't need to pay rent. I'll put your stuff in the last miscellaneous room. Please move it quickly. Don't mind me being long-winded. Just a reminder, the single-student dormitories in the school will be inspected for safety hazards once a month, so be careful." The administrator, seeing Fang Heng speaking politely, kindly reminded him, "Thank you, I'll handle it soon." Fang Heng quickly signed the form, and under the administrator's doubtful gaze, hurried to the miscellaneous room. The entire room was already filled with over 20 large boxes, and two security guards who had delivered the items were waiting inside. After seeing Fang Heng, they stood up and, after checking Fang Heng's photo, confirmed his identity and had him sign a document verifying that the goods were delivered to the owner, and then they left. After everyone had left the miscellaneous room, Fang Heng approached a box and randomly opened it for inspection. The stabilizer had been split into a dozen or so small parts of various sizes. Just by looking at these parts, one couldn't tell what they would assemble into. Fang Heng felt bitter. It was fortunate that his spatial teleportation backpack was large enough. Otherwise, just moving the parts would take several days. Even so, it would still take some time to move them. Without further thought, Fang Heng filled his backpack with the parts and returned to the game world. The game world. Fang Heng materialized above a swirling magic circle. He quickly glanced around. The main mausoleum hall space had expanded by about 10 meters compared to when he left this morning. It was much more spacious. The effect of the white-colored stones was still somewhat present. Nearby, Sharon was dealing with void lurkers. As the space gradually restored, more void lurkers kept emerging from the ground and the ceiling. Among them, elite-level void lurkers appeared. These small dark red-colored void lurkers had antennae on their heads and were extremely agile. However, under Sharon's psychic manipulation, even elite creatures couldn't escape her control. Large numbers of void lurkers were pulled into the air by an invisible force, losing control of their bodies and struggling incessantly. Sharon raised her hand in front of her. Boom! Hundreds of void lurkers simultaneously exploded in midair, turning into a mass of flesh and blood. The crystal shards resulting from the mutation fell to the ground with a clattering sound. Fang Heng's eyelid twitched involuntarily, and he couldn't help but look at Sharon a few more times. She was so strong. Not only could she deal with regular void lurkers in waves, but she also faced elite monsters without any difficulty. Fang Heng thought he could handle elite monsters too, but not as effortlessly as Sharon. Thinking this, he looked down at the ground. Shocked. The entire ground was already covered in chunks of crystal shards, each about 5 to 6 centimeters thick. So many! Fang Heng was surprised. He turned to Sharon once again. Sharon noticed Fang Heng's gaze and nodded at him, saying, "You're back." During Fang Heng's absence, Sharon had spent most of her time fighting monsters. On the one hand, she felt indebted to Fang Heng because he had been trapped helping them at the Black Fortress. She wanted to gather more crystal shards to help Fang Heng level up and complete his mission as compensation. On the other hand, since the previous ruler of the Black Fortress had died, the whole future of the Black Fortress rested in her hands. Sharon felt immense pressure. She realized her own strength was insufficient. For her, every minute was extremely precious. Instead of wasting time there, she decided to train her mental control and rapid recovery abilities. Fang Heng came back to his senses and said, "The Black Fortress has already sent the stabilizing device. It will take me some time to transfer it into the game. Also, regarding the Union's message, they have some matters they want to discuss with you." While speaking, Fang Heng took out the mechanical parts from the backpack that he had brought from the outside world and placed them on the ground one by one. "What happened?" Fang Heng detailed what had occurred outside. Sharon listened, her brows furrowed, and nodded. "It's too dangerous to stay here. Let everyone evacuate immediately." "Okay," Fang Heng shrugged. He hoped the Union would quickly find a way to unlock the space collapse that had intruded. Then he could use the opportunity to escape this cursed place and go on to complete his upgrade plan. When most of the dozen or so mechanical parts inside the backpack were almost placed, Fang Heng controlled a group of zombie clones to come over and start assembling around the special machine. Fang Heng estimated silently. At the current pace, it would take about 10 round trips between the game and the outside world to fully assemble the stabilizer. As for the energy supply, it was not a concern. There were still plenty of cosmic crystals left in the backpack, which could provide a significant amount of energy. It would be enough for him to cope for a while. Sharon saw the zombie clones that Fang Heng was controlling start assembling and repairing the machine, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Could zombie creatures still execute such manufacturing operations? The spatial teleportation backpack has a time limit. It will take a day to move all the stabilizers and assemble them, Fang Heng explained as he moved forward a few steps while the zombie clones were working on the assembly. Hint: the player successfully obtained a first-order crystallization asterisk 56,361 and a second-order crystallization asterisk 182. Hint: the player obtained a tomb fragment blueprint asterisk 12,012. Hint: the player currently has tomb fragment blueprints 188. Hint: the player has collected all tomb fragment blueprints. The player completes the mission, the main tomb map. Hint: the player's current task increases the completion rate of exploring the main tomb by an additional 20%. The player's current task, the completion rate of exploring the main tomb reaches 100%. The player unlocks subsequent tasks, unlocking subsequent exploration. Hint: the player received the main tomb map asterisk 1. Subsequent tasks. Fang Heng frowned. Are there hidden tasks? Fang Heng immediately pulled out the assembled tomb map from the backpack to check. Item: main tomb map. Explanation: detailed construction blueprint of the main tomb built by the family. Shaolin noticed Fang Heng taking out a map from the backpack to study, with a hint of curiosity on her face. She temporarily stopped the monster spawning rhythm and walked over to Fang Heng, asking, "Is it the main tomb blueprint? Have you collected them all?" Yes. Shaolin triggered related tasks when she previously entered the main tomb, but from the beginning, she had a clear goal to head directly towards the Ava's relic of the family in the central tomb, showing no interest in other tasks and rewards. Fang Heng nodded and, as Shaolin approached, moved the blueprint closer to her. Soon, the two discovered clues on the map. It turned out to be a two-level structure. Their current location was in the first-floor maze of the tomb. Above this lies a hidden second floor. The two glanced at each other and felt surprise in each other's eyes. Moreover, coincidentally, the secret passage leading to the upper level was right in the center of the hall where they were. The mechanism to activate the entrance was on the stone sarcophagus behind them. According to the map instructions, a simple movement near the sarcophagus would trigger the entrance. It seemed very easy to open the entrance to the second floor. However, in reality, due to the space traps previously prevalent on the sarcophagus, ordinary people would never easily touch them, much less think that there was an entrance mechanism on the sarcophagus. If there's a second floor, does it mean there's another exit out of the tomb? Feng Heng was excited. I'll go check. Feng Heng carefully put away the tomb blueprint, walked to the sarcophagus, crouched down, and observed attentively. The external surface of the sarcophagus was covered with stone carvings, and there were two groove-shaped catches on the edges. The catches seamlessly blended into the outer carvings. They wouldn't be noticed without intentional observation. Found it. Feng Heng inserted his finger into the catch and gently pressed downward as instructed on the map. Click. After a slight mechanical sound, Feng Heng maintained the pressure and slowly rotated the entire sarcophagus clockwise, starting from the center point. Click, click, click. The sarcophagus slowly rotated until it had rotated 90 degrees with the center as the pivot, revealing a small thumb-sized hole underneath. The hole had originally been covered by the sarcophagus. Now that the sarcophagus was moved away, a faint blue beam of light shot out from the hole, illuminating the ceiling, forming a blue light spot. Feng Heng looked up at the light spot, a furrow appearing on his brow. What's next? According to the map instructions, the entrance to the second floor should be open next. Why was there no response? Malfunctioned. Seeing this, Shaolin pondered and then concentrated her hands to form a handprint in front of her. Condense. Click, click, click. Under the power of psychic abilities, the mechanism on the ceiling emitted a clicking sound and moved backward, revealing an entrance passage leading upwards. It worked. It turned out that psychic abilities were needed to trigger it. Seeing the open entrance on the ceiling, Feng Heng's eyes sparked with excitement. It may lead to the way out of the tomb. Feng Heng and Shaolin exchanged a glance, preparing to explore, but Shaolin halted Feng Heng. Wait here for a moment. I'll go up and check. Feng Heng contemplated and found her suggestion reasonable. Shaolin had a better understanding of the family, and her psychic and spatial skills made her more suitable for exploration. Okay. Feng Heng agreed and took a step back. Shaolin lightly tapped the ground, lifted by an invisible force, floating upwards slowly until she disappeared rapidly into the hole in the ceiling, out of Feng Heng's sight. After waiting for 2 minutes, Feng Heng saw a rope descending from the hole. He heard Shaolin's voice. Come up. I've checked roughly that the second floor is not dangerous. Okay. Feng Heng responded, grabbing the rope and quickly climbing to the second floor. What is this? Feng Heng ascended to the second floor, swiftly surveying his surroundings. The second floor was dim, but with the night vision ability of the vampire, he could see clearly. To his surprise, the second floor's collapse was recovering faster than the first floor. This area has been specially reinforced with space, so the hall area can immune the effects of spatial collapse. In my judgment, this is likely a special research hall for the family, where they may have conducted research on the alien insect race. Shaolin looked serious as she surveyed the scattered research tables and various research equipment around her with caution. The entire research hall was somewhat messy. Obviously, it had not been visited in a long time, covered in layers of thick dust. Shaolin found a handbook on a stool beside an experimental table, wiped away the outer layer of dust with psychic power, opened it, and quickly began reading. Seeing this, Feng Heng walked over to Shaolin and glanced at the contents. The book was written in the family's language, which he couldn't understand. As she read the journal, a pensive expression quickly appeared on Shaolin's face. Feng Heng couldn't help but ask, what does it say on top? Any discoveries? Well, the corpse stored in the central sarcophagus of the maze is not ordinary. He was a warrior of the family who had personally killed the mother of the alien insect race in his lifetime. After his death, to commemorate his achievements, the family built the largest tomb here. Similarly, he was the first warrior of the family to be infected by the mother, and the family wanted to conduct follow-up tracking experiments on him. To prevent him from becoming a monster, they needed to purify him thoroughly. Shaolin continued to flip the page and said, in order to ensure that the remains in the research do not undergo any mutations, the Shipkaru clan has set up spatial traps and tomb guards in the tombs and completely hidden this world. After 20 years of continuous secret experiments, an emergency situation suddenly arose and the experiment was temporarily suspended, and all clan researchers were evacuated within 3 hours. Feng Heng asked, suspended? Why was that? The evacuation happened very suddenly, and the laboratory logs did not explain, but based on the analysis of the time points left in the logs, it happened right before the clan completely disappeared. Charlene furrowed her brows and continued, "Combined with the data we previously collected, the clan faced a life and death crisis during that time period. So in response to the crisis, the clan gathered all their forces. The evacuation of the research point should be related to that crisis event." Feng Heng finally understood the process of the second-tier secret research institute. At the same time, a game prompt appeared on the retina. Prompt: the player has obtained partial information, and the current task, the main tomb exploration task completion, has increased to 150%. Prompt: the player has judged the completion of the task and can choose one of the following rewards, or choose to continue to increase the completion degree to obtain more rewards. Task Reward Choice 1. Random Skill Book from a 2S rank. Task Reward Choice 2. Main God Points 100,000. Task Reward Choice 3. Intermediate Academic Skill Advancement Book *1. The completion degree of the task has increased significantly. Along with it, the task rewards have also increased significantly. Feng Heng's heart stirred. The task has not been forcefully settled, meaning there is potential for further progress. He tried to find ways to increase the completion degree of the task and perhaps even obtain higher-level academic advancement skill books in the end. Charlene flipped through the last few pages of the experimental records manual and suddenly discovered something. Her eyes widened in surprise, and she looked up, continuously scanning the second floor as if searching for something. Have you found something else?" Charlene nodded and said in a low voice, "The clan collected a small piece of living tissue from the remains. It was initially meant for further research, but due to the sudden evacuation order, the experiment was temporarily postponed, and the tissue was temporarily put into dormancy." Feng Heng's pupils contracted suddenly. "A small part of the remains? You mean?" "Yes," Charlene whispered. "The clan's laboratory was in the middle of analyzing and simulating experiments on the remains. The sliced remains are also considered as infected, carrying the virus. So, that thing below hasn't been completely eliminated yet?" "Yes, the simulation experiments were conducted to update the Avila chip. The clan was preparing to redevelop and implant an improved Avila chip into the clan members. They believe that the latest generation of Avila chip could effectively suppress the activity of the virus. The research on the remains has already fully proved this, and the design plans are in the final stages of debugging." When it comes to the Avila chip, Charlene couldn't help but feel nervous, and her expression became solemn. Feng Heng's eyes lit up, and he said, "Are you saying that the clan has left behind the new design plans for the Avila chip, and if we find those plans, we can replicate the chip?" "No, it's not quite the same. The design plans haven't been released yet. The clan is in the final stages of simulation design modification, and the final product design plans still need to go through the simulation steps." Feng Heng felt his heart rate speed up as he listened. "Isn't that almost the same thing? The dark cloud's clear, isn't it?" he thought. "Why are you still looking so indifferent?" He confirmed with Charlene again. "So, we just need to complete the final steps before the clan's evacuation, perfect the chip design plans, and we can obtain the final research results of the clan, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, a game prompt appeared. Prompt: the player triggered a side mission, Avila Chip Design Plans. Mission name: Avila Chip Design Plans. Mission difficulty: SS. Mission description: in the clan's research laboratory on the second floor of the main tomb, you discovered the laboratory left by the clan. From the research personnel logs left in the laboratory, you found information about the Avila Chip Design Plans 9.28 update version. Mission requirements: try to complete the half-finished design plans by the clan and obtain the final version design plans. Mission reward: Avila Chip Design Plans important item, can trigger related follow-up tasks. Main mission: explore the completion degree of the main tomb. Seeing the game prompt appearing on the retina, Charlene also looked surprised. She immediately fell silent, lowered her head to examine the research blueprint in her hand, seemingly contemplating the feasibility of completing the task. Eventually, Charlene put down the booklet in her hand, shook her head, and said, "Feng Heng, ideally it should be like that, but in reality, we may not be able to achieve it." "Why?" Feng Heng asked. "The time has passed too long, and coupled with the previous base collapses, many of the experimental instruments here have been damaged, as well as the energy, which has been completely depleted here. There should be no problem with repairing the experimental instruments and energy supply. Leave it to me. I will figure it out." What's the big deal with repairing and energy? It shouldn't be a problem. Fang Heng felt confident. Charlene looked at Fang Heng, who was full of enthusiasm, and couldn't help but open her mouth in surprise. Is he so confident? Can he really do it? Fang Heng continued to explain, I have advanced repair skills. The success rate of repairing future machinery will decrease, but at least I can fix it. As for the energy supply, it's better to handle it by making an energy conversion device with alchemy magic. The key is the specific experimental steps and whether we can make blueprints after repairing the instruments. Perhaps the seemingly impossible task in front of us is not as difficult as imagined. All right, let's give it a try. I will have the Black Castle team outside cooperate with us to complete the task. Okay, let's get to work. Fang Heng eagerly exclaimed. The Avila chip design diagram is evidently related to the subsequent Hela main storyline task. Assuming we can create the corresponding metal chip based on the design diagram, the issue of the Hela organization sample fused into the blood Duke Bellamy's body could be resolved. Besides, Fang Heng has a premonition. This chip is likely to become an important prop in future tasks. Since we are already here, we must find a way to get the blueprint in hand. The two immediately started searching around the second-floor research hall. Soon, Sharon stopped in front of a large control panel in a corner of the hall. Fang Heng, come take a look at this. Hearing this, Fang Heng crossed over the scattered tables and chairs, taking 3 quick steps to Sharon's side. This is ... In front of the main control panel was a large tempered glass. Behind the glass seemed to be a sealed small research room. In the center of the room was a stone box. The engraved patterns on the stone box were very similar to those on the previous stone coffin. It is highly likely that the box contains infected remnants of the clan. The entire small research room was also unaffected by spatial collapse. Everything was intact. Fang Heng felt a strong spatial fluctuation coming from the sealed research room. There must be a spatial collapse trap inside. Sharon also sensed the existence of the spatial trap and nodded, saying, Fang Heng, I think this is the clan's secure research room. It is highly likely that the box contains remnants of the clan, and the spatial fluctuations in the research room are probably safety measures to prevent any abnormalities during research. Okay. Fang Heng took 2 steps back and observed the layout of the entire hall. To the right rear was the entrance to the small research room. Theoretically, this was the main experimental area, needing the damaged instruments in front to be repaired. Fang Heng lowered his head to look at the second-floor map of the main tomb and compared it roughly with the hall, saying, We are currently in the central research room. He pointed to the other side. That direction was a white broken space. It was still in a state of spatial collapse. This direction should have been the hallway of the second-floor research hall, and behind it is a storage room with some replaceable maintenance parts and equipment, as well as some data rooms. If lucky, we might find relevant blueprints in the data room, which can increase the success rate of repairs. Sharon glanced at the location of the spatial collapse and shook her head. In most cases, spatial collapse does not cause harm to inanimate objects. After the space self-repairs, most items will be completely restored. Let's hope for some good luck. Indeed, if we had foreseen this, I would have definitely brought one of my friends over. Fang Heng sighed and took a step forward, placing his hand gently on a large controller in front of the tempered glass. Tip: Player is attempting to repair a special item. Tip: Judgment. Item is a future mechanical device. Player lacks some skills. Repair success rate is low. Tip: Judgment. Current mechanical damage level is slightly damage level, 5% to 15%. Tip: Player can choose to repair the item, requiring special parts V27 type *2. Repair success rate is 78%, can reduce damage level by 0.01 to 0.1. Failure does not increase damage level further. Proceed with repair. Seeing the game prompts, Fang Heng breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to brag earlier, in case the success rate was only a fraction, which would be embarrassing. Fortunately, an 87% repair success rate was not considered low. There wouldn't be extra penalties for failure either. Sharon asked, How is it? Is it difficult? Well, an initial repair success rate of 78%. I estimate the difficulty will increase in subsequent repairs, possibly dropping to below 10%. By then, we can only rely on probabilities through repeated attempts. Fang Heng had always been good at playing probabilities. With a 1% chance, he hoped for average luck like an ordinary person, and most likely he'd succeed after 1,000 tries. Sharon frowned slightly, about to say they might not have much time, but suddenly heard a slight rustling sound behind her. Looking towards Fang Heng, she saw several vine zombie-like creatures climbing rapidly to the second-floor research area. The zombies swayed past Fang Heng, somehow grasped wrenches from somewhere, took the parts from Fang Heng's hand, and gathered around a large machine, with progress bars slowly appearing above their heads. After a moment, the progress bars finished, and game prompts began to appear in Fang Heng's view. Tip: your zombie avatar completed the repair, consuming scrap parts *21. Repair successful. Device damage level restored by 0.02%. Tip: your zombie avatar repair failed. Some repair parts damaged. Sharon watched the zombies' actions with a look of surprise in her eyes. Zombies could assist in repairs? Their combat abilities were average at best in her eyes, but their support capabilities were indeed terrifying. After continuous repairs for nearly 10 minutes, the zombie avatars stopped one by one. Fang Heng helplessly shrugged towards Sharon. "We're out of materials, we'll have to wait a while longer." Sharon nodded in understanding. They would have to wait until the collapsed space slowly healed before they could enter the second-floor repair tool room and find the repair materials inside. As for now, let's move the spatial stabilizer first. Fang Heng pondered for a moment, clapping his hands. "All right, I'll go and bring the spatial stabilizer from downstairs." Outside, upon receiving feedback from Sharon, the Black Castle team immediately began to evacuate. They would undoubtedly take a series of retaliatory actions against the traitor Chris. However, not immediately. This time, the Black Castle suffered heavy losses in their operation. Meanwhile, the federal team, with external support, used brute force to break through the main tomb's entrance and joined the team trapped inside the tomb, including Chris. Chris looked grim, nodded to Arnost, and threw the black metal fragments from his backpack towards him. Such a pity. Arnost couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment. Judging from various signs, Black Castle had already given up on this operation, and the head figure of Black Castle, Charlene, had evacuated. Originally, in Arnost's expectation, they could have completely dismantled the power of the Black Castle organization by capturing Charlene this time. At the very least, they could have buried Chris deep within Charlene's team and continued to provide them with intelligence. But now, it was the worst situation. Charlene had escaped, and the nail buried within the enemy's team had been completely pulled out. The only thing to be grateful for was that the Avila chip inside the corpse had not fallen into Charlene's hands. Otherwise, TSK. Chris was clearly very dissatisfied with the Federation's operation this time. He clenched his fist tightly, looked at Nanost, and questioned, "How did you guys promise me in the beginning? How could you let the people from Black Castle invade the tomb so easily? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been exposed at all. We could have easily captured Avila too. There was no need to take such a big risk." Up until now, Chris felt some regret. Black Castle had never been merciful towards internal rebels within the organization. They would retaliate fiercely. Arnost was not pleased with Chris's question, gave him a cold glance, which immediately made Chris feel a chill down his spine, and he gritted his teeth and remained silent. "It's fine. This time we dealt a heavy blow to Black Castle. Their years of planning were ruined in an instant. The backlash on Charlene is getting stronger. She won't hold out for much longer." Arnost gazed at Chris for a moment, then shifted his gaze towards the central tomb. "Apply for the spatial stabilizer from the Central Federation. It's crucial. Even if the chances of finding Charlene in the tomb are low, we still need to confirm. Yes." Fang Heng was unaware that the outside Federation had already begun to restore the spatial channels. He spent a whole night shuttling back and forth between reality and the game to move boxes, finally bringing all the parts of the spatial stabilizer back from the dormitory warehouse to the second-floor laboratory in the tomb. Comparing with the installation drawings, the zombie clone spent another 3 hours installing the spatial stabilizer completely. "It's almost time." Fang Heng was still a bit nervous and subconsciously rubbed his hands. Charlene, unable to resist her curiosity, followed and observed during the monster spawning intervals on the first floor. Yesterday, Fang Heng tinkered all night long, and by now, Charlene noticed that Fang Heng had set up a small alchemical transmutation magic array next to the second-floor spatial stabilizer. The array contained a small pile of cosmic crystals. Fang Heng walked up to the installed spatial stabilizer, and his right eye pupil revolved at lightning speed. The energy conversion magic array on the ground also instantly started operating, emitting a faint blue light. The spatial stabilizer, connected to the magic array, started up after receiving energy replenishment. Fang Heng quickly pressed a few buttons on the large spatial stabilizer in front of him. Hum. After a mechanical hum, the spatial stabilizer gradually quieted down and began running smoothly. Done. Fang Heng confirmed that all indicators on the spatial stabilizer showed normal operation, clapped his hands, took 2 steps back, and nodded to Charlene beside him. Charlene also nodded lightly and re-evaluated Fang Heng, feeling like she was getting to know him anew. You've worked hard. Charlene first heard of Fang Heng during the zombie apocalypse. At that time, facing difficulties in the Hella-related mission, they decided to take a more drastic approach, inviting Fang Heng to join Black Castle and hoping to use his power for some special experiments on the Hella organization samples in the 7th district. As a condition, they were willing to help Fang Heng attain the status of a Realm Master, or at the very least exchange the Realm Master status for future cooperation. However, they never expected that Fang Heng not only refused to join Black Castle, but also refused to cooperate. Wu Xiang had a very high opinion of him. In this moment of crisis, they unexpectedly found Fang Heng again and sought his help. Charlene suddenly realized that Fang Heng's greatest ability was not his combat prowess as it seemed on the surface. It's nothing. Having worked all night, Fang Heng was a bit sleepy, couldn't help but yawn. So, it's all up to you now. With the spatial stabilizer set up, Charlene only needed to insert some cosmic crystals into the magic array every 3 hours for energy supply. The spatial stabilizer was just speeding up the self-healing process of the space, and they still had to wait. Charlene nodded. Okay, I understand. The two continued to work separately. Fang Heng closed his eyes on the spot to rest and study offline, while Charlene returned to the first floor to practice and assist Fang Heng in crystal spawning. As the first floor labyrinth area gradually expanded below and Charlene's strength recovered, her monster spawning speed became increasingly terrifying. Soon, the next day at noon, Fang Heng logged in again. The central hall area of the tomb had expanded about 120 meters outwards. With a larger area, the appearance rate of void ambush beasts accelerated. Besides necessary rest, Charlene had been squatting on the first floor, where she had been spawning monsters for a day and night. When Fang Heng logged in, he saw that the ground was covered with a thick layer of mutated crystals. Really grinded. Fang Heng glanced at Charlene and couldn't help but be amazed. His zombie clones could grind day and night, but he didn't expect Charlene to do so. And as the effect of the previous backlash on Charlene gradually decreased, her output intensity underwent a qualitative change. Numerous void ambush beasts were continuously manipulated by Charlene's mind control to float in mid-air and shatter one after another. Even the void ambush beasts that approached within a certain range of her would immediately burst and be killed by her psychic force field. Since Charlene always wore a mask on her face, Fang Heng couldn't see what expression she had. She's really amazing. Fang Heng sighed inwardly and waved his hand forward. A thick layer of black mutated crystals rushed towards him from all directions and absorbed into his palm. Hint: player obtained first-tier mutated crystal asterisk 190 to 1817, second-tier mutated crystal asterisk 677. Hint: player has reached LV 37. Do you want to upgrade? I will not upgrade for now. Let's keep a large number of zombie clones reserved in case of emergencies. Only 3 levels left to reach level 40 for the completion of the mission. Judging from past experience, the next upgrade will likely require a third-order crystallization of mutation. So far, there hasn't been a way to obtain the third-order crystallization of mutation. Perhaps it will be possible to obtain it by defeating boss-level creatures. It shouldn't be too difficult. Fang Heng remembered seeing Black Castle using boss-level mechanical altered creatures to attack the federal camp. He had observed it before. Boss-level semi-mechanical altered beasts are strong, but not invincible. Shailin sensed a spatial fluctuation. Knowing that Fang Heng had arrived, she slightly turned and looked at Fang Heng, nodding towards him. You're here. Yes. I took a look earlier. The spatial collapse in the tool storage room has mostly recovered. Shall we go take a look now? So soon? Is the spatial stabilization device so effective? Feng Heng's eyes lit up and he immediately nodded. Let's go. The two of them immediately entered the second-floor secret research area through the entrance above the tomb ceiling. As Shai Lin said, the entrance passage in front of the tool storage room had already completed self-healing and was fully revealed in front of them. Of course, a large part of the entire tool storage room was still in a state of spatial collapse. Feng Heng and Shai Lin arrived in front of the tool storage room door together. The room was closed. Due to a power outage, the entire door of the tool storage room had been locked. Feng Heng tried to push it, looking troubled. Hint: detected player with skill, lockpicking. Due to the advanced technology of this lock, the success rate of lockpicking is reduced, and there is a chance that failing to pick the lock may result in damage or trigger an alarm. Hint: current forced lockpicking success rate, 25%. Feng Heng looked at the game prompts, feeling hesitant for a moment. What if he accidentally damaged it, and the entire tool storage room had a self-destruct device inside? Wait for me here for a moment. I'll go in first and take a look, Shai Lin said, her figure gradually fading in the space. Feng Heng's pupils suddenly contracted. Spatial manipulation. Secondary space projection. Shai Lin also knew this technique. She quickly disappeared into the space. Feng Heng immediately understood Shai Lin's intention. Acting within a secondary space projection can bypass most locked doors. Even walls can be crossed. Therefore, spatial manipulation becomes extremely powerful after reaching advanced levels. Ordinary environments can't trap players proficient in spatial manipulation at all. Of course, the risks of using this technique are also significant. Lu Yanlong had told him before, the difficulty of staying and moving within a secondary projection space was vastly different. He was already a master-level spatial manipulator now. Could he penetrate walls? It should be possible, right? Let's give it a try. Feng Heng thought and quickly entered the secondary space projection. His figure rapidly merged into the space. Feng Heng realized that he had entered a projection underwater once again. Previously, he hadn't moved within the secondary space projection, but this time, he chose to approach the room door from underneath the water. As soon as he moved, spatial fluctuations around him surged towards him. The difficulty between moving and staying increased by dozens of times instantly. Of course, for Feng Heng, this level of difficulty was still manageable. Time flowed slightly slower within the secondary space projection compared to the external environment. He tried to move his body slowly along the spatial fluctuations. Suddenly, Feng Heng frowned. Initially, the movement wasn't difficult, but when encountering obstacles like walls, Feng Heng realized that the water pressure around him had increased by dozens of times. The difficulty of movement had almost increased by dozens of times. Fortunately, the door wasn't too thick, and Feng Heng quickly left the area of the metal door, immediately exiting the secondary space projection. Phew! Feng Heng emerged from the space, breathed out a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat off his forehead. Moving within the secondary space projection was still manageable, but once it required passing through obstacles, the difficulty skyrocketed by hundreds of times. Too difficult. In the current situation, it would be challenging to use this as a standard maneuver in combat. It must be used cautiously in case of an escape. Comparatively, Shai Lin beside him appeared exceptionally composed. Feng Heng was somewhat surprised. He was already a master-level spatial manipulator, yet Shai Lin seemed to be better than him at it. What level of spatial manipulation was Shai Lin at? The strength of high-level players in the game world was unfathomable. Feng Heng reminded himself to be extremely careful. Seeing Feng Heng also pass through the door using the same secondary space projection method, a moment of surprise flickered in Shai Lin's eyes. Master-level spatial manipulation. How much was he still hiding? Feng Heng put away his thoughts and surveyed the interior of the repair tool storage room. Most of the room remained in a time-space flux condition caused by spatial collapse. In row along the right wall, there were rows of large storage cabinets. Feng Heng walked up to one of the large storage cabinets and opened the door. Inside, a series of replaceable parts were neatly arranged. At first glance, the completeness seemed satisfactory. Feng Heng was delighted and picked up a few components to examine in his hands. Hint: player discovered items, replaceable parts GY-378*8, fixed module improved type V23*2. Good. The parts and replaceable devices had completeness levels of over 90% for most. They could be entirely usable. Shailin didn't know much about mechanical repairs. She stood by, watching, and asked, "Can they still be used?" "Yes, a small portion has been slightly damaged due to the passage of time, but most of them are usable." Fang Heng nodded and walked to the entrance door of the storage room, unlocking the locked gate from the inside. He had overthought things. There was no self-destruct device installed on the door. If he had known, he could have just simply punched it open with external force. Soon, under Fang Heng's guidance, the zombie clones began to enter the storage room through the main gate, scavenging and transporting repair materials. Later, the zombie clones moved the collected materials into the research lab hall, gathering in front of the equipment devices to continue the repair work. Fang Heng's game notifications began to refresh frequently. Hint: player zombie clones have completed material collection. Hint: player zombie clones are attempting to repair unknown devices. Current repair success rate 23%, consuming modified module devices *2. Hint: player zombie clones in the middle of repair. As the repair difficulty increased, the subsequent repair time gradually extended. There was no rush. After confirming that the zombie clones had started normally auto-operating, Fang Heng and Shailin nodded at each other, once again logging out. The Tongjia project team of over 10 people were waiting at the door. The expressions of the crowd were not very pleasant. Because the compound product developed by the team in the previous exhibition was destroyed, the exhibition items were ruined, resulting in the subsequent development stage of the product being forced to stall. If they didn't figure out a way to quickly produce another compound, they might not even be able to participate in the midterm evaluation. The pressure faced by the project team now is extremely high. After reporting to Tongjia that Fang Heng possessed extremely high natural study abilities, Tongjia was stunned for a long time. She didn't know much about Fang Heng, only that Fang Heng was introduced by a friend of the teacher. Initially, she thought Fang Heng was studying space studies. Who would have thought he was actually a player in natural studies? If that's the case, then they really hit the jackpot with their laboratory. Now the entire project team is working day and night, hoping to develop the compound again before the mid-year review. Discovering Fang Heng's talent, Tongjia immediately decided to bring him on board. Last night, Tang Wangbin had already helped Fang Heng complete the application as a project team member, using some of Tongjia's personal connections to expedite the process. Quickly obtaining Fang Heng's identity card and sending him several messages on WeChat, arranging to meet him at 2 o'clock in the afternoon today. What started as an expedient measure in an emergency state unexpectedly ran into trouble. Because most of the projects at N School are federally funded, there is a routine review conducted every year. The project team happened to be selected for the federal project team review this year. The federal team keenly observed Fang Heng's joining the project team, finding it somewhat unreasonable. The reason Tongjia gave for inviting Fang Heng to join the project team was special talent. A student who had just graduated, previously unremarkable in school, but suddenly turned into a special talent within a week of coming to N School. Coincidentally, today was Fang Heng's first day officially joining the research group. So the Federal Review Team intervened to investigate, and the entire investigation team followed to confirm whether Fang Heng had scientific research capabilities. Just as Fang Heng arrived in front of the school's research building at the agreed time, he looked up and saw Tang Wangbin and others waiting for him in front of the research building. Tongjia was also among them, along with a group of people dressed in federal work uniforms. What's going on? Fang Heng couldn't help but be puzzled by this scene. Today's treatment seemed several levels higher than the day before. Could it be that his identity had been discovered? Fang Heng, we're here! Tang Wangbin shouted and waved at Fang Heng when he saw him. Fang Heng felt a bit relieved when he heard Tang Wangbin shout and quickly walked over to them. Fang Heng, welcome! Tongjia shook hands with Fang Heng, subtly signaling to him, looking serious and presenting herself as meeting Fang Heng for the first time. She introduced herself as the project team leader and Mr. Me from the Federal Review Team, along with his inspection team, and mentioned that they would conduct a simple assessment on Fang Heng. Fang Heng couldn't help but wonder why they encountered the Federal Review Team. Had they discovered something? Fang Heng had a feeling something wasn't right as he glanced at me and the 5 federal members behind him, but he still nodded. Okay. Following Tang Wangbin, they entered the Indoor Ecological Simulation Botanical Garden on the 5th floor of the research building together. Most of Tong Jia's project team members were also present this time. On one hand, it was to deal with the inspection team. On the other hand, everyone wanted to witness Fang Heng's abilities firsthand. At the very least, yesterday, Tang Wangbin praised Fang Heng to the skies, describing him as an exceptionally rare super worker. Fang Heng was still not quite accustomed to this treatment. After carefully following the required steps to clean and disinfect and change into lab coats, they all arrived in front of the bronze tree in the center of the botanical garden. Tang Wangbin nodded towards Fang Heng, saying, "Once the bronze tree blossoms, it will bear fruit. Due to the experimental materials, we have very strict requirements for the final product of the fruit. But honestly, we don't know much about cultivating the bronze tree. The required nutrients and special trigger substances for each stage are still under investigation, and we can't determine the exact appearance of the final product. The success of the previous batch of fruits also had an element of luck in it. Here are the research materials left by the last batch for your reference." Fang Heng took the thick stack of materials handed to him by Tang Wangbin and carefully read through them. The data was dense, including detailed records of watering steps and the growth of the bronze tree each day. The cultivation of the previous batch of bronze trees took more than half a year from start to finish. Looking at the plethora of data, Fang Heng felt a bit dizzy. He quickly flipped through a few pages and went directly to the final conclusion. After spending over half a year, most of the fruits that grew were not up to par, with only to being successful. He couldn't determine what went wrong that led to most of them being failures. Tang Wangbin also found it difficult to explain what exactly he wanted, showing a somewhat embarrassed expression, scratching his head, and saying, "Fang Heng, we need the final fruit of the bronze tree to be quite unique. From the outward appearance, it should be blue." Understanding, Fang Heng nodded and said, "Okay. It's just a kind of transformation. As long as it's related to the cultivation method. Utilizing the rapid growth abilities of natural study through repeated catalysis would do the trick. Try a few times more, and you'll eventually find the right method." According to the research book's instructions, Fang Heng sensed the nearby natural energy and started catalyzing the growth of the bronze tree. After 2 days, the natural energy in the entire indoor garden replenished. The natural energy gathered in Fang Heng's hands, flowing into the bronze tree through his fingertips. With the infusion of natural energy, several flower buds blossomed one after another on a branch. The accompanying federal inspection team members showed expressions of surprise, quickly jotting down notes in their notebooks. The players in the research group had already learned about Fang Heng's abilities from Tang Wangbin and were now nodding in approval as they witnessed it firsthand. However, soon after, the growth of the dozen or so flowers that blossomed consecutively entered a stagnant phase. Fang Heng tried sensing the natural energy again. It turned out that the absorption efficiency of the potion had slowed down a bit. Initially, they also identified the issue, but were a bit at a loss on how to solve it. Last time, the whole team spent a lot of time and effort in formulating a more suitable potion to aid in its absorption. Of course, the potion was costly to make and required additional time. Fang Heng lowered his head for a moment, then nodded and said, "Well, I have come up with a solution we can try." The members of the research team were taken aback by his words. Was there really a solution? Tong Jia just casually asked, but after receiving a positive answer, she was also briefly surprised, then smiled and asked, "Okay, what materials do we need to prepare? I can have someone get them for you right away. It's not that complicated, but this method may cause damage to the core of the ancient bronze tree. It's okay, let's try it. The ancient bronze wood used for experiments is just a basic material. If we run out, I can always apply for more. Then it's settled." With Tong Jia providing assurance, Fang Heng completely relaxed and boldly took action. He walked to the side experiment table, picked up a pair of alloy metal tweezers. This pair of tweezers had high density and precision, extremely hard in texture. What was he going to do with this? Everyone curiously looked at Fang Heng. They saw him return to the ancient bronze wood, using one hand to secure it and the other hand to carve special patterns on the trunk of the tree. Click, click. The trunk kept making clicking sounds. Seeing this, everyone's faces displayed expressions of astonishment. What exactly was he doing? Even the members of the federal inspection team put down their notebooks and stared at Fang Heng's every move. The ancient bronze wood was extremely hard. Was it really possible to easily leave deep marks on it with just hands and tweezers? Soon, Feng Heng left a simple magic array pattern on the trunk of the ancient bronze wood. Alchemy Magic Array. A member of the Federal Inspection Team recognized the pattern and showed a look of amazement. Yes, exactly. A simple absorption magic array. A bit of modification on the basic magic array. But making it is not simple. It requires players to understand both alchemy and natural sciences. It was custom-made by Feng Heng after understanding the characteristics of the ancient bronze wood. Everyone present was knowledgeable in this field, knowing the difficulty of this skill. They looked at Feng Heng with newfound admiration. Tan Guangbin was even more surprised. Wow! Junior actually understands alchemy. He thought that Feng Heng's entries on the forms were all random. Suddenly, a strange thought flashed through Tan Guangbin's mind. He remembered that on the form, Feng Heng indicated familiarity with natural sciences and alchemy, and mastery of spatial studies. Does that mean the junior's skills in spatial studies are even stronger? Whoosh! A series of stimulating cracks brought Tan Guangbin's attention back. They saw Feng Heng pouring blue potion onto the branches of the ancient bronze wood, then placing his hand on the magic array on the branch. The alchemy magic array was activated. Along with the infusion of natural science power, under the amazed gazes of everyone, the small flower buds on the tree rapidly grew, bloomed, and bore small fruits at the tips of the flower buds. Success! So fast! Once again, everyone turned to Feng Heng with stunned looks. The fusion of alchemy and natural sciences could achieve such a powerful effect? When all the natural energy in the entire garden was absorbed and depleted, Feng Heng also stopped his actions. The newly condensed fruit in the center of the flower was only the size of a nail. It's a pity. 2/3 more of natural energy was needed to fully condense the fruit. It seemed they would have to wait until the next time. In the midst of silence, Tong Jia was the first to clap her hands. The people in the research lab followed suit. The Federal Inspection Team members only then came back to their senses, each bowing their heads to continue taking notes. Tong Jia was elated, having a hint of provocation in her eyes as she glanced at the members of the Federal Inspection Team. With such ability in Feng Heng, what could the Federal Review Team possibly say? With an extremely powerful natural science player added to the project team, research efficiency was greatly improved. Feng Heng, welcome to join our research team officially. You will be in charge of cultivating the ancient bronze wood during the project period. Blair will be responsible for guiding you during this time. By the way, do you plan to stay here after graduation? Tong Jia was very pleased with Feng Heng, and she even had thoughts of formally including him in the research team. The vacancies in the N-School research group were limited, but with Feng Heng's abilities, it was achievable. Tong Jia pondered in her heart, with such a person in the team, many research projects in the future could save a lot of time. Senior, I haven't thought that far ahead for now. I might go back to the Eastern Federation after graduation. Yeah, you're right. I was too hasty. It's too early to discuss this now. There's still plenty of time to think about it. Tong Jia felt a bit disappointed and turned to the inspection team. Mr. Mix, has the inspection ended? Did Feng Heng pass the assessment? From start to finish, Mix maintained his stern demeanor. Today's inspection is over. We will submit a detailed report to the federal headquarters later. If you have any questions, you can consult there. We won't disturb you any longer. With that, Mix waved his hand and led the members of the federal inspection team to leave. Finally, those annoying bugs have gone. We can finally have a moment of peace. Once the federal investigation team was completely out of sight, Tong Jia began to rally the project team. I know we are facing unprecedented challenges in our project team now, but I believe that as long as we give our all, we can surely create a miracle. Feng Heng's arrival resolved a major problem in the research lab, but the crisis for the project team was not yet averted. If the mid-year evaluation did not pass, the project team would not receive funding for the second half of the year, making future research more difficult and even risking the entire project being terminated and taken over by the Federation. This was something the entire project team did not want to see happen. In any case, with Feng Heng's expertise in cultivation, he was more than capable to be a workhorse. Tan Guangbin patted Feng Heng on the shoulder and whispered, "Junior, the leader is pumping us up. Just listen to it, don't take it too seriously. Now, You are also a member of our project team. Come, I'll show you the research materials of our project team." Fang Heng's eyes instantly lit up. Great! Fang Heng quietly followed Tan Guangbin as they left the crowd, departing from the 5th floor of the research building to the research lab on the 7th floor of the project team. To be honest, the current situation is not very good. In fact, the compound that was initially developed was an accident. We have tried to reproduce it twice without success. Apart from the fruit breeding product you have, there are several types of specialized polymer materials that require specific steps for production. We must have overlooked some steps during the fusion production process, which is why we have been failing. Regarding specific issues, Tan Guangbin believes that the part he is responsible for is not the problem. Some materials need to be brought out from the game as scientific research items. You know how it is, there are procedures to follow in the Federation, and these procedures are usually very torturous. Fang Heng nodded, observing a small portion of the semi-finished product through the glass window, lost in thought. Internal information within the research project team is not confidential to the researchers, so staying here for a few days can easily provide access to information. Just figure out a way to get the data and bring it back to the game world to hand over to Q Yao Kong, and most likely we can replicate it. The biggest challenge in mass production lies in the production of raw materials. Even the project team is not clear about the specific grades and requirements of the materials. However, rest assured, the team leader is very capable. She will find a way. And with you joining us, our efficiency will certainly improve, and we will definitely catch up to the midterm report, Tan Guangbin encouraged himself. Fang Heng and the team also hope to obtain the compound as soon as possible. He looked up and asked, "Is there no other way to speed up the research?" "Well, there is, unless..." Tan Guangbin hesitated, then changed his mind. "Never mind. Do you have a solution, senior? If you don't finish that sentence, I won't be able to sleep tonight," Fang Heng joked. Tan Guangbin smiled wryly, shaking his head as he explained, "It's not about rapid research. The truth is, our research team initially produced a large amount of synthetic material. What was sent to the exhibition last time was only a small part of it." Fang Heng became interested and asked, "Oh, what about the rest?" "It's in the Federation's hands." Tan Guangbin expressed more dissatisfaction towards the Federation upon mentioning this. According to Federation requirements, special compounds newly discovered must ensure safety by transferring a portion to the Federation for proper disposal. Fang Heng raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Given to the Federation? Can't you retrieve it? Can't you find a way to get a small part back?" "Ooh, the Federation doesn't care about our project team. We applied in the name of the school, got rejected, applied again, rejected again, back and forth 5 or 6 times. It's frustrating," Tan Guangbin explained. Fang Heng pondered for a moment and whispered, "Do you know where the Central Federation stores these items? Can we find them, huh? Are you crazy?" Tan Guangbin thought Fang Heng had lost his mind. If he got caught, Fang Heng would be sent to the sewing machine to step on it until he died. "Junior, I know you're eager, but there's no need for that. You're still young and you don't understand, really. It's not necessary, listen to me." "Haha, I was just asking." Fang Heng laughed as well. Indeed, it wasn't necessary. Even if they obtained the compound ahead of time, without the means to produce it, it would end up being useless. Fang Heng joked, "Our project was rated as C, right? So the item supervision isn't that strict, right? We just need to find a way to sneak in and replace some items. The Federation people don't understand what the compound is used for." Listening to Fang Heng's words, Tan Guangbin hesitated and felt that this junior was too audacious. He couldn't believe Fang Heng dared to challenge the Federation's authority. "What do you think? Am I right, senior?" "Let's stop here." Tan Guangbin quickly halted Fang Heng from saying more, afraid he might say something outrageous that would implicate them both and lead to trouble with the Federation. It was indeed a pity if the project team disbanded, but it was not worth taking such a risk. Moreover, the project team had not disbanded yet. "Junior, I know you want to help, but this is not the right way. Just focus on taking care of the copperwood. Leave the rest to us. We are not idle here," Tan Guangbin advised. "Okay." Fang Heng shrugged and stopped mentioning the matter, thinking of noting down the compound production blueprint first and figuring out a way to bring it back to let Q Yao Kang's research team analyze it. When Fang Heng logged back into the game, It was already late after finishing his space course. Before logging in, he had a phone call with Mo Jiawei for nearly half an hour. Overall, the situation outside the tomb seemed stable. Fang Heng returned to the tomb hall and took a few steps to reach Shalin, who was fighting monsters. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The Federation investigating the tomb directly exposed the secret teleportation channel he secretly opened near the campsite, making it unusable. Sea-Star Company could no longer transport or materials through the channel and had to cooperate with the Federation, currently in negotiations. The situation wasn't looking good. They would likely lose a significant portion of their income to the Federation. As for the people sent by the old Fang, there was no news. It was uncertain what shenanigans they were up to. An unfortunate piece of news: the Federation has begun exploring the main tomb. They are accelerating the restoration of the collapsed space tomb and also surveying the entire world. The Black Castle has already evacuated and should be fine, Fang Heng informed Shalin. He returned to the tomb hall. That was expected, Shalin nodded, unsurprised by the news. Fang Heng pointed at the ceiling. So, we need to act quickly. We have to deal with those above before the Federation finds us. Understood, Shalin agreed. Let's go check on the repairs upstairs. The two of them ascended to the second floor once more. After an afternoon's work, a portion of the second floor's research lab space had been restored, expanding outwards once again. The stability device was working well. The zombie avatars gathered around an instrument, standing still in a group. Had they already finished the repairs? Fang Heng was surprised after checking the game prompt, as he thought it would take much longer. He walked to the large instrument next to the tempered glass laboratory, crouched down, and inspected it for a moment. The advanced alien mechanical alloy materials had low damage levels with many replaceable parts that could be easily swapped out, making repairs relatively simple. Good news! Shalin was also pleasantly surprised and asked, "It's done already? So fast?" "Yeah, that's right," Fang Heng confirmed, immediately clearing a small area on the floor and starting to set up an energy conversion alchemy magic circle. "It should be fine. Let's give it a try." Fang Heng nodded towards Shalin. Shalin's expression also became serious. "Okay." The two immediately cooperated and moved forward together. Fang Heng activated the alchemy magic array to convert energy. Energy continuously flowed from the magic array, activating the supply. The lights in the entire second floor research hall gradually brightened, and the experimental instruments in front of them started up. A yellow light radiated from the experimental chamber behind the tempered glass door. Click! A slight sound came from the experimental chamber. The mechanism on the stone box unlocked. Shalin stood next to Fang Heng, hands in front of her, forming a handprint. Under the control of Shalin's psychic power, the lid that tightly covered the stone box slowly rose into the air. Fang Heng clearly saw that the stone box contained a section of a severed finger. Remains. Fang Heng and Shalin both turned their heads to look at each other, and both saw surprise in each other's eyes. "Okay, let's begin," Fang Heng said as he pressed the start button on the mechanical device. Psh! The completely sealed experimental chamber immediately sprayed out white gas, filling the entire enclosure. The severed finger was also exposed to the gas environment. Something doesn't seem right. As the gas continued to spray, Shalin kept flipping through her lab notes, occasionally looking up at the status of the remains. Eventually, she shook her head, signaling Fang Heng to press the stop button on the device. Fang Heng stopped the gas from spraying and looked at Shalin. He had already felt something was off. How could there be no reaction after the gas had been sprayed for so long? The analysis data on another device showed a steady zero fluctuation. Clearly, something was not right. He was confident the problem did not lie with the device. Was there an error in the operation steps? Shalin shook her head. The experimental steps were straightforward, too simple to go wrong. In theory, they just needed to release a special gas. This gas was supposed to quickly awaken the virus inside the severed finger. Why was there no response at all? Either the gas had lost its effectiveness due to time passing, or... She raised her head and observed the remains inside the stone box through the tempered glass. Fang Heng, based on my analysis, there's no issue with the operational steps or the mechanical operation. The problem likely lies with the dormant state of the virus in the severed finger, possibly even leading to its complete death. I see. The virus has entered a dormant state, making it undetectable by the machinery, Fang Heng said after a moment of thought. He then suggested, since both of us have the Hela virus in our bodies, what if I try lying inside? It won't work, Xiaolin shook her head. The device adjustments are focused on the virus in the remains. If we go in, the data will definitely be incorrect. Fang Heng scratched his head, feeling a bit lost. There is one more option, he said. What's that? A compound that triggers a virus response. The virus in the remains inside the stone sarcophagus has also gone dormant due to time. We were able to awaken the virus by using the compound earlier. Xiaolin nodded, saying, the Black Fortress team should still have some left. Fang Heng's eyes lit up. I understand. I'll go offline and inquire. 3 hours later, Fang Heng returned to the game with the compound fragments obtained from the Black Fortress. They restarted the experiment. Xiaolin, using psychic control, floated the compound fragments in the air towards the hand fragment in the stone box, until the entire compound reached the remains. Still, there was no effect. The finger joints remained motionless, lying quietly in the stone box. Fang Heng furrowed his brows and asked, still no effect? The dosage is insufficient, Xiaolin said regretfully as she glanced at a slight fluctuation in the readings on the mechanical device. There was a slight data fluctuation earlier, but I believe the size of the remains is too small, the amount of virus in it is too little, and combined with the time that has passed, the virus has gone into a deep sleep and cannot be fully activated. So, we need more of the compound. Yes, at least double the amount, Xiaolin said with a sigh. It seemed impossible. The difficulty of the game was evident. It had taken a long time for the Black Fortress to find the compound fragments from the project group that belonged to Tongjia in the real world. Looking for other sources was out of the question. And with the Federation on the way, time was running out. Unfortunately. But Xiaolin did not think it was a loss. At least, she had met Fang Heng through this experience. Xiaolin's expression returned to its usual indifference as she said, Fang Heng, let's give up. We've tried our best. Before we leave, can you dismantle the machinery here and take it out of the game? We can find another solution once we leave. Fang Heng raised an eyebrow at the suggestion. A good idea. Just move the entire device to the real world. However, it would require continuous back and forth between reality and the game, which was very physically taxing. In addition, there could be damage to the machinery during disassembly. Most importantly, dismantling the machinery was one thing, but the remains might be a special item that couldn't be placed in a backpack. It's possible, but I'd like to try one last time, Fang Heng said. Huh? Xiaolin looked at Fang Heng in surprise. Another way. Fang Heng squinted at the device, pondered for a moment, and asked, what if I could get more stimulants? You can. Yes, from the Federation. Tan Guangbin mentioned that the Federation stores a portion of stimulant compounds. Fang Heng quickly relayed to Xiaolin what Tan Guangbin had said. No, Fang Heng, it's too risky, Xiaolin firmly refused after hearing Fang Heng's idea. The Federation strictly controls the risk of items. Even if it's just a Class C item, they will definitely investigate. It's not theft. The Federation may not even know the specific function of the stimulant, so I'll find an alternative and swap it out later. Xiaolin frowned. She thought Fang Heng was underestimating the Federation. Sneaking into the Federal Research Institute to steal experimental materials. It wasn't that easy. I don't recommend you do this. Fang Heng mulled over it and nodded. I understand the risks. If you insist on doing this, be careful, and it would be best to contact the Black Fortress for assistance on the side. Got it. Fang Heng agreed. Enlisting the help of the Black Fortress could help alleviate some of the pressure. The school's research campus was brightly lit. Fang Heng left the research lab on the 7th floor directly, swiping his card as he left and closing the lab door behind him. The electronic synthetic music started playing. Goodbye, researcher Fang Heng. Please make sure you have all your personal belongings with you. Fang Heng walked expressionlessly ahead, entered the elevator in front of him. The lab was equipped with detection devices that could detect if any items were taken out of the lab. However, this detection effect was generally ineffective. For example, items placed in the game's teleportation backpack could not be detected. Just now, Fang Heng successfully placed a semi-finished product in the game's teleportation space backpack. Before entering the research lab, He had already communicated with Black Castle. Black Castle sent him intelligence regarding the cooperation between N-School and the federal research. Simply put, the federal government had invested in establishing an advanced research institute within the school. The institute had multiple collaborations with the school. All new research products of Class A and above would be directly sent to the exclusive protection of the federal department. Class C items were not guaranteed. It depended on the situation. Some might be stored internally by the federal government, while others might be kept in the research department of N-School. Tongjia's research product number C5-3-79. Lucky. Black Castle found after internal investigation that it was stored in the school's advanced laboratory. The target was confirmed. All that was left was to proceed with the operation. In the best-case scenario, find C5-3-79 and replace it with the semi-finished product. 5 minutes remaining. Black Castle had already set up an emergency operation plan. At 1:10 a.m., they would cut off the power supply to the entire N-School. Then, they would launch an attack on the staff dormitories within the school. Assassinate the researcher, Pukong. He had always been on Black Castle's hit list. Pukong would appear and host an academic lecture at the exchange event 2 days later. Tonight, Black Castle's assassination operation was moved up. Only the core team of Black Castle knew that this operation was to create an opportunity for Fang Heng. After leaving the research building, Fang Heng leisurely walked towards the federal building, counting the beats in his heart, until he arrived at the federal research building. Fang Heng entered the research building and walked up to the front desk on the first floor. "Hello, this is the federal headquarters. How may I assist you? I'm here to apply to access investigation reports. It's my first time here. Which floor should I go to?" "The electronic reading room on the 5th floor can provide you with the information you need." "Okay, thank you." Fang Heng nodded, took the elevator to the large electronic reading room on the 5th floor. The reading room was only open to researchers. Due to the internal network system, all information could only be accessed internally, so there were quite a few researchers coming and going here. The layout of the entire reading room resembled individual booths in an internet cafe. Each room was separated. Fang Heng found a single room near the entrance, pushed the door, and entered. Click, click. Soon, the lights on the 5th floor flickered and then went completely off. The sudden power outage plunged the entire building into darkness. "It's happening!" In the darkness, Fang Heng heard impatient footsteps and the sound of doors opening. Fang Heng put on a mask, left the booth. Due to the power outage, many researchers also left their booths, whispering and using their phones for light. Fang Heng covered his face, quickly left the electronic reading room, holding a piece of the Hellthalem's third eye in his hand, and sprinted up the stairs. "Who's there? Stop right there!" On the 17th floor, two guards on the corridor saw a figure suddenly appearing and walking toward them, and immediately became nervous, pulling out their guns and pointing at the figure, signaling them to stop immediately. Shoo! In the next moment, they found that the invader's mask rapidly inflated. A gray eerie vortex appeared in the center of the mask. Their attention was involuntarily drawn to the vortex, staring intently at it. The vortex seemed to have infinite magic, slowly pulling everything around it, even distorting time and space. Bang, bang. Both guards felt a sharp pain in their necks and fainted. Fang Heng put away the Hellthalem's third eye in his hand, opened the room behind them. Room G1203. One of the Federal Special Items storage rooms. According to the information given by Black Castle, the compound should be hidden here. Fang Heng glanced roughly around the room after opening the door. The room didn't look small, piled with large wooden shelves. Just as Fang Heng took a step forward and closed the room door behind him, his eyebrows furrowed suddenly. Not good. It's an alchemy magic array. The room had a defense alarm of alchemy magic array. Fang Heng looked up, his gaze shifting to the alchemy magic array engraved on the ceiling. The rotating magic array reflected in his right eye's pupil. Shoo! Shoo shoo shoo! Bang! The alchemy defense magic array on the ceiling was instantly activated, running at a very high speed until it reached its peak, then it burst with a bang, completely malfunctioning. Run! Fang Heng moved forward expressionlessly, took 2 steps, then suddenly raised his eyebrows. Shoo! A figure clad in Federal Guard attire appeared out of nowhere, and a sharp dagger swept past Fang Heng's neck. Alice's pupils contracted suddenly. He avoided it. He realized that this person seemed to have predicted something in advance and dodged this deadly strike in advance. What? Is it a trap? Alice panicked for a moment. Bang! The next moment, Alice suddenly found herself plunged into darkness. What now? A dark golden eye appeared in the darkness. She realized her body was uncontrollably drawn towards the eye. Alice felt a tremendous danger emanating from the eye, but no matter how struggled, she couldn't break free from the eye's attraction. She was completely engulfed by the eye. Everything turned dark and chaotic before her eyes. Shoo! Feng Heng appeared behind Alice, gently supporting her about to fall, then slowly laid her on the ground. In order not to cause a commotion, he had used 5 health items as third eyes consecutively. It was just a Class C defense, and there were hidden federal guards. Was there really a need to be this cautious? It's too costly. Feng Heng watched the woman who had fainted on the ground, unable to ignore the fluctuation in her blood. It was too conspicuous. He tried to sense again that there was no one else in the room before continuing to search through the room. Feng Heng easily found the bottled polymer in the corresponding numbered drawer. It was a large piece the size of a bowl. Feng Heng immediately took out the compound from the bottle and put it in his backpack, replacing it with the semi-finished product he brought. Run! Time to go! Feng Heng turned around and left. Just as he took 2 steps forward, he realized something was not right, so he turned back. Since I'm here, Feng Heng muttered to himself, closed his eyes for a moment, and then searched through a few drawers with spatial wave detection. Regardless of what experimental items were inside the drawers, he just stuffed everything into his backpack without hesitation until all the compartments were full. Run! Let's go! Feng Heng left the room, opened a window, looked outside for a moment, and saw no one watching. Seizing the opportunity, he jumped out of the window and rolled forward upon landing to reduce the impact. Despite that, the huge impact made Feng Heng feel like his internal organs were compressed together, almost making him spit out blood. Phew! Feng Heng stood up, his bones making cracking sounds as his severe injuries rapidly healed due to the immortal body effect. Feng Heng glanced at the building again. It had only been less than 5 minutes since he entered and started his operation. The personnel inside the research building had already started evacuating. Let's go! As Feng Heng left the research institute, there was commotion in the employee dormitory area. The group chats on various class WeChat groups were lively, discussing the terrifying attack on the employee dormitory area. It seemed that Black Castle had caused quite a stir. Feng Heng hastened back to the dormitory building, briefly showing his face to the dormitory manager before quickly retreating to his room. Back to the game. Online. In the game, Shalin had been worried about Feng Heng's situation. Indeed, as Feng Heng had said, the Federation's management of Class C items was very lax, with assistance from the Black Castle team, making it less dangerous than imagined. However, Shalin didn't know why she was so nervous. Suddenly, a space magic array appeared in front of them. Shalin took 2 steps back. It was only when she saw Feng Heng completely reappear in front of her that she felt relieved. Is everything going smoothly? No danger encountered, right? Heh, all is well. Feng Heng was in a very good mood, smiling as he displayed the large piece of compound he had just obtained. Shalin's eyes lit up at the sight. He had really succeeded in getting it. Feng Heng rubbed his hands in anticipation, then glanced at the passage above. Let's move quickly. I'm worried there might be trouble offline. Okay. Shalin and Feng Heng returned to the second-floor research hall and loaded the compounds obtained offline into the sealed research lab again. Feng Heng pressed the start button and gestured to Shalin with his eyes. Shalin's hands gathered in front of her, forming a handprint. Suddenly, the synthetic substance placed in the sealed research lab was manipulated by psychic power to move slowly towards the stone box. Drip, drip, drip. Suddenly, a large instrument placed flat on the right side of the research lab emitted a beeping alarm, and the test data on the screen began to fluctuate. There was a reaction from the remains. Shalin's eyes sparkled at the sight, her voice becoming more excited. Feng Heng, the signal is here. It's all set. What's next? Okay. Feng Heng nodded, then pressed a green button on the large mechanical instrument. Whoosh! White mist sprayed out from various exhaust vents in the sealed research room. Data on the mechanical screen quickly floated up. Shalin stopped manipulating the substance and began to analyze and interpret the data generated by the instrument. The output signal stabilized. The Avila chip began to synthesize updated data. As long as they could collect all the data signals and update them through the preset program, they would be able to obtain all the complete data of the Avila chip. This part was beyond Fang Heng's help, so he could only stand and watch Shalin operate the equipment through the tempered glass. Suddenly, Fang Heng frowned. He looked up at the tempered glass. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A section of the stone box had undergone a mutation. Countless tiny red tentacles oozed out from beneath the skin of the severed finger, quickly enveloping the entire finger joint. The tentacles intertwined and coalesced, forming a small, wriggling worm-like creature, similar to the remains seen earlier in the lower sarcophagus. Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat. It didn't look good. At the same time, a game prompt flashed across his retina. Hint: player restarts the large data analyzer and tries to analyze the unknown viral body in the unknown remains. Player obtains partial data of the unknown infected viral body. Player mission: Tomb exploration completion increased to 140%. Completion percentage rose again. Before Fang Heng could read the game prompt carefully, the red worm-like body behind the tempered glass suddenly expanded. Under the catalysis of the white gas, the rate of mutation of the worm accelerated rapidly. Suddenly, the creature emitted an extremely sharp scream and charged fiercely towards Fang Heng. Bang! The tempered glass was very strong, and the creature was sent flying backward upon impact. The creature struggled on the ground, seemingly in great discomfort due to the effect of the white gas, before rolling back towards the tempered glass and charging at Fang Heng once again. Bang! Bang bang! With continuous impacts, cracks gradually appeared on the tempered glass. Fang Heng had a feeling that things were going south. Shalin, how much longer do you need? Last 5%, we're almost done. Shalin was even more anxious than Fang Heng, focusing on the screen data and manipulating the equipment for data update. All right, Fang Heng, start the purge, Shalin shouted, quickly pressing buttons on the equipment to collect and update the data for Avila. Upon hearing the shout, Fang Heng immediately slapped the red button on the equipment. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The white mist sprayed from the exhaust vents ceased instantly. In fact, Shalin had seen the battle data from previous conflicts between the clan and the alien creatures. The clan had developed several weapons to combat the aliens. However, it was a pity that the alien self-iterative upgrade ability was too terrifying. Initially, targeted weapons were very effective, but after several large-scale battles, the aliens quickly evolved resistance to toxins through their powerful mutational abilities. Towards the later stages of the war, the clan rarely used toxins on a large-scale front. Such viruses were only used in experiments. Fang Heng nodded slightly. However, just as the toxin had been released for barely half a second, it suddenly stopped. Huh? What's going on? As the toxin ceased to be released, the creatures that had been on the brink of death gradually began to recover. Their red sharp tentacles were growing and spreading across their bodies. Shalin returned to the device, quickly pressing buttons to observe the data appearing on the screen, speculating, perhaps because too much time had passed, the virus concentration gradually decreased and dissipated. TSK. Fine red tentacles once again emerged from the fingers of the corpse, swiftly enveloping the entire finger corpse. The previous toxin provoked the creature even more. It expanded at an even faster rate. Sensing that its end was near, the creature suddenly burst forth with a strong vitality, hurling itself vigorously towards the reinforced glass. Boom! A loud impact. Bang! The already cracked reinforced glass finally could not withstand the intense impact and shattered. Back off! Fang Heng heard Shalin shout and immediately leapt backward. Shalin quickly formed a seal in front of her hands. A huge force formed from her psychic power pressed down on the massive red worm creature from all sides. After breaking through the reinforced glass, the red worm creature immediately lunged towards the right area. While still in midair, it was immediately met with immense pressure from all sides and fell from the air to the ground, twisting and convulsing in pain. After landing from the jump, Fang Heng quickly took out a sniper rifle from his backpack and aimed at the worm creature. Bang! Bullets burst from the muzzle. Hint: player inflicts 58,318 damage on unknown life form. The game hinted that the damage was significant, but it seemed that the worm creature was unaffected. It was still slowly expanding. Xiaolin used her psychic power to suppress the worm creature and said solemnly, "Fang Heng, it has undergone some mutation under the influence of the toxin. Be very cautious, Fang Heng observed the creature. At first glance, the contorted worm seemed to have been suppressed to its limits and posed no threat. It appeared to be in some sort of special mutated state. Xiaolin concentrated, attempting to completely suppress the worm creature. Seeing that the creature did not seem to respond with aggression, Fang Heng whispered, "Xiaolin, can you continue to suppress it for a while longer?" Xiaolin furrowed her brows. She was thinking about how to completely deal with the worm creature. After hearing Fang Heng's question, she took a few steps back to stand beside him, using her eyes to signal him what to do next. "I want to take something from it," Fang Heng said, immediately commanding his zombie clone behind him to rush towards the struggling worm creature on the ground. The zombies surrounded the creature. Despite the creature's writhing under Xiaolin's control, it was firmly held in place. Fang Heng grabbed a handful of live specimen collectors from his backpack and threw them towards the area where the zombie clones had gathered. Xiaolin looked somewhat surprised. What was that? The zombies picked up the live specimen collectors from the ground and aimed them at the struggling creature, each displaying a long progress bar above their heads. Hint: player zombie clone common form is extracting live sample. The action might be interrupted. Hint: player zombie clone common form. Hint: player zombie clone common form successfully obtained unknown live specimen *1. Despite the worm creature's continued writhing, it lacked any attack capabilities, making it difficult to interrupt the sample extraction process. Xiaolin gave Fang Heng a surprised look and reminded him, "Fang Heng, it's very dangerous now. Its current state might be a transformation. When it completes the transformation, with our current capabilities, we may not be able to handle it." I understand. Give me a minute. All right, help me afterward. We'll put it into the space-time turbulence. Fang Heng also stared at the worm creature intently. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Is there any other way to completely deal with it?" Xiaolin looked at Fang Heng with surprise. Fang Heng remained silent, quickly considering his options. He felt like taking a gamble. Placing the worm creature into spatial turbulence would indeed completely resolve the issue, but at the same time, he wouldn't gain any additional rewards. Creatures sent into spatial turbulence wouldn't drop any items. Considering that the worm creature likely was a leader-level entity, and killing it could yield high-level mutation crystals. Furthermore, Fang Heng had a hunch that there might be follow-up tasks triggered after killing the creature, which could help boost the main task completion rate at the very least. The completion rate of the main task had already reached 140%. The exploration of the entire tomb was nearly complete. Considering the possible ways to boost the completion rate most likely involved dealing with the worm creature. With his trump card and Xiaolin's strong presence beside him, the odds of successfully killing the worm creature leader were not low. Seeing Fang Heng's eyes filled with obvious combat desire, Xiaolin couldn't help but feel puzzled. Was he really going to do this? She sensed that the power of the worm creature was quickly converging, indicating that its strength was swiftly coming under control. This was a sign that the creature was about to complete its mutation. "Fang Heng, I can't estimate the strength of the alien creature. It might not be something we can handle at the moment. Let's give it a try." Xiaolin confirmed Fang Heng's determination once more. She saw that he was serious. She was extremely curious. Why was Fang Heng so confident in dealing with the mutated creature? "Do you have confidence? Let's give it a try. Once the situation gets out of control, we will return directly to the special space." Fang Heng felt that the chances of winning were still very high. Previously, he had obtained a skill CD zeroing potion from the Federation. It allowed him to use the ultimate move of Eternal Moon twice in a row. In the worst case, even if he couldn't kill the mutated reborn alien creature, he could hide in the special space with Sharon. Sharon didn't know where Fang Heng's confidence came from. Since the decision had been made, he had to give it his all. Hiss, hiss. The red tentacles that were entwined and entangled on the red worm body suddenly retracted rapidly. The appearance of the coiled worm body on the ground underwent a complete transformation. It was no longer just a severed finger, but had transformed into a very strange reptilian form. Perhaps because the original body was just a small finger, Its shape became extremely small after the mutation. It was less than 10 centimeters tall when crouched on the ground. It looked somewhat like a large spider-like creature, with a low chassis and limbs protruding from various parts of its body. Swish! The worm body suddenly exerted force, turning into a crimson shadow in the air, flying towards Fang Heng. Sharon caught the movement trajectory of the worm body, her heart racing, and shouted, "Fang Heng, be careful!" The entirely red worm body instantly closed in 100 meters. It approached directly in front of Fang Heng. The speed was too fast. Fang Heng couldn't even capture the full picture with his eyes. He could only see a shadow swiftly flying in midair. So he immediately wielded his metal staff. Swish! Fang Heng relied on his perception ability to estimate the speed and angle of the worm body's attack and fiercely swung the stick forward. Thud! What? Fang Heng's pupils contracted suddenly. The stick accurately hit the airborne attacking worm body, but the vibration and feedback from the alloy metal staff in his hand felt too strange. It was as if hitting something in flowing water. It felt completely soft and unyielding. The body of the red worm creature twisted abnormally, seeming to split into like flowing water in the middle, pierced through the stick, and then quickly reassembled, appearing in front of Fang Heng. It actually penetrated through the attack of the stick. Hiss! In the next instant, countless tiny spikes suddenly burst open from the alien body. The spikes extended and attacked so fast that it was difficult to catch with the naked eye. Fang Heng only felt several black shadows flying at him, which were followed by a sharp piercing pain, as if he was being ruthlessly penetrated from within. Thud! Thud thud thud! Fang Heng stared firmly at the monster in front of him. The hard iron-like spikes pierced through his body and then plunged into the ground. At the same time, more than a dozen game notifications kept popping up. Notification: player received piercing attack. Player received 32,944 points of damage. Player received special fixed piercing effect. Player entered a bleeding state. Player entered a poison state. Notification: player received piercing attack. Blood continued to flow from the pierced wounds. Oh no! Fang Heng gritted his teeth, enduring the intense pain. He realized that his movements were completely restricted. Dozens of steel-like spikes nailed him to the ground, rendering him immobile. Hiss hiss hiss! Slowly, the worm body moved its body using the spikes, and its core body, which was initially less than 20 centimeters in size, gradually expanded, resembling an open octopus with numerous tiny barbs in its oral cavity, as if it was going to swallow him whole. Fang Heng! Sharon called softly, gathering a mark in place. Boom! An invisible psychic force burst out, pushing the worm body pinned on Fang Heng aside. The body was instantly blasted to the right side, and then the spikes shot out rapidly again. The spikes firmly pierced into the ground, anchoring the figure flying backward. Crackle crackle! It wasn't until the worm body stopped retreating that the spikes slowly retracted into its body. The body reverted back to the initial small spider-like form. Hiss! Hiss hiss! The spikes on the worm's body suddenly burst open again. Dozens of scavengers attempting to pounce on the worm body were instantly pierced through their hearts by the spikes. Hoo-hoo! Using its flesh tendrils and spikes, the alien creature flicked away the pierced scavengers. After a few attempts, the alien creature had completely gained the upper hand. Sharon stared at the worm body, her face serious, and whispered, "Fang Heng, it's very dangerous. Let's retreat first. Help me one more time. Try one last time." Fang Heng also looked serious, as he said, slowly forming a mark in front of him with both hands. In just one short round of battle, he had realized something. The opponent was a boss-level creature. He was in no way a match for it. If it wasn't for Sharon's help just now, he would have been in big trouble. One last try. Let's go all out with the ultimate move. If it fails, we run. Eternal Moon. As the skill was released, it felt as though a floodgate had been opened in his consciousness. The surging mental power rushed into the gap. Game notifications flashed rapidly on Fang Heng's retinas. Notification: player used skill, Eternal Moon. Notification: player detected to be in an unknown sequence world. Notification: fusion of current world. Player's skill form has changed, integration ongoing. Notification: player's current state detected. Spatial studies, integration ongoing. Notification: player's current environment detected, Integration ongoing. Notification. Player and teammates have entered the cycle of rebirth. Notification. Eternal Moon Summoning Skill. Space Worm. Mechanical. Creature. Space Worm. Mechanical. Description. Simulated by a highly intelligent species, a mechanical life form created by ancient space forms, capable of pinpoint translocation in space-time channels. Activating this space worm requires a massive energy consumption. Additional biological skills, space shuttle, space absorption. Sharon suddenly felt a terrifying surge of spatial power emanating from Fang Heng. What? Swish! Just as the alien worm body boss was about to lunge towards Fang Heng in midair, it suddenly stalled in midair. Sharon felt a very awkward sensation. Although the alien worm boss was leaping forward in midair at high speed, the distance between it and Fang Heng seemed impossible to close. Was it trapped in a spatial trap? Sharon stared at the gradually distorting spatial fluid around the leader of the worm body with an expression of astonishment in her eyes. The organism suddenly jumped and attached itself to the body of the alien insect boss. Throughout the process, the alien insect leader maintained a posture of charging forward in space, as if it had no ability to resist. Shallon's eyes widened in amazement. She saw the reviving insect leader rapidly aging under the influence of the mechanical insects. The leader's biological appearance gradually rotted away. Layers of decaying skin fell off its body. From Shallon's player perspective, she could see the alien creature's health points rapidly decreasing. Shallon abruptly turned to look at Fang Heng, her eyes filled with astonishment. What was that? A special ability obtained from the zombie apocalypse game. Fang Heng's face was solemn, sweat dripping down his cheeks. At that moment, a huge gap appeared in his sea of consciousness, crazily draining his mental power. Controlling the skill alone had already consumed all his mental energy. He no longer had the additional energy to pay attention to other changes in the outside world, maintaining a posture with his hands forming seals in front of him, staring at the alien creature surrounded by mechanical space bugs. His mental power was being rapidly consumed. The rate of mental power consumption far exceeded his expectations. Not good. Drained dry. The little remaining mental power was drained in an instant. Without mental power support, the Eternal Moon effect was forcefully terminated. However, the alien insect boss had not been completely killed. Fang Heng gritted his teeth despite the backlash coming from his sea of consciousness and shouted, "Shallon!" Before Fang Heng's voice could be heard, Shallon had already made her move. She charged towards the alien insect leader head-on. Whoosh! Shallon's sudden burst of speed caused Fang Heng's pupils to constrict. He completely lost sight of Shallon's figure. Just before Shallon's figure disappeared, Fang Heng vaguely saw a long sword materializing in her hand. As the sword swung forward, Shallon's figure disappeared completely from Fang Heng's sight. Whoosh! When Fang Heng once again sensed Shallon's figure, she had already passed the alien insect leader and appeared elsewhere. A dense white space rift appeared behind Shallon. Crack, 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 boom. Countless dense space rifts made crackling sounds as they quickly connected, enveloping the alien insect boss and exploding right in front of Fang Heng. The alien creature was torn into pieces by the spatial force, leaving behind a blue flame which rapidly incinerated all flesh and blood, leaving only small ashes. Fang Heng watched the entire battle process in detail. Shallon's final move, it was a melee attack. She had completely taken down the alien creature leader when its health was at 30%. Shallon had always used psychic abilities for long-range attacks, combined with spatial powers for mobility to find output points. This gave Fang Heng a wrong impression. Shallon was a player skilled in long-range attack methods. Therefore, Shallon's unexpected melee strike caught him off guard. It turned out to be a powerful combination of melee swordsmanship and spatial studies. This incredibly powerful melee burst was likely obtained from the Hela organization.